traversing through parallel worlds, establishing a company to develop games, and engaging in a dual advancement of technology. A 5-nanometer CPU, AAA masterpieces, the most formidable graphics card on the planet. Xinghui Technology is extraordinary. President Cheng is remarkable. Chapter 1. The Technological System. Cheng Yang abruptly opened his eyes. The blinding sunlight, streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, compelled him to instinctively raise his hand to shield his face. Upon discerning his surroundings, he found himself frozen in astonishment. This was not his 10-square-meter rental apartment, but rather a spacious and luminous, luxurious office. Beneath him was a genuine leather executive chair, and before him stood an imposing desk crafted from solid mahogany, adorned with a computer and several documents. "Where am I? What am I doing here?" Cheng Yang murmured to himself, glancing down to find himself clad in an exquisitely tailored deep blue suit, and a seemingly expensive watch graced his wrist. "President Cheng, your coffee." The office door swung open, and a young woman dressed in a light gray professional suit entered, carrying a cup of coffee. She appeared to be around 25 or 26, with a neat ponytail, her features delicate yet understated, the sound of her high heels resonating crisply as she walked, embodying the essence of an elegant beauty. "Suya," Cheng Yang blurted out, only to realize he actually knew her name. "President Cheng, do you have any instructions?" Suya placed the coffee on Cheng Yang's right-hand side and slightly bowed. "The meeting at 9 o'clock will commence in 10 minutes. The heads of various departments are already waiting for you in the conference room." Cheng Yang forced himself to maintain composure and nodded. "All right, I understand." As soon as Suya departed, he sprang from his chair and dashed to the restroom within the office. The face reflected in the mirror shocked him once more. It was an unfamiliar yet handsome visage, presumably 27 or 28 years old, adorned with a faint scar at the corner of his eye, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. "Is this me?" Cheng Yang pinched his own face. The pain felt alarmingly real. He returned to his desk and began frantically searching for anything that might confirm his identity. In the drawer, he discovered a wallet, within which an ID card boldly proclaimed the name Cheng Mo. Continuing his search, he found a company document in the second drawer. Xinghui Technology Company, Limited, with Cheng Mo listed as the legal representative, holding a 100 stake. Xinghui Technology. Cheng Yang pondered for a long while, but could not recall any company by that name. Perhaps it was a large corporation he had never heard of. Just then, a sharp pain surged through him as a torrent of fragmented memories flooded his mind. He finally comprehended his predicament. This was a parallel world with a lagging technological level, where chip technology still lingered at 14 nanometers, and the gaming industry was in its nascent stage. His current identity was that of the affluent second-generation Cheng Mo, whose father was the chairman of the Cheng Group and whose mother was the president of a renowned cosmetics company, effectively starting life in Rome. Furthermore, the original owner of this identity was not the typical laid-back rich heir often portrayed online. In a bid to prove he was not just a pampered scion reliant on his parents' wealth, he had taken over the nearly bankrupt Xinghui Technology. Reality, however, dealt him a harsh blow, as after 6 months of management, only $1 million in liquid assets remained, employee morale was low, and the company was on the brink of collapse. Ironically, the previous owner had met an unfortunate fate, choking on a sip of tea, which inadvertently granted him this opportunity. One could only reassure the brother, "I shall thoroughly enjoy this on your behalf." Ding. The host's consciousness has fully merged, and the technological system has been successfully activated. A clear mechanical voice suddenly resonated within Cheng Mo's mind, startling him, yet his expression brightened. Having just traversed worlds, he was relieved to find the system had also arrived. This system is designed to assist the host in becoming a global technological titan. The host may utilize funds to exchange for future technologies and gaming products. The novice gift package has been prepared. Consuming $1 million in company funds will grant you $50 million in special funds, for company use only, allowing you to unlock 2 complete technologies of your choice from the store. Opening the store, he beheld drones, go-karts, aircraft, and a comprehensive set of technical data for 5-nanometer CPU chips, along with a complete copyright for the AAA game Death Stranding. Cheng Mo's eyes widened. As a game tester, he was acutely aware of the immense value of these items. In this world, the most advanced chips still operated on a 14 nanometers process, while games of the caliber of Death Stranding were virtually unheard of. Without hesitation, Cheng Mo immediately picked up the internal phone from his desk. "Suya, please check how much usable capital remains in the company account." Moments later, Suya responded, "President Cheng, the available funds in the account amount to precisely 134,232 yuan." "Excellent." Cheng Mo hung up the phone and silently recited in his mind, "Exchange for the novice gift package. Transaction successful. 50 million in special funds has been injected into the company account, and the technical data and game copyright documents have been secured in the office safe, with the password being your birth date. Cheng Mo briskly approached the safe in the corner, entered the password, and indeed discovered 2 USB drives and a copyright document inside. He picked them up to examine, confirming they contained authentic 5nm chip technology and the complete design documents for Death Stranding. Wonderful! Cheng Mo exclaimed in exhilaration, clenching his fists and glanced at his watch. There were 3 minutes remaining until the meeting commenced. He swiftly organized his thoughts, grabbed the folder from his desk, and strode towards the conference room. Pushing the door open, he found a long table flanked by a dozen company executives, all of whom stood up upon his entrance. "Please, take your seats." Cheng Mo gestured dismissively, settling into the main seat and surveying the room. "In today's meeting, I shall announce several significant decisions." He opened the folder, revealing the company restructuring plan automatically generated by the system. First and foremost, Xinghui Technology will officially be renamed Xinghui Technology Game Company, Limited. The conference room erupted into a clamor. President Cheng, why is this? Zhao Ming, the head of the R&D department, adjusted his glasses, his face a mask of confusion as he couldn't help but inquire. "Because we shall pursue a dual approach." Cheng Mo replied resolutely. "The company will be divided into 2 independently operating subsidiaries, Xinghui Technology and Xinghui Games. The technology company will concentrate on chip research and hardware production, while the gaming company will handle game development and distribution." "But President Cheng," the marketing director Li Wen interjected with a frown, "our current technical team is entirely incapable of chip research, let alone such advanced processes as 5nm. As for games, our company has never ventured this far. Technology is not an issue." Cheng Mo interrupted her, retrieving the USB drive containing the 5nm chip technology from his pocket and placing it on the table. "Here lies the complete 5nm chip technology documentation, including process flows, design blueprints, and patent files." A profound silence enveloped the conference room as everyone fixated on the small USB drive, their faces etched with disbelief. Regarding the gaming department, Cheng Mo continued, "We are set to develop a AAA masterpiece titled Death Stranding, which will fundamentally transform the gaming industry landscape." He activated the projector, showcasing the conceptual artwork and portions of the design documents for Death Stranding to all present. As the slides turned one by one, the atmosphere within the conference room gradually transformed from skepticism to astonishment. The quality of the visuals and the storyline are utterly incredible," exclaimed several game-loving executives, their eyes widening in disbelief. "No domestic company has yet been able to produce a game of this caliber." "Now, there is," Cheng Mo replied with a smile, his expression swiftly shifting to one of seriousness. "Next, we will address personnel adjustments. The company will undertake a rigorous selection process, retaining only those truly competent individuals. Department heads are requested to submit their recommendations by tomorrow. Employees failing to meet the criteria will receive a compensation package of NDF3. This decision incited another wave of unrest, yet Cheng Mo offered them no opportunity for dissent. "Finally, I have a piece of good news to share. The company has just secured a special fund of 50 million, which will be entirely allocated to the development of these 2 projects. Rising from his seat, Cheng Mo declared, "The future of Xinghui begins its transformation today. Those willing to join me in making history, please remain. Those harboring doubts may leave now." No one moved. All were rendered speechless by the sudden decisiveness displayed by the young president. Following the meeting, Cheng Mo immediately immersed himself in the demanding task of corporate restructuring. Over the next 3 days, he virtually resided at the company, personally interviewing candidates for every core position, ultimately selecting 80 individuals from the original pool of 200 employees. Of these, 50 were assigned to Xinghui Technology, 30 to Xinghui Games, and an additional 10 game designers were recruited. The laid-off employees received generous severance packages, and the entire downsizing process proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Cheng Mo even took the time to personally write recommendation letters for departing employees, an act that garnered considerable goodwill. On the morning of the 4th day, the newly revitalized Xinghui Technology Game Company was officially established. Cheng Mo stood at the company entrance, observing workers as they replaced the logo he had designed, his heart brimming with anticipation. "Cheng Mo," a familiar voice called from behind. Cheng Mo turned to see a distinguished middle-aged man, clad in refined attire, stepping out of a luxury sedan with a sullen expression. Memory informed him that this was his father, Cheng Tianhai. "Dad, what brings you here?" Cheng Mo approached him. "What brings me here?" Cheng Tianhai scoffed. "I heard you've renamed Xinghui Technology, and that you've laid off more than half the staff?" Do you realize that many of those employees have been with me for over a decade? After taking over the company, his father had quietly contributed behind the scenes, with most of the personnel being Cheng Tianhai's own acquaintances. Cheng Mo was well prepared. The company requires fresh blood and new direction. Dad, grant me 6 months, I assure you. Assure me of what? Cheng Tianhai interrupted. Assure me you'll squander the final 1 million as well. Shout, Mo, stop fooling around. Pack up and come home. Cheng Mo inhaled deeply. Dad, the company currently has 50 million in funds. We are developing 5nm chips and a groundbreaking game. Please believe in me just this once. 50 million? Cheng Tianhai's expression reflected disbelief. Where did you? Wait, you can't possibly be. I did not touch the trust fund. Cheng Mo anticipated his father's thoughts. This money was acquired through legitimate financing channels. Dad, give me a chance to prove myself. Cheng Tianhai scrutinized his son for an extended period before finally sighing. 6 months. If the company shows no progress in 6 months, you will obediently return to take over. Thank you, Dad. Cheng Mo exhaled in relief. Cheng Tianhai turned to leave but paused. By the way, your mother asked me to tell you not to overexert yourself. Come home for dinner this weekend. Watching his father's car recede into the distance, Cheng Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Armed with a system and knowledge of the future, he intended not only to impress his parents, but to astonish the entire world. Returning to his office, Cheng Mo powered on his computer, beginning to outline the forthcoming tasks. The first batch of engineers at Xinghui Technology had commenced research on 5nm chip technology, while the art team at Xinghui Games began conceptual design for Death Stranding. He accessed the system marketplace, where a plethora of items appear before him. GTA 5, The Witcher 3, 0.1nm Super AI silicon chips, Super AI graphics-enhancing graphics cards, and VR gaming headsets. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the technology was predominantly game-related. Cheng Mo felt immense satisfaction regarding this, as he himself was an avid gamer. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. The technological and gaming industries in this world were on the brink of an unprecedented revolution, and he would emerge as the harbinger of this change. Chapter 2. The military arrival. Cheng Mo stood within the confines of the Xinghui Technology Laboratory, observing the bustling engineers through the glass window. 3 days prior, he had meticulously divided the 5nm chip technology documentation into 12 independent modules, assigning each group responsibility for a specific segment. The most crucial core technology, the quantum control algorithm, he had securely stored in the safe of his office. President Cheng, here is the preliminary design proposal. Zhao Ming handed over a document, his bloodshot eyes peering through his glasses. However, we have encountered an issue. The etching process for Group 7 consistently fails to meet the required standards. Cheng Mo took the document and quickly scanned the technical parameters. As a former hardware enthusiast, these figures were quite familiar to him. After all, the system had ingrained every aspect of the technical design, even the proportions of each material, into his mind. Increase the etching precision to 0.2 nanometers. Cheng Mo marked the document. Also, inform Group 3 that their insulating layer material ratio is incorrect. The proportion of hafnium dioxide to silicon nitride should be. Zhao Ming looked up in astonishment. President Cheng, you are knowledgeable in materials science? Only a smattering, Cheng Mo replied nonchalantly. In truth, this information was all sourced from the technical materials provided by the system. By the way, let us designate the chip code as 39 Xingxuan S1, and ensure all documentation uses this nomenclature without any mention of the 5nm process. Understood, Zhao Ming nodded. But, President Cheng, can we truly produce a sample within 2 weeks? Conventional research and development cycles typically span years. Cheng Mo interrupted. We do not have the luxury of time. Inform the team that upon completion of the sample, each member will receive a bonus equivalent to 3 months' salary. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up, and he promptly turned back to the laboratory. Cheng Mo watched his retreating figure, a slight smile gracing his lips. Monetary incentives have always proven to be the most direct and effective means of motivation. Upon returning to his office, Cheng Mo found Suya organizing files. She had donned a navy blue suit today, her hair neatly pinned up, exuding an air of professionalism. President Cheng, the confidentiality agreements from the Ministry of Technology have all been signed. Suya handed him a list. Also, the concept design draft for Death Stranding is complete. The art team inquires when you are available for review. 3 o'clock this afternoon. Cheng Mo glanced at his watch. And please contact General Zhou from SMIC Precision. Inform him I intend to visit tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Suya quickly noted this down, but hesitated before asking, President Cheng, SMIC Precision is merely a second-tier domestic foundry. Why not approach TSMC or Samsung? Because we require discretion. Cheng Mo retrieved a document from his drawer. Moreover, SMIC Precision has our nation's background. Although their equipment may not be top-tier, their confidentiality is superior. Send them this list of technical requirements. But refrain from marking the process notes. As Suya accepted the document, her fingers inadvertently brushed against Cheng Mo's, causing her to retract as if shocked. I will attend to it immediately. Cheng Mo, oblivious to his assistant's unusual reaction, had already shifted his focus to the computer screen, where the system marketplace interface displayed the next redeemable item, a photonic computing architecture priced at $200 million. Given the company's current financial status, they would have to wait until the chip entered mass production before even considering such an acquisition. Just as he contemplated the next steps, the office door was abruptly swung open. Cheng Shui, in 10-centimeter heels, strode in, flanked by two impeccably suited men. Sister? Cheng Mo frowned and rose. Why did you not notify me of your visit in advance? A surprise inspection, Cheng Shui replied, her red lips curling into a smile as she surveyed the surroundings. Father sent me to check up on you, to see what you have been up to. She gestured to the two men behind her. This is Director Wang from the group's technology department and Engineer Li. A sense of alarm surged within Cheng Mo. Had his father dispatched them to probe? Why such a large entourage? Welcome, welcome. Cheng Mo forced a smile, though he knew that certain areas were sensitive and could not be fully opened for inspection. He wished to keep the existence of the system and his family ties to it under wraps. Cheng Shui raised an eyebrow. What? Do you even distrust your sister? Business protocol. Cheng Mo pressed a button on the communicator on his desk. Suya, please escort Director Wang and Engineer Li to the standard laboratory for a tour. Sister, please stay. I have matters to discuss with you. Once the others had departed, Cheng Shui seated herself directly on Cheng Mo's desk, crossing her long legs. Little Mo, you have changed. You wouldn't have dared to speak to me this way before. Cheng Mo retrieved a silver USB drive from the safe. This contains some of the technical parameters for the Xinghui S1 chip. You may take it back to father, but remember, once it is inserted into a computer, the files will be automatically destroyed after 24 hours. Cheng Shui accepted the USB, her expression turning serious. So cautious? Sister, do you comprehend the current state of the most advanced chips in the international arena? Cheng Mo opened his computer and displayed a set of data, 14 nanometers process, a maximum frequency of 18 gigahertz, octa-core design, whereas our Xinghui S1. He switched to another page, revealing the 5 nanometers process, a 49 gigahertz main frequency, a 128-core architecture, with a mere 70 W power consumption. Cheng Shui's pupils widened slightly. Is this for real? We will have samples in 2 weeks. Cheng Mo closed his laptop. Sister, please inform father that I am not merely playing house. This technology possesses the potential to transform the entire industry. Cheng Shui scrutinized her brother for a long moment before suddenly pinching his cheek. Are you still my brother? Where did that little Mo go? Who couldn't distinguish between chocolate and cow dung? Cheng Mo smiled awkwardly, sidestepping her touch. People inevitably grow up. By the way, I will return home for dinner this weekend. After seeing Cheng Shui and her companions off, Cheng Mo immediately convened an emergency meeting with the core technical team. From this point forward, all technical documents must be stored in segments, with the core algorithm portion managed by myself. Cheng Mo surveyed the group. Additionally, the chip design will incorporate a physical self-destruction mechanism and a logical lock. Any unauthorized reverse engineering will result in data destruction. President Cheng, is this not excessively cautious? A young engineer inquired. Cautious? Cheng Montauk scoffed. Do you have any idea how much this technology is worth? It is enough to drive certain individuals to desperation. He turned to Zhao Ming. Dr. Zhao, how is the testing platform progressing? Zhao Ming adjusted his glasses. It is fully constructed. We are merely awaiting the sample. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon 2 weeks had passed. On that morning, as Cheng Mo entered the company building, he was intercepted by an exuberant Zhao Ming. President Cheng, we did it. The sample is ready. Zhao Ming clutched an anti-static box, his voice trembling with excitement. We achieved a successful tape-out. Cheng Mo accepted the box, peering through the transparent window to behold a chip smaller than a fingernail. It appeared unremarkable, yet harbored technology capable of revolutionizing the entire industry. Commence testing immediately, Cheng Mo ordered. Notify General Zhou from SMIC Precision to bring the equipment for on-site verification. The testing is scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. Cheng Mo personally installed the chip onto the testing platform, surrounded by technicians from both Xinghui Technology and SMIC Precision. The moment the power was activated, The data displayed on the monitoring screen left everyone breathless. Main frequency, 48 gigahertz, power consumption, 87W, Zhao Ming announced, his voice growing increasingly animated. The performance is 10 times that of existing flagship chips. Power consumption is merely 1/3. General Zhou from SMIC Precision promptly pulled out his phone. President Cheng, I will report to the board immediately. We need to sign an exclusive foundry agreement without delay. At this exhilarating moment, the door to the laboratory was abruptly thrust open. 6 fully armed soldiers surged in, led by a middle-aged officer with graying temples, whose epaulets indicated a rank of Major General. Everyone stay where you are. The officer's voice boomed. This facility is now under military control. A wave of anxiety washed over Cheng Mo, yet he maintained an outward calm. May I inquire who you are? I am Lin Weiguo, Dean of the School of Electronic Information at the National University of Defense Technology. The officer's piercing gaze swept across everyone present before finally landing on the testing platform. We have received intelligence indicating that you have developed chip technology that may pertain to national security. Cheng Mo inwardly cursed, wondering who the fool was that leaked this information. Nearby, an intern discreetly tucked his phone into his pocket. Zhou, the company president, stepped forward immediately. General Lin, I am Zhou from Zhongxing Precision Engineering. I know who you are, Lin Wei interrupted. Now, please have all unrelated personnel leave. Mr. Cheng, you are to remain. Once the others were escorted out of the laboratory, Lin Weiguo's demeanor softened slightly. Mr. Cheng, would you mind if I examined your testing data? Cheng Mo gestured for him to proceed. Lin Weiguo scrutinized the data displayed on the screen and personally operated some of the testing equipment, his brow furrowing increasingly. If these data are accurate, he turned to Cheng Mo, his expression grave. Mr. Cheng, do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that our nation could lead the world in chip technology by at least 3 years, Cheng Mo replied calmly. 3 years? Lin Weiguo shook his head. At least 7. Mr. Cheng, this chip must be under state control. I will report to my superiors immediately and bring an expert team for a review tomorrow. Until then, all samples, data, and technical documentation are to be sealed. Do you understand? Cheng Mo had anticipated this. General Lin, I understand the military's concerns. However, Xinghui is a private enterprise, and while we are willing to cooperate with the state, we cannot unconditionally relinquish our technology. Lin Weiguo narrowed his eyes. Do you realize who you are speaking to? I am fully aware, Cheng Mo replied, neither servile nor overbearing. I also comprehend the value of this technology. General Lin, rather than forcefully requisitioning it, why not discuss a mutually beneficial collaboration? The atmosphere in the laboratory became charged with tension. Ultimately, Lin Weiguo let out a cold snort. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will bring the expert team. I hope you will present a satisfactory cooperation proposal by then. Once the military personnel departed, Suyi was the first to rush into the laboratory. Mr. Cheng, they didn't do anything to you, did they? I'm fine. Cheng Mo rubbed his temples. Notify the legal department to prepare the technical authorization and cooperation framework agreement overnight. Additionally, instruct the gaming division to expedite the development of the Death Stranding demo. We must showcase that Xinghui is not solely about chips. In the stillness of the night, Cheng Mo stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing at the city lights. The military's involvement posed both a crisis and an opportunity. If a collaboration could be achieved, Xinghui would gain national support and resources. However, if mishandled, the company risked losing control over its core technology. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Cheng Shui. Father is aware of the military situation. He will personally visit your company tomorrow. Be cautious in your dealings. Cheng Mo tightened his grip on the phone. The negotiations scheduled for tomorrow would determine the future trajectory of Xinghui Technology, and he was prepared to face this formidable challenge. Chapter 3. The calm before the storm. Morning sunlight streamed through the blinds into Cheng Mo's office as he rubbed his weary eyes, pushing aside the final draft of the agreement. Having spent the entire night awake, he and the legal team had prepared 5 distinct cooperation proposals to address the military's possible demands. His phone buzzed again, this time with a message from Suya. Mr. Cheng, the military convoy has arrived downstairs. General Lin is accompanied by 6 personnel. Cheng Mo took a deep breath and straightened his suit and tie. This negotiation would shape the future of Xinghui Technology. As the elevator doors opened, Cheng Mo spotted Major General Lin Weiguo at the forefront, flanked by 5 uniformed technical officers. Meanwhile, Cheng Tianhai stood with a grim expression, and Cheng Shui cast him a look laden with complexity. General Lin, welcome to Xinghui Technology. Cheng Mo stepped forward, extending his hand with composure. Lin Weiguo grasped his hand, his expression markedly more relaxed than the previous day. "Mr. Cheng, it seems you're well prepared. Please follow me to the conference room." Cheng Mo gestured for him to proceed. Inside the conference room, Xinghui Technology's technical team had been waiting in anticipation. At the center of the long table lay the chip sample tested yesterday, glinting coldly under the lights. Lin Weigua did not take a seat immediately, but instead turned to a young officer behind him. "Colonel Zhang, please begin." The officer nodded, extracting a metal device from his briefcase and scanning the corners of the conference room. When the device passed over the smoke detector in the ceiling corner, it suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. "Indeed, there is a listening device," Lin Weigua remarked with a cold smirk, instructing them to dismantle it. The technicians swiftly set up a ladder and retrieved a miniature device from the alarm. Lin Weigua placed it on the table and turned to Cheng Mo. "Mr. Cheng, it seems others are also interested in your chip." Cheng Mo felt a tightening in his chest. "This is a commercial espionage device commonly used by international chip giants." A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Weigua's eyes. "Yesterday, our counterintelligence department discovered an infiltrator among the expert team, a 39 outsider who has already been apprehended. This surprise inspection was to ensure that no tampering occurred here." Cheng Mo Dane met Lin Weiguo's gage calmly. "General, thank you for the warning. However, I trust that Xinghui's core technology is not so easily compromised. Confidence is a good trait." Lin Weigua signaled for everyone to take their seats. "Mr. Cheng, first and foremost, I must apologize on behalf of the military. Our attitude yesterday was somewhat heavy-handed, but the importance of this technology cannot be overstated." He opened the folder before him. "After a night of discussions, we hope to establish a strategic partnership with Xinghui Technology." Cheng Mo accepted the document and quickly reviewed its terms. The military demanded control over the Xingchuan S1 chip technology, prohibiting exports, while also requiring that the civilian version's performance parameters be reduced. "General Lin, these conditions are rather stringent." Cheng Mo set the document down. "Particularly the performance limitations. They would severely undermine our market competitiveness. National security supersedes all else," Lin Weigua asserted firmly. However, he noted that the young man before him seemed to have something to say. "We would like to hear your proposal." Cheng Mo was taken aback for a moment, then cleared his throat. "I propose two versions. The military version retains the original design and is produced by a factory designated by the military, and we shall call this military version Xingchuan Z1, while the civilian version, Xingchuan S1, can be adjusted to a 7-nanometer process with a reduced clock speed, half core count, and the removal of certain specialized instruction sets." Lin Weigua conferred quietly with the technical officers beside him before nodding. "That is acceptable. However, production must take place domestically, and the military will need to assign a quality supervision team." "Agreed," Cheng Mo smiled, "but we hope to receive some policy support, such as tax reductions, access to national-level laboratories, and," he paused, "priority bidding rights for military contracts." The meeting lasted a full 3 hours. In the end, both parties reached an agreement. Xinghui Technology would retain complete intellectual property rights, while the military would acquire exclusive military authorization. In return, Xinghui would enjoy a 3-year exemption from taxes and a 5-year reduction, along with limited access to national supercomputing centers and other research facilities. After the signing ceremony, Lin Weigua grasped Cheng Mo's hand and remarked, "Mr. Cheng, it is commendable to witness such resolve in youth. I hope this is merely the beginning." Once all the guests had departed, Cheng Mo exhaled deeply and unfolded a note from Cheng Shui, which bore a name and a phone number. Lin Weigua, Director of the Technology Department at the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. "Suya," Cheng Mo called for his assistant. "Two matters. First, promptly register official accounts for Xinghui Technology on Weibo, Bilibili, and Indo. Second, reach out to Director Lin, stating that I wish to inquire about policies pertaining to the semiconductor industry." 3 days later, Xinghui Technology simultaneously released a post across major social media platforms. The world's first 7-nanometer chip, Xingchuan, is about to debut. The product launch event is scheduled for May 20th. Stay tuned. A chip revolution, Huaxia chip. The accompanying image was a strikingly futuristic poster against a black backdrop. A chip emanated a blue glow, with the tagline proclaiming significant performance enhancements, 70 reduction in power consumption. This announcement detonated like a bomb, igniting fervor throughout the tech community. Cheng Mo sat in his office, perusing the online reactions. The Weibo topic, Xinghui 7-nanometer chip, had surged to the 3rd spot on the trending list, with comments sharply divided. Domestic 7 nanometers? What a boast. TSMC hasn't even achieved mass production yet. If it's true, it will be legendary. Waiting for the slap to the face. After investigating the company, He noted the registered capital was merely 50 million. Was this merely a PPT chip? The military had even given it a thumbs up. Perhaps there was substance to it. Xinghui Cheng. The president of TSMC's China division is on the line and wishes to arrange a meeting. Decline. Cheng replied without looking up. It was too early for a meeting. Also, several prominent Bilibili creators have requested interviews. Select a few influential ones and schedule for next week. Cheng Montak Pundit, emphasizing that they should showcase the demo of Death Stranding, touching on the chip aspects only briefly. Just then, Zhao Ming burst in, brimming with excitement. Mr. Cheng, the test results for the civilian version of the S1 are in. It operates stably at ultra-high frequencies, outperforming Intel's latest flagship by 5 times. Cheng finally smiled. Prepare the mass production plan. Distribute the product immediately after the launch event. As the date of the launch approached, interest in Xinghui Technology intensified. Cheng meticulously oversaw every detail, from stage design to presentation content, from media invitations to security measures. During a planning meeting a week before the event, Cheng proposed a bold idea. I want to conduct a real-time performance comparison between the Xinghuan chip and the latest flagships from TSMC and a company on-site. Isn't that too risky? The marketing director anxiously remarked. What if something goes wrong? Such drama is what captures the audience's interest, Cheng asserted with unwavering conviction. By the way, reach out to Xiaomi and Huawei. Invite their technical leads to attend. After the meeting, Suya lingered behind. Mr. Cheng, there is something I believe you should know. 2 days ago, I noticed someone taking photographs near the company, and today the front desk received a package without sender information. It has been handed over to security. Cheng Mo's expression sharpened. Good job. From now on, all items entering and leaving the company must undergo rigorous inspection. He contemplated for a moment. 3 days before the launch, the core team will all stay in a hotel nearby, under closed management. In the dead of night, Cheng stood alone at the center of the soon-to-be-completed launch stage. This venue, capable of accommodating 2,000 people, would serve as his battlefield to announce the rise of Xinghui Technology to the world. System, he silently chanted, summoning a virtual interface visible only to him. 5 nanometers GPU priced at 300 million. Almost there, Cheng murmured to himself. Once the chip enters mass production and the funding is secured, we could develop graphics cards. Otherwise, the launch of AAA games would merely result in a PowerPoint presentation. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a text from Lin Weigua. Intelligence indicates that 3 international chip giants have dispatched personnel to China. Their target may be your launch event. Plainclothes protection has been arranged. Be cautious. Cheng tightened his grip on the phone, aware that all his actions were under the scrutiny of his parents. It was not merely a matter of persistence, but of safeguarding himself. He felt a warmth from his father's care. He understood that this launch event was far more than a mere product unveiling. It marked the commencement of a war, and he was ready to confront all challenges ahead. Chapter 4. Ignition of the Spearhead. Cheng fixated on the computer screen, his fingers lightly tapping against the solid wood desk. The Weibo trending list revealed that the topic TSMC questions Xinghui chip had ascended to the 2nd position, accompanied by a deep crimson boiling tag. Clicking on the topic, the top post was a statement released an hour ago by TSMC's official Weibo regarding the recent claim by a certain company of having developed a 7 nanometers chip. Currently, the most advanced mass production process in the global semiconductor industry is 14 nanometers. The 7 nanometers technology remains under development. As an industry leader, TSMC urges the industry to maintain a scientific attitude and collectively safeguard a healthy development environment for the industry. Though unnamed, the statement pointed directly at Xinghui Technology. The comments section erupted. The slap came too swiftly. Xinghui is now in an awkward position. It was already said to be a fraudulent company, waiting for the launch event to backfire. Is TSMC feeling anxious? Did the domestic breakthrough threaten someone's cake? Cheng scrolled down, observing that the official account of 4-Star Semiconductor had also retweeted this Weibo post with a comment. Technological innovation requires a grounded approach. Meanwhile, the American Semiconductor Industry Association's tweet was even more direct. Huawei 7 nanometers chip? Another 39 Huaxin, 39 scam? The office door was flung open, and Suya strode in, clutching a tablet. Mr. Cheng, Meitong graphics card has also issued a statement. Furthermore, our official Weibo comments section has been besieged. Cheng took the tablet. The statement from Meitong graphics card glaringly evident. It is reported that a certain company claims to have developed a revolutionary chip intended for the gaming sector. As a global leader in graphics cards, Meitong warns consumers, True gaming experiences require powerful graphical processing capabilities, not mere marketing gimmicks. Our P19 Pro graphics card will continue to provide players with the ultimate 4K experience. Cheng scoffed, placing the tablet down on the desk. Contact Zhao Ming. Have him prepare the live testing video of the S1 chip. Notify the Public Relations Department not to respond to any inquiries. Everything will await the launch event. But Mr. Cheng, the public opinion has already. Suya hesitated. Let them make a fuss, Cheng proclaimed, rising and moving towards the floor-to-ceiling window. The louder the uproar now, the more resounding the slap to the face would be after the launch. Outside, Beijing's sky was laden with ominous clouds, a torrential downpour imminent. Suddenly, Cheng Mo's phone vibrated again. It was a call from Major General Lin Weigua. Mr. Cheng, have you seen the online commotion? Lin Weigua's voice carried a hint of jest. Even General Lin is keeping an eye on this? Cheng Montauk replied, somewhat surprised. Not just keeping an eye on it. We have intercepted some intriguing information. Lin Weigua's tone turned serious. 3 international chip giants have dispatched personnel to China. Their target is likely your chip technology. Security for the launch must be escalated. Cheng Mo furrowed his brow. What recommendations does the military have? Arrangements have already been made at the bird's nest. Our personnel will disguise themselves as security and staff. Additionally, Lin Weigua paused. Your sister Cheng Xue has provided some useful intelligence regarding the capital relations behind Meitong graphics card. After hanging up, Cheng Mo contemplated for a moment before dialing Cheng Xue's number. Xiao Mo, have you finally remembered your sister? Cheng Xue's voice retained its habitual anger. Regarding Meitong graphics card. Thank you. Cheng Mo cut straight to the point. Cheng Xue's demeanor became earnest. Behind Meitong lies the aristocratic capital of the United States, which secretly acquired shares in Taijidian 17 last year. This public relations battle is no mere coincidence. It is a meticulously orchestrated siege. Cheng Mo tightened his grip on his phone. Does father know you are assisting me? Though he may not voice it, he is indeed following your news daily. Cheng Xue replied with a light chuckle. His computer is filled with reports concerning your company. Oh, and by the way, Mother asked me to inform you that she will attend the press conference in person. This unexpected news warmed Cheng Mo's heart. After hanging up, he decided to visit the game development department to check on the progress of Death Stranding. The game development department occupied the entire 18th floor of the Xinghui building. As Cheng Mo stepped out of the elevator, he was struck by the scene before him. Over 30 engineers and artists were fervently discussing in front of a colossal curved screen, which displayed a vividly rendered virtual world, barren mountains, a somber sky, and scattered cargo boxes, quintessential elements of Death Stranding. President Cheng, game director Zhang Yi hurried over, eager to find him. We've encountered difficulties optimizing the game demo. Cheng Mo followed Zhang Yi to the control panel, where 2 windows were simultaneously running. One displayed the original Death Stranding in 4K resolution, while the other showcased the version developed by the Xinghui team. We have employed 4 Meitong P19 Pro graphics cards in SLI configuration, yet we can barely achieve 2K resolution with a frame rate of only 25, Zhang Yi pointed out. 4K is simply unmanageable. The visuals stutter like a slideshow. Cheng Mo leaned closer to the screen, his brow furrowed. The delicate raindrop effects and intricate lighting of the original game were significantly diminished in the Xinghui version, and the material details appeared muddled. Have you tested our chips? Cheng Montauk inquired. Yes, the CPU portion is flawless. Zhang Yi shook his head, but the graphics processing still suffers. The performance of the integrated graphics card is limited. Cheng Mo accessed the system marketplace interface, his gaze landing on the Quantum graphics card architecture project. The $300 million price tag caused him to hesitate. The company's $50 million special fund was off limits and must await the chip's mass production returns. First, optimize the 2K version to ensure a smooth demonstration at the press conference. I'll devise a solution for the 4K proposal later, Cheng Mo decisively stated. After leaving the game department, Cheng Mo headed directly to the bird's nest to inspect the preparations for the press conference. Upon alighting from the car, he was taken aback by the scene. Dozens of workers were constructing a massive stage, with a holographic projection device at its center, surrounded by circular screens. The front rows of the audience were already equipped with over 20 high-performance computers, clearly intended for live performance comparisons. President Cheng, the event coordinator, jogged over. The technical team dispatched by the military is currently debugging the secure communication devices. As Cheng Mo surveyed the venue, he noticed that every entrance was guarded by men in plain clothes, their stances and sharp gazes betraying their military identities. Inside the control room, several technicians were installing a special signal jamming device. This is a secure communication system. A familiar voice came from behind. Cheng Mo turned to find Lin Weigua in casual attire, holding 2 cups of coffee. Try this. It's exclusive to the bird's nest. Cheng Mo accepted the coffee. Encryption? For our press conference? Not just for the press conference, Lin Weiguo lowered his voice. The quantum tunneling control algorithm of the Xinghui chip has caught the attention of the higher-ups. We believe this technology can be applied to the next generation of quantum communication. Cheng Mo's heart raced. The technology provided by the system had inadvertently touched upon the realm of national strategy. The leadership of the Ministry of Science and Technology wishes to meet you after the press conference, Lin Weiguo added meaningfully. Be prepared. Xinghui may be on the verge of undertaking a national-level research and development project. This revelation left Cheng Mo both exhilarated and apprehensive. A partnership at the national level would entail substantial funding and policy support, yet it could also strip Xinghui of some autonomy. By the time he returned to the company, it was already deep into the night, and Cheng Mo noticed that the office lights were still on. Upon opening the door, he found Cheng Tianhai seated on the sofa in the reception area, holding a document. "Father?" Cheng Mo exclaimed in surprise from the doorway. Cheng Tianhai looked up, the wrinkles on his face deepening under the light. "I heard Meidong's graphics card is making things difficult for you?" Cheng Mo nodded, taking a seat across from his father. "The technical gap is indeed present, but we will catch up. This is a copy of the patent documents for the Meidong P19 Pro graphics card." Cheng Tianhai pushed the papers across the table. "Your sister managed to obtain them. There are several critical design flaws within that might prove useful to you." Cheng Mo's heart raced as he opened the document. These were the core secrets of a competitor worth a fortune. "Did you not promise never to interfere in my company's affairs?" Cheng Mo shot up, his gaze piercing as he met his father's eyes. Cheng Tianhai slowly rose and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his silhouette appearing particularly profound. After a moment of silence, he turned back, the light from outside outlining his resolute figure. In his eyes burned a fierce intensity that Cheng Mo had never witnessed before. 20 years ago, the Cheng Group aspired to enter the semiconductor industry. He spoke, each word laden with the weight of time, striking the quiet air, but was ruthlessly stifled by international giants. Extinguished in its cradle, he paused, his gaze locking onto his son with piercing sharpness. "Now my son wields the knife. I believe you have the opportunity to win back that lost war." Cheng Mo's throat tightened, suddenly at a loss for words. "I will attend the press conference," Cheng Tianhai remarked as he walked towards the door, pausing just before exiting. "Your recent performance has truly surprised me." Once his father departed, Cheng Mo immediately summoned the technical team to work through the night analyzing Meidong's patent documents. At 3 a.m, Zhao Ming burst into the office with excitement. "President Cheng, we discovered a significant design flaw in Meidong's video memory controller. Under high temperatures and loads, data packet loss occurs. How can we optimize our algorithm to exploit this weakness?" Cheng Mo's eyes lit up. "What kind of performance boost can we expect?" "At least 30. While it still won't meet 4K standards, the 2K experience will be considerably smoother. Begin the optimization immediately," Cheng Mo commanded. "Additionally, prepare a comparative testing plan. I want to showcase Meidong's graphics card flaws live at the press conference." As dawn approached, Cheng Mo stood by the office's floor-to-ceiling window, watching the eastern sky brighten. In 5 days, Xinghui Technology would stand under the spotlight of the world's technology arena, subject to scrutiny from the entire industry. Success would firmly establish its reputation, while failure could lead to irreversible consequences. His phone lit up on the desk. It was a message from Suya. "President Cheng, overseas tech media has begun to reprint Taijidian's statement, and the Wall Street Journal just published an article titled, 'Is the Chinese Chip Miracle a Hoax?'" Cheng Mo chose not to respond. Instead, he opened the drawer and retrieved a sample of the Xinghui S1 chip. Bathed in the morning light, the small chip glimmered with a cold, resolute radiance, as if silently proclaiming an impending technological revolution. "In 5 days, the world will remember this name," Cheng Mo murmured softly, clutching the chip tightly in his palm. Chapter 5, The Chip Launch. On the morning of May 20th, the area outside the bird's nest was teeming with people. Despite the press conference being 2 hours away, a long queue had already formed at the entrance. Technology media journalists, industry analysts, fervent fans, and even numerous foreign faces mingled in the crowd, the air thick with a peculiar sense of anticipation. At the center of the arena, a massive circular screen flickered with the logo of Xinghui Technology, the blue-lit XH appearing simple yet imbued with a sci-fi aesthetic. The auditorium, filled to capacity with 80,000 spectators, boasted a front-row VIP section occupied by executives from major technology corporations, government officials, and military representatives. In the central seats, Cheng Mo's parents and sister, Cheng Shui, sat surrounded by an array of cameras from both domestic and international media. Meanwhile, in the backstage lounge, Cheng Mo adjusted his suit and tie. The faint shadows under his eyes hinted at fatigue, yet his gaze was intense and focused. Soon, Mr. Cheng, we have 10 minutes, Suya announced as she entered. Clad in a deep blue professional ensemble, her hair elegantly styled in a bun, exuding an air of competence. The venue was already packed, with even the aisles filled with eager attendees. Cheng Mo nodded, inquiring about the media section. All 300 media outlets are present, including over 40 foreign journalists. Suya replied, handing him a bottle of water. General Lin asked me to remind you that they have identified at least 6 suspicious individuals and have dispatched personnel to monitor them closely. Cheng Mo twisted the cap off the bottle and took a sip, the cool water soothing his frayed nerves. This press conference not only determined the fate of Xinghui Technology, but also bore the hopes of the entire Chinese chip industry. By the way, Suya lowered her voice. Your parents and sister are already here, seated in the second row of the VIP section. The first row is occupied by military and government representatives. Mr. Cheng, we commence in 5 minutes, Suya stated again, entering with a process sheet in hand. All equipment had been tested, and personnel were in position. Cheng Mo inhaled deeply. The moment had finally arrived. Suddenly, the venue lights dimmed, plunging the room into darkness. A spotlight illuminated the center stage as Cheng Mo stepped forward, eschewing a grand entrance or introductory video, standing alone with a microphone in hand. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Cheng Mo. His resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. Over the past 2 weeks, we have been met with numerous doubts. He paced the stage, his tone casual, akin to conversing with friends. The machinery experts claimed 7 nanometers was unattainable. The media asserted we lacked chip expertise, and Wall Street labeled it a deception from Huaxia. He paused, turning towards the large screen to his side. So today, let us begin with the fundamentals. What constitutes a true 7 nanometers chip? The screen transitioned to a 3D animation showcasing the internal architecture of the Xinghui S1 chip. The nanoscale transistors were arranged like a meticulously planned city, with a quantum tunneling control layer flickering in an otherworldly blue light. The audience fell silent, intrigued by what this young CEO would convey next. A week ago, I had an unusually vivid dream, Cheng Mo continued, pausing for effect, a slight smile gracing his lips. I dreamt of transforming from an ordinary game tester into the CEO of a technology company. A few chuckles emerged from the audience, many perceiving it as a humorous opening. Even more astonishing, I found myself possessing knowledge of technologies that seemingly belonged to another era. Cheng Mo approached the edge of the stage, such as the methods for fabricating 7 nanometers process chips. The laughter ceased, and the atmosphere shifted subtly. This marked Cheng Mo's first public acknowledgement of the Transmigrated trope. Of course, you may dismiss my words as fanciful, he shrugged. Thus, today, we shall not delve into stories, but focus solely on the facts. With a snap of his fingers, the circular screen behind him illuminated, presenting a 3D model of a chip. The silver-gray substrate displayed a dense array of transistors resembling a microscopic metropolis. Introducing Xinghui Technology's first mass-produced chip, codenamed 39 Xinghui S1. Cheng Mo's voice crescendoed, and the world's first commercially viable 7 nanometers processor. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience. Is this for real? I hope it's not underwhelming or exaggerated, came the whispers. I checked, and Xinghui Technology was initially Tianhai Gaming Company, which only rebranded a month ago. How could a gaming company venture into technology? As the screen magnified the chip's rotation, it revealed its exquisite X-shaped logo alongside the words made in Huaxia. A cascade of specifications unfurled on the right side. Process, 7 nanometers proprietary XH technology. Clock speed, 45 GHz, overclocked to 50 GHz. Cores, 16, 4 super large cores and 12 large cores. Het, Heimweitu, Gosh, 35 MB. TDP, Stov. Maximum memory support, 100 GB. The audience erupted in gasps. These parameters surpassed any consumer-grade CPU currently available on the market. I know what you're thinking. Parameters can be fabricated. Cheng Mo smiled as he moved to the opposite side of the stage. Therefore, we have prepared a little surprise. From the stage's center, 3 transparent cases ascended, revealing the internal hardware. The first was labeled with the insignia of the Intel i9-11900KS. The second bore the AMD R700X, and the third housed the brand new Xinghui S1 CPU. The identities of Intel and AMD were glaringly obvious, leaving little room for doubt. In the VIP section, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and black-rimmed glasses sat with a sullen expression. He represented Intel in Huaxia. A month prior, He had received a call from headquarters instructing him to attend a small company's press conference, a directive he met with dissatisfaction. How could a domestic startup possibly produce a 7nm chip? This must be a publicity stunt, he mused, aware that while major chip manufacturers had introduced 14 nanometers, they were capable of producing 9nm chips. But a 7nm chip was altogether implausible. It necessitated superior technological prowess. Little did he anticipate that this small company had indeed developed the world's leading CPU, and worse still, they were poised to compare it against their own flagship product. Just by glancing at those specifications, he recognized that their offerings were utterly incomparable. He glanced sideways at the representative from AMD, whose face mirrored his own concern. Live comparison testing, streamed in real time, Cheng gestured. Benchmarking, rendering, gaming, power consumption, an all-encompassing evaluation. Assistant Sue, please select a random audience member to conduct the testing procedure. This unexpected arrangement prompted a round of applause. A bespectacled young man was chosen to ascend the stage, beginning the first test, performance benchmarking. All three monitors began their evaluations simultaneously. The fans of the Intel and AMD computers roared to life, while the cooling fan of the Xinghui S1 computer gradually ramped up to speed. While we await the results, I would like to share a small detail. Cheng pointed to the power consumption monitoring screen. Currently, the Xinghui S1 consumes only 60 of the power used by the other two. As soon as he finished speaking, the test results were revealed. Intel i9-11900KS, 42,000 points. AMD R700X, 38,000 points. Xinghui Technology's Xinghui S1, 126,400 points. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This score was more than 3 times that of its competitors. And what was that about power consumption being reduced so dramatically? The subsequent gaming test was equally jaw-dropping. Under a 1080p scenario, the Xinghui S1 maintained a stable frame rate of 144 FPS, while the other two struggled to stay around 80 FPS, with temperatures rising nearly 20 degrees higher. I know you might suspect some foul play. Cheng indicated for the testing to continue. So let us test the 2K resolution. We will utilize the MediaTek P19 Pro graphics card, and all three computers will swap to the same model. This arrangement was evidently a direct response to MediaTek's earlier statements. The staff swiftly replaced the graphics cards and launched the game Death Stranding for a 2K resolution test. The A Factory's R700X averages 22 frames per second, with a peak of 25 and a minimum of 18. In contrast, the Starry Sky S1 boasts an average of 29 frames, peaking at 30 and a minimum of 28. Once again, the Starry Sky S1 emerges triumphant. However, Cheng notes that the frame rate still fails to surpass 30 FPS, revealing an evident graphics card bottleneck. Meanwhile, many spectators are captivated by the game displayed on the large screen. What game is this? I've never played it, but it looks quite enjoyable. One exclaims, look at the stunning graphics. How can a top-tier graphics card only manage an average of 20 to 30 frames? This game must be exceptionally demanding. The graphics are so high. It's clear why we aren't moving to 4K. Up there, if 2K only achieves 20 to 30 frames, wouldn't 4K turn into a PowerPoint presentation? 1 frame is playable, 2 frames are smooth, 3 frames are esports worthy. It seems we need a better graphics card. Cheng casually remarks. Yet he is resolute in his determination to resolve this issue promptly. Rendering is typically a weakness for most CPUs, often handled by the GPU. Thus, let us continue with rendering tests using the CPU's integrated graphics. Unsurprisingly, the Starry Sky S1 remains in the lead, still far ahead of its competitors. After an extensive discussion, Cheng feels parched. All right, we will take a 15-minute intermission. During this time, everyone is welcome to experience the exhibits nearby. Thank you all. Once off stage, the large screen begins displaying the specifications of the Starry Sky S1 chip. Half of the audience remains seated, predominantly comprising smartphone and tablet manufacturers, until the screen showcases the mobile version, the Starry Sky M1 chip. Don't miss it. They hastily gather at the exhibit, quickly forming an impenetrable crowd. One digital blogger raises a phone holder high, streaming the spectacle to viewers who express their astonishment. So many people. Good thing I didn't go. I might have been crushed. Hey, upstairs. Just because we're women doesn't mean we can't enjoy tech products. One sister remarks, what's the big deal? It's not that serious. Don't drop the host's phone. We still want to see the exhibit. Another interjects. In the backstage area, Cheng sits in a studio, placing his cup down and watching the live stream on his phone. Chapter 6, A Storm in the Palm. The brief 15-minute intermission feels like an eternity for the 80,000 spectators within the bird's nest. The exhibit area is bustling, the experience zone packed to the brim. each face radiating disbelief and excitement. The barrage of comments in the live stream never ceases, with countless viewers urging, "Let us get started. I have tissues and water ready." We mobile gamers are not falling behind. Where's the mobile chip? Mr. Cheng, hurry. In the backstage, Cheng Mo quickly sips some water, scanning the real-time monitoring screens. Taking in the enthusiastic scene at the exhibit, the content smiles of parents in the VIP area, his sister Cheng Shui quietly conversing with a government official, and the grim expressions of foreign chip manufacturers. "Mr. Cheng, it's time for the second half of the conference," Suya gently reminds him. Cheng Mo takes a deep breath, adjusts his collar, and dons a confident smile before striding toward the stage entrance. The lights refocus, and Cheng Mo reappears at the center of the stage, greeted by an even more fervent applause and cheers than at the beginning. It seems everyone had a good rest and is full of energy. Cheng Montauk beams, waving to the audience, his relaxed tone immediately bridging the distance. In the first half, we witnessed the performance leap of the desktop processor, the Starry Sky S1. Yet, the vast cosmos of technology extends far beyond the confines of a desktop. The voyage of Starlight lies within the palm of our hands. As he finishes, the colossal circular screen suddenly illuminates, the image freezing on a more compact, exquisite chip that emanates a cold, technological sheen. On the silver-gray substrate, the prominent X logo gleams brightly, with Starry Sky M1 clearly labeled beneath. Now, allow me to formally introduce to the world the flagship processor of Starry Sky Technology, S mobile platform, designed for smartphones, tablets, and the infinite possibilities of future mobile devices. The Starry Sky M1, a Chinese chip that shines in your palm. Cheng Mo's voice resonates with steadiness and power. A massive list of specifications unfolds beside the chip, resembling a proclamation. Process, 7 nanometers XH proprietary technology, same origin as S1. CPU, 8-core architecture. 4X Starry Sky Tian Shu ultra-large cores with a peak frequency of 39 GHz. Emphasizing performance limits. 4X Starry Sky Tian Xian performance cores with a 30 GHz efficient ratio. Cache, 15 megabytes intelligent shared cache, top-tier mobile configuration. GPU, Starry Sky Xingmang Lite integrated. AI, NPU, Starry Sky self-developed neural network acceleration. Memory support, LPDDR5X 8533 megabits per second. Integrated baseband, Starry Sky self-developed 5G modem. Upon unveiling these parameters, a wave of gasps ripples through the audience once more, particularly the unprecedented peak frequency of 39 GHz and a substantial 15 megabytes cache for a mobile device. Following the established protocol, Cheng Mo smiles. "Let's run some benchmarks." Immediately, the screen displays a comparison chart from Geekbench 6, Starry Sky M1 engineering sample versus current flagship mobile chip, codenamed Xiaolong. Single core score, 2,980 versus 1950. Multi-core score, 12,800 versus 5,800. Leading by over 50 in single core and over 120 in multi-core. Wow! The widespread adoption of mobile devices amplifies the impact of these figures, even surpassing some desktop CPUs. The entire bird's nest erupts in excitement. The live stream comments explode. Mobile CPU over 39G? Unbelievable. This multi-core must be a cheat. Chinese smartphones are about to take off. Mr. Cheng, you're amazing. In the VIP area, eyes brighten among leaders like Mr. Huawei and Mr. Lei from Mijia, their bodies instinctively leaning forward. Conversely, Chen Mingyuan from Intel wears an increasingly grim expression, while the representative from a factory beside him furrows his brow tightly. Just as the applause begins to wane and Cheng Mo prepares to delve into the architectural details of the M1, a sudden voice emerges through the microphone handed by a staff member, resonating from the front row of the VIP area, laced with evident skepticism and a hint of arrogance. "Mr. Cheng, congratulations on Starry Sky's impressive achievements." The speaker is Chun Mingyuan, the general agent for Intel in Huaxia. He rises, forcing a semblance of smile, but his gaze remains sharp. "However, as an industry insider, I have a technical question that I believe many colleagues and media friends present are also concerned about." The audience falls silent, all cameras turning toward Chun Mingyuan. The barrage in the live stream shifts dramatically. Here it comes. The troublemaker is here. Intel can't sit still. Let us get ready for a showdown. Clearing his throat, Chun Mingyuan speaks with a professional tone. The parameters of the M1 that Mr. Cheng presented, especially the astonishing frequency of 39 GHz and the 15 megabytes cache, are indeed remarkable in the mobile sector. It is well acknowledged that the fundamental challenge of mobile platforms lies in the delicate equilibrium between performance, power consumption, and heat generation, a trifecta of paramount importance. While such audacious parameter settings are not beyond our capabilities at Intel, we have opted for a more prudent approach, guided by our commitment to user experience. I would like to pose a question to President Cheng. How does Xinghui ensure that the phone does not transform into a mere hand warmer under such high frequencies and substantial cache? Is the actual sustained performance and efficiency ratio truly as splendid as the benchmark score suggests, or is this merely another exhibition under laboratory conditions? His inquiries are incisive, targeting the core pain points of mobile chips, power consumption, and heat management. Voices in support of Intel emerged both on-site and online. Excellent question, President Cheng. What uses high benchmark scores if throttling due to overheating is the reality? Indeed, one must not only consider peak performance, but also sustained capabilities. The camera shifted to Cheng Mo, who exhibited no signs of fluster, instead revealing a knowing smile, as if anticipating such a question. Thank you for your insightful inquiry. President Cheng Mo placed particular emphasis on the word insightful, eliciting a light chuckle from the audience. You have mentioned user experience, as well as the balance between performance, power consumption, and heat. These are indeed the core principles underlying the design of the Xinghui M1. The key to achieving this balance lies not only in our unparalleled global advantage of the 7nm XH process that enhances energy efficiency, but also in a feature I have yet to elaborate on. Nestled within the M1, the intelligent core. As Cheng Mo continued, his tone shifted to one of fervor and confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the Xinghui M1 is not merely a formidable CPU. It is a wise chip equipped with a globally leading AI neural network acceleration engine, NPU. This is our innovative Xinghui NPU. The large screen suddenly transitioned, focusing on the central region of the M1 chip architecture diagram. An intricately complex and meticulously structured area was highlighted, with numerous lines representing data streams darting through. The Xinghui NPU boasts an independent local AI computing power of up to 128 TOPS, trillions of operations per second. Cheng Mo's voice resonated like thunder. It is not just a simple coprocessor. It is deeply integrated into every computational unit of the M1, capable of real-time, intelligent coordination of CPU resource allocation and dynamic optimization of task loads. He gestured towards the screen. One of the core values of Xinghui NPU is its revolutionary management of intelligent power consumption and performance. The demonstration commenced. 1. Scene 1. High-load gaming. The screen displayed a phone powered by the M1 running the mobile version of Death Stranding in 1K quality. As the load on the CPU's integrated graphics area increased and the visuals became complex, the Xinghui NPU intervened instantly, intelligently analyzing the visual elements. It performed AI-driven low-power rendering optimization on non-focal areas, such as distant scenery and static backgrounds, while precisely reallocating CPU resources to the physical computations and user interactions that demanded high frame rates. The result, the game maintained a steady frame rate of 30 frames per second, with overall power consumption reduced by 35 compared to traditional solutions, and the temperature sensor indicated only a mild warmth. Can I really play games on my phone, brothers? I declare, mobile gaming has risen. Tears of joy. 2. Scene 2. Multitasking. The phone simultaneously recorded 4K video, downloaded large files, played background music, and pushed notifications from social media. Traditional chips floundered, with noticeable stuttering and soaring power consumption. Yet the Xinghui NPU acted like a wise steward, swiftly identifying the priority and resource requirements of each task, intelligently distributing bandwidth, scheduling cores, and managing caches, ensuring smooth recording in the foreground, efficient downloads in the background, timely notifications, and lossless music playback. The entire process was silk smooth, with power consumption reduced by 40. 3. Scene 3. Everyday use. In light load scenarios, such as browsing the web or watching videos, the Xinghui NPU could deeply sense user habits, such as scrolling speed and dwell time, intelligently predicting the next action, preemptively waking or shutting down cores, thereby squeezing power consumption to its limits and significantly extending battery life. This, indeed, is the ultimate secret behind the Xinghui M1's ability to achieve ultra-high clock speeds and formidable performance while maintaining top-tier energy efficiency and low temperatures. Cheng Mo's voice was resolute. We dare to boast our peak performance. Our sustained performance is even stronger, and our energy efficiency ratio is unmatched. The Xinghui NPU is the mightiest spear shattering the iron triangle of performance, power consumption, and heat. As the demonstration concluded, silence enveloped the room. soon followed by a thunderous applause, more fervent than any prior. Wow, AI managing power consumption. A 128 TOPS NPU on mobile devices? This is utterly sci-fi. The real black technology is right here. President Cheng has kept a significant card up his sleeve. The visage of Intel was metaphorically ground into the dirt. Cheng Montak remarked, "President Cheng, do you have any further professional inquiries?" Smirking, the live stream's comments erupted, flooded with praises for the NPU. President Cheng is magnificent. Intelligent dimension reduction strike. Meanwhile, Intel's representatives were left bewildered, questioning their very existence. In the VIP area, Chan Mingyuan's complexion turned pale as he slumped back into his seat, wishing for a crevice to escape the piercing gazes of the cameras and those around him. The representative from company and next to him fell into a complete silence, their eyes reflecting deep shock and trepidation. Leaders such as Wei Yu and Lei Mi exchanged excited glances, having glimpsed the terrifying ecological potential behind the M1 chip, which would utterly redefine the rules of the mobile smart device arena. Cheng Mo's gaze swept towards Chan Mingyuan, devoid of mockery, only exuding a serene confidence. President Chen's question is indeed excellent. It precisely unveils the true core competitive edge of the Xinghui M1, intelligent computing power. This is not a laboratory showcase. It is the inherent capability bestowed by the Xinghui M1 to every device. Cheng Mo did not afford his adversaries a moment of respite. Swiftly elaborating on the M1's outstanding performance in image AI processing, real-time, 4K HDR video background blurring, multi-lens computational photography, local AI voice assistant response speed, and secure biometric recognition, each aspect rendered immensely powerful and efficient due to the presence of the Xinghui NPU. Finally, the screen froze on the slogan redefining mobile intelligence. The Xinghui M1 will empower the next generation of mobile terminals, bringing forth an unprecedented intelligent experience. Cheng Mo's voice resonated with vigor. The first flagship smartphones equipped with the Xinghui M1 will be officially launched by our close partners in the fourth quarter of this year. Stay tuned. He performed a slight bow, his face adorned with a characteristic, somewhat mischievous smile. This concludes today's launch event. Thank you for joining us this splendid afternoon to witness the stellar voyage of Xinghui Technology. Perhaps at our next conference, we might discuss how to make computer games run at full 2K 60 frames per second on mobile devices. Who knows? This humorous conclusion sparked laughter and even more fervent applause throughout the venue. The lights gradually dimmed, and a background score filled with a sense of futurism and accomplishment played as Cheng Mo exited amidst the applause. Although the event had concluded, the enthusiasm inside and outside the bird's nest lingered. The audience lingered, fervently discussing the astonishing performances of the S1 and M1, particularly the stunning impact of the Xinghui NPU. Media reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, hastened towards the backstage passage, intent on cornering Cheng Mo. President Cheng, please elaborate on the specific architecture of the Xinghui NPU. President Cheng, has Starshine considered opening up NPU technology licensing? Mr. Cheng, how do you evaluate the inquiries posed by the representative from Intel? Mr. Cheng, will the Meton graphics card become Starshine's next target? Mr. Cheng, you mentioned the 4K games at the next press conference. Does this imply that Starshine is developing graphics cards? Under the vigorous protection of Suya and security personnel, Cheng Mo struggled through the throngs of the media. He maintained a smile, offering only brief responses to most inquiries. Thank you for your attention. For specific information, please refer to Starshine's official announcements. Our focus lies on technological innovation, and enhancing user experience is our sole objective. As he finally extricated himself from the crowd and settled into the waiting car, a hint of fatigue crossed his face, yet his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. He retrieved his phone, where encrypted messages from Lin Weigua danced across the screen. Well done. The guests have confirmed their entry. The hunt is on. Please ensure safety. Cheng Mo glanced out the window at the illuminated metropolis, where the flickering neon lights seemed to conceal countless greedy or vigilant eyes. The brilliance of Starshine had already illuminated the world, yet was accompanied not only by adulation and collaboration, but also by surging undercurrents and looming crises. He clenched his fists, a smirk of a challenger playing at the corners of his mouth. The feast had concluded, the hunt was beginning, and Starshine's journey had merely taken its first step. He accessed the system interface, gazing at the 300 million price tag of the 5nm GPU technology icon. The next technological pinnacle was calling. Chapter 7, Undercurrents Surging. The dazzling lights of the bird's nest gradually dimmed, Yet the storm stirred by Starshine Technology was only just beginning to sweep across the globe. Cheng found himself enveloped by an ecstatic crowd in the backstage area. Members from the technology team, marketing department, public relations team, and even military personnel disguised as staff. All wore expressions brimming with disbelief and pride. Xia endeavored to maintain order, her voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Mr. Cheng, the backstage phone lines are overwhelmed. Media, partners, and investment institutions are all online waiting. Cheng took a deep breath, suppressing the tempest of emotions within his chest, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Everyone has worked hard, but this is just the beginning. The technology team immediately review all presentation data to ensure everything is flawless. Marketing and public relations respond to the media as per the plan. Xia, please filter the most critical calls. We will return them in half an hour. His calm demeanor and methodical approach quickly inspired those around him. After a brief period of chaos, the team operated with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, inside and outside the bird's nest, and indeed throughout the vast expanse of the internet, a frenzy of celebration and intense discussion had already erupted. Almost the very minute the press conference concluded. Headlines from major news outlets around the world were dominated by the same event. Huaxing News. Starshine Technology unveils the world's first 7nm processor, Starshine, shattering conventional performance perceptions. Hua Country Semiconductor achieves a historic breakthrough. Global Times. Starshine shocks the world. Hua Country's 7nm Starshine chip breaks industry benchmarks. BBC Technology headline. A leap for Hua Country's chips. Starshine claims world-leading 7nm processor. Skepticism remains in the industry, but astonishment prevails. The Wall Street Journal. Silicon Valley shockwaves. Hua Country startup claims quantum leap in chip technology. Competitor stock prices plummet. Accompanied by a stark K-line chart illustrating the dramatic decline of stocks for companies such as Intel, AMD, Metong, Apple, and TSMC. Bloomberg. PPT chips come to fruition. Starshine's presentation sends shockwaves through the global tech community. Reuters reports geopolitical tremors. Hua Country's chip breakthrough challenges U.S. technological dominance. Social media platforms were utterly inundated with keywords such as Starshine, Starshine, 7nm, and Huaxia chips. On Weibo's trending list, Starshine dominated 7 of the top 10 entries. Starshine press conference achieves divine status. NPU domestically developed technology. Starshine S1 performance monster. Starshine M1 smartphone set to soar. Does Intel feel the sting? Mr. Cheng, Hua Country's technological rise. TSMC and Samsung hold urgent meetings overnight. Tech bloggers on platforms like Bilibili, Douyin, and YouTube rush to upload analysis videos, dissecting every detail of the press conference frame by frame. Especially the impressive performance comparisons and the stunning display of the Death Stranding demo, which turned the comments section into a sea of jubilation. Tear-jerking. A once-in-a-lifetime series. Mr. Cheng, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm speaking about all those present. CPU, NPU technology. They're all trash. Huawei, Mijia, Nubia, Asus. Hurry up. Whoever launches the M1 first, I'll buy out their stock. The Wall Street is struggling to suppress the coffin lid of Hua Country Technology. The conference room of Starshine Technology had never been so resplendent nor so overcrowded. Cheng had just concluded a brief conversation with General Lin Weigua, who expressed great satisfaction with the presentation's impact and reiterated the importance of reinforcing confidentiality and security. He was then informed by Suya that several leaders or core decision-makers from top domestic mobile phone and PC manufacturers had arrived uninvited, directly blocking the company's entrance. Mr. Cheng, you from Huawei, Lei from Mijia, and I from Nubia, and Shun from Asus are all here, along with representatives from several heavyweight PC manufacturers and system integrators. Suya spoke rapidly, her face a mixture of helplessness and excitement. They said they wouldn't leave without seeing you. Cheng rubbed his temples. While he anticipated this, the pressure was palpable. He straightened his attire and made his way to the largest conference room. Upon opening the door, an invisible yet fiercely competitive atmosphere enveloped him. The domestic technology hardware sector's elite were gathered here, and despite their outwardly congratulatory smiles, the urgency and determination in their eyes were impossible to conceal. Mr. Cheng, congratulations. A monumental success. Lei from Mijia was the first to rise, extending his hand with an irresistible smile that bore a hint of imploring sincerity. We at Mijia are wholeheartedly committed to collaborating on the Starshine M1, offering the most flexible terms. Flagship model debut, full channel resource allocation. Price is negotiable. Lei was quick to act. You from Huawei spoke with steadiness yet a firm tone. Mr. Cheng, Huawei's expertise in communications, imaging, and foundational optimization will surely unleash the full potential of the Startian M1. We're not only discussing smartphones. We can deeply integrate tablets, laptops, and even future smart screen ecosystems. His words hinted at Huawei's more comprehensive ecological advantages. The CEO of Nubia immediately chimed in. Mr. Cheng, Nubia excels in the gaming smartphone sector. The powerful CPU and GPU capabilities of the Startian M1, combined with our cooling and tuning, are a match made in heaven. We are destined to create the true king of gaming performance. Shun, representing the PC camp, voiced, Mr. Cheng, the performance of the Startian S1 on the desktop is simply breathtaking. Huawei's brand strength in high-end motherboards, system design, and gaming laptops makes us the ideal partner for Starshine's entry into the PC market. We are willing to open our most crucial R&D resources for joint optimization. Other representatives also chimed in, presenting various attractive offers, prepayment ratios, joint R&D centers, shared marketing expenses, and even intentions for equity collaboration, transforming the conference room into a heated bidding arena. Cheng Mo sat at the head, calmly listening to each party's presentations. He understood that whoever secured the chip first would gain an overwhelming advantage in the forthcoming market competition. He needed to strike a balance, selecting the most capable partners who could maximize the chip's value while avoiding premature commitments to a single manufacturer that might constrain future growth. Thank you all for your unwavering support and trust in Xinghui. Cheng Mo raised his hand, signaling for silence. The success of the Xinghuan S1 and M1 is inextricably linked to the support of the entire industry chain. Xinghui adheres to an ethos of open collaboration. Our team will engage in detailed, one-on-one business discussions with each of you within a week regarding the specific cooperation details, including capacity allocation, pricing structures, and technical integration. I assure you that Xinghui will facilitate the swift service of this Huawei chip to a vast user base in the most equitable and efficient manner. His statement instilled hope while refraining from immediate commitments, postponing specific negotiations, and granting himself invaluable breathing space. Although several executives felt a pang of discontent, they recognized this as the most prudent approach, agreeing on times for subsequent communication and departing with both anticipation and the weight of competitive pressure. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, at the epicenter of a brewing storm, an entirely different sentiment was unfolding. In the capital of the beautiful nation, Washington, D.C., within a confidential meeting room in the West Wing of the White House, the atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung dry. The Director of National Intelligence, the Secretary of Commerce, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and executives from giants such as Intel and Boeing gathered around a table. A colossal screen displayed critical moments from the Xinghui press conference, performance comparison data, close-ups of the chips, and Cheng Mo's confident visage. Gentlemen, this is not merely a technological gap. It is a generational chasm. It spells disaster. The Deputy Secretary of Defense spoke in a grave tone. The capabilities demonstrated by the Xinghuan chip, particularly its AI and NPU, hold immeasurable potential for military applications. We must immediately assess its threat level to national security. The Secretary of Commerce's face turned ashen. I have instructed a comprehensive review of Xinghui Technology. According to our intelligence, their technological sources are highly dubious, likely involving coerced technology transfers or widespread intellectual property theft. I recommend we immediately place them on the entity list, cutting off any channels for acquiring American technology, software, and equipment. The CEO of Intel furrowed his brow. The entity list is necessary, but it may not be swift enough. They are operating on a 7 nanometers process, while we are still struggling with 9 nanometers. This is not merely a sanction. We require more aggressive industrial policy support. Congress must pass additional funding for the CHIPS and Science Act. Immediately. Right now. An urgent conspiracy to stifle Xinghui Technology and safeguard American technological supremacy unfolded amidst the heavy atmosphere. Sanctions, technological blockades, diplomatic pressure, and even darker means were laid on the table. In the capital of the Stick Nation, at the headquarters of Umbrella Star Electronics, the atmosphere in the brightly lit strategic conference room was equally oppressive. The head of Samsung Semiconductor was perspiring profusely, having just reported the technical team's preliminary analysis of the data from the Xinghui press conference. In summary, the 7 nanometers process parameters and transistor density claimed by Xinghui are theoretically feasible. The specialized architectural technology involved is an entirely unfamiliar domain for us. The performance gap is generational. His voice was strained. The actual controller of Umbrella Star Group, Li Jaeyong, wore a countenance as dark as water. Generational? We have invested hundreds of billions. And TSMC is still ahead of us. Now a startup from Huagua claims to be 2 generations ahead of us? He slammed the table. Investigate. Spare no effort to uncover the source of their technology. Equipment? Materials? Talent? Dig 3 feet into the ground for me. Furthermore, immediately initiate urgent communication with Huagua's smartphone manufacturers. We cannot fall behind Huawei and Xiaomi on the M1 collaboration. Panic and resentment began to permeate Samsung's ranks. Their proud semiconductor empire was facing unprecedented challenges. In a land of the rising sun, at a clandestine venue in Tokyo, several impeccably attired representatives from Japanese conglomerates and semiconductor materials giants, such as Shin-Etsu Chemical and JSR, were engaged in hushed discussions. With high-resolution images of the Xinghui chip and limited parameter reports laid out on the table, is EUV-grade photoresist the key to breaking through 7 nanometers? One asked in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. According to our channels, it seems Xinghui has circumvented certain bottlenecks of traditional EUV lithography, which is frightening. Another replied gravely, our advantages lie in materials and precision equipment. But if their technological route does not require top-tier EUV, we must ascertain this. If their process reduces reliance on existing top-tier materials, the blow to us will be catastrophic. The intelligence department needs to mobilize, targeting the core process details and material supply chain of Xinghui. A tapestry of anxiety and covetousness interwove, as Xinghui's success threatened not only chip design, but could also undermine Japan's dominance in the semiconductor material sector. As night fell over the bustling capital, the echoes of the press conference still reverberating, an unseen tide began to stir beneath the surface of the city's facade of prosperity and vibrancy. In a luxurious hotel suite, the curtains drawn tight, a group of men of various nationalities sat around a computer, their screens displaying intricate network topologies and encrypted communication interfaces. They were a commercial intelligence team, heavily funded by international chip giants, or more accurately, industrial spies. Their target, the Research and Development Center of Xinghui Technology, particularly the original code and design documents of the Xinghui NPU architecture. The leader, a Western man, spoke coldly. The janitor is in position, continuing surveillance, waiting for the right moment to act. The carrier is responsible for delivery. We have only one chance. It must succeed. The risk is high, but the value is even greater, an Asian face reminded them. The price our employer has offered is worth the risk. Execute the plan. Outside the Xinghui Technology building, in an inconspicuous black sedan, Major General Lin Weigua, dressed in civilian attire, monitored several surveillance screens displaying real-time footage of key entrances and surrounding streets of the Xinghui building. The fox's tail has been revealed, he whispered into his earpiece. Team A, Team B, keep a close watch on those tourists and business people. Team C, focus on monitoring the cleaning service company at the RD Center, particularly that new hire, Old Wong. Be cautious, the other side may be skilled. Until we have concrete evidence, do not alert them. We need to catch them red-handed. Yes, sir. An invisible battle of offense and defense quietly unfolded in the stillness of the night. Xinghui's core technology had become the coveted prize of many, and its guardianship rested not only with Cheng Mo and his team, but also with the formidable power of the nation behind them. In the office of the president of Xinghui Technology, the clamor had subsided. Cheng Mo stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the myriad lights of the city. His phone buzzed with a flurry of collaboration intentions and media interview requests compiled by Suya. The unprecedented success of the press conference brought immense prestige and potential gains, but also summoned forth a fiercer storm and more ravenous wolves. The road ahead was bound to be fraught with challenges. He picked up the Xinghui S1 sample that glimmered even more brightly after the press conference, feeling its cool metallic touch and precise edges with his fingertips. After the press conference, how many will falter? Cheng Mo murmured to himself, his eyes alight with a calm, yet resolute gleam. Come, let me see how many phantoms and specters this world truly harbors. He turned and walked towards the mountain of documents and collaboration drafts. A new battle had only just begun. Chapter 8. The Spark Ignites the Prairie. The global tremors triggered by the Xinghui Technology press conference had yet to subside, and a contest for the Xinghui chip had quietly commenced at the market's end. The brand new 7nm XH production line of Xinghui Technology, akin to a hungry infant, despite its astonishing technology, could not meet market demands in the short term. Cheng Mo and his team, after meticulous calculations and extensive discussions, ultimately finalized the pricing and distribution plan for the first batch of shipments. Subsequently, Xinghui Technology's official channels disseminated an announcement on Weibo, Xiaopozen, and Douyin. The price for the mobile CPU, Xingchuan M1, is set at 900 Huaxia coins. With an initial release of 2 million units, currently limited to domestic manufacturers, we extend our gratitude to major domestic enterprises such as Huawei and Xiaomi for their robust support. Why are there only 2 million units? It is indeed too few. One wonders if it will be possible to secure an M1 phone. Truly, Cheng is impressive. Currently restricted to domestic partnerships. How commanding. It remains uncertain how the phones equipped with the M1 CPU will perform. Those above need not worry excessively. As long as the new phone's other components do not falter, it should be perfectly satisfactory. Look, both Huawei and Xiaomi have responded. Huawei's official statement. The sincere pricing of 900 Huaxia coins marks a pivotal step towards the widespread adoption of high-performance domestic CPUs. 600,000 units of the Xingchuan M1 have been perfectly received, and Huawei has commenced the simultaneous development of smartphones featuring the Xingchuan M1. Xinghui Technology, collaborating to create a shared future. Accompanied by visuals, technology ahead of the curve. Xiaomi, we express our gratitude to Xinghui Technology for providing us with the pinnacle of mobile CPUs. The M1 500,000 CPUs have been allocated for our new flagship devices. Raising our anticipation. We at Mi Home exist for the enthusiasts. OP Factory, the advantages of the 500,000 Xingchuan M1 CPUs in imaging, AI, and energy efficiency will be flawlessly integrated into our Find X series, which emphasizes imaging and design. The remaining 400,000 units will be distributed among manufacturers such as V Factory and Nubia, primarily for their flagship products, ensuring they remain competitive in the high-end market. Upon the announcement of this allocation plan, reactions varied among firms. Those fortunate enough to secure large orders, such as Huawei, Xiaomi, and OP, were naturally filled with ambition, accelerating their new device development. Conversely, manufacturers with smaller shares intensified their public relations efforts and negotiations for subsequent orders. Meanwhile, numerous second- and third-tier brands and overseas firms could only lament their predicament, anxiously awaiting the next round of allocations once production capacity increased. The scarcity of the Xingchuan M1 inadvertently elevated its market status and consumer expectations. In contrast, the desktop CPU, Xingchuan S1, is priced at 500 Huaxia coins. Unlike its mobile counterpart, the S1 faces challenges beyond mere production capacity. It also contends with ecological barriers. A powerful CPU necessitates compatible motherboards, chipsets, power supply, interfaces, optimized BIOS, stable memory support, and effective cooling solutions. For ordinary consumers accustomed to plug-and-play convenience, this presents a daunting threshold. Thus, Cheng MO's strategy is clear: to primarily target system integrators, SIs, and original equipment manufacturers, OEMs. Huaxia, as a titan in the motherboard and complete system sector, capitalized on its ROG brand's prestige and formidable R&D capabilities, securing the largest share of the initial S1 chips. They swiftly introduced the new ROG Maximus SX10 Dark Hero Xingchuan Special Edition motherboard, meticulously optimizing power delivery, cooling, and overclocking potential for the S1. Qikaiong, another prominent domestic car manufacturer, did not lag behind, promptly announcing its flagship iGame SX10 Vulcan series motherboard tailored for the Xingchuan S1, emphasizing stability and cost-effectiveness. International car giants such as SM Star and Jijia quickly followed suit, launching motherboard models compatible with the S1. Brands like Meixiong, Hongji, Leisheng, and Jixia Revolution unveiled high-performance gaming desktops and designer workstations equipped with the Xingchuan S1, covering a spectrum from entry-level to flagship models. For individual consumers wishing to purchase an S1 CPU for assembly, it was nearly impossible in the early stages. The retail pages for the S1 on Xinghui's official website and major e-commerce platforms remained perpetually in pre-order or out-of-stock status, with any limited availability selling out in an instant. This sense of scarcity, fueled by prioritizing OEM and SI supply, simultaneously reinforced the S1's allure and premium image. For the average user to experience the charm of Xingchuan, the most feasible route was to acquire pre-assembled brand machines. Just as the Xingchuan S1 became a coveted item in the retail market, primarily known through high-end machines and word of mouth among enthusiasts, an opportunity arose that ignited the enthusiasm of ordinary consumers for this legendary CPU, propelling it to a revered status among the masses. This opportunity emerged from the top-tier tech influencer on Bilibili, Geek Panda, whose real name is Zhang Wei. With his rigorous testing, incisive commentary, and relatable style, he boasts millions of followers. He consistently obtains the latest and most sought-after hardware for evaluation, enjoying immense credibility within the gaming community. Following the launch event, countless fans flooded Geek Panda's comment section. Panda Brother, test the Xinghui S1. Please, get an S1 to review. I'll perish without an S1 review. Finally, 1 week post-launch, Geek Panda released a sensational video titled, The First Unboxing Online? Deep Dive Experience with a Shua ROG Xinghui S1 system. Can a 500 CPU truly outperform the British brands? While the title was sensational, it precisely struck at the heart of everyone's concerns. Retail availability was non-existent. What was the actual performance of the pre-built systems? Would the faith in Asus ROG and the legendary aura of the Xinghui S1 justify its value? At the video's outset, Geek Panda donned his signature panda headpiece, his tone tinged with jest and anticipation. Brothers, after much clamoring, it's finally here. To procure this ROG system featuring the famed Xinghui S1, I had to pull a few strings, nearly pledging my panda skin. Without further ado, let us get started. The camera focused on the Shua ROG starry case, with a massive ROG logo and the Xinghui Technology collaboration emblem gleaming brightly. Upon opening the tempered glass side panel, the neatly arranged cables, the ROG 1200W Platinum fully modular power supply, ROG 360 liquid cooling, and most crucially, the S1 CPU installed on the ROG Maximus SX10 Dark Hero Xinghui motherboard came into view. Geek Panda carefully zoomed in for a close-up of the CPU. Look, this is the legendary 7nm CPU, S1. Brothers, the quality is palpable. He pointed to the CPU's heat spreader. This thermal cover, according to official documentation, is made from a special liquid metal composite material, boasting exceptional thermal conductivity. The central X emblem is intricately sculpted, with edges sharp enough to serve as blades. The inscription below, Huaxia Chip Xinghui Intelligence, fills me with pride. He showcased the motherboard's details, robust cooling armor, a 202-phase digital power supply specifically optimized for the S1, DRMOS, PCI 50 slots, and BIOS settings tailored for the S1, including Xinghui mode and overclocking options. Huaxia truly invested significantly. Merely gazing at this motherboard is enough to make one salivate. The assembly process proceeded smoothly, achieving a successful first boot. Once in the system, Geek Panda commenced his traditional performance benchmarking. The CPU's single-core score soared to 780, while the multi-core exceeded 12,000. It effortlessly outperformed the comparative i9 flagship CPU, single-core, 650, multi-core, 10,500. The Cinebench R23 multi-core score reached an astonishing 48,600 points. Not only did it surpass the 30,000 mark with ease, but it also left the i9's 28,000 points far behind. The single-core performance boasted a terrifying score of 2,200. Brothers, look at these scores. At the press conference, President Cheng proclaimed that they lead by more than twofold, truly not deceiving me. The voice of the Panda was filled with exhilaration. The 3D Mark CPU profile boasted an unparalleled maximum thread score. IDA 64 FPU single stress test. Now, this is the main event. As the FPU stress test commenced, all attendees held their breath, eagerly awaiting the legendary warm-up treasure to make its appearance. However, under the restraint of the 360 water cooling system, the S1's power consumption stabilized around 180 W, far below its nominal peak power potential, with core temperatures firmly maintained below 75 degrees Celsius. The fan noise was also remarkably subdued. Did you see that? Did you see that? This temperature control, this energy efficiency. Intel and AMD, take note. Who says high performance must equate to high heat and noise? The Panda pounded the table, excitement brimming over. During the gaming test segment, the Panda selected hardware-intensive titles such as PUBG Mobile, Island, and Cyberpunk 2077, 2K, maximum settings. Thanks to the game's optimization for the S1, PUBG Mobile achieved a stable frame rate of 75 to 80 frames per second at 2K resolution and maximum quality, paired with NVIDIA's latest flagship, the 3090, rendering a silky, smooth experience. With complex scene loading nearly imperceptible, this gaming experience is phenomenal. The scenery enthusiasts were ecstatic. In Island, with extreme ray tracing enabled at 2K quality, even the RTX 3090 struggled, with frame rates fluctuating between 40 and 55 frames per second. Yet the Panda specifically pointed out, look at the CPU usage. The S1 is utilizing less than 40 The bottleneck is entirely on the graphics card. President Cheng, the graphics card. We need a more powerful graphics card. Addressing the camera. In Cyberpunk 2077, similarly, the S1 exhibited extremely low CPU usage, with game frame rates consistently above 90 frames per second, 2K maximum, once again revealing the GPU as the bottleneck. Throughout the testing process, the Panda continuously switched to background monitoring. Look at this power consumption. Look at this temperature. Brothers, under such intense gaming conditions, the CPU power consumption hovered around 100 to 120 W, with temperatures just above 70 degrees. Cooler than any flagship CPU I have previously tested. ASUS's cooling solution and motherboard power delivery are remarkably stable. As the video drew to a close, the Geek Panda removed his headpiece, revealing only his chin, and, with a serious and earnest expression, declared, "Brothers, after this round of in-depth experience, I can responsibly say, the Starry S1 is, at this price point, not an exaggeration. It is an unprecedented performance monster in this performance tier. Its performance, especially in multi-core capabilities, is the pinnacle of consumer-grade desktop CPUs. Its energy efficiency and temperature control leave competitors far behind. Paired with ASUS's top-tier motherboard, there is immense overclocking potential in subsequent videos. He managed a simple overclock to a stable all-core 5. Of course, it is currently quite challenging to purchase a standalone CPU, primarily relying on complete systems. This ROG complete system is rather pricey. He displayed the price, nearly $20,000, but considering the faith and craftsmanship behind ROG, along with the absolute prowess of the S1, I believe it is worth this price for enthusiasts pursuing extreme performance, stability, and unique experiences. Finally, he addressed the camera with unwavering resolve. The Starry S1 is worthy of the title of a godly CPU. Cheng Montauk, impressive. Huawei chips, impressive. The Geek Panda's in-depth review video, lasting 45 minutes, was akin to pouring a ladle of boiling oil into an already bubbling pot. It exploded instantly on the small platform. Within just 2 hours of its release, the view count surpassed 5 million. The barrage of comments completely obscured the screen, all echoing sentiments of, "Wow, this is incredible. Godly CPU. My next CPU is here. Huawei chips are rising. President Cheng is amazing. I'm in awe." Seeking purchase links. The graphics card is lagging behind. The coin likes and favorites surged exponentially, swiftly ascending to the top of the platform's leaderboard. The entire internet fervently shared. The video was rapidly reposted to Weibo, Douyin, Tieba, and various other major platforms. Related topics such as Geek Panda Starry S1, Godly CPU Starry S1, and ASUS's Starry Complete System surged back into trending searches. Media followed suit with reports. Tech outlets clamored with titles like "Practical Testing Elevates It to Divinity." Geek Panda certifies Starry S1 as truly godly. A performance monster at 2,500 yuan, graphics card becomes the biggest weakness, further amplifying its impact. E-commerce searches skyrocketed. Search volumes for Starry S1 and ASUS ROG Starry Complete System on Taobao and JD surged multiple times. Although the complete system's price was steep and stocks were scarce, the number of reservations surged, prompting scalpers to take action. Competitors felt the immense pressure, with Intel's and AMD's PR departments losing sleep over urgent strategy discussions. The stark comparative data and evaluations of the godly CPU presented in the Geek Panda's video struck like a sharp dagger into the hearts of competitors. Other domestic system manufacturers hastened their negotiations for S1 supply with Starry. The player community was abuzz, with major hardware forums, QQ groups, and WeChat groups fervently discussing this review. Is the S1 paired with the 3090 the strongest gaming combination now? Should we wait for S1 retail or go straight for the complete system? How does ASUS's XS10 motherboard perform? These became the hottest topics. In his office, Cheng Mo, observing the data and public sentiment reports compiled by Suya from the Geek Panda video, finally wore a smile that was the most relaxed since the press conference. He knew that the Geek Panda's review had successfully brought the Starry S1 down from its lofty technological myth and into the realm of ordinary consumers' awareness, deeply embedding the labels of godly CPU, performance monster, and calm powerhouse. This was 1,000 times more effective than any official advertisement. He picked up the phone and dialed the number of General Manager Shun from ASUS. General Manager Shun, have you seen the Panda's review? The results are impressive. We can prioritize the next batch of S1 supply for ROG. Additionally, we need to have a thorough discussion about the next generation of motherboards supporting more powerful graphics cards. His gaze fell upon the steadily increasing funds in the system's marketplace. The fire of Starry ignited by this small CPU and a phenomenon-level review, had become a raging inferno. Cheng Mo's next goal was to ignite a more fervent and revolutionary graphics card revolution. Chapter 9. The Graphics Card Crisis. On the last day of May, the air was thick with the stirrings of early summer and the lingering smoke of the tech industry. Cheng Mo of Xinghui Technology, however, wore a furrowed brow as he sat in the president's office, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the redwood table. Outside the window lay the bustling capital. Yet his mood was heavy. A week prior, just as he had finalized the first batch supply agreements for the Starry S1 with Asus, Kikihong, and other manufacturers, he had barely had a moment to breathe before a flurry of politely worded yet sharply edged emails began to arrive, notifications from key global raw material suppliers. Dear President Cheng, in light of recent fluctuations in the international raw materials market and surging logistics costs, we regret to inform you that prices for critical materials such as high-purity silicon wafers, specialty photoresists, and rare metal targets will increase by 25 to 40 starting next quarter. Cheng Mo gazed at the screen, which displayed a list and glaring percentage increases, and a chill coursed down his spine. This was no mere coincidental market fluctuation, but a precise strike. The giants whose stock prices plummeted post-conference began to leverage their monopolistic positions in the upstream supply chain to apply pressure. With costs soaring, the S1's highly competitive pricing strategy faced immense strain. Profit margins were sharply compressed, and the risk of losses loomed large. A masterstroke, indeed, Cheng Mo muttered to himself, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He immediately convened a meeting with core executives. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Marketing Director Li Wen spoke first. Mr. Cheng, the surge in raw material prices has exceeded expectations, disrupting our existing pricing model entirely. Should we consider increasing the terminal prices for S1 and M1? Absolutely not. Technical Director Zhao Ming immediately countered. We have just concluded the press conference, and the positive word of mouth is still gaining momentum. The evaluation from Geek Panda has just elevated our product's cost-performance ratio. Raising prices now would be akin to shooting ourselves in the foot. What will consumers and the market think? Financial Director Wang Lei adjusted his glasses. If we do not raise prices, calculating with the current costs, we incur losses on every high-end S1 sold. M1, due to its higher integration, faces even greater cost pressures. Our cash flow will deteriorate rapidly. The supply chain supervisor wore a pained expression. We have attempted to reach out to other suppliers in the domestic market and in Japan and South Korea, but either their capacities are monopolized by larger corporations, or they too are following the trend of price hikes. In the short term, we cannot find alternative solutions. The heated discussion persisted for several hours, with proposals being put forth only to be swiftly dismissed by the harsh realities faced. Scaling up production capacity requires time. Seeking government support involves processes, and raising prices is merely a stopgap measure. The air in the conference room seemed to stagnate. Observing the faces of his capable subordinates who were at a loss, Cheng Mo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rising frustration. Let us adjourn. You've all worked hard. Allow me to ponder this further. He understood that in this moment, calmness was essential, as was the need to explore alternative paths. With a heavy heart, Cheng Mo did not return to his office, but instead found himself inexplicably drawn to the game development company, Xinghui Technology, located on the opposite side of the building. This was another piece of his technological empire, and the first AAA game he held high hopes for. However, upon entering the game development department, he was met not with a fervent atmosphere of sprinting towards completion, but rather an overwhelming sense of oppression and anxiety. The art supervisor was gripping his hair, lamenting over a blurred visual effect displayed on the screen, while several key members of the programming team huddled together, debating the reasons for stuttering in a particular scene. Feedback reports from the testing team cluttered every desk, filled with annotations of various bugs and optimization issues. Mr. Cheng, Game Director Zhang, spotted Cheng Mo and rushed over, his face bearing signs of exhaustion and shame. What is going on? Wasn't he the demo from the press conference running smoothly? It was supposed to launch today. Cheng Mo's voice carried an almost imperceptible edge of irritation. Time is money, especially at this critical juncture when he desperately needed to recover losses. Zhang Yi Goody Mujit. Mr. Cheng, the demo was a specially optimized segment that utilized the core resources you provided. However, once we expanded to the entire game project, the issues became glaringly apparent. Our existing game engine is far too outdated to support the world building and graphic details of Death Stranding on such a scale, particularly the lighting system, particle effects, and complex terrain physics interactions. Either the effects are diminished or it stutters like a slideshow. For the past month, we've been patching and reworking, and our efficiency has plummeted. A sense of despair washed over Cheng Mo. He surveyed the room, noticing the exhausted and bewildered expressions of his employees, suddenly grasping the root of the problem. The company he inherited, Xinghui Technology, was merely a forgotten game workshop under his father Cheng Tianhai, with a pitifully weak technical foundation. He had exchanged for the complete design documents and core assets of Death Stranding, but had neglected the heart that drives it all, a sufficiently powerful game engine. He had intended to use this project to train his team and discover talents, but it had turned into a quagmire that hindered progress. How could I be so foolish? Failing to consider this, Cheng Mo cursed himself inwardly, realizing he had relied too heavily on systems and rushed for results while neglecting foundational infrastructure. The burden left to him by his father was indeed far too fragile. He approached the main control panel and pulled up several scenes suffering from the most severe lag. Gazing at the distorted lights and low frame rates on screen, which bore little resemblance to the breathtaking post-apocalyptic world he had envisioned, a wave of powerlessness surged within him, only to be replaced by a stronger resolve. Everyone halt! Cheng Mo's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the office area. Everyone ceased their work and turned to face him. From this moment onward, set aside all optimization tasks related to graphics and performance. Cheng Mo's gaze swept across the room. Director Zhang, gather all technical supervisors and follow me. In a small conference room within the game department, Cheng Mo faced a few key members without any preamble, directly pulling up a system interface visible only to him. Beholding the next-generation game engine core, optimized version, priced at $2 million, he made his choice without hesitation. Ding! Exchange successful. The Xinghui Game Engine 10 core code and development tools have been deposited into the designated encrypted server. Director Zhang. Cheng Mo turned to the bewildered Zhang Yi. Immediately take your technical team to download all materials for the Xinghui Engine 10 from the server. This is our self-developed next-generation game engine that will resolve all the technical bottlenecks you are currently encountering. I give you 3 days to complete the engine switch and basic adaptations. Zhang Yi and several supervisors stared wide-eyed, incredulous. A self-developed engine? And it was already completed? Yet, upon meeting Cheng Mo's unwavering gaze, they suppressed their myriad questions and sprang into action. Additionally, Cheng Mo called back Zhang Yi, who was about to leave, his expression sharp. The engine is our core asset. During the exchange, I integrated a self-developed Xingduan encryption system. Any unauthorized cracking, decompiling, or illegal copying will trigger data destruction and source tracking. Is that understood? Understood, Mr. Cheng. Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine, fully aware of the implications. In the following 3 days, the game development department glowed brightly with activity. When the powerful features of the Xinghui Engine 10 were unveiled before the technical team, all doubts transformed into euphoric astonishment. Dynamic global illumination, real-time ray tracing, software simulation, massive-scale particle systems, and efficient physics simulations. Those issues that had once left them at their wits' end were effortlessly resolved under the new engine. Efficiency soared by more than tenfold. At 9:00 a.m. on May 31st, without any prior promotion, no media press releases, and no streamer endorsements, the official Weibo account and public account of Xinghui Technology game, as well as the developer homepage on the Steam platform, simultaneously updated with an exceedingly brief message. Announcement. Xinghui Network Technology Game Development proudly presents the domestic AAA masterpiece Death Stranding, now officially available on the Steam platform. Welcome all players to experience it. Price, $149. Purchase link. This information was nearly drowned amidst the plethora of news and gossip on the internet that day, appearing almost insignificant. Aside from a handful of dedicated fans of Xinghui Technology and avid followers of the press conference, nearly no one noticed. Major gaming media outlets remained unresponsive, their headlines still dominated by announcements from a certain international giant's upcoming title. Cheng Mo sat in his office, observing the meager purchase data and nearly non-existent discussion heat in the background. Yet his expression bore no trace of disappointment. What he needed was for the gold to shine on its own. He had faith in the quality of Death Stranding, and even more so in the impact the Xinghui engine would bring. A game streamer, known as Dog Brother, after finishing a highly anticipated Japanese AAA title, felt a sense of dissatisfaction as he chatted with his fans while browsing for games on the Steam platform. Dog Brother, whose real name was Go Wei, was renowned for his humorous streaming style and willingness to try new games. That evening, after completing the much-anticipated Japanese AAA game, he felt somewhat underwhelmed. Brothers, this game is visually impressive, but the gameplay feels lacking, and the plot is rather cliché. The 3A can's flavor has become overwhelmingly intense. He vented his frustrations into the microphone, and the barrage of comments in the live stream echoed his sentiments, with Dog Brother genuinely chiming in. Let's find some new fun. Dog Brother casually opened the Steam platform, aimlessly scrolling through the list of newly released titles. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar game cover caught his eye. Beneath a somber sky, a solitary figure burdened with cargo traversed a desolate beach. In the lower right corner, a simplistic XH logo stood out. This game, this cover style. Dog Brother squinted, abruptly slapping his thigh. Holy cow. Brothers, look, isn't this the game showcased at the Xinghui Technology press conference? Death Stranding. When did it come out? He clicked on the game page, and the developer section boldly displayed Xinghui Network Technology Game Development. The live stream erupted instantly. Xinghui? Am I seeing this right? The Xinghui that makes CPUs? They've really ventured into gaming? That demonstration from the press conference. It's it. Absolutely it. Just released today. $149? So cheap? A 3A title for $149? No publicity at all? What's Director Cheng up to? Quietly raking in profits? Dog Brother. Buy it. Buy it fast. I want to see. Watching the chat explode and the popularity soar, Dog Brother felt a surge of excitement. All right, brothers. To satisfy your curiosity and my own, I shall invest this $150. Consider it supporting domestic 3A. If it turns out to be a dud, you all better crowdfund me back. Maximizing the entertainment value. Purchase, download. Thanks to the upgraded company network post-press conference, Death Stranding's hefty size was swiftly downloaded. Dog Brother took a deep breath, filled with equal parts curiosity and trepidation, and clicked to start the game. The screen plunged into profound darkness. Just as Dog Brother thought the game had frozen and prepared to complain, a sudden twist occurred. In the darkness, a faint glimmer emerged, swiftly sketching an incredibly detailed outline of an ancient map of China. The map's details were astonishingly rich, with mountains, rivers, towns, and fortresses rendered with exquisite precision, even revealing the texture of the map paper and a subtle sense of age. Then, as if drawn by an invisible force, the map rapidly shrank, merging the vast land of China into the azure globe. The rendering of the Earth was equally breathtaking, with clouds swirling, the ocean's depths unfathomable, and continental plates distinctly visible, resembling a planet that truly existed rather than mere textures. The camera continued to ascend at a breathtaking speed. The Earth swiftly diminished, becoming an inconspicuous blue planet within the solar system. The immense stripes of Jupiter, the rings of Saturn, the rusty red of Mars, each planet possessed incredible detail and realism. Ultimately, the entire solar system transformed into a minuscule point of light against the cosmic backdrop. Amidst this boundless, awe-inspiring cosmic expanse, a uniquely designed, futuristic spacecraft glided silently from the depths of the screen. Its streamlined hull shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, and its engine exhaust emitted a stream of ethereal blue particles, leaving behind a clear, dazzling trail composed of countless tiny points of light on the dark cosmic canvas, which eventually coalesced into the powerful, iconic XH logo of Xinghui Technology. The logo froze, radiating brilliance, as a small line of text appeared below, Galaxy Engine 10. The entire opening animation lasted a mere 20 seconds. No dialogue, no music, only a grand narrative on a cosmic scale and a breathtaking visual spectacle. Dog Brother gaped, utterly spellbound, as if under a spell, staring at the screen. This was his newly built top-tier computer equipped with an S1, and he could distinctly hear the graphics card fan emitting a ferocious roar never before experienced. The RGB lights from the transparent side of the case seemed to tremble. The live stream had gone completely wild. The barrage of comments overwhelmed the screen. Oh my god. This is the opening animation? Cinematic level? No, it absolutely transcends cinematic quality. That dust, those clouds over Earth, the metallic sheen of the spacecraft. What am I witnessing? The 3090 is crying out. I can hear it. Dog Brother's 3090 is lamenting. Galaxy Engine 10? Xinghui's self-developed engine? Holy cow. Cheng Montak, just how much more are you hiding? $149? This opening animation alone is worth the price of admission. Who said the game graphics couldn't be this exquisite? Come out and take a look. Snow Leopard, be quiet. Dog Brother swallowed hard, momentarily recovering from the overwhelming shock. With trembling hands, he clicked to start the game. After a brief loading time, thanks to the S1 CPU and high-speed SSD, the loading was incredibly fast. The game officially commenced. A segment of subtitles appeared, accompanied by a voiceover. Once an explosion occurred, a resounding boom birthed time and space. Once an explosion occurred, a resounding boom caused a planet to spin within that space. Once an explosion occurred, A resounding boom gave rise to the life we know. Then, the next explosion arrived. Following this, an English background score began to play, a deep male voice resonating in the headphones. The textures of grass and rocks were strikingly clear, and the light of the sky intertwined. The protagonist, Sam, rode a sci-fi motorcycle. Dog Brother was once again astounded by the visuals before him. In the surrounding light, the rust on the motorcycle, the damp stains on the ground, the wear on Sam's protective suit, even the pores on his face as he breathed. And every scenic detail appeared so astonishingly real. This was not an effect achieved merely by layering textures, but rather a result of physical rendering and global illumination that created an unparalleled sense of realism. The power of the Galaxy engine was beginning to reveal itself. A beam of sunlight pierced through a gap in the clouds above, forming a clear column of light in the dust-laden air, Tyndall effect, with shadows shifting in real time as Sam moved, soft and natural. Sam, wearing sunglasses, glanced back, and a rainbow appeared in the gray sky as a flock of crows approached. Raindrops splashed against his protective suit. The reflections on the wet ground and the mountains in the distance shrouded in mist created a unique atmosphere of solitude, oppression, and grandeur. At that moment, a crow plummeted from the sky, its feathers seemingly eroded by the rain. A multitude of animals swept past him without a hint of melancholy, as if something terrifying was pursuing them from behind. Sam gazed at the cliff before him, tightening the throttle of his motorcycle to leap over it, when suddenly a woman holding an umbrella appeared right in front of him. Just as the front wheel of the motorcycle made contact with her, she vanished. Sam panicked for a moment, and the motorcycle skidded out of control. He quickly regained his footing, but the motorcycle plummeted from his view into the abyss. Finally, he arrived at the game's actual gameplay interface, where the dust on the rocks and grass was vividly visible, and the light and shadow by the riverside were remarkably lifelike. This lighting and shadowing left the Japanese 3A game he had just played in the dust. The smoothness was beyond words, at 2K resolution. With high preset graphics, Dog Brother dared not set it to the highest. The game's frame rate was locked steadily at 60 frames per second, controlling Sam to walk, run, and jump. The movements were fluid and natural, with no hint of lag. The optimization was nothing short of miraculous. Dog Brother couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It is noteworthy that the opening animation has thoroughly exhausted the capabilities of the RTX 3090, yet the actual gameplay runs with remarkable fluidity at such high graphical fidelity, showcasing the engine's extraordinary efficiency. However, when he endeavored to elevate the graphics settings to 4K Ultra and activated the experimental ray tracing option, calamity struck. The visuals transformed into a breathtaking spectacle, with every reflection and shadow achieving an astonishing level of realism. Raindrops refracted a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight, and the damp ground mirrored Sam and his surroundings flawlessly. Yet, the frame rate plummeted dramatically, akin to a high diver crashing into the water, plummeting to a mere 15 to 25 frames per second. The graphics card's anguished cries echoed through the microphone, resonating clearly in the live stream, while the case felt as though it had morphed into a furnace. Goodness, it has become a slideshow, Dog Brother exclaimed, hastily reverting the graphics settings back to high. Brothers, did you see that? It's not that the game is poorly optimized, that ray tracing is simply too demanding on hardware. He implored President Cheng, the graphics card. We need the new graphics card you mentioned at the last conference. A reiterated call. Despite the minor hiccup caused by the graphics card crisis, the extraordinary visuals, unique atmosphere, and seamless experience of Death Stranding at appropriate settings, along with that soul-stirring opening, had completely captivated Dog Brother and all the viewers in the live stream. This unexpected live stream by Dog Brother was akin to dropping a depth charge into a tranquil lake. Recorded clips, game screenshots, especially that stunning 20-second opening animation, spread like wildfire across platforms such as Bilibili, Douyin, Weibo, Tieba, and NGA. Topics like Death Stranding launch, Starry River Engine, Starry Games, and Dog Brother discovers treasure soared to trending status at rocket speed. Starry Games is silently achieving greatness. 149 for such breathtaking graphics and atmosphere. It's worth every penny. The opening animation left me in awe. The moment the Starry logo appeared, I was electrified. Dog Brother does not deceive me. Purchased and downloading now. The graphics card is holding us back. President Cheng, the graphics card. Hurry up. Who says domestic games lack AAA quality? Death Stranding teaches you a lesson. This game seems to possess a rather unique gameplay style, a delivery simulator, but why does it make me so eager to play? Countless players were enticed and surged onto the Steam platform. The sales trajectory of Death Stranding transformed from a nearly horizontal line to a nearly vertical ascent. The comments section, initially sparse, was suddenly inundated with exclamations of astonishment, praise, and declarations of value for money, along with comments like "optimization is divine," "without ray tracing," and "please Starry, release a graphics card." The approval rating rapidly climbed to an exceptionally favorable level. Cheng sat in his office, observing the frenzied sales numbers and explosive discussions within the player community displayed on the monitoring screen, finally revealing a genuine and relaxed smile, the first since the press conference. This sanctuary of the gaming department, after enduring the growing pains of the engine, had finally generated a robust influx of cash flow. More importantly, the successful debut of the Starry River Engine 10 proclaimed Starry Games' formidable prowess in the realm of gaming technology to the world. He picked up the phone and dialed Zhang ES number. "Director Zhang, splendid work. Immediately initiate the follow-up promotional plan for Death Stranding." Additionally, the official website and developer program for the Starry River engine can be prepared for launch. "We must let the world know that the finest game engine hails from Starry." He hung up and redirected his gaze to the system interface. The icon for graphics card technology indicated that it would soon be possible to manufacture graphics cards. Although the specter of rising raw material prices lingered, the silent thunderclap of Death Stranding had opened a new path for him and instilled in him a spirited determination to face the impending storm. The empire of Starry Games, accompanied by the roar of the engine and the cheers of players, officially set sail. Chapter 10, Death Wrestling. Just as the fervor surrounding Starry Technology's launch of the 7-nanometer CPU had yet to fade, Death Stranding once again thrust the topics of Cheng and Starry Technology into the trending spotlight. Numerous astute game streamers, sensing the influx of traffic, rapidly illuminated their live streams like mushrooms after rain, in a bedroom meticulously enveloped in a dreamy pink ambience. The walls adorned with cherry blossom pink wallpaper and lace-trimmed white curtains partially obscuring the windows. The afternoon light illuminated the plush carpet scattered with cartoon cushions, creating an atmosphere of exquisite languor. The air seemed infused with the sweet scent of cotton candy. Yu Xiaodai sat poised at her computer desk, the soft glow of the screen casting a gentle light on her focused little face, illuminating her slightly upturned lips and her eyes, which sparkled with excitement. Adorned with her signature cat ear headphones, her pink twin tails playfully swayed as she spoke. Her slender fingers danced across the equally pink mechanical keyboard, producing a crisp and lively rhythm, as if she were performing a whimsical sonata at her fingertips. The screen displayed a barrage of comments rolling in like a tidal wave. She occasionally chuckled at her fans' witty remarks and enthusiastically responded in her spirited, yet slightly endearing voice. "Wow. Thank you for the rocket, strawberry pudding. I saw it. I saw it. Oh dear, I lost again. I'm not playing anymore. Haha, look, you're getting anxious again." Today, Xiaodai showcased her peculiar, mystifying skills. "You predicted my prediction. How amusing." "Huh, don't laugh. This game has issues. I'll switch to another game." Yu Xiaodai puffed her cheeks like a puffer fish, looking adorably fierce. "If the game is unplayable, it's not my fault. I'll just switch games." "Xiaodai, take my advice. You're not suited for the gaming scene. You should pursue the beauty route." "Xiaodai, why don't you try that game Dog Brother played yesterday? It's super popular now. I think it's called Death Stranding. And I heard it was made by Starry Technology. ISNT Starry Technology, a CPU company? Why are they making games?" The upstairs Starry Technology turns out to be a game company. One can only say that President Cheng remains true to his original aspirations. Starry Technology is doing well. Let me search it up. Yu Xiaodai opened the Steam platform and clicked on the Death Stranding introduction page. The game received overwhelmingly positive reviews. She glanced at the screenshots, noting the impressive graphics, and scrolled down to find the game comments. "The ultimate delivery simulator. If you're bored, you should come and try it out. I'm impressed. Delivering packages at work is one thing, but having to deliver packages again after work is something else. Great storyline, and the graphics are top-notch. Just be prepared. It's demanding on the graphics card." Hoping for President Cheng to release a graphics card soon. The first time playing felt like watching a movie. It was truly breathtaking. Yu Xiaodai noted that the game was indeed produced by Starry Technology, and after a moment's contemplation, she decided to spend $149 to purchase the game for download, reasoning that if it turned out to be unentertaining, she could simply request a refund. After downloading, she entered the game, and the grand and exquisite logo animation delivered her first intense visual impact. Upon entering the main menu, the narration, music, and cutscenes once again left her in awe, causing her mouth to drop open. "Is this a movie? No, this is a game, all right?" Dog Brother reached the explosion part. "I heard it's astonishing, but unfortunately, I fell asleep last night. and missed it. Just gonna check it out. The live stream's popularity began to rise as Yu Xiaodai, using the controller, followed the prompts to have Sam pick up the delivery boxes. However, while picking up the second package, she inadvertently stepped on a rock and fell, the package tumbling off the cliff. The live stream erupted. Haha, this is too much. Is the streamer trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my Huabei? Can it be retrieved? Haha, hard to say. I've never encountered this operation before. ISNT their terrain scanner? Just jump down, it's that simple. Do I really need to teach you? Such a novice. As Yu Xiaodai was about to retort, she was taken aback to see the viewer count in the upper right corner of a live stream surpassing 100,000. Adjusting her mindset, she continued the game with a bright smile. Stumbling into a cave to escape the rain, Sam bent down to set down his delivery backpack and remove his clothing, revealing a muscular torso marked with handprints. Just as he was cleaning himself up and preparing to rest briefly, a photograph was whisked away by the wind and fell to the ground. It was a family portrait. Extending his arm, a few raindrops landed on the back of his hand, and the area seemed to corrode in an instant, sending a chill coursing up his arm, causing goosebumps to rise. The prickling sensation faded, and just as he was about to pick up the photograph, a hand suddenly grasped his arm. Looking up, he was astonished to find it was the woman he had nearly collided with moments earlier. She placed a finger against her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Her eyes fixed on the cave entrance. An unseen force began to patter against the rain-soaked ground, followed by a second pair of hands drawing ever closer to the two. Yu Xiaodai's face turned tense as she held her breath, her heart racing wildly. Fortunately, just when the creature was a mere step away from Sam, it abruptly turned and left the cave. Only when the invisible footfalls had completely vanished into the downpour did she collapse on her gaming chair, her pink twin tails swaying violently with the movement. That scared me to death, she exclaimed, patting her proud chest, her fingertips still trembling slightly. Does CEO Cheng take gaming seriously? This is even more thrilling than a horror game. What on earth was that invisible monster? It seems to be called BT. With the right equipment, we could see it. CEO Cheng, compensate me for my emotional distress. The overwhelming pressure was exhilarating. The barrage of comments instantly filled with variations of Cheng's oppressive presence compensation for emotional distress one. Yu Xiaodai's pupils trembled as the viewer count quietly soared past 150,000. Returning to the game screen, both characters looked up at the clear sky, where shadows seemed to emerge above the clouds, a close-up of their faces, as a tear involuntarily trickled down their cheeks. The woman released her grip on Sam's arm. This should be gone now. I apologize for holding on so tightly. Her gaze swept over Sam's face. Hello, I'm fragile. The tears are due to an allergy to the Caro substance. So you have dooms too, just like me. I possess an extinction factor. But it appears you may be even more formidable, Sam replied. Fragile continued to inquire, what level are you? I don't know. Can you perceive them? No, but I can sense them. That means you're at level 2. After their conversation concluded, Yu Xiaodai took a sip of water to calm her nerves and resumed her delivery. While admiring the scenery, she kept a watchful eye on her footing, which was no ordinary challenge for her. Yu Xiaodai fumbled with the controller, while Sam, seemingly inebriated, crashed against a rock wall, the cargo box clattering into the mud. I'm so sorry, she cried, attempting to drag the box. But her character ended up doing the splits on the slippery rocks. The barrage went absolutely wild, on the loss of human limb coordination. Sam quipped, whoever wants to be this delivery person can have the job. I suggest CEO Cheng rename the game to Death Wrestling. The viewer count skyrocketed to 200,000, and the platform's algorithm propelled her channel to the front page recommendation. The gift effects inundated the screen as an interstellar warship thundered across the display. Before Yu Xiaodai could regain her composure from the donations, the gift effects had already faded, and she could only hurriedly express her gratitude. Sam ventured alone into the wilderness, the torrential rain subsiding. The leaden gray clouds parted, allowing a beam of golden light to pierce through the mist, illuminating the snow-capped ridges in the distance. The dynamic lighting from the starry engine gave the tundra an emerald hue, with raindrops refracting a rainbow in front of the lens. Suddenly, a small line of text appeared in the lower right corner of the game screen. Xinghui Technology notice. Detected high GPU load, automatically disabling experimental ray tracing. Players may force activation. Be advised, any GPU damage or burning will be the player's personal responsibility. The barrage fell silent, only to erupt in a cacophony. The screenshot key is worn out, and it tells me this isn't the highest quality? I just saw it, but I still want to say, brothers, is this really a 149 game? I can't take it anymore. I also want to spend 150 to show my support. As the light Leisurely music imbued with a hint of loneliness played. Yu Xiaodai finally resumed maneuvering the controller, and this time, her on-foot journey was surprisingly smooth, only stumbling once in the river before maintaining her balance. Upon reaching the base, after finishing her dialogue, she submitted the cargo. A few incinerator workers pulled up in a vehicle and a man identifying himself as IGG emerged. It turned out that someone had committed suicide. People here become invisible BTs after a certain period of time post-death, and the body before them had likely not been dead for long, only about 40 hours. Thus, IGG asked Sam to assist in transporting the body out of the base. After getting into the vehicle, it slowly started moving, leaving the base for the incineration facility to dispose of the body. Glancing at the body wrapped in a special bag at his feet, Sam noticed a layer of black liquid resembling oil floating above it, indicating it was on the verge of mutation. As they continued to converse, Sam noticed a nutrient pod on IGG's chest, housing an infant. This infant was used to connect to human equipment, allowing them to detect the general location of BTs and evade them. As they looked around at the clear sky, a rainbow suddenly appeared directly ahead. The man beside Sam panicked, exclaiming, "It's a rainbow. We don't have time to go around. We must go straight into time rain. Otherwise, we will all die." IGG connected the infant, and the scanning device began to function normally, the raindrops pattering against their hats, creating a palpable tension in the air. At that moment, the scanner began to flash wildly, indicating they were surrounded. The man knocked on the car window, urging the driver to accelerate. The driver, visibly anxious, focused intently ahead, and as the accelerator was pressed down, the vehicle began to jolt violently. The drizzle intensified, and strong winds occasionally swept through, when suddenly, a BT shattered the side window, causing the vehicle to flip uncontrollably. Sam slowly got up, dragging his injured right foot, and upon seeing that IGG was unharmed, he approached the body to assess the situation, only to discover it had completely transformed into a new BT, kicking its legs and hastily retreating. The driver was pinned beneath the vehicle, with only his upper body exposed. IGG grabbed his shoulder, attempting to save him, but after several futile attempts, he called for Sam's assistance. Sam quickly warned him about the nearby BT, but it was too late. The driver was dragged away by the BT, and to prevent a major explosion, IGG had no choice but to shoot him. And he too was unable to escape, his body, like the surrounding rocks, defying gravity and floating skyward. As he ascended, he tossed the infant from his chest, and our protagonist Sam caught it and connected it to himself, activating the scanner. Looking up, Sam beheld the colossal invisible monster, an enormous humanoid BT the size of a mountain. IGG floated in the air, drawing his handgun to end his own life, but unexpectedly, the gun slipped from his grasp. He had no choice but to unsheath a backup dagger, stabbing it into his abdomen several times as the device on his wrist shifted from blue to yellow, then finally to red. This signifies that his body has reached a precarious state. At the center of the colossal BT creature's shattered head lies a pitch-black substance core, evoking an overwhelming sense of submission or oppression merely by gazing upon it. As IG touches the substance core, a brilliant flash of white light engulfs the scene. Suddenly, everything around falls into a serene stillness. Yu Xiaodai discovers Sam's body in the dimly lit area, and the camera zooms into Sam's mouth, revealing a delightful infant who lifts its head, blinks, and then pulls its thumb from its mouth to give a thumbs up to the audience before the screen. Back in reality, Sam glances at the unscathed infant in his hands, rises slowly, and gazes ahead. The camera begins to stretch, transforming the previously towering mountains into a vast chasm before him. The energy throughout is electrifying. I am utterly captivated. How terrifying. I feel as though I'm succumbing to a fear of colossal beings. This game is simply astounding. Chapter 11. Breaking the Predicament. Inside the Starshine Technology office, Cheng scrutinizes the tablet presented by his assistant, revealing alarming data charts that draw a frown upon his brow. The price of rare earth metals has surged by 300 in a single week, while the import channels for photoresist have been abruptly severed due to unilateral scrutiny. The administrative order issued by the U.S. Department of Commerce at dawn bears the justification of potential military application risks. The assistant's voice is strained. The news spreads like wildfire. The prospect of soaring prices for Starshine CPUs erupts across the Chinese internet like a spark igniting oil. On the trending searches, it holds steadfast at the top, closely followed by phrases such as shameless sanctions by the U.S., and the global 7nm CPU may vanish, support domestic chips. Just when we glimpsed the dawn of the 7nm domestic chip, are we now to be dissuaded by price hikes? This is more thrilling than a roller coaster. A prominent digital forum post quickly escalates, with the original poster sharing screenshots from authoritative foreign financial media regarding the alarming 300 price surge of critical rare earth materials. Alongside the U.S. Department of Commerce's grandiloquent yet menacing export control list, the comment section erupts in outrage. Damn it, if you can't play, just flip the table? Is this what they call a free market? Bah, just as we finally saved enough money, they impose sanctions? The U.S. is appallingly greedy. Are we really losing our 7-nanometer CPUs? Cheng, hang in there. We support domestic products. But please, for the love of all that is holy, don't raise the prices too much. My child just graduated and wants to build a computer. Haha, wake up upstairs. Do you really think Xing Mo is a deity? Even the most skilled cook cannot create a meal without ingredients. When the raw materials are choked, should we just wait for bankruptcy? I can accept a price increase. It's better than handing our money to those who profit while stabbing us in the back. If Starshine collapses, our chip hopes will truly be extinguished. Support. If worse comes to worst, we can just order more takeout. Cheng, hold on. This wave of public sentiment serves as both pressure and an invisible support. Countless eyes are fixed on Starshine Technology's official website and Cheng Mo's social media accounts, awaiting a decision that could influence countless wallets and the progress of domestic chips. In response to the U.S.'s brazen tactics, netizens cast their clearest opposition with their keyboards, a tide of disdain sweeping across the internet. Some even exposed a certain congressman's disdainful demeanor during a media interview. Without foundational raw materials, the chip miracle of Huaxia comes to an end. Cheng Mo closes the webpage, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the desk. Before him lies an emergency plan spread open, reducing production capacity, activating strategic reserves, seeking gray channels. Each path is fraught with thorns. He ascends the elevator to the Starshine Games presidential office on the 7th floor. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows reveal the dazzling lights of the bustling city, casting a serious atmosphere within the room. Suya has just reported the sales success of Death Stranding. 320,000 copies sold in the first week, with revenue surpassing 50 million, far exceeding expectations for cash flow. This should be a moment worthy of champagne celebration. Cheng Mo leans back in his wide chair, exhaling deeply, yet his furrowed brow remains tightly knit. Suya's face glows with excitement. President Cheng, the game is a hit. This influx of funds comes at the perfect time, coupled with our previous reserves. We can at least sustain for half a year. Half a year, Cheng Mo murmurs, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the smooth desk surface. It is a momentary respite, yet the U.S. will not grant us half a year to breathe. Their noose will only tighten further. It turns to Suya. The game's success is merely a stopgap, an indispensable trump card. It may quench an immediate thirst, but cannot address our core chip malady. The excitement fades from Suya's face, replaced by gravity. Understood, President Cheng. The raw material prices continue to skyrocket, and several key secondary suppliers are beginning to waver, hinting they may not deliver on time. Our inventory indeed cannot last much longer. Understood. You may go now. Focus on stabilizing the suppliers we can. Cheng Mo gestures. As the office door gently closes, the vast space is left with only Cheng Mo, the city's clamor muffled outside, leaving only the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind. Before him lies a system interface visible only to him. His gaze immediately locks onto the icon, radiating an alluring blue glow. 5 nanometers GPU. Beneath the icon, the progress bar clearly displays insufficient balance. A graphics card. Cheng Mo's lips curve into a bittersweet yet self-deprecating smile, his eyes brimming with longing and regret. What man could resist the temptation of crafting the world's most powerful GPU with his own hands? Ray tracing, AI rendering, 8K 240 Hz. This is the true visual revolution. The wings that would perfectly match the Death Stranding engine. Countless dazzling graphics card concept images flash through his mind, envisioning the frenzy of players clamoring for Starshine's graphics cards. Alas, this beautiful vision is abruptly interrupted. Too fast, Cheng Mo mutters to himself, his gaze sharpening. Their countermeasures are swifter, more ruthless, and more precise than anticipated. The traditional pathways, from design to production, cannot escape their technological and material hegemony. He rises and walks to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the kaleidoscopic metropolis below, ablaze with light, yet failing to illuminate the shadow cast over the chip industry. Must we merely sit idly by, awaiting their tightening grip, depending on games to sustain our existence? A torrent of questions churns within him. No, absolutely not. The very birth of Starshine was to shatter these shackles. If the existing paths are blocked, then let us forge a new one. A notion, bold to the point of madness, strikes him like a lightning bolt piercing the night sky. We do not need their raw materials. We do not need the current lithography system. Let us create an entirely new lithography machine. Once this idea takes root, it ignites every fiber of his being like a wildfire. He abruptly turns, striding back to his desk, fingers dancing across the system page as data flows like a cascading waterfall. Cheng Mo's consciousness is intensely focused, rapidly sifting through the vast database of the system. Countless theoretical models, cutting-edge hypotheses, and even concept from science fiction flicker before his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar yet peculiar entry appears. Quantum lithography machine. The existing EUV lithography utilizes extreme ultraviolet light, employing an exceedingly complex and costly optical system, comprising dozens of high-precision mirrors, for multiple reflections, focusing, and correcting aberrations. Ultimately, it etches nanometer-level patterns onto silicon wafers. The core challenges lie in wavelength limitations, diffraction limits, optical system precision and loss, as well as the sensitivity of photoresist. What is even more perplexing is the necessity to seek out a manufacturing factory for outsourced production, as the majority of these factories are under the authorization and management of the United States. What if we were to create a lithography machine that perfectly circumvents American patents? It is evidently feasible. Observing the introduction on the system interface, this quantum array lithography machine abandons the traditional notion of using light as a sculpting tool. Instead of employing light to carve silicon wafers, we utilize this highly constrained and directed quantum array to directly print circuits. Much like the instantaneous connection of 2 points in a game network. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Mo clicked to exchange. In a courtyard deep within the hutongs of the capital, a century-old flowering crabapple tree partially concealed the gray bricks and tiles. Inside the study, an elderly man with white hair gazed intently at the complex structural diagram of a chip projected on the screen. The electron microscope slice of the Xinghui 7-nanometer CPU. Behind him, the head of the National Security Department stood rigidly, presenting the final report. Cheng Mo, whose family has been in business for 3 generations, graduated from second-tier university's materials department, with no overseas background and no unusual financial transactions. The source of his technology is entirely blank. Blank? The old man's voice was not loud, yet it caused the room's temperature to plummet, to break through the 7-nanometer process in a single night. With a design architecture 5 years ahead of the industry. Are you suggesting this emerged out of thin air? His fingertip traced over Cheng Mo's photograph on the report, where the young man's gaze was as sharp as a sword drawn from its sheath. The inability to trace his background is the greatest issue. Either he stands behind an invisible giant, or he paused, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He is that giant himself. He pushed open the intricately carved wooden window. The silhouette of the forbidden city, serene in the night. Make arrangements. I wish to meet him. Each word was deliberate, the command unmistakable. In the name of the Huaxin Revitalization Leadership Group, inform Cheng Mo that the state wishes to engage in business with him, assisting him in overcoming his current predicaments. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office of the White House on the other side of the globe, the heavy wooden doors could not muffle the laughter emanating from within. National Security Advisor Powers, holding a champagne flute, shared a humorous gif of Sam falling comically in the game Death Stranding on screen. Sir, their so-called counterattack is merely a game where a virtual career trips? He chuckled, pushing the tablet toward the president. Xinghui's stock price plummeted by 5 due to panic over material supply disruptions, and our allies are following suit with export restrictions. Powers glanced at the game screen, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Cheng Mo, merely a deluded dreamer obsessed with games. What do they say in their ancient Huaxia wisdom? He took a sip of his drink. Too much play leads to a loss of ambition. The blockade will tighten. I want their company to become a scrap yard by next month. He pressed the call button, instructing his aides, have the Commerce Department issue another statement, simply stating that we welcome Huaxia Enterprises to pivot toward harmless innovations in the entertainment industry. The room was filled with a buoyant atmosphere. No one noticed the small print in the corner of the intelligence briefing. Applications for quantum physics PhDs at Xinghui's cutting-edge optical laboratory had surged. Short-sighted victories blinded their vision. They had unwittingly driven the dragon into the abyss, believing it to be merely a beached fish. Chapter 12. A complete ignition. Within a second-tier university, as Lin Yuan pushed open the dormitory door plastered with faded game posters, a mixed aroma of instant noodle broth, sweat, and youthful hormones enveloped him. He paused as 5 pairs of eyes, like searchlights, turned toward him, their intensity almost burning holes into his face. He instinctively tightened his grip on the thin envelope in his pocket, which contained 3,000 yuan sent by his parents. Adding in the 5,000 yuan he had earned from a part-time job, he had nearly 8,000 yuan ready to buy a computer as a well-deserved reward for himself. Yuan go. You're finally back. Chen Hao dashed over, throwing an arm around Lin Yuan's neck, his voice booming enough to shake the ceiling. We've been waiting for you. Check out the CPU we recommend, the Xinghui S1, a Huawei chip, 7 nanometers. This is our homegrown product. Do you understand its value? Absolutely. The tall, bespectacled Wang Bo adjusted his black-framed glasses, fingers flying across his phone screen, nearly shoving it into Lin Yuan's face. Look at this Geekbench score. Single-core performance surpasses last generation's flagship from a company, and multi-core performance exceeds B company by several times. Power consumption is significantly lower. What does it mean to overtake on a curve? This is it. From the upper bunk by the window, the self-proclaimed cyber sleuth son, you leaned out, animatedly adding, "Trust me, this insider information is absolutely reliable." The big shots in Xinghui's R&D department are all those who were lured back from a company and B company with high salaries. Their core technology is rooted deep. He gestured dramatically, as if painting an epic narrative. In the corner, Zhao Chong, recognized as the most frugal among them, surprisingly joined in, thumping his chest with excitement. It's a steal. Absolutely worth it, bro. Think about it. Supporting domestic products is the right thing to do. If we don't buy, who will? Let those foreigners see that our Huawei chip is rising. He pounded the edge of his bed, producing a dull thud, his expression fervently animated. Exactly. Even the usually silently Ming, absorbed in mobile games, lifted his head to chime in. Old Wang next door just installed one last week. The boot-up speed, wow, 5 seconds. Like lightning. Gaming frame rates are rock solid, and the fan is whisper quiet. I almost regret buying my computer too early. 5 voices wove an impenetrable web of temptation named Xinghui S1, ensnaring Lin Yuan at the center. Those fervent terms and data, the glow of domestic pride, and the glowing example of old Wang next door felt like countless tiny hooks, precisely scratching at the most sensitive parts of his heart. The stack of once heavy cash in his pocket now felt slightly warm, a mingling of anticipation and unease quietly blossoming within his chest, swelling. All right, Fine. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. To the computer city. The following day, as Lin Yuan marched into the bustling computer market with his entourage of 5 exuberant roommates, he was immediately engulfed by the unique aroma of electronic components, plastic packaging, and freshly printed ink. Massive billboards flashed dazzling lights, and the speakers blared promotional slogans in a loop, with the crowd flowing like murky water between the shops. They made a beeline for Hongda, a reputable installation service on the 2nd floor. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a faded navy polo shirt, slightly portly with thinning hair, yet his eyes were remarkably sharp, scanning the group of youthful newcomers like a hawk. Upon hearing Lin Yuan request the Xinghui S1, the expression on the boss's face, previously marked by professional weariness, instantly brightened as if a light bulb had been turned on. A connoisseur, young man. The boss's tone soared, his face breaking into an enthusiastic smile, tinged with pride. As he spoke, he deftly bent down and carefully retrieved a box from a locked glass cabinet beneath the counter. These days, there aren't too many who truly understand computers. The Xinghui S1? Just for you choosing that name, I'll make sure you're well taken care of today. He placed the blue and white, exquisitely designed square box solemnly on the impeccably clean glass counter. At the center of the box, a striking silver X logo dominated the view, while the sleek S1 in the lower right corner exuded an air of cold, technological sophistication, as if drawn by the sun. The heads of the roommates immediately converged around the box, their eyes fixated upon it, breaths held in anticipation. The young men were indeed fortunate. As the shopkeeper meticulously unwrapped the anti-static bag, he lamented, "This treasure is a rarity nowadays. Look, there are only 2 left." He wiggled 2 fingers, lowering his voice to impart a sense of mystery. Rumor has it that the core materials for the 7nm chips at Xinghui have been choked off. What was it called? High-purity silicon wafers? The commotion was deafening. Factories are anxiously waiting for resources. It said production lines will halt next week. This S1 might very well be a swan song. Though the shopkeeper spoke softly, his words rippled through Lin Yuan's heart like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of unease. A limited edition? Choke supply? Lin Yuan's heart sank, the fervor ignited by his roommates dashed by a cold dose of reality. He instinctively patted the envelope in his pocket, feeling the rigid edges of the bills within. 8,000 yuan, painstakingly amassed from part-time jobs and allowances from his parents. The shopkeeper, oblivious to Lin Yuan's subtle change in expression, deftly retrieved another motherboard box emblazoned with the Huashua logo. A bespoke board crafted specifically for the S1, reliable as can be. He unwrapped the motherboard, revealing a deep gray PCB. Most striking was the square, metallic CPU socket at its center, surrounded by sharply defined heat dissipation armor. All eyes once again turned to the shopkeeper, who delicately held the tiny silicon chip. The Xinghui S1, embodying countless aspirations. It appeared even more compact and exquisite than imagined, its polished metallic cover gleaming like a miniature silver shield. At its center was the prominent, futuristic X logo, beneath which lay a laser-etched array of specifications, glimmering with a cool, profound sheen under the lights. A few roommates could not suppress a hushed awe, while Wang Bo's glasses reflected the CPU's metallic sheen, and Zhao Chong instinctively swallowed hard. The shopkeeper skillfully unlatched the delicate metallic securing rod on the motherboard's CPU socket, producing a crisp click. He ceased speaking, his demeanor shifting to one of intense focus. As if engaged in a sacred ritual, with his thumb and forefinger, he gently grasped the S1 on either side, aligning it with the lone triangular marker on the socket. His wrist steady and unwavering. That silicon chip, which carried the hopes of Huagua's chip industry, was smoothly positioned into the socket, fitting perfectly. Then, the metal securing rod was gently pressed down, eliciting a reassuring click of locking. Did you see that? The shopkeeper finally raised his head, a relaxed and triumphant smile illuminating his face as he pointed to the unique locking mechanism. This design, conceived by Xinghui's engineers, is foolproof and labor-saving. Installation is exponentially easier than those antiquated models. This is what it means to craft a product with genuine care. His tone brimmed with sincere admiration for local innovation. At that moment, the shadows of obsolescence and supply constraints that had clouded Lin Yuan's heart seemed to dissipate, replaced by an emergent sense of worth. The subsequent process sped up considerably. For memory, they selected a 16 GB kit from Kingston, and for storage, a 1 TB domestic Xinghui solid-state drive. The case and power supply were also chosen for their economical practicality. When it came to the graphics card, the shopkeeper recommended a Huashua RTX 3060 Ti. That's the one, Lin Yuan said, his voice tinged with a resigned calm. With an 8,000 yuan budget acting like an invisible noose, his options were already constrained. Wait, Li Ming, who had been mostly silent, suddenly furrowed his brow, pointing at the 3060 Ti and then at the S1 already mounted on the motherboard. UNZ, this is a classic case of Lu Bu riding a dog. That magnificent S1 paired with a 3060 Ti, it's going to bottleneck severely. Playing graphics-intensive games? You'll be dragging behind. His words pierced through the bubble of satisfaction Lin Yuan had just built. The corners of his mouth instantly fell, and he shrugged helplessly, patting his empty pockets. Brother, I'd love to get a 3080 or 3090, but this is all I have, 8,000. I'll just upgrade the graphics card later as I work and save. His tone was filled with the stark realities of his predicament and a vague hope for the future. Hey, what is there to worry about? Chun Hao jovially slapped Lin Yuan on the shoulder, attempting to dispel the sudden awkwardness. Li Ming, don't be such a downer. UNZ, keep your chin up. My insider info about Sun Yu is rock solid. He proudly lifted his chin. Xinghui Technology, ISNT, just content with making CPUs. Reliable intel suggests they're secretly advancing their graphics card project. When that happens, we'll definitely have a domestic powerhouse card to pair with your domestic god-tier CPU. Now that's what I call authentic. A national treasure. Making graphics cards? Wang Bo adjusted his glasses, his eyes shimmering with the excitement typical of tech enthusiasts. If that really happens, it would absolutely shake the industry. I'm definitely getting one. Count me in. I'll reserve one too. The other roommates chimed in enthusiastically. The vision of a domestic all-in-one solution, as painted by Sun Yu, acted like a potent stimulant, momentarily dispelling the gloom of Lu Bu riding a dog and brightening Lin Yuan's spirit, which had been weighed down by budget constraints, with a newfound glimmer of anticipation. When the new rig, embodying all of Lin Yuan's savings and the collective wisdom of his dormitory, was finally positioned upon his cluttered desk, the cramped space seemed to be infused with a sacred energy. The 6 heads, 5 roommates, and Lin Yuan himself formed a tight circle, their gazes laser-focused on the dark side panel of the case. The air was thick with a near-pilgrimage-like tension and anticipation. Even the sound of breathing was deliberately hushed. Lin Yuan's fingers, slightly damp with sweat, hovered over the small circular power button. He took a deep breath, summoning all his courage, and then, with a decisive resolve, pressed down hard. A hum emanated from the power supply fan, brief yet profound, as the interior of the case was instantly illuminated by RGB lighting, a kaleidoscope of colors resembling the birth of a miniature universe. Almost simultaneously, the 24-inch monitor before him jolted to life. There were no lengthy displays of manufacturer logos, nor the spinning animation of the Windows emblem. It was as if it was merely a commonplace blink, as the dark desktop wallpaper, a serene nebula, unexpectedly, cleanly, and completely filled the screen. "Whoa, what?" someone exclaimed, their voice a piercing exclamation that ignited the atmosphere like a spark in dry tinder. 5 seconds. Was that even 5 seconds? I swear my stopwatch just clicked as it hit the desktop. Wang Bo exclaimed, excitement causing his glasses to slide down his nose, as he frantically tapped on his phone screen, trying to confirm the unbelievable number. Incredible. This is absolutely incredible. Doesn't a man's old clunker take half a minute to boot? Chen Hao's booming voice shook the bed frame as he vigorously patted Lin Yuan's chair, as if claiming credit for the astonishing boot speed. Worth it. UNZ. Just for this boot speed, 8,000 is a bargain. Zhao Cheng's eyes sparkled as if he were gazing at a shimmering gold mine rather than a computer. Lin Yuan himself was left in a state of bewilderment. It was an exquisite sensation of fluidity, a buoyancy liberated from all constraints. His fingers instinctively glided over the frigid mouse, the cursor moving across the screen with a silky smoothness devoid of any lag, as if it had become a natural extension of his body. A profound joy, intertwined with disbelief and immense satisfaction, surged forth like a warm tide, instantaneously drowning all prior anxieties and discomfort. Worth it. For this feeling alone. 8,000 yuan was a price I would gladly accept. Stop dawdling. Download it. Quick, download the platform. Sun Yu urged impatiently, his voice tinged with excitement. Lin Yuan, as if awakening from a dream, hesitantly clicked open the browser, typing in the familiar platform URL, the download progress bar racing forward at a visibly rapid pace. What a download. What a play. Lin Yuan gazed at the dazzling array of games, momentarily at a loss for choice. Death Stranding. It must be Death Stranding. Chen Hao nearly shouted, spittle nearly splattering onto the screen. Yes, that's the one. A masterpiece. The others chimed in unison, their eyes ablaze with fervor. However, Lin Yuan felt a sudden jolt of unease. He was aware of this game, the renowned delivery simulator with top-notch graphics and commendable optimization, but the price was steep. Hesitantly, he clicked on the store page, the glaring 14,999 tag pricking his eyes like a needle. He instinctively patted his empty pockets. The euphoric thrill of starting up the game instantly doused by the cold water of its cost. But then, Sun Yu leaned in suddenly, his elbow resting on Lin Yuan's shoulder, lowering his voice conspiratorially, as if sharing a monumental secret. Don't hesitate, brother Yuan. Do you know who developed this game? Xinghui Technology Studio. Purely domestic. You just bought their divine GPU. How could you not support their own game? Domestic? Lin Yuan was taken aback. This was news he had never heard before. Absolutely true. Insider information, Sun Yu assured, pounding his chest. Buy it. You must buy it. Support domestic. It's a closed loop. Xinghui's GPU. Xinghui's game. An inexplicable surge of destiny and belonging rushed over him, instantly overshadowing the pang of expenditure. With a determined bite of his lip, Lin Yuan decisively clicked the green purchase button. His digital account balance was swiftly drained, and his heart gave a little flutter. Yet a strange sense of pride in participating surged within him. The installation progress bar climbed slowly but steadily. The wait felt interminably long. Finally, the game launched, and the animated logo of Xinghui Technology elicited gasps of awe from the six of them. It was stunning. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, clicked again, and after a brief, loading black screen, the world unfolded before him with a thunderous grandeur. No longer merely an observer behind a screen, he was plunged into an immersive experience. The fierce wind lashed cold raindrops against his virtual skin, as if he could feel the bone-chilling dampness. Jagged black rocks loomed like the remains of ancient beasts, standing silently and menacingly amidst the gray, roaring waves. Sam trudged along the muddy, rugged shoreline, burdened with heavy cargo. Each footfall splashing mud, each slight sway of his perspective from an unsteady center of gravity delivering an astonishing sense of realism. Even more breathtaking was the light. It was not merely bright or dim, but imbued with a soulful fluidity. The faint daylight, piercing through the cracks in the overcast sky, flowed, danced, and shattered upon the wet rocks and Sam's raincoat, creating ever-changing patterns of illumination. In the distance, where the leaden sea met the sky, the suffocating atmosphere was vividly rendered by this exquisite interplay of light and shadow. Ray tracing technology was no longer a mere cold term. It had become the invisible hand sculpting this desolate yet magnificent world. Wow! It was unclear who uttered the first exclamation, brief and pure, akin to the first stone cast into a tranquil pond. This wow ignited a fuse, and the small 407 dormitory erupted into a frenzy. My heavens! This water, this stone, this light. Am I watching a movie? I suspect the CPU has overpowered the GPU. Chun Hao's voice exploded, nearly bouncing out of his chair, his finger trembling as it pointed at the swirling, eerily gleaming black waves on the screen. Ray tracing, fully enabled. This effect. Wang Bo was so excited he stumbled over his words, his eyes behind his glasses wide as saucers, fixated on the folds of Sam's raincoat, which changed and glimmered with authentic reflections of water. This detail was extraordinary. 3060Ti can actually handle this? Frame rate. What is the frame rate? Zhao Chong leaned forward eagerly, searching for the monitoring window in the corner of the screen. 2K resolution. DLSS quality setting. Average frame rate. An average of 38 frames. The incredulity in Lin Yuan's voice trembled as his eyes fixated on the frame rate display, quickly darting back to the breathtakingly beautiful, or perhaps heart-stopping, visuals. A minimum of 30 frames, under such graphical performance, was not merely seamless, but had become a testament to a near-miraculous achievement. Fluid motion, top-tier graphics, driven by the Xinghui S1 and 3060Ti, had surprisingly achieved a delicate, incredible balance. 30 frames? Dropping to 30 only when ray tracing is fully enabled? This optimization is miraculous. Xinghui is phenomenal. Sun Yu, flushed with excitement, vigorously waved his fist. Gasps of astonishment, wild exclamations, and the sounds of fists pounding on tables erupted like an uncontrollable rock concert within the confines of the small 407 dormitory, crashing, echoing, exploding. This cacophony pierced through the not-so-thick dormitory door, much like a stone thrown into a pond, rapidly sending ripples through the quiet corridor. What's going on in 407? Are they demolishing the place? The door of the neighboring 408 swung open violently, revealing a disheveled head peeking out, bleary-eyed and disgruntled at being awakened from a sweet dream. I don't know, it's a cacophony. The door of 409 across the hall also opened, two boys rubbing their eyes as they emerged. Curiosity spread like wildfire. Footsteps began to converge at the door of 407. First a few, then 5 or 6, the door was pushed ajar, and the gap widened as more heads squeezed in. Soon, the doorway and the limited passageway were completely filled. Latecomers had to tiptoe, stretching their necks, to catch glimpses of the screen shimmering with magical light. When Sam struggled to climb atop a giant rock, the camera pulled back, revealing a vast, desolate, yet breathtakingly magnificent black coastline, shrouded in the rain of death and permeated with eerie golden particles. Wow! This time, the exclamation was no longer a solo performance from within 407, but a harmonious chorus of awe and reverence erupting from the entire crowd gathered at the doorway. Like a small tsunami, it swept through the narrow corridor. Dozens of youthful eyes sparkled with a nearly obsessive gleam, interwoven in the dim light of the dormitory and the vibrant glow emanating from the screen. They forgot the crowding, forgot the mundane tasks they had intended to do, forgot the passage of time, utterly consumed by the apocalyptic world meticulously crafted by the Xinghui S1, rendered with the full might of the 3060Ti, and sculpted by the domestic game studio. What kind of computer is this? The graphics are simply astounding. A tall boy in a basketball jersey, his eyes wide with astonishment, voiced the thoughts of everyone present. Look at that case. It's Xinghui, the Xinghui S1. Keen observers immediately noticed the subtle X emblem faintly illuminated on the cooler within the side of the transparent case, awash in RGB lighting. Is the Xinghui S1 truly that formidable, being a domestically produced 7-nanometer marvel? What graphics card does it possess, one might wonder. Rumor has it, it's equipped with a 3060Ti. Can a 3060Ti really deliver such performance? Surely not. Yet, witnessing it firsthand, the frame rate was displayed for all to see. The air buzzed with discussions, akin to a swarm of excitable bees darting within the confined space. Our skepticism and the desire for verification ultimately coalesced into a heightened sense of astonishment and curiosity. The name Xinghui S1 resonated like a stone cast into the tranquil lake of their hearts, sending ripples through each onlooker's mind. The breathtaking visual fidelity, coupled with astonishing optimizations that maintained playable frame rates even under top-tier ray tracing, constituted a silent yet powerful advertisement. Lin Yuan was deeply engrossed in maneuvering Sam through his journey, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard and mouse, entirely oblivious to the throng of spectators gathering at the door behind him. It was not until he led Sam to take a brief respite beneath a massive boulder, shifting his perspective towards the eerily silent yet grand coastline adorned with peculiar golden particles, that he became acutely aware of the unusual stillness and searing gazes behind him. He slightly turned his head, and what met his eyes was a densely packed crowd at the entrance, filled with youthful faces brimming with wonder and curiosity. Their gazes, akin to spotlights, illuminated him and his computer, radiating unabashed envy, perhaps even admiration. A rush of mixed emotions, pride, satisfaction, and a hint of shyness, surged over Lin Yuan, causing his cheeks to warm. He instinctively straightened his back. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently swept to the outermost edge of the crowd. A stranger, clad in a crisp white shirt and sporting thin-framed glasses, stood quietly at the back, unlike the others who were animatedly discussing or peering over one another's shoulders. He stood on tiptoe, his gaze calm and focused, unwaveringly fixed on the glimmering casing emblazoned with the Xinghui S1 logo. The clarity and determination in his eyes, visible through the lenses, sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating a pure and persistent yearning. Lin Yuan distinctly saw the boy slightly press his lips together, as if resolving to make a commitment, whispering with utmost clarity and seriousness, audible only to himself. Before graduation, I too must save up for an S1. This seemingly light statement struck Lin Yuan like a searing stellar core, piercing through the clamor and shadows of the dormitory, indelibly etching itself into his heart. He envisioned himself from a few months prior, similarly frugal, similarly yearning for a machine to call his own. Yet at that time, he had never fathomed that this yearning would be anchored to a chip called Xinghui. He turned back, his gaze returning to the screen. Sam was shouldering his pack, resolutely stepping forth into the vast world, fraught with unknowns and challenges. The winds and rains persisted. The path remained treacherous, yet ahead, there appeared a glimmer of light. The cooling fan within the Xinghui S1 emitted a deep, steady hum, akin to a vigorous and youthful heartbeat, continuously pulsating in the small dormitory filled with dreams and wonder, transmitting an invisible strength to every corner. The deep blue chip beneath the cooler operated in silence, resembling a minuscule yet fervent origin point, quietly igniting something that would ultimately blaze forth under the name of Xinghui. Chapter 13, A Visit from the State. At the headquarters of Xinghui Technology, the morning sun filtered through expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting its light upon Cheng Mo's somewhat weary yet remarkably bright eyes. The brand-new lithography technology exchanged at the system last night, along with the theoretical framework document titled Special Quantum Synthetic Materials, now lay like a searing brand deep within his encrypted terminal, radiating an alluring yet perilous glow. Assistant Suya entered, her long legs striding with an unusual air of seriousness. Mr. Cheng, we've just received a call of the highest confidentiality. The caller claims to be from the Huaxin Revitalization Leadership Group office, notifying us that at 10 a.m. today, the group's chief advisor, Mr. Zhong, will lead a team of experts to visit our company for an inspection. She paused, lowering her voice. Accompanying him are high-ranking security personnel. Cheng Mo understood. The nation's scientists were becoming restless. However, their actions were swifter and more direct than he had anticipated. This was no ordinary inspection, but rather a meeting laden with scrutiny, evaluation, and perhaps even confrontation, particularly Mr. Zhong, who wished to ascertain whether Cheng Mo was merely an illusionist or truly a pioneer capable of shouldering the future of Huaxia's chips. Understood, Cheng Montauk replied calmly, though a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Prepare according to the highest standards. But personnel with B7 level access and below in the core RD area should temporarily withdraw. Additionally, ready the small technical demonstration hall adjacent to my office. Yes, Mr. Cheng. Suya promptly complied, her steps infused with a blend of tension and excitement. The fate of Xinghui might hinge on today's proceedings. At 9:50 a.m., 3 inconspicuous black Hongqi sedans, flanked by 2 military SUVs bearing special license plates, silently entered the Xinghui Technology Park. As the doors swung open, several casually dressed soldiers, their gazes sharp as hawks and their postures erect as pines, disembarked first. They swiftly and silently occupied strategic positions, an invisible aura of vigilance permeating the air. Following them, Mr. Zhong stepped out, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a dark jacket, exuding a calm demeanor, Mr. Panshur, clad in his slightly faded traditional Zhongshan suit. With meticulously combed silver hair and a lean face, his gaze remained serene, yet seemed capable of penetrating all facades. Next to him emerged several elderly gentlemen, their hair graying yet vibrant, radiating an air of scholarly wisdom, their eyes reflecting decades of rigorous scientific inquiry. These individuals were the true titans of the Chinese semiconductor field, esteemed veterans who had contributed to countless significant national projects. Mr. Zhong, esteemed professors, this way, please. Cheng Mo had long awaited their arrival at the entrance. Maintaining a composed demeanor, the group traversed the bright and spacious office area, making their way toward the core, or D-zone. Along the way, Mr. Zhong's gaze casually swept over the modern research equipment and the busy, focused engineers, yet there resided an imperceptible assessment in his eyes. The elderly professors engaged in hushed discussions, their attention lingering on familiar EDA software interfaces and testing instruments. As they approached a highly secure, alloy, airtight door leading into the most critical wafer experimental laboratories foyer, an elderly professor with neatly combed hair and gold-rimmed glasses inadvertently caught sight of a half-open temperature-controlled transfer window used for temporarily storing wafers awaiting inspection. His steps abruptly halted, his eyes widening as if he had witnessed an unbelievable miracle. What is this? He nearly lunged toward the transfer window, his voice trembling with shock, pointing through the high-strength glass at a wafer glimmering with a delicate metallic sheen under special lighting conditions. The attention of the other professors and Mr. Zhong was immediately drawn to him. Upon closer inspection, the wafer exhibited a breathtakingly orderly and precise arrangement of densely packed transistor structures. The sharpness of the lines and complexity of the configuration far exceeded what they had previously understood about Xinghui's 7-nanometer process level. 5 nanometers. Another esteemed professor specializing in semiconductor processes gasped, his voice trembling with disbelief. The spacing of the lines, the layering of metals, these are undeniably features characteristic of the 5-nanometer scale. And is it 5+, or perhaps GAA? He turned to Cheng Mo, his gaze brimming with astonishment and inquiry. Cheng, have you truly surpassed the 5-nanometer threshold? In that instant, the entire lobby was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The eyes of several military personnel sharpened, locking onto Cheng Mo unfazed. Panshur stealthily moved a step closer to Elder Zhong. Within the depths of Elder Zhong's calm eyes, genuine tumult began to stir. He slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Cheng Mo. Cheng. It appears that the surprises Starshine has reserved for the market extend far beyond the mere 7-nanometer realm. A military-grade 5-nanometer. How deeply concealed this has been. Cheng Mo met Elder Zhong's penetrating gaze with composure, nodding affirmatively. Elder Zhong, your insight is remarkable. The 7-nanometer process is a mature technology aimed at the civilian market. In contrast, the 5-nanometer FinFET Plus enhanced version is our technological reserve intended for specific high-reliability, high-performance applications, such as aerospace and supercomputing cores. It is currently in the small-scale verification phase. The process yield and cost control are still being optimized, which is why it has yet to be made public. Specific application scenarios, murmured an elderly general with graying hair and a stern demeanor. His gaze towards Cheng was suddenly ablaze with fervor. Military-grade, 5-nanometer. What does that imply? It signifies that the most advanced weapon platforms and the most powerful command systems of Huaxiao will, for the first time, match or even surpass their adversaries in manufacturing processes. The strategic implications are incalculable. All doubts dissipated in an instant upon witnessing the 5-nanometer wafer, as if thin ice melting under the sun. The expressions of the several professors shifted from initial scrutiny and shock to sheer awe, admiration, and even a hint of fervent enthusiasm. The ability to independently breach the 5-nanometer barrier and advance the 7-nanometer technology to market cannot be attributed to espionage, theft, or mere chance. It can only be ascribed to Cheng Mo's prodigious and volcanic technological genius. Elder Zhong cast a profound glance at Cheng Mo, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of admiration, curiosity, and the fortunate discovery of a rare treasure. He spoke slowly, one impressive technological reserve. Cheng Mo, this reserve of yours is worth its weight in gold. Gome, let's find a quiet place to converse. In Cheng Mo's succinct yet technologically infused office, the aroma of tea wafted through the air. Elder Zhong dismissed everyone else, leaving only Panshur outside for vigilance. The room now held only him and Cheng Mo. The stranglehold of the beautiful nation was tightening. Elder Zhong approached the matter directly, his tone grave. The prices of raw materials have spiraled out of control, and the channels for photoresist have nearly dried up. Their intent is clear: to stifle Starshine and to quash the momentum of Huaxia's chip ascendance. Tell me, can your technological reserves resolve this life-or-death predicament? While the 5-nanometer process is remarkable, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. Cheng Mo paused momentarily before responding candidly. The 5-nanometer process similarly depends on those critical materials that are currently being choked off. The day our inventory runs out is the day our production line halts. The funding from the game can only quench immediate thirst. Elder Zhong nodded, his gaze deep as an abyss. Thus we have come. We recognize the value of Starshine. Your talent instills hope in us for breaking the shackles. He leaned slightly forward, exuding an air of almost paternal expectation and undeniable authority. Cheng Mo, I have nurtured countless talents throughout my life, yet I have never encountered a junior as astonishingly gifted as you. What you lack is not technology, but a foundation, a depth, a true guide who can place you upon the shoulders of giants to help you avoid detours. Become my disciple and join my fold. The challenges faced by Starshine, including raw materials, funding, policy barriers, and even external malice, will be cleared by the state. You need only immerse yourself in research and contribute your genius wholeheartedly to this land. This was an immense olive branch. Joining Elder Zhong would mean that Cheng Mo would instantly possess political resources, research assets, and connections beyond the imagination of the ordinary person. All the predicaments of Starshine would be effortlessly resolved, and he would rise to become a princely figure in Huaxia's technological realm. However, Cheng Mo merely inclined his body slightly, his tone respectful yet resolute. Elder Zhong, your dedication to the nation and its people is profound, a true model of a national hero, for which I hold immense admiration. To receive your favor is a tremendous honor for me. He raised his head and met Elder Zhong's profound eyes, shifting the narrative. However, regarding the matter of apprenticeship, I must respectfully decline. A flash of surprise crossed Elder Zhong's eyes, swiftly followed by deeper scrutiny. Oh, why? He did not express anger, but was instead filled with extreme astonishment. How could someone refuse the olive branch extended by him, Zhong, under such favorable and life-altering conditions? Cheng Mo took a deep breath, a near-fanatic light glimmering in his eyes. Because the path of Starshine is one destined to upend existing rules and break all shackles. It requires not a methodical, rule-bound inheritance, but a bold and audacious new beginning. His voice gradually took on a fervent confidence. While joining your fold may indeed resolve our immediate crisis, it would also, unconsciously, confine Starshine's thinking and path within the existing frameworks and systems. This is in direct opposition to the vision I hold that could transform the entire landscape of chip manufacturing. Elder Zhong's brow furrowed slightly, yet he refrained from rebutting, instead speaking in a somber tone. A new beginning? Do you realize that the path to lithography machines has consumed decades of effort and trillions in investment from numerous top nations and laboratories to reach this point? What gives you the confidence that your so-called vision can surpass this accumulated chasm? Cheng Mo rose from his seat and approached his desk, his fingers gliding over the touch-sensitive surface, illuminating a flexible screen where intricate passwords and biometric recognition flashed rapidly. He turned to Elder Zhong, his eyes blazing like molten lava. Just this. Please, Elder Zhong, come take a look. With curiosity and intrigue, Elder Zhong moved closer to the screen. Cheng Mo's finger gently tapped the display. Buzz. A vast, complex, and intricately precise three-dimensional design instantly filled the entire screen. It bore no resemblance to any known structure of EUV or DUV lithography machines, absent were the massive optical tower assemblies and the convoluted mask stage systems. Instead, there lay layers upon layers of microenergy emission arrays arranged like a honeycomb, quantum dot laser sources, intertwined with coils of strange force fields resembling celestial rings. Flickering with a mysterious blue glow filled with the texture of unknown materials, and a meticulously crafted multi-dimensional motion platform for silicon wafers below. At the top of the screen, an eye-catching title boldly declared, Concept Design V10 of the Starfire Quantum Dot Array Lithography Prototype, QDL. Every detail of the blueprint radiated a revolutionary brilliance. Beside it was a succinct yet heart-stopping explanation for any semiconductor expert. Core disruption, light source revolution, discarding traditional lasers and plasma light sources, utilizing ultra-high density. Phase-synchronized, programmable quantum dot laser arrays to directly excite special materials, generating sub-nanometer equivalent wavelength directed energy beams. Mirrorless lithography, employing the dynamic photon cloud lens formed by excited-state materials for adaptive focusing, correcting distortions, and entirely eliminating the massive EUV reflective optics. Direct quantum state etching. High-energy beam currents induce a directly controllable quantum state migration and reorganization of silicon atoms and molecules, all without the need for photoresist. Material independence. The core consumable quantum substance is a laboratory-synthesized carbon-based material, liberating us from reliance on rare earth elements, photoresists, and all external dependencies. Old Master Zhong's gaze was riveted to the screen, as if drawn by an invisible magnet. Throughout his life, he had witnessed countless blueprints of cutting-edge technology and participated in numerous significant national engineering decisions. Yet the design before him transcended the very concept of photolithography he had known. This was no longer a matter of catching up. It was a complete upheaval, a dimensional strike. His graying brows twitched violently, and he found his breath growing heavy without realizing it. He beheld the intricate structural diagrams marked with quantum constraint fields, representing an abyss of unknowns in engineering. He witnessed the terrifying precision requirements of the quantum dot array. Moreover, he glimpsed the molecular structure of the specially synthesized core consumable, a form never before concocted in any earthly laboratory, imbued with a peculiar, symmetrical beauty. This was enough to shake even the steadfast resolve of old Master Zhong, causing his voice to tremble with overwhelming incredulity. Quantum dots, dynamic photonic lenses, direct quantum state etching. Cheng Mo, are you attempting to create a machine from the future? Where lies the theoretical foundation? What the engineering feasibility? Cheng Mo stood beside the screen, light and shadow dancing across his face, illuminating the fervent light of belief in his eyes that resembled exploding stars. The theoretical foundation resides within my mind. Engineering feasibility? The path is forged by human endeavor. The beautiful nation wishes to lock my present with materials. I shall utilize this machine to upend the future of photolithography. He pointed decisively at the complex core components on the screen, akin to an engine of a starship from the future. The traditional path of photolithography has been besieged by iron walls. Rather than battering our heads against the wall, let us instead blast open a new route, a quantum path that belongs to Huaxia, to Xinghui, and to the future of the entire chip civilization. The office fell into a profound silence. Only the design of the quantum photolithography machine, named Spark, radiated a cold and resplendent glow from the screen, as if silently proclaiming the end of an old era and the dawn of a new one. Old Master Zhong gazed intently at the revolutionary blueprint, then slowly turned to regard the excessively youthful Cheng Mo, who dared to grasp the future in his hands. The shocked doubt and inquiry etched on his face gradually transformed into an unprecedented, almost fervent admiration and resolve. He slammed his palm onto the table, his voice booming with vigor, as if rejuvenated by a decade. Excellent. What a bold new path. What a quantum journey. Cheng Mo, this time, I place my trust in you. The nation shall accompany you in this grand gamble. I grant you access to the material allocation privileges of the National Laboratory. Whatever you require, I shall provide. Chapter 14, Technological Theft. The curtains were tightly drawn, isolating the room from the city's cacophony and illumination. As the air grew thick with the smoke of low-quality cigars and a stifling tension, several high-performance laptops emitted an eerie blue glow, illuminating the faces gathered around the table. Diverse in complexion, yet sharing a similarly cold and sharp gaze, akin to hyenas lurking in the shadows for their prey. Complex network topology diagrams, pulsating encrypted communication windows, and ever-refreshing surveillance screen divisions composed a silent battlefield tableau. They were ShadowNet, a clandestine commercial intelligence team secretly nurtured by leading international chip giants, dedicated to the recovery of technology. More bluntly put, they were industrial spies. At this moment, their singular target was Huaxia, Xinghui Technology, that rising star which had disturbed the equilibrium for so many. The leader, codenamed Raven, possessed a quintessential Western visage with a hawk-like nose, deep-set eyes, and a gaze akin to ice picks steeped in poison. He pointed at the 3D structural diagram of the Xinghui Technology RD Center on the screen, particularly at the core laboratory area highlighted with emphasis, his voice low and devoid of emotion. Target area: B7 level core, RD Zone, 3rd Laboratory. Priority target: original code repository of the Xianxian NPU architecture, complete design package of the 7-nanometer FinFET plus process, and the core algorithm white paper of the Xinghui engine. Particularly, the wafer design master blueprint housed within the physical safe. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, revealing 2 dossier photographs accompanied by simple codenames. The janitor, a nondescript, middle-aged Asian man clad in Xinghui's standard gray cleaning uniform. His eyes appeared somewhat dull, bearing the weariness of a lifetime spent in the lower strata and a hint of deeply buried greed. The carrier, a stylishly dressed young mixed-race woman with a shoulder bag, bore a sweet smile, but possessed an unusually sharp gaze. The janitor had been in position for 3 days, familiarizing himself with the daily cleaning routes and schedules of the target area, and tonight was a deep cleaning night for Zone B7, granting him a 20-minute window of uninterrupted opportunity. His mission was to utilize the access card and the universal key provided by his employer to enter the third laboratory, unlock the physical safe, and retrieve the encrypted hard drive inside. Raven's voice remained devoid of any tremor, as if he were reciting mundane tasks. The carrier would meet him at the number 3 subway entrance outside the park. Once the hard drive was secured, the emergency plan would be activated, facilitating its clandestine export. The remuneration offered by the employer was sufficient for all of us to retire comfortably. A member sporting a scruffy beard and Eastern European features, codenamed Wrench, furrowed his brow. Intelligence reports indicate that Chinese national security and military personnel have recently been circling around Xinghui like vultures. The physical security and electronic surveillance levels in Zone B7 have been heightened to an extreme degree. The risks are exceedingly high. He displayed several blurry surveillance snapshots, revealing plainclothes individuals with apparent military backgrounds outside the park, as well as several vehicles disguised as civilian transport engaged in signal detection. Raven's lips curled into a cold, disdainful smile. High risk equates to higher value. The 7-nanometer technology and that damned NPU of Xinghui are eroding the foundations of our employer on a global scale. This blueprint represents the noose that will strangle it. As for the risks, he surveyed the room, his eyes sparkling with the unique light of a desperate gambler. We thrive in this peril. Remember, there is only one chance for action. It must succeed. Any misstep, and you are well aware of the consequences. The room fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by the hum of computer fans. Action. The Xinghui Technology Park, cloaked in the inky darkness of night. The core RD building loomed like a silent steel beast, with only a few windows illuminating the late-night work. The heavy alloy isolation door of Zone B7 stood resolutely shut, the access control system blinking a faint red light. In the corridor, every 10 meters, a high-definition camera monitored every corner without fail. An invisible pressure permeated the air, the oppressive aura stemming from high-level security. The janitor, clad in a gray cleaning uniform, pushed a cleaning cart, the soft clatter of wheels echoing in the empty corridor. He kept his head low, the brim of his cap pulled down to blend into the background. His heart raced, palms slick with sweat. The astronomical sum promised by his employer and the menacing warnings echoed relentlessly in his mind. As he rounded a corner, his gaze darted to an inconspicuous black box hidden in the wall shadow. It was the miniature wireless signal jammer he had surreptitiously placed during the day, capable of temporarily incapacitating the signal transmission circuit of nearby cameras, creating a visual blind spot of approximately 30 seconds. The clock ticked towards 1:50 in the morning. This is the designated time for the thorough daily cleaning of Area B7, a moment of relative relaxation before the shift change in the monitoring room. He took a deep breath and pushed the cleaning cart to a halt outside the alloy door of the third laboratory. Access required dual authentication, both iris and palm print, of the highest privilege. Pretending to organize the tools on his cleaning cart, he skillfully obscured the access recognition area with his body. One hand swiftly rummaged through a concealed compartment at the bottom of the cart, retrieving a black device the size of a matchbox. This was not a conventional hacking tool, but rather an advanced piece of technology provided by his employer, a biomimetic patch. Utilizing a special, flexible nanomaterial, it could flawlessly replicate and simulate the bioelectrical signals and microstructural features of a specific target. He quickly affixed 2 gossamer-thin, transparent patches to his right eye's iris and right palm print. The patches activated instantaneously, melding seamlessly with his skin, emitting a nearly imperceptible glow. He lifted his head, directing his gaze at the iris scanner. Beep, identity verification successful. Senior researcher, Zhang Mingyuan. Simultaneously, he placed his palm, now covered with the simulated print, upon the recognition panel. Palm print verification successful. Permission level, B7-3. The alloy door slid silently open. The cleaner swiftly pushed the cart inside, and the door closed quietly behind him. He suppressed his racing heart. The objective lay before him. A silver-gray metal safe fixed to a specialized base in the center of the room. The surface of the safe bore no keyholes. Only a palm-sized biometric touchscreen, accompanied by an exquisitely intricate micro-physical lock, whose shape was extraordinarily complex and non-standard. Time was of the essence. He immediately produced the master key provided by his employer, a precision instrument slightly larger than an ordinary USB drive, from which several flexible metal probes, thinner than a hair, protruded. Carefully, he inserted the probes into the micro-physical lock. The probes, seemingly animated, adjusted their angles and depths autonomously, emitting an extremely faint high-frequency vibration and decoding signal. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds click. A barely audible mechanical unlocking sound echoed. Simultaneously, the biometric screen of the safe illuminated. Without hesitation, he pressed his palm, still covered with the simulated print, against it. Highest privilege, biometric verification successful. Physical lock disengaged. The heavy door of the safe swung open slightly. A rush of cold air spilling forth. Inside, there were no heaps of gold or jewels, only 3 black encrypted solid-state drives secured within shockproof and anti-magnetic slots. Emblazoned with the prominent Starshine logo and inscribed with 7 nanometers FinFET plus process, Master, Shin NPU Arch, Source Design, Star Engine Core, all go. A spark of ecstatic light ignited in the cleaner's eyes as he trembled. Swiftly extracting the 3 drives from their slots and stashing them into a specially designed compartment within the cart, equipped with signal shielding and physical buffering capabilities. Just as he prepared to close the safe door and erase his traces, an unexpected turn of events transpired. An exceedingly concealed sensor within the safe triggered 5 seconds after the drives were removed from their slots. There was no piercing alarm, but a high-priority alert marked with meltdown protocol triggered. Physical isolation surged through the core security system of Area B7. It pierced through the interference shield he had set up, directly transmitted to the security center of the facility, Cheng Mo's personal encrypted terminal, and the command room of the military security team stationed at Starshine. Almost simultaneously, in a corner of the ceiling of the 3rd laboratory, a micro-laser scanning array, disguised as a smoke detector, activated, swiftly sweeping a nearly invisible red mesh laser beam across the entire room, locking onto the cleaner standing before the safe. In the executive office at the top floor, Cheng Mo was not resting. He was engrossed in the personnel allocation for the assembly plan of the quantum dot lithography machine. A glaring red alert window forcefully overshadowed all data on his computer interface. Highest alert, B7, 3 laboratory, physical safe, core design master drive, unauthorized removal. Meltdown protocol has been triggered. Intruder being located. Biometric scan comparison. Anomaly. Unauthorized personnel disguised. Location locked. Inside B7, 3 laboratory. A chilling anger surged from the soles of Cheng Mo's feet to the crown of his head. All fatigue and focus evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming fury at the breach of his core interests. The foundation of Starshine, his countless days and nights of effort. How dare someone disturb the tranquility atop his head? Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed a hidden red button beneath his desk, connecting directly to the military security team's emergency communication channel. The communication was established instantly, and a calm, metallic-tinged voice responded. Mr. Cheng? Eagle's Nest. Eagle's Nest. I'm Starshine 1. Cheng Mo's voice was as cold as ice, his words firing like bullets. In the B7 area, 3rd laboratory. The highest privilege physical safe has been illegally opened. Core design drives have been stolen. The intruder is inside the laboratory. Identity disguised. Meltdown alarm triggered. Repeat. The intruder is inside the laboratory. Request immediate lockdown of Area B7. Highest level of force authorization. Objective. Apprehend the thief and the stolen goods. The drives must not leave the laboratory building. Starshine 1, Eagle's Nest received. Confirming highest alert. Team Sword will act immediately. Lockdown B7. Repeat. Lock all exits of Area B7 immediately. Initiate Iron Curtain Protocol. Target locked. The voice of the military commander was devoid of hesitation, imbued with resolute decisiveness. Within the 3rd laboratory, the cleaner had just closed the safe door and had not yet had a moment to breathe a sigh of relief when an intense sensation of palpitations seized him. The instinct of a professional spy warned him. He had been exposed, although he had not heard the alarm. That chilling feeling of being locked onto by unseen eyes could not be mistaken. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, abruptly pushing the cleaning cart towards the door to create confusion and obstruct potential pursuers, while he, like a startled rabbit, darted towards the entrance of the laboratory's ventilation duct. This was one of his pre-established emergency escape routes. He swiftly removed the grill of the vent, ready to crawl inside. However, it was too late. Bang! The heavy alloy door of the laboratory was violently flung open from the outside by an overwhelming force. It did not open normally. It was deformed and blasted ajar. At the entrance stood 3 fully armed soldiers, as steadfast as iron, clad in deep gray urban combat uniforms, wearing full-cover tactical helmets. Their eyes beneath the visors locked onto the cleaner poised to dive into the vent like searchlights. The standard issue assault rifles were already raised, the dark muzzles emanating a chilling aura of death. Leading them was a figure whose insignia bore the sword emblem, glinting coldly under the emergency lights. He was the commander of Team Sword, codenamed Blade. Don't move. Hands on your head. Step away from the vent immediately. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Blade's voice resonated through the tactical helmet's loudspeaker, cold, firm, and bearing an undeniable death sentence. A powerful sense of oppression enveloped the entire laboratory like a tangible force. The cleaner's body froze instantly, cold sweat soaking his back. He knew it was over. Any resistance would be futile. In despair, he slowly raised his hands. Retreating from the vent, the guise of humility and numbness he had feigned evaporating, leaving only a pallid silence. Blade signaled tactically, and one team member pounced like a cheetah, swiftly pinning the cleaner to the ground, expertly searching him and placing him in handcuffs. Another team member dashed towards the cleaning vehicle, deftly locating the hidden compartment and extracting the 3 encrypted black hard drives. Report to Eagle's Nest. The target has been secured. The contraband has been seized. Both the goods and the thief are in custody. Phone Rin reported in a low voice into the communicator. Outside the park, at the entrance of subway line 3, a fashionably dressed Dove appeared to be leisurely scrolling through her phone, yet her nerves were taut, constantly scanning the direction of the park's exit with her peripheral vision. 5 minutes had elapsed since the agreed time, and the cleaner had yet to appear. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Suddenly, she noticed the lights at the park brightening. Several unmarked black SUVs surged forth like phantoms, swiftly and silently sealing off nearby intersections. Simultaneously, she felt as though she had been locked onto by a few frigid gazes. Amongst the crowd, several seemingly ordinary passers-by were discreetly closing in on her. The mission had failed. She was compromised. In an instant, the Dove made a chilling judgment, her heart turning to ice. Without hesitation, she turned to blend into the throng of commuters entering the subway. However, a grip like an iron claw silently rested upon her shoulder. "Miss, were you in such a hurry to go at this hour?" A low voice whispered in her ear, laced with a cold hint of amusement. The Dove's body stiffened. Realizing that any final struggle would be futile, she relinquished her resistance, allowing another plainclothes officer to cuff her hands behind her back. Her seemingly ordinary shoulder bag was swiftly removed, revealing not only cosmetics, but also a specially designed signal jamming pouch, evidently intended for the remote reception of the hard drives. In the temporary command center of Xinghui Technology Security Center, Cheng Mo stood alongside Commander Phone Run, observing the surveillance screen displaying the apprehended cleaner and Dove, as well as the 3 recovered encrypted hard drives laid out on the table. Cheng Mo's expression remained frigid, though the fire in his eyes had somewhat abated. "President Cheng, the hard drives need immediate security verification to confirm whether they have been copied or implanted with backdoors," Phone Run reminded. Cheng Mo nodded and approached the computer. Taking control himself, he inserted a specially designed key drive and inputted a lengthy series of exceedingly complex commands. The screen displayed the underlying access interface of the hard drives. Rest assured, the disconnection command entails more than mere physical isolation alerts. Cheng Mo's voice conveyed a cold confidence. The moment the hard drives were illicitly removed from their slots, the internal star-level logic lock activated. Any attempts to access by unauthorized individuals or specific terminals would trigger dual safeguards. He pulled up the access log records of the hard drives. First access attempt, unauthorized timestamp matches the theft time. Access source, unknown physical interface, suspected to be a spy's reading device. Outcome, triggered the first layer of the logical maze. The hard drive automatically released a substantial amount of encrypted, obfuscated garbage data and fragments of pseudo-core code, overlaying the true data layer, while initiating a background trace of the reading device's physical characteristics and network connection, if any. Status of the second layer of protection, Starfire Furnace, awaiting activation. Cheng Mo pointed at this status and explained, if an intruder attempts to brute force the logical maze or connects the hard drive to a network in an effort to hack remotely, the Starfire Furnace will be immediately activated, an ultra-high-frequency directional energy pulse designed as a theoretical model. It will physically damage the quantum state of the storage units at the nanoscale, ensuring that the core data is utterly and irreversibly annihilated, leaving no possibility for data recovery. Simultaneously, it will release a unique encrypted signal to provide us with the final location. Feng Run gazed at the cold, awaiting activation status on the screen, alongside the displayed physical characteristic codes of the devices tracked in the background, which have been swiftly recorded and reported for investigation. A glimmer of respect flashing in his eyes. President Cheng, your defense is truly impenetrable. Yet they still managed to remotely extract the 7-nanometer manufacturing process. What? How did they manage to steal it? Should I report this to higher-ups? No need. Without NPCs or design blueprints, they cannot cause any significant disruption. Besides, we still possess the 5-nanometer CPU, our heavy artillery. Chapter 15, The Chip Incident. In a heavily secured conference room somewhere in Washington, D.C., thick bulletproof glass shielded the interior from the city's clamor, yet the air within buzzed with a near-hyperactive agitation. On the projection screen, data streams and several key process flowcharts marked with the 7-nanometers FinFET technology core design summary from the distant Orient were being showcased. Look here. The crucial FinFET fin optimization scheme and details of the metal stacking interconnect. John Seneclyde, CEO of Intel, pointed at a highlighted area on the screen, his face radiating unmasked excitement and disdain. Xinghui? Merely this. Indeed, chimed in the chief technology officer of Qualcomm, adjusting his glasses, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Their transistor density and energy efficiency optimization points are indeed somewhat unique. Yet the core physical models of the devices and the critical nodes of the manufacturing process do not exceed our understanding. Reverse engineering will pose no significant challenge. His tone, imbued with the calm judgment typical of a technical expert, also bore a hint of relief. The pressure exerted by Xinghui seemed to have diminished considerably. Alas, a current representative from company, a seasoned vice president, spoke with a tinge of regret. We only possess this 7-nanometer CPU process package. Their enigmatic Xinghuan NPU architecture, along with that graphics engine technology that elevates Death Stranding to new heights, remains entirely unattainable. That is the true treasure worth coveting. Greed flickered in his eyes, clearly lamenting the missed opportunity to secure everything in one fell swoop. Seated at the head of the table was Robert Hayes, a senior official from the Department of Commerce, representing the will of the elegant nation. He interrupted the technical mogul's discourse, his fingers impatiently tapping against the sleek surface of the table, producing a sharp, rhythmic sound as his piercing gaze swept over the assembly. Gentlemen, this is not the time for a technical symposium. I am only concerned with one matter. Can you leverage this information to produce our own performance-equivalent 7-nanometer chip in the shortest possible time frame? I want you to crush the momentum that Xinghui has just begun to build. Clyde immediately straightened his posture, exuding the confidence characteristic of an industry titan. Of course, Mr. Hayes. We at NVIDIA possess the world's foremost chip design team and the most established manufacturing partners. With this reference, I am confident we can launch a new 7-nanometer GPU architecture based on this optimized design within 6 months, and its performance will be on par with Xinghui's. Even, he paused for effect, a hint of pride surfacing, we could do even better. Representatives from Qualcomm and another chip giant nodded in agreement, the conference room brimming with an atmosphere of optimism and determination. To them, acquiring the core process roadmap equated to possessing the key to unlock the treasure trove. Xinghui's technological barriers had been pried open just a crack. Hayes' tense expression softened momentarily, but he soon recalled something, his brow furrowing slightly. What about Company A? I've heard that President Su has been quite active lately, seemingly adopting a different stance toward Xinghui. His tone bore a subtle hint of unease and warning. The vice president from Company A, who had just spoken, momentarily displayed a flash of embarrassment before explaining. Dr. Su has indeed been frequently engaging with the Huawei market and has expressed interest in Xinghui's technology. She believes there may be potential for collaboration. However, this is merely her personal exploration of ideas and does not represent the company's final strategic direction. Under the sanctions framework, we at AMR remain aligned with the government's stance. Collaboration? Clyde appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke, snickering audibly, his laughter resonating harshly in the quiet confines of the conference room. Collaborating with a struggling, small Chinese company that clings to survival by selling games? Had President Su lost her senses? When had AMR fallen so low as to beg for charity from its rivals? Truly perplexing. His words dripped with disdain for Company A and extreme contempt for Xinghui. Hayes' eyes glinted with intensity, He refrained from commenting on Clyde's mockery and coldly instructed, "Keep a close watch on Company A's movements. I do not wish to see any discordant noises at this critical juncture. Xinghui must be isolated and suffocated. Your task is to swiftly deliver a product that will demonstrate to the world who the true sovereign of the chip domain is." "Understood. Rest assured, Mr. Hayes." The representatives of several industry giants responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for market share and the suppression of their adversaries. The atmosphere within the conference room brimmed with a deceptive sense of triumph, built upon thievery and arrogance. At the headquarters of Xinghui Technology, in a reception room tastefully decorated in a minimalist style, warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, forming a stark contrast to the cold arrogance of the Washington conference room. Cheng Mo personally welcomed the visiting CEO of AMR, Dr. Su, affectionately known in the industry as Mama Su. Gazing upon this legendary woman, whose smile radiated warmth and whose eyes sparkled with wisdom, Cheng Mo felt a subtle emotion akin to that of a fan meeting their idol. He vividly recalled that in another realm, it was this very woman who had turned the tide, leading the beleaguered AMR to a triumphant resurgence with the Ryzen processors and RDNA graphics architecture, carving out a bloody path through the encirclement of Intel and NVIDIA. Her rallying cry capturing the hearts of countless enthusiasts. "Dr. Su, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your journey in leading AMR's revival is truly a textbook case in the industry." Cheng Mo extended his hand with sincere earnestness. "You flatter me, President Cheng." Su Zifeng replied with a warm smile, her voice gentle yet powerful, exuding an irresistible charm. "Xinghui Technology is the true miracle maker. In a remarkably short time, the 7-nanometer CPU has emerged, and our self-developed architecture has astonished the world. The game Death Stranding has showcased unparalleled graphical prowess. Your talent and Xinghui's potential are truly remarkable, and they certainly inspire pressure upon us veterans." She remarked half-jokingly, her words suffused with unreserved admiration for Cheng Mo and Xinghui. As they took their seats, the atmosphere was relaxed and congenial. Su Zifeng did not engage in excessive small talk, fully aware of the pressures Cheng Mo and Xinghui were currently facing. She candidly shared AMR's latest advancements in technology development and the bottlenecks encountered, particularly the urgent need for higher process nodes and more efficient architectures. Cheng Montauk adeptly responded, showcasing Xinghui's technological confidence while expressing respect for the industry veteran. The conversation naturally gravitated toward collaboration. Su Zifeng straightened her posture, her expression becoming earnest and forthright. "President Cheng, AMR has come with great sincerity to seek collaboration. We sincerely hope to obtain authorization for Xinghui's 7-nanometer CPU technology, or if possible, to explore deeper cooperation regarding your company's Xingxuan NPU architecture." She paused, gauging Cheng Mo's reaction, and continued, "We understand the challenges Xinghui faces. As a gesture of our sincerity and foundation for cooperation, AMR is willing to offer an unprecedented profit-sharing ratio for all AMR chips produced based on Xinghui's authorized technology. We will retain only 80 of the global net profit, with the remaining 20 belonging to Xinghui Technology. Furthermore, all relevant patents will be jointly applied for, with Xinghui taking the lead." This profit-sharing proposal sent a jolt through Cheng Mo's heart. This essentially meant that AMR would leverage its vast channels and market to work for and generate profits for Xinghui. The weight of this sincerity was palpable. Su Zifeng seemed to feel it was still insufficient. She gestured for her assistant to bring over a sleek tablet, unlocking it and pushing it toward Cheng Mo. "President Cheng, please take a look. This is the core conceptual design for our next-generation consumer flagship CPU, codenamed Project Horizon, internally referred to as the X3D series." Cheng Mo's gaze fell upon the screen, and he momentarily gasped. What was displayed was not a traditional flat chip layout, but an exceedingly intricate and sophisticated 3D architectural model. The core computational units were tightly stacked with vast 3D V-cache, vertical stack cache, through revolutionary silicon interposer and micro-bump technology. The cache layer enveloped the computational core like a honeycomb, significantly shortening the data access path. Adjacent annotations highlighted the core features: revolutionary 3D V-cache stacking. L3 cache capacity has been drastically increased to 3 times the original design. Ultra-low latency interconnect. The silicon interposer enables ultra-high speed, ultra-low latency communication between core and cache. Adaptive frequency modulation dynamically adjusts core and cache frequencies based on load, achieving exceptional energy efficiency. This was, without a doubt, the prototype of the Ryzen 7 5800X 3D. which had swept the online gaming market, catching Intel off guard and revered by players as the god-tier CPU. Even from a design perspective, it appeared more aggressive and mature than in his previous life. AMR had already conceived such a clear vision and design at this critical juncture. Cheng Mo lifted his gaze to meet Su Zifeng's. The fervor for technology and conviction for the future sparkled in her eyes. President Cheng, this is our direction for the future. We believe that by combining Xinghui's advanced 7-nanometer process with our innovative 3D stacking architecture, we can create groundbreaking products. This is not merely a commercial partnership. It is a collaboration of idealists in technology. Her voice resonated with infectious enthusiasm. The sincerity, technological foresight, and relentless pursuit of an unparalleled player experience, evident from the design's focus on reducing latency, that Mama Su exhibited perfectly aligned with Cheng Mo's understanding and expectations of truly prioritizing the player experience. Cheng Mo took a deep breath, a sincere and solemn smile gracing his face. Dr. Su, AMR's sincerity and visionary insight deeply impress me. Your and your team's passion for technology and commitment to user experience resonate harmoniously with Xinghui's philosophy. It is an honor for Xinghui to join hands with a partner like AMR. Their hands clasped firmly once more, this time infused with anticipation for a shared future. The teams from both sides swiftly followed up, and amidst the witness of lawyers and core executives, a momentous strategic cooperation agreement was formally signed. The crux of the agreement was the groundbreaking 80/20 profit-sharing clause and a profound technical cooperation framework centered around the 7-nanometer process and future X3D architecture. The news hit the global tech sphere and capital markets like a stone cast into a lake, creating colossal waves. AMD's official social media platforms promptly released a significant announcement. AMR joins forces with Xinghui Technology to create the future. We are immensely honored to announce that AMR and Xinghui Technology have officially established a deep strategic partnership. Both parties will integrate their advantages to jointly advance the research and application of cutting-edge semiconductor technology. The first project, based on this collaboration, the revolutionary X3D series processors utilizing breakthrough 3D stacking technology, has officially commenced development. Anticipate the birth of a performance monster. Accompanying the announcement was a striking image of Mama Su and Cheng Mo shaking hands, set against a backdrop of abstract patterns of intertwined chips and light. This news struck like a thunderclap out of the blue. Wow, Suma is incredible. President Cheng is remarkable. AMR has collaborated with Xinghui, a dreamlike synergy. X3D, Plodistekit Gash. It sounds replete with cutting-edge technology. AMR YYDS, Xinghui YYDS 80/20 revenue split. Am I seeing this correctly? The audacity of Suma truly places the players and the technology at the forefront. A formidable alliance. This is certainly something to behold. Anticipating X3D to triumph over the toothpaste factory, Intel. Tears of joy. This is the epitome of technology transcending borders, a win-win collaboration. I stand in support of Suma and President Cheng, almost concurrently with the release of AMR's news, as if to counteract this wave of impact. NVIDIA's official account swiftly updated. Intel, leading the future, the stronger always prevails. True leaders are perpetually at the forefront of innovation. The next-generation Xeon Series 7-nanometer CPU from Intel is set to make a shocking debut. It will redefine the boundaries of performance. Stay tuned. Accompanying the announcement was a rendering of a chip, exuding a metallic texture and dazzling light, yet devoid of any substantial details. This news also sparked heated discussions, albeit with a markedly different flavor. Intel has also achieved 7-nanometer technology so soon. Just yesterday, they were the subject of derision. This feels so sudden. The rendering seems impressive, yet there is an unsettling air of emptiness. Is there any solid evidence? Haha, can't sit still seeing AMR and Xinghui collaborating? Is this just a rushed attempt to save face? What else with the sour grapes from above? Do we need to question the strength of the Intel factory? Surely, it's the result of their long-term accumulation. Wait a moment, Xinghui was just sanctioned, facing material shortages, and suddenly both Intel and AMR announced their 7-nanometer breakthroughs? The timing here is chillingly suspect. Could it be that, in just a few hours, the tech world seems to have undergone a seismic shift? Two titans have consecutively announced their foray into 7-nanometer technology, while Xinghui Technology, at the eye of the storm, has forged a jaw-dropping deep collaboration with one of these giants. AMR. The onlookers were in a frenzy. My goodness. Is this the year of the chip? The amount of information is overwhelming. My CPU, referring to his own brain. Feels like it's about to overheat. AMR has hitched a ride on Xinghui's coattails. Suma's strategic insight is razor-sharp. President Cheng's technical prowess is formidable. The partnership with Intel feels ominous, with a name that carries a hint of provocation and a desire to overpower Xinghui. I'm just here for the spectacle. Am I the only one concerned about Xinghui? Collaborating with AMR is beneficial. But will their own 7-nanometer CPU be caught in the crossfire from these two giants? After all, they are of such a massive scale. Indeed, with both A and Intel entering the fray, can Xinghui maintain its lead? Will their technology be replicated and surpassed? Worrying. President Cheng, could you please speak up? What is really going on? Is our lone domestic chip facing danger? As the online discussion heated up, intermingling with various speculations, concerns, and excitement, an account named Silicon Valley Explorer, boasting a significant following on a tech forum, posted a thought-provoking analysis that quickly ascended to popularity. In-depth analysis. Xinghui at the eye of the storm and the 7-nanometer frenzy of giants. The sincerity and foresight of AMR, an unprecedented 80-20 revenue split demonstrates the undeniable value of Xinghui's technology. The 3D stack cache technology illustrated in the X3D concept is the ace up the sleeve to combat the memory wall, combined with Xinghui's 7-nanometer process, holds limitless potential. It's a mutually beneficial collaboration, with AMR gaining cutting-edge processes and architectural insights, while Xinghui acquires essential funding, a mature market, and AMR's formidable engineering capabilities. Looking optimistic, the cloud of suspicion surrounding Intel's Xeon. The timing of the announcement is too coincidental and highly targeted. The rendering lacks detail, has no timeline, and no information about partners, implying it may not utilize Xinghui's technology. Coupled with recent rumors of certain technical exchanges, the origins of their technology remain a mystery. One must be vigilant regarding whether their products genuinely embody original innovation or are merely optimized imitations. Their proclaimed direction for integrated processors starkly contrasts with AMR's and Xinghui's X3D heterogeneous approach. The duality of risks and opportunities for Xinghui. Collaboration brings financial respite. Yet the core material dilemma remains unresolved. Granting technological licensing to AMR is a short-term boon, but poses long-term risks of technology diffusion despite protective agreements. The true game-changer lies in whether Xinghui can unveil a more revolutionary next-generation technology amidst the blockade. The greatest enigma. Why did both giants unveil their 7-nanometer technology so smoothly at the very moment Xinghui faced sanctions and material price surges? Is this mere coincidence? Or was there an unseen hand orchestrating events? Remain vigilant. While technology knows no borders, capital carries national identities. We await President Cheng's bold declaration. This analytical post fell into the boiling cauldron of discourse like cold water, instantly igniting broader and deeper discussions and speculations regarding technology sources, hidden agendas, and Xinghui's trump cards. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of Xinghui Technology's office, Cheng quietly closed a webpage filled with raucous comments. The large screen before him displayed the collaboration agreement signed with AMR, alongside a complex blueprint in an encrypted folder marked Spark Quantum.Array Lithography Machine, Theoretical Verification Stage. A cold, determined smile crept across his face. The storm has only just begun. My trump card will astonish you all. Outside the window, the city's lights twinkled, as if responding to his silent declaration. An epic game revolving around chip supremacy, technological independence. And the path to the future is entering a more intense and enigmatic new chapter amidst this surging wave of chip turmoil. Chapter 16. The Television Strikes. The bright lights of the central media broadcasting studio gradually dimmed, and Cheng exhaled softly, loosening his meticulously tied tie. The host, Bing, extended a professional yet sincere smile as she shook his hand. President Cheng, thank you for accepting our exclusive interview. Your vision and Xinghui's accomplishments are truly inspiring. I believe this episode will motivate more young individuals to engage in technological innovation. Cheng smiled modestly. You flatter me, Teacher Bing. Serving the nation through technology is our generation's responsibility. He politely bid farewell to the staff, and, as he stepped out of the broadcasting building, his phone began to vibrate furiously in his pocket. Two characters flashed on the screen, older sister. Cheng helplessly answered the call. And before he could bring the phone to his ear, Cheng Shui's piercing voice, laden with resentment, erupted. Cheng, big boss, you still remember how to answer the phone? Have you forgotten you have a family? Have you forgotten that our parents are at home? A whole month, an entire month without even a glimpse of you. The line is either busy or you're in a meeting, and your replies are slower than a snail. Mom and Dad don't say anything, but every meal, they set an extra set of chopsticks, and whenever technology news comes on the TV, they stare at it, fearing they might miss a glimpse of you. You say you're busy? No matter how busy you are, can't you spare some time to come home for dinner? Does the company cease to function without you? I think you just grown wings. Cheng Shui bombarded him with complaints, not allowing Cheng Mo a moment to interject. He could only hold the phone slightly away from his ear, waiting for his sister's tirade to subside before he managed a wry smile and explained, "Sister, calm down. Calm down. It's just that, well, the company has been extremely busy lately. We've been hit with material shortages, and there's a slew of collaboration negotiations. It's as if we need 48 hours in a day." Stop making excuses. Cheng Shui interrupted him bluntly. Busy? Who isn't busy? Our parents are getting older. They don't expect you to be fabulously wealthy. They just hope to see you more often. Look at you, becoming a big boss, a national hero, and treating home like a hotel. I commanded Cheng Mo, come back home for dinner. Right now. Immediately. If you dare utter a single word of dissent, I shall bring your parents to your office tomorrow to unfurl a banner. The title I have in mind is President Xinghui's Ungratefulness. Parents weep for their son on the streets. You may consider your options. After concluding the call with a decisive click, Cheng Mo was left with a wry smile directed at the dead phone line. He rubbed his temples. His sister's skill in emotional manipulation and public shaming had truly reached an artful zenith. He understood that if he delayed any longer, their formidable matriarch, Cheng Depeo, would certainly take matters into her own hands. Well, it had been a while since his last visit. Perhaps it was time to return home. The Cheng residence was nestled within a tranquil yet upscale neighborhood of the city, a serene refuge amid the urban clamor. After parking his unpretentious black sedan, Cheng Mo entered the house, carrying the fruits and supplements he had casually picked up on the way. As he pushed open the door, a wave of familiar culinary aromas enveloped him. "Father, Mother, I'm back," Cheng Mo announced, slipping into his slippers, his face adorned with a weary yet genuine smile. "Oh my, little Mo has returned." His mother, Xia Lujiang, hurried out from the kitchen, her apron still tied around her waist, her face instantly blooming with joy as she scrutinized her son. "You've lost weight. Surely, you haven't been eating properly. Come, sit down and rest. The dishes will be ready shortly." His father, Cheng Tianhai, sat on the sofa reading the newspaper. Upon hearing the commotion, he set aside the paper, adjusted his reading glasses, and allowed a hint of warmth to seep into his otherwise stern expression as he nodded. "It's good that you're back. No matter how busy work may be, health is paramount." Cheng Shui leaned against the kitchen doorframe, crossing her arms, and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, look who finally remembers the way home. I thought your office sofa was your true abode." Though her words were cutting, the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. The cozy family atmosphere significantly eased Cheng Mo's previously taut nerves. As they gathered around the dining table, Xia Lujiang tirelessly served him dishes, inquiring about his well-being, while Cheng Tianhai, rarely engaging, asked a few questions regarding the company's affairs. Despite his lack of technical understanding, his concern was palpable. Once the meal was nearing its end, Xia Lujiang set down her chopsticks, her expression a blend of hesitation and determination. She glanced at Cheng Mo and then at Cheng Tianhai before finally speaking up. "Little Mo, look at you. You're already 22, no longer a child. Your career has flourished, and both your father and I are immensely proud of you. However, don't you think it's time to consider the matter of a lifelong partner?" Cheng Mo felt a sudden jolt of unease, sensing the impending storm. As expected, Xia Lujiang continued, "Aunt Zhang has introduced a young lady to us, named Yu Yaoshi, the daughter of the Yu Group. I've seen her photograph, and she is quite lovely, well-mannered as well. The Yu family is a good match for us. Her parents are eager to meet you. Since tomorrow is the weekend, they're free, and your father and I thought, why not have a meal together? It would be a splendid opportunity to get acquainted." Cheng Mo felt overwhelmed. Hastily shaking his head, "Mother, I've just started my career. There is a multitude of tasks awaiting my attention. I cannot possibly focus on this right now. And as for the notion of a suitable match, the Yu Group is so vast, and what about us?" Cheng Tianhai set down his chopsticks, his tone steady yet firm. "You, Cheng Mo, are now the captain of Xinghui Technology, a young talent valued by the nation. How could you possibly be deemed unworthy? It's merely a meal, not an immediate proposal for marriage. Consider it a chance to meet a new friend, and let the Yu family witness the exceptional son we have nurtured." Cheng Shui chimed in, "Exactly. Mother is right. You spend all your time immersed in the laboratory and office. At this rate, you'll become a confirmed bachelor. I've heard of you, Yaoshi." She is quite vivacious and cheerful. Perhaps she could complement your introverted nature. You must go tomorrow. There is no room for debate. Faced with the relentless onslaught from his family, Cheng Mo felt a wave of powerlessness wash over him. He understood that in this familial democracy, his voice would always be a mere echo. With a resigned sigh, he raised his hands in surrender. Fine, I'll go. But let it be clear, it's just a meal to get acquainted. Everything else will unfold naturally. Xiao Lu Jiang's face lit up with delight. Ah, now that's the spirit. Tomorrow at noon, at Yunding Pavilion. The following noon, in the private, elegant room of Yunding Pavilion, the Yu family, Yu Jinhua and his wife Lin Wanqing, had already arrived, exuding grace and warmth. Yu Yaoshi sat beside her mother, embodying the youthful vigor and beauty as rumored, dressed in a pastel yellow dress and sporting a high ponytail. Her bright eyes curiously scanned the newly arrived Cheng Mo, clad in a simple yet stylish casual suit, stood tall with a composed demeanor. Although a hint of fatigue lingered in his features, his earnest focus made a favorable impression. However, there was an uninvited guest in the room, Yu Yaoshi's cousin, Wu Kai. Dressed in designer clothing, his hair slicked back with an excessive sheen, and adorned with an expensive watch, he carried an air of superiority that was palpable. Having harbored feelings for his cousin, he was hardly pleased to see an unexpected suitor, especially one from the relatively obscure Cheng family. After the initial pleasantries, the atmosphere remained cordial. The Yu couple appreciated Cheng Mo's eloquence and calm demeanor. Yu Yaoshi engaged him in conversation, showing genuine interest in his work and technology, while he politely reciprocated, striving to maintain a sense of ease. Yet, Wu Kai could no longer contain himself. He raised his wine glass, swirling it lightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Mo. So, you're Mr. Cheng, I believe? I've heard from Yaoshi that you're involved in technology. What exactly do you do? Fix computers? Or perhaps you're a programmer? His condescension was unmistakable. Yu Yaoshi frowned, cousin. Cheng Mo remained unflustered, responding with a calm demeanor. I work in chip-related technology. Oh, chips. Wu Kai feigned amusement, raising an eyebrow. That is quite high-tech. However, it's a field that demands substantial investment and carries high risks. Small companies struggle to survive, don't they? Which international giant are you associated with? Is it the British firm? Or perhaps the American one? He deliberately emphasized small company with a biting tone. Before Cheng Mo could respond, Wu Kai continued, offering unsolicited advice. Mr. Cheng, I'm not trying to meddle, but you're still young. Choosing the right industry is crucial. In the chip sector, without a robust background and substantial capital, you simply cannot thrive. Those industry giants spend astronomical sums annually. Someone like you in a small workshop, a small company, after a year of hard work, how much could you possibly earn? I doubt you could even afford a decent house. As he spoke, he subtly flaunted his ostentatious watch and oversized ring, exuding an air of superiority. The expressions of Yu Jinhua and Lin Wanqing soured. Lin Wanqing gently cleared her throat. Xiao Kai, we're at a meal. Perhaps you should tone it down. Yu Yaoshi shot Wu Kai an exasperated glare, feeling that he had crossed the line. Cheng Mo, however, remained impassive, as though Wu Kai's jibes were directed at someone else. He merely replied, it's just work. I strive to fulfill my responsibilities. Whether the financial rewards are plentiful or modest, as long as it suffices. This nonchalant attitude, in Wu Kai's eyes, appeared as ineptitude and stubbornness. Ah, Mr. Cheng, your mindset is commendable, Wu Kai scoffed, his mockery escalating. However, a good attitude alone isn't sufficient. One must possess capability and promise. Our Yu family is well established, and Yaoshi has been raised with every luxury. When seeking a partner, one must indeed consider compatibility and success. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Cheng? His words were a blatant insult and provocation, insinuating that Cheng Mo was utterly unworthy of Yu Yaoshi. Yu Yaoshi's face flushed with indignation. Wu Kai, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Lu Jiang and Cheng Tianhai's expressions darkened as they prepared to defend their son. At that moment, the high-definition LCD television mounted on the wall of the private room, which had been playing soft background music, suddenly shifted. The familiar theme of Central Media News segment filled the air. Shortly thereafter, the screen displayed Cheng Mo's sharply defined visage, imbued with a serious demeanor. It was indeed the segment from yesterday's exclusive interview with Cheng Mo, which had broadcasted its highlights. The host, Bing Bing, microphone in hand, radiated genuine admiration as her voice resonated throughout the room. The young man we just interviewed is none other than Mr. Cheng Mo, the founder and CEO of Xinghui Technology. The scene transitioned to the Modern Research Center of Xinghui Technology, showcasing close-ups of the 7-nanometer CPU wafers, followed by breathtaking visuals from the game Death Stranding. Bing Bing's compelling voice continued. At merely 22 years of age, having started from scratch, he led his team to conquer the formidable challenges of 7-nanometer chip manufacturing, creating the Xinghui architecture CPU, which boasts entirely independent intellectual property rights and performance that rivals the world's best. His self-developed Xinghui NPU artificial intelligence processor has indeed set a new direction in the industry. The Xinghui engine he spearheaded in the phenomenon of a game, Death Stranding, has showcased the astonishing leap of Huaxia in the realm of graphics technology to the world. The camera once again focused on Cheng Mo, capturing his calm and confident demeanor. Bing Bing's voice brimmed with praise. Mr. Cheng Mo epitomizes both talent and charm. In a remarkably short time, Xinghui Technology has not only become the undisputed benchmark of China's chip industry, but has also injected a vigorous, self-sustaining force into our strategy for becoming a technological powerhouse. He is undoubtedly a youthful leader in technology, an outstanding representative of Huaxia's spirit of innovation. Let us once again extend our applause to this promising dreamer, Cheng Mo. The private room fell into a profound silence. The only sounds were the enthusiastic applause and the stirring background music emanating from the television. All eyes instantly shifted from the screen to the young man seated at the dining table, who had just been derided by Wu Kai as an employee of a small company, lacking both wealth and prospects. Xiao Lujiang and Cheng Tianhai were momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by an uncontrollable mix of shock, elation, and immense pride. Their son had indeed become such an extraordinary figure. Central media interview, a national benchmark, a youthful leader. These terms struck them like a hammer, sending waves of excitement coursing through them, their hands trembling with exhilaration. Yu Jinhua and Lin Wanqing were equally dumbfounded. They were aware that the Cheng family's son had made a name for himself, but they had never imagined such staggering achievements. Xinghui Technology. That was a name that had recently reverberated throughout the nation, even reaching their ears. The composed young man before them was its founder. Wu Kai's previous remarks felt like a series of resounding slaps across his face. Yu Yaoxi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape as she gazed at Cheng Mo. The dazzling new technological mogul, lauded by the central media, was indeed the very same suitor her cousin had belittled. The stark contrast quickened her heartbeat, and her gaze towards Cheng Mo transformed, filled with unprecedented curiosity, astonishment, and a hint of ineffable admiration and newfound respect. So, the chips he mentioned were of this caliber. Meanwhile, Wu Kai's complexion paled visibly, transitioning from the earlier smugness and superiority to a ghastly white. Then, it shifted to an ashen hue, and finally to a sickening purple. His fingers, gripping the wine glass, turned white from excessive tension and trembled slightly. His eyes were fixated on the television screen before abruptly darting back to Cheng Mo, his expression rife with extreme shock, disbelief, and the humiliation of being publicly humiliated. His previous acerbic and superior jibes now felt like burning needles piercing back into his own flesh. Each phrase labeling Cheng Mo as a small company employee, a mere computer repairman, lacking wealth and prospects, appeared laughable, foolish, and malicious in the luminous glow of the televised report. He felt a fiery heat across his face, as if he had received dozens of stinging slaps. He wished he could instantly find a hole to hide in. All of his earlier boasts, luxury watches, rings, and derisive comments paled in comparison to Cheng Mo's central media certified titles of youthful technology leader, industry benchmark, and national strength, rendering them the most pathetic antics of a jester. Cheng Mo seemed to have only just realized that the television was airing his interview. He shyly turned his head slightly to glance at Wu Kai, whose face had turned a shade of gray, as if petrified. A subtle yet lethal smile curved the corners of his lips, and with a tone as casual as discussing the weather, he remarked, "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. Mr. Wu just asked me where I work. Well, it's that small workshop mentioned on television." Wu Kai, feeling utterly out of place, politely excused himself and hastily exited. Chapter 17. Slacking off at work. The echoes of the central media news seemed to linger in the elegant private room. Yet the atmosphere had shifted from an eerie silence to a subtle, bubbling excitement. Yu Jinhua was the first to regain his composure, the astonishment on his face rapidly giving way to immense joy and enthusiasm. He abruptly rose, traversed the table, and extended his hand toward Cheng Mo, his voice booming with excitement. "Ah, Cheng Montak, Mr. Cheng. So you are indeed the Cheng from Xinghui Technology. My apologies. My apologies. The central media has reported it. A youthful leader, a pillar of the nation. He grasped Cheng Mo's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously, his enthusiasm almost lifting Cheng Mo from his seat. Lin Wanqing immediately stood as well, her face alight with incredulous joy, tinged with a hint of unnoticeable regret, her smile radiantly sincere. Xiao Mo, I mean, Mr. Cheng, this is simply astonishing. Our Yaoshi has always mentioned the tech news, saying there's a company called Xinghui that's particularly impressive, with a youthful and capable boss. I never imagined it would be you. What a serendipitous encounter. A grand fate indeed. Her gaze toward Cheng Mo had shifted from viewing him as a suitable suitor to regarding him as a sparkling treasure trove of opportunity. Yu Yaoshi's cheeks flushed, her bright eyes fixed intently on Cheng Mo, her previous aloofness and curiosity evaporating, replaced by unmasked admiration and excitement. Cheng Mo, you are the boss of Xinghui Technology. Death Stranding is produced by your company? The visuals were simply breathtaking. Our dormitory is all playing it. And your chips, they are phenomenal. The central media praised you as exceptionally talented and charming. They were absolutely right. Her voice rang out, crisp and jubilant, reminiscent of a cheerful little bird. Although Xiao Lujiang and Cheng Tianhai had known of their son's promising future since the press conference, hearing such high praise from the central media filled them with an overwhelming sense of pride that felt as though it might burst from their chests. Xiao Lujiang beamed broadly, unable to contain his delight, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh, this child just busying himself, busying himself." Cheng Tianhai, although striving to maintain a serious demeanor, couldn't hide the slight upward curve of his lips and the glimmer of joy in his eyes. The enthusiasm from Yu Jinhua and his wife nearly engulfed Cheng Mo. As the conversation revolved entirely around Xinghui Technology, chip technology, and future prospects, brimming with admiration for Cheng Mo and emphasizing the connection between the two families. Yu Yaoshi transformed into a fervent admirer, bombarding Cheng Mo with questions about everything from game development to chip design, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The latter half of the meal became a delightful burden for Cheng Mo. He deftly responded to the warm hospitality of the Yu family and the inquisitiveness of Yu Yaoshi, while simultaneously soothing the overwhelming pride of his own parents. It was only when the waitstaff began tidying up the remnants of the lively family banquet that the gathering finally drew to a close. Cheng Mo graciously declined the Yu family's generous invitation to linger over tea, accompanying his parents and sister out of the Yunding Xian. As they reached the parking lot, his phone vibrated urgently, the screen illuminating with a call from his assistant, Suya. Cheng Mo answered the call. Suya? On the other end. Suya's voice carried a barely perceptible note of excitement and seriousness. Mr. Cheng, I apologize for interrupting you. I have just received an invitation letter personally sent by General Manager Lei of Mi Company. General Manager Lei? Cheng Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed. The invitation states that Mi will hold its annual flagship product launch conference tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the Kyoto National Conference Center. Suya's pace quickened as she conveyed the crucial information clearly, emphasizing that General Manager Lei specifically highlighted the global debut of the new smartphone, which will be the first to feature our Xinghui Technology's 7nm mobile CPU, the Xingchuan M1. This marks the official introduction of the Xingchuan M1 to the mobile platform. General Manager Lei sincerely invites you and the core team of the company to witness this significant moment in person. The Xingchuan M1, making its premiere in the mobile sector. A genuine smile finally graced Cheng Mo's lips as he reflected on how, in the past few years, he had merely been an employee gazing up at Lei Jun. And now he had become one of such stature himself, a pioneer in chip technology. The eye of the storm, Xinghui, had finally directed its brilliance towards the most expansive and fiercely competitive battlefield, the heart of mobile terminals. Lei Jun's invitation resounded like a thunderclap, heralding the impending escalation of the war for chip dominance into a new, more intense phase. With a sigh that mingled satisfaction and slight fatigue, Cheng Mo pushed aside the final signed document and sank heavily into the spacious executive chair. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light across the polished walnut desk, illuminating the mountain of conquered paperwork. He rubbed his slightly aching brow, his gaze drifting past the towering skyscrapers outside, his thoughts wandering. To have traversed time to become a new tech magnate, presiding over a company currently valued at tens of billions. It's worth having surged post-launch of the CPU and gaming products. Yet, what was the outcome? He self-deprecatingly curled his lips, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the smooth surface of the desk. The relentless KPI pressures and the towering stack of reports and signatures were inescapable. This job was indeed exhausting. The absurdity of wielding the future of technology while still being ensnared by trivialities elicited a wry smile from him, even as an extraordinary time traveler. After all, he, Cheng Mo, had not merely tackled the formidable challenge of computer CPUs. The mobile CPU, the Xinghui M1, set to dazzle at the Mi launch, held market potential that truly resembled a vast ocean of stars. Mobile phones, tablets, various smart wearables, in-car systems, and even future AR and VR devices. All of these ubiquitous essentials demanded high performance, low-power chips, far exceeding the relatively niche desktop PC market. Yet, amidst these reflections, the taut nerves required relaxation. Cheng Mo's gaze fell upon the monstrous performance computer on the desk. He deftly maneuvered the mouse, clicking on the familiar Steam platform icon. The nostalgic login music played, and as he launched Death Stranding, the grand and solitary music enveloped him, instantly transporting him from the paperwork-laden reality of his office to the vast, perilous wasteland of a post-apocalyptic world. The silhouette of Sam Bridges appeared along the rugged mountain path. Cheng Mo skillfully manipulated the controller, burdened with heavy cargo, carefully balancing his posture as he trudged through the muddy aftermath of a time rain. The sounds of wind, footsteps, and the faint hum of BB created an immersive experience. He guided Sam through the arduous journey, finally arriving at a hidden natural hot spring nestled in a mountain hollow. The rising steam dispelled the chill and fatigue of the wasteland. Sam shed his heavy gear and stepped into the warm spring water, letting out a sigh of satisfaction. The camera pulled back to reveal majestic snow-capped mountains, the exotic karst landscape, and the distant, elusive realm of the dead, all rendered with exquisite detail by the Xinghui engine, forming a breathtakingly beautiful tableau. Cheng Mo instinctively relaxed, leaning back in his chair, savoring this moment of tranquility and visual splendor. He even squinted slightly, a contented smile gracing his lips. Just then, Mr. Cheng, regarding the new venue. The imposing office door swung open unexpectedly, and Suya's crisp voice accompanied her entrance. Cheng Mo reacted as if he had been startled, jolting upright like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Almost instinctively, he slammed his right hand onto the monitor's power button with lightning speed. The swift motion even stirred the air. The once stunning vision of the hot spring was abruptly plunged into darkness. Suya paused mid-sentence, her words caught in her throat as she stood at the doorway, holding a folder. Her gaze first landed on Cheng Mo's feigned composure, which still bore traces of the relaxation from the hot spring, before slowly shifting to the monitor that had just extinguished, as if still exuding residual warmth, and finally settling on Cheng Mo's hand, still hovering over the power button, fingers distinctly knuckled, yet awkwardly stiff. The air seemed to freeze for several seconds. In Suya's beautiful eyes, a flicker of astonishment was swiftly replaced by an unmistakable, barely contained mirth. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she struggled to maintain a serious demeanor. But the upward curve of her eyes and the sparkle within them conveyed a clear message. Boss, your caught-in-the-act moment is simply too adorable and amusing. Cheng Mo felt his cheeks warm. He cleared his throat, quickly retracting his hand from the power button, and pretended to adjust his already neat shirt collar, adopting an earnest facade of diligent work. He looked at Suya with a semblance of seriousness, his tone subtly hurried. Ah, Suya, why didn't you knock before entering? What is the matter? I was just, cough, deeply experiencing the company's product. Yes, experiencing. Death Stranding just received a minor patch, and I was personally testing its stability, visual optimization, and, user immersion. It's crucial for ensuring our Xinghui engine delivers the most perfect experience to players. This is a vital aspect of our work. As Suya listened to her boss's earnest justification, she observed his struggle to maintain a serious expression despite the evident embarrassment, nearly bursting into laughter. She bit her lip and lowered her gaze, concealing the amusement in her eyes, thinking, who would believe that? What boss immerses themselves in a game while enjoying a hot spring? Clearly, he just wanted to play and got caught. And as for user immersion, I dare say he'd prefer to find a crack in the ground to hide in right now. However, being the professional and considerate assistant she was, Suya had no intention of exposing her boss's utterly flimsy excuse. She swiftly composed herself, returning to her efficient and professional demeanor, and handed over the folder. Yes, Mr. Cheng. Experiencing the product is indeed very important. She deliberately emphasized the phrase experiencing the product slightly before delving into the main topic. I have come to report that, with the expansion of the NPU project team and the imminent launch of the mobile chip support team, our company's total headcount has officially surpassed 150 individuals. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window beside Cheng Mo's desk and pointed to the somewhat crowded open office area below. "Look," she remarked. "The original layout of workstations has become rather constrictive, particularly with the newly formed game engine optimization team and the AI algorithm group. Their proximity facilitates discussion, but occasionally leads to mutual distractions. The public meeting rooms are also frequently booked, requiring a queue. The research and development department has indicated that space has become somewhat tight when testing new hardware." Cheng Mo followed her gaze and indeed observed that the once spacious office area was now bustling with people, the aisles between workstations appearing narrow, and the communal discussion tables filled to capacity. While the atmosphere was lively, it undeniably conveyed a sense of crowding. Cheng Montauk nodded thoughtfully. The previous embarrassment of being caught off guard replaced by this more pressing issue. Xinghui is rapidly growing. This once sufficient shell certainly requires a larger replacement. It seems the time has come to address the office environment. I will make a note of this and begin to tackle it in a few days. You may return to your duties." He waved his hand dismissively. "Understood, President Cheng." Suya slightly bowed and turned to leave. Before closing the door, she couldn't resist glancing back at Cheng Mo's now black screen monitor, her lips curling into a suppressed smile once more. As the door shut, tranquility reclaimed the office. Cheng Mo stared at the dark screen, entirely devoid of the inclination to continue his deep immersion. Caught red-handed by his assistant while engaging in frivolous banter. It was quite the embarrassment. How could he possibly be in the mood to soak in a hot spring and admire beautiful women now? He rubbed his face in frustration, forcing himself to redirect his focus from the gaming realm back to reality. The issue of office space was a tangible concern that required planning. Yet, at this moment, another thought, akin to the steam from the hot springs that Suya had interrupted, began to rise and spread through his mind. His gaze fell upon the small nameplate of the Xinghui Technology gaming subsidiary on the desk. Death Stranding? Yes, it succeeded. It became a phenomenon. But this was merely the beginning, just the first cornerstone laid by his utilization of the system to exchange for technology. A true gaming empire cannot solely rely on him or the masterpieces obtained through the system. Xinghui Games needs its own soul, its own creativity. Among those seated in the crowded workstations below, could there be a Sam, brimming with passion for games and bursting with imaginative ideas? Are there dreamers yearning to construct their game characters in a virtual world? Would it not be a tremendous waste to confine them to mere executors of their predetermined roles? A bold, even somewhat audacious plan suddenly crystallized in his mind. He straightened up, excitement glinting in his eyes, his fingers flying across the keyboard. A brand new internal document, draft titled Spark, of Creativity Initiative rapidly generated on the screen. Purpose: ignite the spark of creativity, forge a multiverse, unleash the infinite potential of Xinghui Games. Core content: free team formation, open to all Xinghui Technology employees, regardless of department, including technology, art, planning, music, and even administration and testing, breaking down conventional barriers. As long as there is enthusiasm and ideas, teams can be freely formed. Each team is limited to no more than 10 members. Boundless creativity. Teams possess absolute autonomy. No restrictions on themes: sci-fi, fantasy, realism, puzzles, simulation, RPG, genres, single-player, multiplayer, indie, large AAA, or platforms, PC, console, mobile, even VR. The only requirement: core gameplay or worldview must be original. In terms of technology, a portion of Xinghui Engine's secondary module APIs and access to the general art resource library and sound library will be made available. Teams that pass the initial concept review can receive a small amount of startup funding. Teams must submit a game core concept document detailing gameplay, target platform, a brief description of art style, and expected scale. Internal reviews will be conducted by Cheng Mo himself, along with core technical experts, season planners, and artists assessing the feasibility, uniqueness, and execution potential of the ideas. Successful teams will receive seed funding and deeper engine access immediately upon passing. Prototype development. 3 months create a playable demo to validate core gameplay. Player trials of the Spark test. Approved prototypes will be anonymously released in the Spark testing area of the Xinghui platform, inviting the core player community for closed testing. Player feedback on gameplay, bugs, and appeal will be the core evaluation metrics. Based on the comprehensive feedback regarding popularity, completeness, innovation, and commercial potential, a decision will be made on whether the project receives full resource investment from the company for formal development or is released as an independent product for sale, with the team enjoying a high profit share. Projects that are successfully incubated and officially launched will reward the core team with 20 of the net profits as a share bonus. They will also have priority leadership rights in sequels and derivative works. Exceptionally performing teams or individuals will be awarded the Spark Medal and the right to name their exclusive studio. Cheng Mo became increasingly exhilarated, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, as if he were igniting dormant sparks of creativity rather than merely drafting rules. This initiative was no longer a top-down assignment from a boss, but rather a bottom-up, organically growing creative ecosystem. It fulfilled the deepest desires of those employees who hold dreams of gaming, to create their own games. Simultaneously, it cleverly integrated players' curiosity, sense of participation, and scouting function, allowing market voices to identify truly promising projects from the very beginning. The company would act as a platform and incubator, leveraging relatively controllable resource investments to unlock vast creative possibilities, with the potential rewards extending beyond just the next Death Stranding, but rather a constellation of vibrant new stars in the Xinghui universe, empowering employees to create their games, allowing players to be judges, and enabling free collisions of creativity. Cheng Mo paused his typing, gazing at the freshly minted, thought-warm draft of the Spark of Creativity initiative on the screen, unable to suppress a triumphant snap of his fingers. His face radiating the purest and most genuine smile of a gamer since his arrival in this world. This plan not only addresses internal creative hunger, but also uncovers potential blockbusters, while allowing players to participate early on. A triple win. Haha, I am truly a genius. In that moment, the image of the boss caught playing games by his assistant vanished, replaced by a dreamer striving to bridge the cold logic of commerce with the fervent aspirations of creation, igniting a wildfire of inspiration. The sunlight outside seemed to shine even brighter, as if heralding an unprecedented storm of grand creative visions, formed from countless tiny sparks converging on the gaming landscape of Xinghui Technology, soon to commence. Chapter 18. Media launch. At the Kyoto National Exhibition Center, under the vast dome, the atmosphere was electric, bustling with voices and radiant lights. The air was thick with the unique ambience of a technology product launch, mingling anticipation, excitement, and a hint of anxiety. On the colossal circular screen, dazzling lights and shadows danced before settling on the simple, yet powerful Media logo, accompanied by a striking theme, born for enthusiasts exploring new frontiers. Below, a sea of heads surged in unison. Enthusiastic Media fans waved placards and chanted slogans, while Focus Tech Media reporters stood ready with cameras, poised for action. Representatives from distributors and investment institutions scrutinized the scene with keen eyes, calculating and assessing, while countless global spectators watched through online streaming platforms, their barrage of comments cascading like a waterfall in the virtual realm. Backstage, Lei Yun inhaled deeply, adjusting the cuffs of his signature blue shirt, his gaze sharp and brimming with determination behind his glasses. A glance at the cue card in his hand revealed the day's focal point, a veritable bombshell poised to electrify the audience. Global premiere, Starry Sky Technology's Xinghui M17 nanometers mobile processor. He understood that this battle was not merely about the success of the Mi flagship, but also about whether Starry Sky could truly demonstrate the brilliance of the Chinese chip on the broader battlefield of mobile technology. The lights suddenly focused, and an exhilarating background score surged as Lei Jun strode confidently to the center of the stage, greeted by thunderous applause and cheers. Hello, everyone. I am Lei Yun. He beamed, waving as his voice resonated through every corner of the venue and reached every global streaming terminal. Thank you for gathering with us on this momentous day to witness a new chapter in Mi's exploration of uncharted territories. His opening remarks, as always, were profoundly infectious. He reflected on Mi's continuous breakthroughs in imaging, design, and user experience, leading to the introduction of today's protagonist, the Mi 11 Pro. As the spotlight illuminated the sleek, lustrous phone on display, the sound of camera shutters erupted in unison. However, the true spectacle was only just beginning. A formidable flagship phone demands a powerful heart. Lei Jun's voice rose dramatically, infused with vigor. The colossal screen behind him shifted instantly, revealing a three-dimensional model of a chip emanating a ghostly blue light. Accompanied by the bold text, Starry Sky Technology, Xinghui M1. Today, we are immensely proud to announce. Lei Jun's tone carried a barely perceptible thrill. The Mi 11 Pro will globally debut with the Xinghui M1, the first 7-nanometer mobile processor independently developed by Starry Sky Technology. Boom! Like cold water splashing into hot oil. The entire venue erupted in excitement. Gasps of astonishment, murmurs of disbelief, and bursts of chatter intertwined. The livestream comments were instantly flooded with phrases like 7 nanometers mobile debut. Starry Sky is incredible. Is amazing. Chinese chip. Yes. 7 nanometers. Mobile. Lei Jun reiterated emphatically. This is not merely a leap in process technology. It represents a comprehensive revolution in performance and energy efficiency. He began to elaborate on the specifications of the Xinghui M1, premier CPU architecture, evolved from Starry Sky's proprietary architecture, featuring 4 ultra-large cores, 3.9 GHz, and 4 high-performance large cores, 3.0 GHz. The overall CPU performance has improved by 87 compared to the previous generation flagship. Groundbreaking GPU, integrating Starry Sky's self-developed Starry Graphics integrated GPU, supporting up to 2K at 30 frames per second. Graphic rendering capability has surged by 60, delivering an unprecedented cinematic quality experience for mobile games. Monster-level AI engine, featuring the upgraded Xinghui NPU, with an astonishing AI computing power of 128 TOPS, supporting more complex edge AI applications, image processing, voice recognition, and fully intelligent system scheduling. Revolutionary performance efficiency ratio, powered by the 7 nanometers Xinghui Technology process. Combined with Starry Sky's unique Star Track scheduling technology, it offers monstrous performance while reducing power consumption by 30 compared to competitors with similar performance. Concerns about battery life? Non-existent. Each parameter announcement was met with increasingly fervent gasps and applause from the audience. Notably, the hardware-level 2K integrated GPU and 128 TOPS AI computing power ignited the crowd. What does this signify? It heralds the dawn of a new era for mobile gaming graphics. It indicates that mobile AI capabilities will rival, if not surpass, those of certain desktop platforms. The Xinghui M1 is not merely a processor. Lei Jun's voice resonated with passion as he surveyed the audience. It stands as another testament to Starry Sky Technology's ascent in chip technology. It is a dazzling star on the path of independent innovation in the Chinese semiconductor industry. It represents our newfound confidence to compete with and even surpass world-class giants in the most critical domains. In the audience, countless Chinese spectators, both present and online, felt a surge of profound pride. The shockwaves from recent central media interviews still echoed in their minds. And in this moment, the brilliance of the Xinghui M1 elevated that pride to its zenith. Of course, no matter how powerful a chip may be, it requires an exceptional terminal to embody its essence. Lei Jun shifted his focus back to the Mi 11 Pro. What extraordinary experience will the Mi 11 Pro, powered by the dynamic Xinghui M1, bring us? We shall witness it firsthand. He smiled, directing his gaze toward the VIP section of the stage. Today, we are profoundly honored to invite a special guest. Without his and his team's efforts, we would not have this astonishing Chinese chip that captivates the world. He is Mr. Cheng, the founder and CEO of Starry Sky Technology. Let's extend our warmest applause to welcome Mr. Cheng to the stage and illuminate this powerful phone together. What? Cheng is here too. As soon as Lei Jun's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Everyone instinctively turned toward the unassuming corner of the VIP section. Following Lei Jun's gaze, the spotlight, as if imbued with life, precisely and unexpectedly illuminated a young man clad in a simple black turtleneck, standing tall and composed. Cheng appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Lei Jun to directly call him to the stage at this juncture, but he quickly regained his composure. Facing the multitude of astonished, curious, and fervent gazes, he offered a gentle and humble smile and slowly rose. After a brief silence, a tidal wave of enthusiastic cheers and screams erupted, powerful enough to shake the roof. Mr. Cheng, it's Mr. Cheng. Wow, Cheng is really here. Mr. Cheng, Mr. Cheng, Mr. Cheng. Starry Sky is amazing. Mr. Cheng is amazing. The sound waves in the venue resonated like tangible sound waves, impacting every person's eardrum. Countless phone cameras frantically focused on the figure making his way to the center of the stage. The live stream comments went utterly wild, inundated with Mr. Cheng. Captured wild Mr. Cheng. Oh, look at me. The leader of Starry Sky is here. Flooding the screen. In that moment, Cheng transcended the symbol praised in news articles. No longer just a cold name on financial reports. He stood vividly in the spotlight, at the center of countless gazes. The brilliance of the Xinghui M1 adorned him with the most resplendent battle armor. The endorsements from central media crowned him with the most authoritative halo. His presence itself was the most stunning surprise of this launch event. As Cheng Mo ascended the stage and shook hands with Lei Jun, the applause reached a crescendo. Standing side by side, one representing the pinnacle integrator of domestic mobile hardware, the other symbolizing the barrier-breaking force of domestic chip technology. The image they created was rich in symbolic significance. Mr. Cheng, welcome. Lei Jun warmly handed the microphone to Cheng Mo as the creator of the Xinghui M1. What would you like to say to everyone? Cheng Mo took the microphone, his calm gaze sweeping over the ecstatic crowd, the thunderous shouts of Mr. Cheng resonating in his ears, instilling in him a weighty sense of responsibility. He smiled gently, his voice resonating clearly throughout the venue, devoid of grandiose declarations, yet filled with earnest and powerful assertions. Thank you, Mr. Lei, and thank you all for your warm enthusiasm. The Xinghui M1 is the culmination of countless days and nights of dedication from the Xinghui Technology team. Its inception is not intended to surpass anyone, but rather to affirm a singular truth. He paused, his voice subdued yet laden with significance, each word striking a chord in the hearts of all present. In the most critical realms of technology, the people of Huaxia possess both the capability and the resolve to create products that are unparalleled on the global stage. Its performance, energy efficiency, and the innovative technologies it integrates are the testament we present. Cheng Mo's gaze turned towards the Mi Jia 11 Pro, quietly resting on the display. Today, it shall undergo the scrutiny of all users on this remarkable flagship device. We believe it will meet expectations, without ostentatious rhetoric or exaggerated promises. There existed an understated confidence and unwavering conviction in the product. Yet this discourse carried more weight than any bombastic proclamations. The audience erupted once again into thunderous applause. Online discussion surgit fervently. Whoa, did Mi Jia really invite the esteemed Mr. Cheng? Is his reputation already this resounding? The launch event has transformed into a fan meet and greet. Are you disconnected up there? Didn't you catch the national news the day before yesterday? The central bank's primetime interview. Young technology leader, industry benchmark, national strength. ISNT that praise loud enough? Mr. Cheng is now a walking tech idol, a beacon of our nation. Mr. Cheng is so handsome. His voice is so pleasant, so humble, composed, and profound. I'm a fan. Sigh, I just want to know how much stock of this CPU Mr. Cheng has stored. If Mr. Lei dares to sell it, he must have hoarded quite a bit, right? The news says the raw materials are severely constrained. Is it true that once sold out, this will become a limited edition CPU? I must hurry and grab one. Same question about the inventory. If it becomes a limited edition, the Mi Jia 11 Pro will skyrocket in value, right? Scalpers will rejoice. Didn't Company A and Company Y announce they're working on 7 nanometers? One with an Ultra and another with an X3D? Sounds quite impressive. Will Xinghui be outpaced by them? After all, they are established giants with deep foundations. Stop worrying. Mr. Cheng dares to debut the M1 with Mi Jia, which signifies his absolute confidence in his technology. The so-called 7 nanometers from Company A and Company Y is still debatable in terms of authenticity. Didn't you see the analysis from Silicon Valley explorers? I find it suspicious. The Xinghui M1 is, without a doubt, the most powerful chip in the mobile domain. Enough. Let us see the real machine demonstration. Let us see what it can do. As if he had heard the collective voice from both online and offline audiences, Lei Busi adeptly redirected the conversation back to the product. Thank you, Mr. Cheng, for your insights. Words alone cannot suffice. Next, let us witness the most rigorous testing to ascertain just how formidable the Mi Jia 11 Pro, powered by the Xinghui M1, truly is. A performance beast, its prowess unveiled. On the grand screen, the familiar interface of benchmarking software lit up. Geekbench 5, single-core score, 2,989. Multi-core score, 12,869. The moment the scores flashed, the venue erupted in astonishment. While these figures were in line with what Mr. Cheng had stated, witnessing a mobile CPU nearing the capabilities of certain desktop processors was nonetheless staggering. The live chat exploded with exclamations. What the heck? This single-core score is insane. The multi-core is mind-blowing. Flooding the screen, 3D Mark Wildlife Extreme. In the test scene, the intricate interplay of light and shadow, and the explosive particle effects flowed with breathtaking smoothness. The final score, 9,756. Stability, 998. This indicated that under extreme performance output, there was virtually no throttling. The graphics performance was indeed monstrous. particularly when the hardware 2K acceleration option was activated. The realism of reflections and shadows elevated to an entirely new dimension, eliciting gasps of awe. AI benchmark. The score soared to celestial heights. 901 tops. This validated its formidable AI computing power. It signified faster image processing, more precise voice assistance, and smarter photo optimization. Benchmarking was merely an appetizer. Next came the gaming performance tests. Death Stranding Mobile Special Optimization Edition. As Sam traversed the desolate wasteland post-time rain, burdened with cargo, the visuals on the Mi Jia 11 Pro S screen rendered the room silent. The intricate textures, lifelike light and shadow, the effect of raindrops on the screen, and the eerie atmosphere of the distant void beach, combined with the power of the Xinghui engine and the drive of the Xinghuan M1, deliver an experience on par with console-level visual splendor on a mobile device. The frame rate remained steadfast at 30 FPS. The chat went into a frenzy. Is this what a phone can display? My computer doesn't run this smoothly. The Xinghui engine M1 is invincible. The latest large-scale open-world mobile game, Tomorrow's Awakening, with all effects maxed out amidst the bustling main city scene. With crowds surging and skill effects filling the sky, the frame rate remained a stable 55 to 60 FPS. Excellent thermal control. The phone was merely warm. The endurance and charging tests were equally astounding. A 5,000 mAh ultra-large battery, Xinghuan M1's ultimate energy efficiency, and Mi Jia's smart scheduling. Under heavy usage simulation with games and videos, the endurance time exceeded 9 hours. 120W wired fast charging and 50W wireless fast charging. Real-world testing showed it fully charged in just 19 minutes. Wireless charging also took only 45 minutes. The end of battery anxiety was a trending topic in the chat. The imaging system, bolstered by the powerful ISP and AI capabilities of the Xinghuan M1, achieved top-tier levels in night scene clarity, HDR effects, portrait blurring, and video stabilization, with every snap turning into a cinematic masterpiece. Each demonstration served as a compelling testament to the formidable strength of the Xinghuan M1. Every piece of data heralded the birth of a mobile chip king. The audience's cheers and applause swelled in waves. The online live stream reached unprecedented levels of excitement. All concerns regarding performance, inventory, and competition were momentarily cast aside in the face of absolute power, leaving only awe and desire for the product itself. As Lei Busi finally revealed the price, the Mi Jia 11 Pro, equipped with the Xinghui Technology Xinghuan M1 processor, 12GB, 256GB version, is priced at. He deliberately paused, heightening everyone's anticipation. Starting at 3,999 yuan. Boom! The entire venue erupted into a frenzy. The screams, applause, and whistles nearly breached the ceiling. This price, for a flagship phone equipped with such a top-tier, epic-defining chip, could be described as nuclear level. Bye. Wow, this price is insane. Lei Buzi, the eternal god, working through the night. Must grab one. Xinghui Mi Yo flagship. Harom Ezerkilens. Who else? Amidst the deafening cheers, Cheng Mo stood at the edge of the stage, observing the audience below, who had descended into a frenzy, watching the live stream screen inundated with messages praising Mr. Lei, Xinghui, and Mr. Cheng, and witnessing the excited and confident smile on Lei Busi's face. His own lips curled into a slight smile. The Xinghuan had emerged, its brilliance illuminating the world. This debut in the mobile domain, accompanied by Lei Busi's surprising pricing, not only heralded the ascendance of the Mi Jia 11 Pro, but also deeply etched the names of Xinghui Technology and Cheng Mo into the annals of the global technological stage. Chapter 19, Dawn Chasing Light. Over a month swiftly passed, and within the bustling environment of Xinghui Technology, the lights remained brilliantly aglow. At first glance, everything appears to be as usual, with the rhythmic clatter of keyboards in the Research and Development Center, the low hum of machinery in operation, and the hushed whispers of technical discussions alternating in a harmonious symphony. However, beneath this tranquil surface, a tumultuous undercurrent of pressure is silently encroaching. In the warehouse, the meticulously packaged 7nm CPUs and military-grade 5nm Z1 chips are visibly diminishing in quantity. The sanctions that have locked down raw materials remain unyielding, akin to iron chains tightening around one's neck. Were it not for the continuous booming sales of Death Stranding and the substantial profits derived from collaborations with Company A, which sustain the colossal investments in research and personnel expenses, Xinghui Technology might have already perished. Across the vast ocean, the storm shows no signs of abating. Company A has officially launched its Ryzen X 3D series processors, utilizing the 7-nanometer process license from Xinghui and integrating its revolutionary 3D V-cache stacking technology, creating a thunderous market impact. Its formidable online gaming performance and ultra-low latency have set the market ablaze, with players chanting AMR is the eternal god, in euphoric unison. Almost immediately following this, Company Y's 13th generation Core Xeon series made a powerful debut, boasting its claimed GPU-CPU fusion architecture alongside an overwhelming marketing blitz, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. The formidable presence of these two giants looms like twin mountains, pressing down upon the seemingly solitary vessel of Xinghui Technology, creating an unmistakable sense of pressure. With the official release of Company A's X3D series and Company Y's 13th generation Core series closely trailing, the pressure on Xinghui Technology intensifies. The domestic smartphone manufacturers find themselves divided into stark contrasts. Mijia, having successfully launched the Mi 11 Pro featuring the starry Xian M1 chip, enjoys both robust sales and an excellent reputation, firmly securing its position as the leading high-performance Android brand, eager to align closely with Xinghui. Meanwhile, Huawei, leveraging its profound technological foundation and strategic resolve, withstands external pressures, steadfastly opting for Xinghui chips, with its new flagship P series, equipped with the Xian M1, poised for launch. Both of these industry titans have, to varying extents, touched upon the secret threads of Xinghui's collaboration with the military. Fully aware of the national will and strategic value embedded within, Cheng Mo's recognition of Xinghui Technology emanates a deeper confidence, as the nation will undoubtedly not stand idly by while its premier technology companies falter. Aside from Mijia and Huawei, who have consistently supported Xinghui Technology by directly employing its CPUs, other smartphone manufacturers find themselves in a state of mixed emotions. They yearn to free themselves from dependence on foreign chips, while harboring doubts about Xinghui's ability to maintain a steady supply and withstand the onslaught of international giants. With every new product launch from Company A or Company Y, and each rumor regarding Xinghui's dwindling inventory of raw materials, their sensitive nerves are set on edge, making decision-making exceedingly difficult. Amidst this internal strife and external turmoil, a black sedan bearing a special military license plate silently glides into the Xinghui Technology campus. The visitor's identity is illustrious. Lin Weiguo, the Minister of Industry and Information Technology of China and a core leader of the National Defense Science and Technology Industry Bureau. The stars of rank upon his shoulder and the gravitas emanating from his demeanor silently convey the nation's significance placed upon Xinghui Technology. In the reception room, the aroma of tea wafts through the air, yet the atmosphere is as heavy as a mountain. Mr. Cheng, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. He begins, cutting to the chase. The current situation of Xinghui Technology is dire, and the nation is watching closely. Lin Weiguo's voice is steady and powerful, imbued with the directness characteristic of a military man. The blockade of raw materials is a blatant strategy aimed at stifling Xinghui's production capacity and disrupting our independent chip manufacturing backbone. The nation will not stand idly by. His gaze is piercing as he locks eyes with Cheng Mo. My purpose here is unequivocal. We have an emergency plan to utilize part of the strategic reserves of critical materials and, simultaneously, to grant access to the latest generation of domestic DUV lithography machines under the Huaxing project, although their yield rate currently stabilizes at only around 45. Sufficient only for the initial mass production of 7-nanometer processes, the costs are exorbitant and the efficiency limited. Yet, this is the most direct and rapid support the nation can offer at present. With this, we can at least ensure the continuous supply of Xinghui's core products and buy time for subsequent breakthroughs. Mr. Cheng, the nation needs your consent. A yield of 45? High costs? Limited efficiency? Cheng Mo listens intently, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. The proposal brought forth by Minister Lin is a sturdy lifeline extended by the nation amidst adversity, a gesture of solidarity in times of need. He feels a deep gratitude for this substantial support. However, as Lin Weiguo's words hang in the air, Cheng Mo raises his head, his eyes devoid of the anticipated relief or tearful gratitude, instead radiating a calm yet profound brilliance. Minister Lin, I am thankful to the nation, and to you. We, at Xinghui, hold this recognition in our hearts. He pauses briefly, his tone suddenly firm and resolute, imbued with an undeniable confidence. However, we at Xinghui Technology do not require this proposal. What? Lin Weigua's brows furrow as a look of incredulity briefly flickers across his stern face. He personally brought a national-level solution, only to be so unequivocally rejected by this young man. Cheng Mo rises, a mysterious and confident smile gracing his face. Minister Lin, we appreciate the nation's goodwill, but the path to our breakthrough does not lie in this expedient measure. We have discovered a new beacon of hope. Deep within the core research area of Xinghui Technology, before an extraordinarily heavy airtight door that requires triple biometric authentication and is constructed of alloy over half a meter thick. Cheng Mo verifies his identity. Accompanied by a low hydraulic sound and the hissing of decompression, the formidable door slowly swings open. The sight beyond the door instantly captivates Lin Weigua and the accompanying technical officers. It is a vast laboratory transformed into a super clean space, with a soaring dome illuminated by the cold and pure glow of shadowless lights. In the center of the laboratory stands a colossal entity, reminiscent of a slumbering ancient beast or a futuristic starship engine. Its exterior is cloaked in a matte, deep gray special alloy, characterized by bold and austere lines that transition into smooth curves, embodying a fusion of industrial strength and technological aesthetics. 4 sturdy support columns are deeply embedded in a specially designed foundation, standing as steadfast as a mountain. Most astonishingly, its exterior is not entirely smooth, but is instead adorned with countless precisely arranged, honeycomb-like microholes and energy conduit interfaces. Between these cold metallic structures flows a mysterious deep blue luminescence. This luminescence is not a mere LED strip. It seems to possess life, resembling liquid energy, flowing along predefined paths filled with mathematical beauty, pulsing and emanating a peculiar energy field with a faint hum. The ethereal blue light casts moving shadows upon the cold metallic shell, imbuing the entire apparatus with a sense of futuristic sci-fi grandeur. This is the foundation of our rejection of expedient measures. Cheng Mo's voice resonates clearly in the expansive laboratory, filled with pride and fervor. The next-generation lithography core independently developed by Xinghui Technology, the pursuit of light X-quantum array lithography machine. Approaching the control console, Cheng Mo activates a colossal flexible screen that illuminates, displaying intricate system parameters and schematics. Pointing to the screen, he begins to elucidate. Minister Lin, the sanctions imposed by the United States have indeed placed temporary pressure on us at Xinghui Technology. Thus, we embarked on the ambitious endeavor of designing a groundbreaking lithography machine. However, upon thorough investigation, we discerned that the traditional approaches, whether DUV or EUV, have reached their zenith, inevitably encountering the immutable physical limits of diffraction, intricate optical systems, and the chokehold of essential materials. His fingers glided across the screen, revealing the futuristic core structure diagram of the Light Pursuer X. Unlike its predecessors, the Light Pursuer X charts a different course, a path founded on an entirely novel physical theory, a quantum trajectory. It discards conventional laser plasma light sources in favor of ultra-high density, phase-synchronized quantum laser arrays that bombard our independently developed synthetic target materials. In the domain of etching, we employ laser energy at specific frequencies to excite a theoretically predicted coherent excitation of photons. In this state, materials exhibit semi-dissociative characteristics, demonstrating extraordinarily directed energy beam properties. The excited state materials under the robust confinement of a synchronized constraint field spontaneously form highly ordered, programmable photon clouds. This is our lens, adaptive and lossless, completely replacing the EUV's tower of mirrors, valued in the hundreds of millions of euros, composed of numerous high-precision reflective surfaces. The secondary radiation from material excitation compresses its equivalent wavelength to an astonishing 0.3 nanometers. It is safe to assert that this lithography machine effortlessly transcends the conventional optical diffraction limits, capable of directly inscribing line widths of 1 nanometer and below, reaching the atomic dimensions of silicon. Cheng Mo's voice resonated powerfully, each technical term striking like a hammer against the cognitive barriers of Lin Weigua and all the military personnel present. 0.3 nanometer wavelength, 1 nanometer, adaptive photon cloud lens, atomic level direct reassembly, liberation from all critical material constraints. Each of these aspects represents a profound subversion and dimensionality reduction of the existing lithography technology framework. Today marks the inaugural full-process mass production verification of the Light Pursuer X. Cheng Mo's gaze burned with intensity as he issued the command. Target the Xinghui 7nm civilian CPU wafers, and the military-grade 5nm Z1 wafers. Engage. The laboratory immediately entered a state of maximum alert. Engineers donned the highest-grade cleanroom suits, akin to priests performing a sacred ritual. As under Cheng MOS remote directives and the precise operations of a national treasure-level academician, recommended by Elder Zhong and bound by the highest confidentiality agreements, the process commenced. The ethereal blue light flowed rapidly within the light pursuer X, the deep hum becoming clear and stable. The quantum dot laser array emitted pulses invisible to the naked eye yet brimming with terrifying energy, while the intangible SSCF force field restrained the tumult of the microscopic world. With silicon wafers undergoing etching on a precise motion platform, minutes ticked by, the laboratory so silent that one could hear a pin drop, punctuated only by the rhythmic sounds of the equipment and the subdued breaths of the onlookers. Hours later, the wafer conveyor slowly delivered its cargo. The wafer inspection supervisor, whose palms were slick with sweat, nearly lunged at the electronic scanning microscope. Under the high magnification lens, the 7nm wafer revealed a transistor structure that was clear, sharp, and arranged with an artistic precision. Next came the 5nm military wafer, with even more densely packed and intricate nanostructures, vividly displayed on the screen. The inspection software ran at lightning speed, and the final results materialized on the screen. 7nm wafer yield, 98.7. 5nm military wafer yield, 98.2. Success. A yield rate exceeding 98. The supervisor's voice cracked with excitement, tinged with tears. My heavens! 98! How is this even possible? This is extraordinary. The power of the light pursuer. With it, we are finally free from the grip of others. The laboratory erupted in a wave of ecstatic jubilation. The elderly academician's eyes brimmed with tears, while the young researchers embraced and leaped with joy. 2 months of relentless dedication, countless failures, and under Cheng Mo's near-divine theoretical guidance, they had transformed myth into reality. An engineer with a background in material science excitedly added, "It's not just the lithography machine. Minister Lin, observe the special materials for the core components of the Light Pursuer X. The majority of the raw materials required for its synthetic pathway are abundantly available domestically. The specialized alloy casing, quantum dot laser, and ultra-precise motion platform. Our industrial system can fully support this. From beginning to end, it is a complete domestic production, self-sustaining." Just as the Xinghui laboratory was engulfed in the euphoria of success, external skepticism reached a fever pitch. In the international capital market, a deluge of reports from short-selling institutions targeted Xinghui Technology stocks. Claims of imminent raw material depletion, the dual dominance of Company A and Company B in the 7nm arena, the loss of technological leadership, and the looming threat of bankruptcy and reorganization echoed loudly, causing Xinghui's stock price to continue its downward spiral, nearing historical lows. Overseas technology forums were rife with pessimism. The rise of Huaxia chips was but a fleeting moment. Cheng Mo's myth has crumbled. Domestic discourse reflected wavering sentiments. Is President Cheng being overly ambitious? Shouldn't he accept state assistance? Company A's X3D is compelling, and Company B's Xeon is formidable. Will Xinghui's CPU become a swan song? Alas, it seems the chokehold remains unsolvable. Voices of concern and doubt proliferated, with many believing that Xinghui's brilliance was on the verge of being overshadowed by the two giants, extinguished by the noose of material constraints. The following morning, in the core experimental zone of Xinghui Technology, before the immense, adjustable transparency special glass curtain wall, the atmosphere was solemn and reverent, silence palpable. Behind the glass curtain wall, the formidable body of the Light Pursuer X stood quietly under the shadows of the lights, its shell pulsating with ethereal blue energy, imbued with an aura of mysterious and powerful futuristic technology. It was no longer a mere cold iron box, but a monument symbolizing breakthroughs and hope. Outside the glass curtain wall stood a crowd of significant weight. At the center was General Li Long, clad in crisp military attire, his epaulets gleaming, flanked by Lin Weigua, who now bore no trace of yesterday's doubts, only awe and elation, alongside several solemn yet excited military technical leaders. Elder Zhong stood at the forefront, his silver hair meticulously combed, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixated on the Light Pursuer X, as if attempting to penetrate its alloy shell to unveil the cosmic mysteries within. Surrounding him were the luminaries of the Huaxia semiconductor industry, numerous elderly academicians, directors of national research institutes, and leading figures in chip disciplines from prestigious universities. Some wore reading glasses. Others clutched aged notebooks, each face radiating a thirst for knowledge and palpable excitement, with some even trembling slightly in anticipation. Additionally, leaders from a National Development and Reform Commission and the Ministry of Science and Technology were present, each expression grave yet filled with expectation. All eyes were magnetically drawn to the colossal beast glowing with blue light within the glass curtain wall. Inside the laboratory, Cheng, clad in a white lab coat, stood beside the control console of the Light Pursuer X, his demeanor calm, akin to a commander at the helm of his starship. Li Long gazed at the extraordinary creation that transcended comprehension, his voice dry as he articulated the unspoken question of the assembly. President Cheng, are you certain this is the device you spoke of that will break the sanctions imposed by the beautiful nation? Momentarily nervous, he struggled to find the appropriate words. Hearing this, Elder Zhong's hearty laughter shattered the solemnity as he patted Li Long on the shoulder. Old Li, this is called a lithography machine. Yet, this lithography machine appears to be entirely different from any we have previously known. Cheng Mo's voice resonated clearly and steadily through the internal communicator, reaching beyond the glass curtain wall. Indeed, General Li, Elder Zhong, this is the Xinghui X quantum dot lithography machine. It is not merely a repair. It is a redefinition of the rules. His gaze swept over every distinguished figure outside, signifying that henceforth, in the realm of lithography technology for chip manufacturing, we possess the power to shape the future. The blockade imposed by the beautiful nation? In the face of Xinghui, it has already become obsolete. He raised his hand slightly, pointing towards the colossal machine emanating a serene blue glow. His voice, though not raised, thundered like a clap of thunder in the silent laboratory. The blockade of raw materials? It will become a relic of history. 7 nanometers, 5 nanometers? Merely the starting point. Where Xinghui points is the path of independent chip development for Huaxia, leading towards a future defined at the atomic limit. Outside the glass wall, there was an eerie silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths and the rapid thumping of hearts. In the next moment, a thunderous applause erupted, mingled with the emotional sobs of elder academicians, the subdued cheers of generals, and the fervent exclamations of researchers, akin to a long-suppressed volcano erupting. This applause was not only for the national treasure known as Xinghui X, but also for the young man standing beside the behemoth, igniting the quantum spark with mere mortal flesh, illuminating the future of Huaxia's chips. Cheng Mo. Outside the window, the overcast sky seemed to part just enough for a beam of golden sunlight to bravely pierce through the clouds, cascading upon the angular contours of Xinghui X, as if bestowing a crown upon it. Chapter 20, Trending Again. The warmth of the laboratory had yet to dissipate, and the air still seemed to hum with the faint yet impactful particle vibrations from the activation of Xinghui X. Cheng Mo had barely the chance to sip some water when a voice, steady as a rock and resonant like the clash of metal, sounded behind him. General Cheng, what is the production capacity? Cheng Mo turned to meet General Li Long's keen, hawk-like gaze. The military representative, adorned with a star on his shoulder, had not lingered in the shock of the groundbreaking technology, but rather plunged directly into the most critical and pragmatic issue: production capacity. In his eyes there was no doubt, only an almost tangible glimmer of focus, the instinctive concern of a frontline commander regarding the ammunition supply line. Cheng Mo set down his disposable lunchbox and approached the magnificent Xinghui X, extending his hand to gently brush over its cold, smooth alloy shell, feeling the subtle vibrations of energy circulating within, as if caressing the scales of a slumbering dragon. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and provided a number that quickened the pulses of all the technical personnel present, given that core supply is ample and energy assurance is stable. Xinghui X, at full power operation, can stably produce up to 5,000 wafers per hour, with a minimum guarantee of 3,000 wafers as the baseline output. He paused, his gaze sweeping over General Li Long's resolute face, and added, "This is merely the performance of a single Xinghui X. If funding and space permit, we possess the capability and the matured modular design plans to swiftly replicate and parallel construct multiple production lines. Production capacity bottlenecks are entirely non-existent for us. 5,000 at maximum, 3,000 at minimum, with the potential for expansion." General Li Long's furrowed, chiseled brows began to relax visibly upon hearing this string of numbers. It was the easing of tension experienced when one suddenly glimpses the dawn of victory after bearing immense pressure for an extended period. He nodded slowly, shifting his gaze from Xinghui X back to Cheng Mo's face. His expression now imbued not only with satisfaction, but also a renewed assessment of the depth of this young man's prowess. General Li's voice was resolute, embodying the military's characteristic decisiveness. Excellent, General Cheng. This Zhaiguang X is a national treasure. My military will initially order 10 units. The deployment locations and security levels will be executed at the highest specifications. As for the required funding, space, and resource coordination, compile a list, and I will personally oversee it. You will have a response within a week. 10 units? Even though Cheng Mo had prepared for this, he was still taken aback by General Li Long's audacious order. He nearly choked on his own saliva, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, "General Li, are you treating this as a mobile phone purchase? 10 units? This is a lithography machine, a quantum dot lithography machine. The design, manufacturing, debugging, and stable operation of each unit involve a vast integration of cutting-edge technology and immeasurable investments of human and material resources. This production capacity is meant to underpin national strategy, not for wholesale transactions." General Li Long was amused by Cheng Mo's reaction, a rare smile breaking through his stern demeanor, though his tone remained unyielding. "General Cheng, the demands of national strategy constitute the largest wholesale business. 10 units is the baseline. Production capacity must prioritize the self-sufficiency of core information equipment for national defense modernization. The beautiful nation's eyes are always fixed on our Xinghui military chips." Cheng Mo observed the unyielding determination in General Li Long's eyes. Understanding that this general was resolutely committed to transforming Zhaiguang X into an ironclad fortress guarding the nation's borders, he took a deep breath, suppressing his sense of helplessness and a slight pang of being robbed. While Xinghui must develop, the priority of national security was beyond question. His mind raced to contemplate how to strike a balance. Moments later, Cheng Mo made an unexpected decision that astonished everyone present. He lifted his head, scanning General Li Long. Then glancing at Elder Zhong and several corps academicians, his face breaking into a sincere and candid smile. "General Li, Elder Zhong, esteemed seniors." Cheng Mo's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the quiet laboratory. The core technology and all design blueprints, process packages, including the complete synthesis pathways of special materials for Zhaiguang X. I hereby declare that Xinghui Technology is willing to hand them over to the state, free of charge and without conditions. What? Hand over without charge? The complete core technology. A chorus of gasps echoed throughout the laboratory. Even Elder Zhong, who had witnessed countless storms, could not suppress a slight shudder. His eyes sparkling with disbelief, General Li Long's pupils constricted sharply, his piercing gaze locking onto Cheng Mo, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul to discern whether this decision stemmed from impulsiveness or profound foresight. This was not merely a matter of 10 lithography machines. This was a core secret of a national treasure capable of fundamentally altering the global semiconductor landscape, the value of which was incalculable. Cheng Mo had casually decided to relinquish it, facing the astonishment, scrutiny, and even a hint of confusion in the eyes of those present. Cheng Mo calmly explained, "I believe that in the face of the physical principles and engineering technologies represented by Zhaiguang X, even if the blueprints are made public, no force in the world will genuinely replicate it successfully in the coming decades. The threshold lies not in the blueprints, but in the profound understanding of material synthesis and the cutting-edge theories of synchronous constraint fields, as well as the engineering implementation capabilities. This is the irreplicable journey of exploration accumulated by the Xinghui team over countless days and nights." His gaze was resolute. Technology can only realize its maximum value where it is most needed. The state possesses more robust resources, a superior pool of top-tier scientific talent, and a formidable capacity for industrial integration. By entrusting it to the nation, the brilliance of Zhaiguang can truly illuminate every corner of Huaxia's independent chip development, forging the most resilient national chip Great Wall. Meanwhile, Xinghui only needs to retain the capabilities for manufacturing and iterative optimization, focusing on product innovation and market expansion. This is a win-win, and it represents Xinghui's deepest gratitude to this land. His eyes shimmered with a glint of confidence. A deathly silence enveloped the venue, lingering for several seconds. Good, good, good. Elder Zhong suddenly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming the word good 3 times in succession, his silver hair trembling with excitement, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Cheng Montak, what a fine young man. I have not misjudged you. Such magnanimity and vision. You are destined to be a national hero. an unparalleled national hero. President Cheng, noble integrity. Xinghui's initiative will be a legacy for generations to come. A boon for the Huaxia chip industry. A blessing for the nation. Several elderly academicians, their hairs white as snow, could barely contain their excitement as they approached, fervently grasping Cheng Mo's hands, their voices choked with emotion. The autonomy they had pursued throughout their lives had materialized before them in the hands of this young man, in such a shocking and generous manner. General Li Long gazed deeply at Cheng Mo, his gaze sharp as a blade, now filled with unprecedented respect and recognition. He said little, but raised his hand to offer Cheng Mo a formal and solemn military salute. Everything was conveyed without words. Ultimately, not only did the military finalize an urgent procurement order for the first batch of 10 Pursuit X units, Cheng Mo accepted the order with tears in his eyes, but they also doubled the originally planned quantity of military CPUs. The representatives from the Huaca Institute eagerly pressed forward, waving their hands. President Cheng, we would like a batch of the same top-tier 5-nanometer CPUs for our institute, to be used for the next-generation supercomputing core and cutting-edge quantum computing research. Money is not an issue. After finally sending off this weighty procurement delegation, filled with excitement and satisfaction, Cheng Mo felt as if he had just fought a grueling battle. Utterly exhausted, his stomach growling with hunger. Glancing at the time, he exclaimed, "Goodness gracious, it's nearly midnight. Suya, help! I need box meals. Double portions." Slumped in his office chair, Cheng Mo weakly called out through the intercom. 10 minutes later, when Suya entered with an oversized, aromatic boxed meal, she was greeted by the sight of her boss in disarray, devouring the food like a ravenous refugee. "Boss, take it slow," Suya chuckled. "Slow? I can't. I'm starving to death." Cheng Mo mumbled with a mouthful of food. Dealing with these big shots is more exhausting than negotiating with 100 clients. Just as Cheng Mo immersed himself in his meal, replenishing his energy, a creative storm ignited by him began to quietly sweep through the game department of Xinghui Technology. The new intern from the planning department, Li Xiao, sat at a spacious and bright workstation, heart racing, fingers trembling slightly with excitement. He had just submitted an original game concept proposal titled Codename Guaishu in the company's internal system. A month ago, he was merely an ordinary graduate harboring dreams of independent game development, fully aware that such aspirations were nearly fantastical within a large corporation. Joining Xinghui Games, he thought his greatest fortune would be participating in the follow-up optimization of a masterpiece like Death Stranding. To his astonishment, less than a month into his employment, the company launched the exhilarating Spark Innovation Program that set the entire gaming community ablaze. The leadership announced at the departmental meeting, "Form your own teams. No restrictions on themes or genres. The company provides resources. Players will be the judges. Create the game of your dreams." In that moment, Li Xiao felt as if a stroke of luck had struck him. He almost trembled as he clicked the registration button, then rallied a few like-minded colleagues who were equally stunned by the announcement to form the Guaishu team. They burned the midnight oil, crystallizing the grand idea that had been brewing in their hearts for countless nights, a collision of deep-sea Cthulhu civilization and Eastern cultivation culture, into that proposal. Overcome with excitement, Li Xiao couldn't help but whip out his phone, open the Douyin app, and rapidly type a post. "Oh my gosh! Family, who understands? After just 1 month at Xinghui Games, the company actually lets us interns form our own teams to create the games we want. Any theme or gameplay we desire. The company provides funding, time, and technical support. If players approve, it can be launched, and we can share in the profits. This is not a dream. This is not a dream. President Cheng, Xinghui, you are my god." Xinghui Technology Games, Spark Innovation, Gen Z restructuring the workplace, a divine company. The accompanying image was a screenshot of the internal announcement for the Spark Innovation Program and his hastily drawn, yet passionate concept sketch for Guaishu. After posting, he didn't dwell on it much, feeling an urge to express himself, toss his phone aside, and return to refining his game documents. Little did he know, the gears of fate began to whirl furiously at that moment. That post, filled with exclamations, shock, and the Gen Z workplace restructuring hashtag, was like a deep-sea bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. The first to ignite was his series of intermittent vlogs about being an intern at Xinghui Games over the past month on Douyin. Curious netizens followed the trail and clicked into Li Xiao's Douyin homepage. Thus, scenes that made every worker envious and brought tears of silence to capitalists exploded like a chain of nuclear bombs across the screens of countless wage slaves. Vlog 1. On my first day, did I walk into a resort? The camera panned over a brightly lit office area rivaling a 5-star hotel. Filled with cozy sofas and greenery, a wall of snack and beverage cabinets, potato chips, spicy strips, sugary drinks, imported juices, all available for unlimited free supply. And even a gaming console area, a gym, and even a rooftop swimming pool. Comments. Is this a company? I didn't study much. Don't lie to me. Snack freedom? Beverage freedom? I'm so jealous. Vlog 2 shocking. The boss shows up late. The footage captured Li Xiao stealthily recording. At 9:31 a.m., the department head strolled into the office with breakfast, yawning. Voiceover. The company rule states no penalties for being late within half an hour. Just notify if there's a valid reason, like working overtime the night before. The key is our boss is often late himself. Comments. The boss. Leading by example. I'll take a dozen of such leaders. The pinnacle of humane management. Vlog 3. At 5 p.m., whereas the door. Locked. The camera focused on the clocking in machine, showing the time as 5 o'clock p.m. The scene then shifted to the company's entrance being promptly locked by the security guard. Li Xiao's voiceover. Did you see that? Did you see that? They locked the doors on time. Not even the king himself can make me work overtime. The boss? He must leave on time too. Comments. Oh my gosh. Locking the door to kick people out. Hardcore, anti-overtime. Tears of joy. This is what labor law should look like. President Cheng, you are my internet spokesperson. Vlog 4. 2 hours of freedom. I'm gaming at the office. Li Xiao sat blissfully at the top-tier company computer. The stunning scenery of Death Stranding displayed on the screen, snacks and soda at hand. Caption. Every afternoon, there's a full 2 hours of free creative time. You can learn new skills, explore technologies of interest, or, like me, openly play Death Stranding. Dubbed as deep experience of competing products to enhance gaming aesthetics. Comments. I believe you're evil. This is clearly paid gaming. Is this job a paradise? I want snacks and drinks. I'm crying with envy. Vlog 5. Team building? Doesn't tea encroach on rest days? The footage showed Li Xiao sleeping in on the weekend. Voiceover. Last week, the company organized a team-building trip to a hot spring resort. Guess what day it was? Thursday. Friday. During workdays. Absolutely no encroachment on precious weekends. President Cheng's exact words. Rest is sacred and inviolable. Comments. Boss. Do you need a pendant? The series of companies that others dream of. President Cheng. The god of workplace restructuring. Vlog 6. Did the leader air? Let's go. Time to report to President Cheng. Li Xiao jestingly addressed the camera, stating, the company has a policy. If you believe your direct superior's decisions or demands are unreasonable, or even erroneous, do not hold back. You may directly compose an email to President Cheng's office, substantiated with facts and rationale. It is said that someone actually did this, leading to the superior being summoned for a discussion. Comments flooded in. Is there a direct reporting channel to heaven? This company, I'm in tears. President Cheng specializes in remedying various grievances against leadership. These fragmented snippets of log had already circulated within a small circle on Douyin, accumulating considerable buzz. At this moment, ignited by the explosive declaration of the Spark Innovation Initiative, it spread like wildfire, sweeping across the entire social media landscape. Xinghui Technology, a celestial company. Post 00s reforming the workplace ceiling. Cheng Mo, the ideal boss brought to reality. Paid gaming while developing your own games. And Spark Innovation Project, among other topics, skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. Li Xiao's announcement of the Spark Innovation Initiative garnered over 50 million views within mere hours. 8 million likes. Over 1 million comments. It had completely transcended its original context. The commentary section was utterly overwhelmed. I crave snacks and drinks. Enviable. Enviable are the employees of Xinghui Technology. Is this work? It feels more like being treated as royalty. This is work, not a vacation. Snacks and drinks are freely available, paid gaming, and team building that doesn't encroach on weekends. President Cheng, do you need cleaning staff? I come equipped with my own cloth. One could scarcely imagine enjoying a chip in one hand, a cola in the other, while playing Death Stranding. What a splendid affair. This is truly the ultimate dream of a worker. A petition from thousands begging President Cheng to adopt us. President Cheng, look at me, a 985 graduate who can shout 666. Truly, President Cheng is remarkable. A paragon among the tech elite. His visionary mindset is unparalleled. This management model is a century ahead of the industry. The post 00s are not merely reforming the workplace. President Cheng is reshaping its very rules. What is it about Xinghui Technology? Oh, so divine. Title chasers, prepare to be smacked. No, come in and please, give me a dozen of such companies. Is the Spark Innovation Project for real? Can interns truly create games and share revenue? If true, President Cheng, the savior of the gaming industry, the beacon for independent game developers. Upstairs, absolutely true. A friend of mine works at Xinghui Games. Their team has already registered 2 projects, a cyberpunk cultivation game and a farming-based zombie apocalypse game. The creativity is soaring. I'm in tears. This is how a company should be, respecting talent, honoring creativity, cherishing life. Xinghui, you deserve your success. You rightfully earned praise from the central bank. Xinghui Technology's official website and recruitment email were swiftly inundated with resumes, overwhelming the HR department. Countless programmers, planners, artists, and even elites from other industries were inquiring. Is Xinghui still hiring? I'd even clean toilets. Meanwhile, in the office, Cheng, having just swallowed the last bite of his meal, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, until Suya burst in with a tablet, her expression a blend of astonishment, humor, and pride. President Cheng, you must see the trending news. Our company, and you, have exploded again, this time due to gaming at work and snack freedom. Cheng, he took the tablet, gazing at the screen filled with exuberant proclamations of a celestial company, pleased for adoption. In the post, 00S reforming the workplace ceiling, then clicked on Li Zhao's incriminating vlogs, especially those instances of his tacit approval or even initiation of seemingly outlandish practices that were now under the public scrutiny, even with a countenance as thick-skinned as a fortress. Cheng felt a slight flush on his cheeks at that moment. He rubbed his brow, observing the incessantly refreshing comments and bulletins filled with envy and admiration, ultimately letting out a resigned yet slightly smug chuckle. This kid really captures the essence well. So, this is the Celestial Company? Perhaps this label isn't so bad after all. Chapter 21, didn't T see that coming? A month passed in a flash amidst the turbulent winds of the tech industry. However, for the most astute players, even the slightest ripple in the air heralded the arrival of monumental waves. The first to receive the news of Xinghui Technology's CPU resuming production was, indeed, Huami and Mijia. At the Mijia headquarters, in the strategic conference room, Lei Busi set down the latest supply chain confirmation letter in hand, and his trademark smile, blending warmth with sharpness, now radiated a sense of ease, even imbued with a hint of someone who had seen through it all. He surveyed the core executives and chip procurement heads seated around the conference table, lightly tapping his fingers on the polished surface, his voice imbued with undeniable conviction. Well, I told you that Xinghui Technology would not falter. A heavy silence enveloped the conference room. Expressions among the executives varied, some relieved, others astonished, but mostly enveloped in profound confusion. The vice president in charge of the supply chain adjusted his glasses and chuckled wryly. Lei, your judgment was undoubtedly correct. Xinghui S7 nanometer CPU and Xingchuan M1 mobile chip have indeed resumed stable supply. Our Mijia 11 Pro S chip is secure. However, the process, he paused, seemingly searching for the right words, is utterly unfathomable. Our extensive inquiries revealed that Xinghui Technology did not opt for the high cost, low-yield domestic lithography machine replacement solution provided by the state. Indeed, interjected another technical executive, his brow furrowing. They have not publicly announced finding any new factories capable of circumventing sanctions from the beautiful nation, nor any secret raw material supply channels. The blockade on crucial rare earth elements and photoresists in the international market remains as tightly sealed as a drum. An eerie silence fell over the room. All conventional avenues appear blocked. How had Xinghui managed to restore core chip production in just over a month, as if by magic? The answer loomed like a colossal black hole, consuming everyone's imagination. What other possibilities could they have? A young product manager murmured, unable to contain his bewilderment. Surely, they didn't manufacture a lithography machine themselves? This statement rippled through the room like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, yet all present, including the speaker, instinctively shook their heads, banishing the thought from their minds. Self-manufactured lithography machine? One capable of surpassing the 7 nanometer or even 5 nanometer threshold. That seemed more fantastical than the initial unveiling of the 7 nanometer CPU design. Such an endeavor would require decades of national investment in the trillions and the lifelong dedication of countless top-tier talents, an unattainable feat for a recently established private enterprise. Lei Busi observed the reactions of his colleagues, and his smile deepened, tinged with an appreciation for the unfolding secret. Methods? Xinghui undoubtedly has its own ways. Cheng has an uncanny ability to create miracles. As for the specifics, he shrugged. Intriguing, isn't it? But for us, the resumption of chip supply is the most favorable news. Seize the opportunity fortify the market. At Huami headquarters, the atmosphere was similarly grave, yet filled with inquiry. Although President Run had not yet arrived, a briefing indicating the stable supply restoration of Xinghui chips lay quietly on his desk. Beneath the briefing, the technical analysis team had struggled to produce a coherent evaluation, excluding the intervention of national emergency plans. Excluding the possibility of new foundries, all global factories capable of 7 nanometers technology are bound by agreements. There are no signs of abnormal loosening in the international channels for critical raw materials. Conclusion. The reasons behind the resurgence of Xinghui's production capacity remain unclear, and the technological path is shrouded in mystery. Behind this may lie a groundbreaking breakthrough that necessitates the highest level of attention. Being, who is well-versed in the intricacies of technology, gazed at the report that reeked of impossibility, lightly tapping his fingers on the mahogany table. Xinghui did not accept the national lithography machine, yet they managed to resolve the lithography issue. This logical paradox pointed to an answer that flashed with an indescribable brilliance in his profound eyes. The answer seemed imminent, yet it was astonishingly shocking. Notify the supply chain to prioritize and intensify the procurement of Xinghui chips. Ren's voice resonated through the phone, steady and powerful. Initiate a high-level analysis of technological intelligence, targeting all public and non-public technological developments of Xinghui Technology over the past 2 months. I want to know what kind of key Cheng MO possesses. In the market, news of Xinghui's chip supply recovery spread like droplets of water splashed in a boiling oil, rapidly exploding and surging forth. The first to benefit, Mijia, kept mum, quietly reaping substantial profits. However, the whispers within the supply chain could not remain concealed. Hello, Lao Zhang. The S1 server CPU from Xinghui is in stock. How many do you need? Boss Wang. Great news. The supply of M1 mobile chips is stable. New projects can commence. Is this for real? So soon? ISNT, the beautiful nation enforcing strict sanctions? Absolutely true. Both Mijia and Huawei have confirmed it. Production capacity is still ramping up, but supply is no longer an issue. The news spread like wildfire, from core suppliers to secondary distributors, and then to the keenly perceptive tech media and investment institutions. Tech Forum, Insider News. Xinghui's production line is fully operational. 7 nanometers and 5 nanometers chips have resumed supply. Stock Forum. Xinghui Technology SHXXXX. A counterattack? Has a raw material blockade been breached? Investigate immediately. Investment Group. Those shorting Xinghui should close their positions quickly. The tide has turned. A mysterious force has intervened. Social media. Breaking news. The mysterious revival of Xinghui chips. What lies behind it? Questions and astonishments intertwined. Have you heard? Xinghui Technology's CPU has resumed production. Is that true? So soon? Just over a month. But I saw the news. The beautiful nation sanctions list and export bans are still in place. Raw material prices haven't dropped. This is bizarre. Could Cheng always perform magic? Creating chips out of thin air? Perhaps they employed some underhanded means? Smuggling? Or, all speculations, doubts, and anxieties were shattered on a workday morning by a thunderous announcement from the highest official technological front. Huaxia Guanggu TV aired a special live broadcast of Technological Frontiers. The backdrop was no longer the familiar studio, but in front of the iconic building of the Huaxia Guanggu National Independent Innovation Demonstration Zone. The host, a seasoned tech journalist renowned for her rigor and professionalism, held a microphone, her expression animated, her voice trembling with excitement. Dear viewers, at this moment, we stand on the fertile ground of Huaxia's technological innovation, Guanggu. We bring you a piece of news that is destined to be recorded in the annals of the Republic's technological history, reshaping the global semiconductor industry. The camera shifted, and a massive screen displayed a blood-red and shocking headline. The light of Huaxia, the light of technology, the light of breaking barriers. Xinghui Technology forges the Zhaiguang X, a quantum dot lithography machine emerging triumphantly, completely shattering the Western technological cage. The host's powerful voice echoed, certified by authoritative national departments. Under the leadership of founder Cheng Mo, Xinghui Technology Company Limited has achieved the impossible with extraordinary wisdom and courage. They have independently developed and successfully mass-produced the epic-making Zhaiguang X quantum dot lithography machine. The silhouette of the colossal machine, glowing with a deep blue light, stood silently in the dust-free workshop, displaying an astonishingly precise 1 nanometer transistor structure under an electron microscope. This lithography machine employs unprecedented quantum excitation technology and revolutionary design concepts, such as dynamic photon cloud lenses. It completely discards the complex optical systems and core consumables that traditional lithography technology relies on. The host's voice brimmed with national pride, as Cheng Mo, the founder of Xinghui Technology, stated in an exclusive interview with this station. The theoretical limit of Zhaiguang X is not 7 nanometers, nor 5 nanometers, but aims at the physical limits of silicon-based materials, 1 nanometer. Furthermore, exploring new semiconductor materials, breaking through 0.5 nanometers is by no means an unattainable dream. The host continued with fervor. The advent of Zhaiguang X signifies not merely the success of a machine. It symbolizes that the Huaxia chip industry has finally broken free from decades of technological shackles and raw material constraints. It possesses a fully autonomous capability across the entire chain from design to manufacturing to materials. This is a milestone in technological self-reliance. This is the most profound tribute to the Republic's technological prowess. The path illuminated by Zhaiguang leads Huaxia's chips toward the pinnacle of the world. Currently, all chips under Xinghui Technology, equipped with the cutting-edge manufacturing process of Zhaiguang X, Xingchuan M1 mobile processor, Xingchuan S1 server processor, and the Z1 military-grade high-reliability processor, have fully resumed mass production, with performance surpassing former standards. They really resumed production. Cheng Mo truly created it. The footage shifted to an interview segment with Cheng Mo standing beside Zhaiguang X, his gaze calm, yet infused with pride. The significance of Zhaiguang lies not in chasing anyone, but in defining the future. It signifies that at the very source of chip manufacturing, Huaxia possesses the ability to set the rules. The curse of 1 nanometer? From the moment Zhaiguang was illuminated, we have already shattered it with a single stroke. Well done, Cheng, our role model. Following an urgent announcement from the central bank, reporting that Huaxia Xinghui Technology has developed a globally leading lithography machine, the news spread rapidly. The entire Huaxia, as well as the global tech community, felt as though a mental nuclear bomb with an equivalent yield of millions of tons had been dropped. An initial silence was followed by a tsunami of uproar. Weibo trending topics: Zhaiguang X lithography machine, Xinghui Technology breaks through 1 nanometer, Cheng Mo shatters the blockade, Huaxia chips fully autonomous, instantly claimed the top 5 spots. Douyin's hot list. How do we evaluate Xinghui Technology's quantum lithography machine Zhaiguang X and its claimed 1 nanometer potential? Views skyrocketed past 10 million in 10 minutes. In the tech section of a small video platform, all related videos went viral. Comments went wild. Everyone stand up. Chingat. Voice breaking. Is this sci-fi turned reality? Tear-jerking. No regrets joining Huaxia in this lifetime. The beautiful nation must be stunned, right? On Hupu Walking Street, brothers. What level is Xinghui's operation? There's no doubt they're the historical first brand, right? In the WeChat moments, the feed was completely dominated by Zhaiguang X. All captions identical. Amazing. Witnessing history. Cheng Montag Y dis. Huaxia chips rise. Back at Mijiao's headquarters conference room, Lei Busi gazed at the live broadcast from Guanggu TV on a large screen. Watching Cheng Mo's declaration of shattering with a single stroke, his smile transforming from playful to one of complete, exhilarating shock and admiration. He exhaled slowly, addressing his equally astonished and speechless subordinates with just 3 words. This is it. Creating a lithography machine, he has indeed succeeded, and even developed a quantum variant. At the headquarters, General Ren shut off the live broadcast, standing for a long time before the window. The inexplicable briefing now reverberated with answers like thunder. He picked up the internal hotline, his voice steady yet imbued with unprecedented force. Notify everyone. Elevate the level of strategic cooperation to the highest tier. Simultaneously, the technical docking team must immediately and wholeheartedly research all publicly available papers and theories related to quantum arrays. Xinghui has opened a door to the future for us. In the conference room of an international chip giant, an eerie silence enveloped the space. The screen displayed the futuristic imagery of the Zhaiguang X and the glaring title of 1 nanometer. Everyone's faces turned ashen, as if the apocalypse had descended. The painstakingly acquired 7 nanometer technology package now seemed utterly ludicrous and pale in comparison. Ordinary netizens exclaimed, "What the heck?" A self-developed lithography machine from Huaxia, a quantum array, capable of achieving 1 nanometer. Cheng Mo, are you an alien envoy? Tears streamed down their faces. No wonder they didn't want a national lithography machine. They built their own, which is even more impressive. A stunning breakthrough. Cheng's words ignited my fervor. Those who doubted Xinghui's prospects, who claimed Cheng Mo was incapable, come out and take a stroll. Does your face hurt? A breakthrough at 1 nanometer and 0.5 nanometer, surpassing the limits of silicon? This Zhaiguang X is destined to rub ASML into the ground. Xinghui is on a roll. Cheng Mo is a legend. Solid proof. Doghead for protection. The light of Huaxia. The light of technology. The light of Cheng Mo. Buy Xinghui chips. Support the rise of domestic products. In the meeting room of the beautiful nations by Gong, a profound silence prevailed. Oh my gosh, has the Huaxia government intervened? Why? What else does Xinghui Technology possess that we remain oblivious to? The few present were left dumbfounded. At the headquarters of Xinghui Technology, Cheng Mo stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window of his office, overlooking the throngs of cheering people gathered below due to the live broadcast, alongside the overwhelming tide of voices sweeping across the internet. His expression bore no ecstasy, only a tranquil acceptance, with an unwavering sharpness in his eyes, emblematic of a pioneer. The Zhaiguang has manifested, cutting through the void. The old order of chip hegemony was, at this moment, violently cleaved open by the quantum sparks from the east, carving a fissure towards the future. And the wielder of the sword, Cheng Mo, along with his Xinghui Technology, stood at the eye of the storm, radiating brilliance. Chapter 22. A small commotion at the hot pot. On this rare day of respite, sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting lazy patches of light upon the bedroom floor. Cheng Mo lay ensconced in a down comforter that could engulf his entire being, feeling as if every bone had the strength drawn from it, reveling in a blissful desire to melt away. After months of high-intensity operation, his nerves finally relaxed within this soft cocoon, fatigue washing over him like a gentle tide, enveloping him tenderly. With his eyes closed, his consciousness fluctuated on the precipice between wakefulness and slumber, greedily savoring this moment of tranquility. Dingling, dingling. The sudden ringing of his phone on the bedside table shattered the serenity, akin to a giant stone being hurled into a placid lake. Cheng Mo, his brow furrowed instantly, his eyes rolling irritably beneath his eyelids. Who could it be? The company? Suya? At this moment, he wished to shield himself from the entire world. Reluctantly, he fumbled and finally grasped the incessantly ringing source, squinting at the screen. Yu Yaoshi. His irritation dissipated significantly, replaced by an inexplicable emotion he himself had not recognized. After hesitating for a few seconds, he pressed the answer button. Hello. His voice emerged hoarse and slightly languid, as if just awakened. A melodious voice resonated from the phone. Congratulations, Cheng. Not only did you resolve the issue, but you also made it to CCTV. Cheng Mo's lips involuntarily curved upward, burying his face in the soft pillow. Responding dully, congratulations to you too. Her enthusiasm effortlessly dispelled some of his gloom. Merely saying congratulations lacks sincerity. Yu Yaoshi deftly shifted the conversation, playfully probing. Are you free tonight? This lady is in a good mood and wishes to treat the national hero to a meal. Care to grace me with your presence? Cheng Mo's mind resisted any thoughts related to plans, going out, or socializing, yet the phrase invite you to dinner seemed to possess an enchanting power, effortlessly penetrating his layer of lethargy. He opened his eyes, glancing at the warm sunlight streaming in, then considering his empty afternoon schedule, he replied, I'm free. His tone retained a hint of languor, but the decision had been made. Around 5 in the evening, Cheng Mo stood before the mirror in his dressing room, unusually taking the time to groom himself. He shed his signature dark suit, donning a fine, loose-fitting light gray sweatshirt, paired with slim-fit, washed blue jeans and simple white sneakers. The reflection in the mirror displayed a man who had traded some of the CEO's sharp steadiness for a refreshing, youthful charm. The weariness in his eyes concealed beneath a carefully curated demeanor, revealing a different style of handsomeness. Finally, he picked up a brand-new black mask, securely covering the lower half of his face, leaving only his deep, tranquil eyes visible. Sighing at his masked visage, Cheng Mo felt an unexplainable sense of resignation. Social anxiety? Not entirely, but the past few days of leaving work had indeed left a profound psychological shadow, barely 50 meters from the company gate. He had been instantly surrounded by a throng of fervent fans and media, with cameras in hand. The flashing lights erupted chaotically, drowning him in a tide of screams and questions. He was shoved around, signing autographs until his hand ached, posing for photos with a stiff smile. And only after a desperate struggle through the security personnel did he manage to escape with some semblance of dignity. At that moment, he felt akin to a rare animal on display in a zoo, suffocated by excessive attention and the loss of personal space. The mask had become his solitary psychological barrier and physical shield against the public eye. In the central square, the crowd surged like a river. Cheng donned in his mask, navigated through the throng discreetly, yet his gaze precisely locked onto the most radiant figure by the fountain. Yu Yaoshi today wore a pale yellow pleated long skirt, its hem swaying gently in the breeze, revealing her slender ankles. She sported a pair of pristine white socks, paired with matching sneakers. Her smooth black hair cascaded over her shoulders, the ends curling slightly. She radiated youthful vitality, akin to a ripe lemon exuding a sweet fragrance. She was engrossed in her phone, a faint smile gracing her lips, illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun, appearing like a picturesque painting. Cheng Mo's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, quickening his pace. He approached her and halted. Yu Yaoshi seemed to sense someone nearby, but without raising her head, she waved her hand impatiently, her voice crisp yet distinctly aloof. No WeChat, no phone, thanks. I'm waiting for my friend, please step aside. She assumed he was yet another suitor attempting to strike up a conversation. Cheng Mo felt a surge of indescribable frustration well up within him. He had meticulously prepared for this meeting, albeit wearing a mask, only to be mistaken for an intruding lecher. The disparity left him feeling both bemused and inexplicably irked. He extended his hand, gently tugging at the edge of his mask, lowering it just enough to reveal his nose and full lips. His deep-set eyes twinkled with a hint of helpless amusement as they fixed intently on Yu Yaoshi. At last, she lifted her gaze. Upon recognizing the familiar and handsome face before her beautiful large eyes widened in astonishment. Her fair cheeks flushed visibly, turning a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She hastily covered her mouth, a gasp stifled in her throat, leaving only a look of shock and embarrassment in her eyes. Cheng Montak, is it really you? She stammered, her words tumbling over each other. I didn't recognize you at first. I'm so sorry. What I said earlier, please don't take it to heart. I apologize. She waved her hands in disarray, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Observing the flustered girl, her cheeks aflame, Cheng Mo's earlier annoyance dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sense of endearment. He adjusted his mask once more, revealing only his amused eyes, his voice muffled yet deepened by the fabric. Enough with the apologies. Let us go. Where shall we dine? If we linger here any longer, I fear we may attract unwanted attention. Yu Yaoshi finally exhaled in relief, patting her proud chest, the blush still lingering on her face. Yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go. I'll take you to a fantastic place. An old-fashioned hot pot restaurant. Although it's tucked away in an alley. It's a bit off the beaten path, and somewhat pricey. I assure you, the flavor is unparalleled. I've tried countless hot pots, but I swear by this one. She enthusiastically described the restaurant, her previous embarrassment swiftly overshadowed by the allure of cuisine. The two chatted and laughed, the atmosphere once again light and enjoyable. Cheng Mo, shedding the weight of his corporate persona, listened like an ordinary young man, occasionally chiming in as Yu Yaoshi animatedly shared her culinary experiences. The setting sun elongated their shadows, a warm, youthful sweetness permeating the air. After winding through the streets, they finally arrived at an alley that appeared slightly worn yet was vibrant with the essence of everyday life. At the alley's depths, a large sign with red background and golden characters caught their eye. Old Stove Hot Pot. The establishment was modest in size, yet the few tables outside were nearly all occupied. The air thick with the rich, enticing aroma of beef tallow hot pot, undeniably tantalizing. Look, this is the place. You can tell just by the smell that it's the right one. Yu Yaoshi exclaimed excitedly, pulling Cheng Mo inside. As they crossed the threshold, an even stronger wave of mingled spicy, aromatic, and savory scents washed over them. The interior was equally bustling, steam rising from every corner. A middle-aged man in a grease-stained chef's uniform, adorned with a manager's badge, leaned against the counter, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He was short and stout, with a burgeoning belly, thinning, greasy hair, and small, shifty eyes that radiated a shrewd, mercenary air. Upon seeing Yu Yaoshi enter, his eyes lit up, and he grinned, revealing a set of yellowed, smoke-stained teeth, his gaze lecherously appraising her, lingering on her attractive figure. However, when his eyes fell upon Cheng Mo beside her, that smarmy smile vanished, replaced by a distinctly impatient expression. Hey, what are you crowding for? Can't you see it's full? Get lost. We're not serving today. The manager waved his hand dismissively, his tone brusque and rude. Yu Yaoshi was taken aback, pointing to the visibly empty tables outside. But there are free spots out there. I said it's full. No need for all this chatter. The manager crushed his cigarette, but forcefully on the greasy counter. Raising his voice, "There's no space. Don't you understand human language? Hurry up and leave. Don't block the way." His gaze dripped with blatant disdain and dismissal, as if even a glance towards Cheng Mo was distasteful. A surge of anger erupted from the depths of Cheng Mo's being. He, Cheng Mo, who navigated the business realm and faced international giants without flinching, had never endured such petty humiliation, especially when he saw Yu Yaoxi's expression of discomfort and embarrassment due to the man's lewd gaze and inexplicable hostility. The fury within him threatened to burst forth. Rationality urged him not to stoop to the level of such a man, yet the sting of being belittled and insulted gnawed at his nerves like a venomous serpent. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance. A flamboyantly dressed woman, her face heavily made up and sporting oversized sunglasses, strutted in, selfie stick and ring light in tow, flanked by a gaggle of assistants. She addressed her phone's camera in a syrupy voice. "Babies, look. This is the legendary fly-infested restaurant, the pinnacle of dining. Old Stove Hot Pot. I've heard the flavors are top-notch. Today, we're going to uncover the secrets. Let us see if it lives up to the hype." Clearly, this woman was a somewhat renowned food blogger, known as Spicy Girl Investigator. Upon spotting her, the manager's earlier annoyance with Cheng Mo and Yu Yaoxi vanished without a trace. He immediately donned a fawning smile, bending over backward, nearly bowing. It's the Spicy Girl Investigator, an esteemed guest. Welcome, welcome. Please come in. We've reserved the best private room for you." The blogger, Spicy Girl Investigator, raised her chin proudly, flaunting to the camera. "Did you see that, babies? This is what power looks like. No matter how popular a place is when I arrive, they must make room. We're all about authenticity. Authenticity." Her gaze swept over the corner where Cheng Mo and Yu Yaoxi stood, their expressions sour after being dismissed. Behind her sunglasses, her eyes revealed open disdain and a sense of superiority, even letting out a derisive laugh, as if to say, "What caliber do you think you are to compete for a spot with me?" This blatant double standard and contempt ignited the powder keg of Cheng Mo's suppressed rage. No longer was he the restrained CEO. He transformed into a thoroughly incensed young man. He stepped forward, placing himself between the manager and the blogger, his voice low yet frigid, radiating an undeniable pressure. "You, lower your voice. This is a place for dining, not your stage for theatrics." His sharp gaze cut through the noisy blogger like a tangible blade, before shifting to the obsequious manager, his tone rich with sarcasm and inquiry. "And you, just a moment ago you said it was full and that you weren't serving. Why is it that she arrives and gets the best room? Is she your mother or father? Or perhaps this establishment only caters to those who wag their tails and bark? Who are you calling a dog? Who is the monkey?" The Spicy Girl Investigator screeched like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly ordinary man wearing a mask. She promptly pointed her phone's camera at Cheng Mo and Yu Yaoxi, her voice sharp and caustic, dripping with provocation. "Family, look. This is the face of some low-quality customers. Can't afford to eat and are throwing a tantrum. How dare they insult a blogger? Look at this kind of person. They ruin the city's image. They ruin the mood. Whereas security. Get them out of here." The manager, fully revealing his true colors, pointed an accusatory finger at Cheng Mo, spitting out curses. "You little nobody. Who do you think you are to act out here? Whether I open the door or serve customers is none of your business. Get out of here now. If you don't leave, believe me, I'll have someone break your legs." Profane language was splashed like filthy water. Yu Yaoxi was both furious and anxious, her complexion paling as she attempted to grasp Cheng Mo's arm, only to be gently rebuffed as he positioned himself protectively behind her. Cheng Mo's gaze was chillingly terrifying. In the face of their insults, he remained remarkably composed, as though he were a spectator witnessing a poorly executed farce, with a fierce, icy wrath simmering beneath the surface of his countenance. Just as he was about to retaliate, a hesitant voice interjected. "Excuse me, sir." At a nearby table, a man in business casual attire, appearing to be in his 30s, scrutinized Cheng Mo's features that were visible beyond his mask. The more he looked, the wider his eyes grew, disbelief and astonishment dawning upon his face. You're Cheng Mo, aren't you? The Cheng Mo of Xinghui Technology?" Cheng Mo sighed internally, realizing he had failed to evade recognition. Reluctantly, under the astonished gazes of other diners, the restaurant manager, and the live streamer, he slowly removed his mask. His youthful, handsome, and composed visage, now tinged with an intense aura of indignation, was laid bare for all to see. A collective gasp resonated, as if thunder had struck the bustling hot pot restaurant, plunging it into a brief silence. "Oh my God, it's really Cheng Mo. The Cheng Mo from the news about the lithography machines. My goodness, he is here for Hot Pot. Look, it's truly him. The air erupted with exclamations and discussions. The man who had recognized Cheng Mo blushing with excitement. Cheng Montak, it's truly you. What honor. May I take a picture with you? As he eagerly made his request, he quickly grasped the nature of the earlier altercation, the manager's unreasonable dismissal and the streamer's bullying insults. The man's expression darkened with righteous indignation. He stood abruptly, addressing the crowd. Everyone, let us set the record straight. This manager, just moments ago, Mr. Cheng and this lady arrived first. There were clearly available seats, yet he rudely claimed they were full. Then he turned and catered to that streamer. And that streamer, relying on her followers, she not only cut in line, but also insulted Mr. Cheng and his companions, calling them low-class customers. Is this fair? Is this reasonable? His words ignited a blaze of righteous fury among the patrons. Unfair. This is sheer bullying. What a contemptible manager. That streamer is even more disgusting. Who does she think she is? Cheng Mo is breaking barriers for our country with lithography machines. What gives you the right to insult him? Exactly. Cheng Mo is the true pride of our nation. You're nothing but a bunch of clowns. The customers, both locals and visitors, young and middle-aged alike, rose in unison, pointing and vocally denouncing the manager and the streamer. Some even pulled out their phones to record the incident. In a dramatic turn of events, the live stream of the so-called Spicy Girl Detective erupted in chaos. Holy crap, that's Cheng Mo, the Cheng Mo of Xinghui Technology. You're calling him low-class? Have you lost your mind? This is beyond embarrassing. Bullying people just because you have a couple of followers? You've hit a brick wall. Unfollow. What a joke. Everyone, let us report this foolish streamer. This Spicy Girl Detective is more like a ridiculous fool. The name of the restaurant is Lea's Home and Hot Pot. Address XXX. Remember this. Avoid it. Trash restaurant. Watching the stream's comments explode with vitriol and the rapid decline in follower numbers, the streamer's heavily made-up face paled, trembling as she lost the bravado she had moments before. In a fluster, she fumbled to end the live stream, only to clumsily drop her phone, shattering the screen. The manager, equally petrified, was drenched in sweat, his forehead glistening with beads of perspiration. He lamented internally, realizing too late that the masked youth was none other than the tech sensation and national hero Cheng Mo, who had been prominently featured in the news. Weak in knees, he nearly collapsed, stammering an apology. Mr. Cheng, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I was wrong to judge you based on appearances. I deserve this. However, the outraged crowd would not grant him the opportunity to atone. Get out. Apologize. Apologize to Mr. Cheng. Trash restaurant. We will never return. Right? Boycott Lea's Home. Support Mr. Cheng. A voice rang out. Mr. Cheng, let us not endure this here. I know a much better Sichuan restaurant nearby. It's on me. Let us all go support Mr. Cheng. The crowd enthusiastically agreed. The manager and streamer, like rats fleeing from a sinking ship, huddled in a corner, wishing to vanish amid the scornful glares and accusations directed at them. Everything they had painstakingly built crumbled to dust the moment Cheng Mo removed his mask, transforming them into the punchline of a widely ridiculed joke. Observing the theatrical scene unfold before him, Cheng Mo's initial ire was supplanted by a sense of absurdity and warmth. He donned his mask once more, albeit now of little consequence, and nodded in gratitude towards the righteous crowd. Thank you, everyone. It's a trivial matter. No need for such an uproar. I appreciate your sentiments. He declined the eager patroness offer to treat him, but agreed to a group photo. As the turmoil subsided, and they exited the smoky confines of the hot pot restaurant, the fresh air of the alley filled their lungs. Yu Yaoshi let out a long sigh, patting her chest, still somewhat rattled. But her gaze towards Cheng Mo sparkled with admiration and a hint of mischief. TSK, 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 idol Cheng. I finally understand why you don a full disguise when you step out. The treatment you receive as a top-tier celebrity is simply exhilarating. Even a simple hot pot outing can turn into a grand spectacle of triumphant return. Cheng Mo, with a resigned smile, rubbed his temples, the corners of his mouth curving beneath the mask. Stop teasing me. Let us go. I'll take you to that Sichuan restaurant to calm your nerves. Hopefully, there won't be any further complications. They exchanged a knowing smile, the previous tension and frustration dissipating, replaced by a newfound camaraderie and ease forged through shared experience. The setting sun cast elongated shadows as they strolled towards the fragrant haven of another restaurant, a delightful aroma of spices wafting through the air. Deep within Cheng Mo's heart, a warmth and thrill, distinct from the triumph of successful chip development or the spotlight of press conferences, rose like the bubbling red oil in a pot, quietly surging within him. This feeling, it seemed, was even more intense than the relief after shedding the weight of previous indignities. Perhaps this was the essence of life's simple pleasures. Chapter 23. Creative Games. The languor of the weekend receded like the ebbing tide, swiftly submerged by the surging waves of work that accompanied Monday. Cheng Mo stood in his pristine office, situated on the 13th floor of the iconic Xinghui International Building in the heart of the city. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the ceaseless flow of urban life, a panorama brimming with vitality. He inhaled deeply, the air still tinged with the faint scent of fresh wood from recent renovations, mingling with the coolness of electronic devices. Leisure time is always fleeting, Cheng Mo mused softly, his thoughts drifting back to the conversation he had with his father, Cheng Tianhai, over the weekend. In an effort to address the increasingly cramped office environment, he had mustered the courage to dial the family home. Initially, I anticipated a lengthy explanation and even steel myself for a reprimand. After all, in my parents' eyes, I would forever remain the son in need of care. To my astonishment, however, my father, Cheng Tianhai, responded with a calm affirmation before dropping a bombshell. The A block of Xinghui International in the city center, levels 11 to 13, is vacant. Your uncles and I invested in it, originally intending to hold it for appreciation or to lease it to major clients. Since you require it, take it and utilize it. Cheng Mo nearly choked on his own saliva. Dad? Xinghui International? That's a landmark in the city center, prime real estate. You and the uncles constructed it? He was aware that his family was relatively well off, with his father managing a substantial enterprise. But he never fathomed that his father was one of the developers of a top-tier office building in the heart of the city. Such a secret had been remarkably well kept. Cheng Tianhai let out a sound of mild amusement from the other end of the line, his tone imbued with a subtle pride. What's the matter? Can't your old man dabble in real estate? Enough chit-chat. I'll have someone coordinate with Suya. The rent will be calculated at internal cost. Just ensure your uncles don't lose out. His directives were straightforward and unequivocal. Thus, the relocation became the foremost priority for Xinghui Technology over the past weekend. The efficiency was astounding. Within just 2 days, the two previously cramped companies were transformed. On the 11th floor, Xinghui Technology Limited, encompassing departments such as chip design, architecture development, NPU, AI laboratories, and lithography technology, the Chase Light X-Core team. The predominant deep blue color scheme conveyed a sense of technological sophistication and meticulousness, while the massive Xinghui logo shimmered at the entrance. On the 12th floor, Xinghui Technology Gaming Limited, featuring engine development, art center, planning center, testing center, and the bustling Spark Innovation Project teams. The colors here were brighter and more vivacious, with graffiti of game characters and concept art adorning the walls, as if the very air was alive with the sparks of creativity. On the 13th floor, the president's office and core management team, including Cheng Mo's office, strategic conference room, assistant area, Suya's workspace, and the independent offices of various core department heads. The views were unparalleled, the environment elegant and private, symbolizing the heart of decision-making. Of course, the move brought new challenges. Some employees residing farther away voiced their discontent regarding the sudden increase in commuting time and costs. News of this swiftly reached Cheng Mo. Without a hint of concern, he decisively ordered, notify the administration department to immediately approach the bus group and secure 2 customized bus routes. Plan the routes to cover the key residential areas of the employees, with dedicated pickups during peak hours. The entire cost will be borne by the company. Additionally, provide a monthly commuting subsidy for those significantly affected by the relocation. With this command, all complaints vanished in an instant, replaced by a flurry of messages in the employee group. Long live President Cheng. The Divine Company is offering benefits again. I'm definitely riding this bus. Xinghui Technology's reputation for caring for its employees resounded once more across the internet. At this moment, in the president's office on the 13th floor, Cheng Mo sat in a spacious and comfortable executive chair, yet the document spread before him elicited a familiar sense of overwhelm. The lithography machine mass production plan, mobile chip market expansion strategy, the framework agreement for deepening cooperation with AMR, and several budget applications for new projects requiring substantial funding, all weighed heavily. He rubbed his temples and accepted the steaming black coffee that Suya had timely provided, downing it in a single gulp without even a glance. The bittersweet liquid slid down his throat, offering a fleeting sense of clarity. At that moment, Suya's intercom rang. She quickly answered, and after a few moments, Her expression grew serious. Hanging up, she turned to Cheng Mo, speaking rapidly. President Cheng, we received a call from the Steam platform. They are inviting us to participate in the global creative game exhibition taking place in Hoosier the day after tomorrow. Cheng Mo raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. They hope participating manufacturers can unveil a new game demo that showcases outstanding creativity and gameplay highlights for live demonstrations and promotions. The exhibition has established the most creative New Star Award, with a prize of $50 million. So you pause before adding, however, there is a stringent condition. The game presented must be released to the public for the first time within the last 2 months, which disqualifies Death Stranding. Cheng Mo's gaze sharpened instantly. The Steam platform, creative game exhibition, the day after tomorrow, and they only send us the invitation now? He leaned slightly forward, his fingers gently tapping rhythmically on the smooth tabletop. 2 months ago, industry whispers had already circulated, and major manufacturers have been preparing their demos. Our Death Stranding has received both critical acclaim and impressive sales. Its popularity is at its peak. Why have we received no prior notice until 3 days before the exhibition? Suya's eyes flashed with understanding and anger. It seems, perhaps, their intentions are not merely about the invitation. The Steam platform, or rather, certain traditional gaming giants exerting influence through it, are becoming restless. Our Xinghui engine's capabilities showcased in Death Stranding have sparked envy in some and posed a threat to others. Now, inviting us at the last minute and giving us only 3 days is clearly a calculated move, anticipating that we will be unable to present a qualifying new product and waiting to see us falter on a grand stage. Faita? Cheng Mo's lips curled into a steely smile, his eyes ignited with excitement. Did they think they could choke Xinghui by controlling the timeline? 3 days? Huh, that would suffice. He abruptly stood, exuding the energy of a blade drawn from its sheath. Suya, immediately notify all personnel at Xinghui Gaming for an emergency meeting in a large conference room on the 12th floor in half an hour at Xinghui Technology Gaming Company. On the 12th floor, the tiered large conference room, capable of accommodating hundreds, was now filled to capacity. All employees, from engine programmers to concept artists, level designers, sound engineers, testers, administrators, and even the cafeteria chefs, who Cheng Mo insisted should attend to absorb the atmosphere, sensed the unusual tension and excitement permeating the air. Cheng Mo stood at the forefront, the massive high-definition screen reflecting his upright figure. He wasted no time, directly outlining the Steam platform's invitation, the stringent conditions, and the potential machinations behind it, clearly articulating the situation to everyone present. This is the reality. Cheng Mo's voice resonated through the microphone, steady and powerful. Some want to see us at Xinghui Gaming stumble, believing that aside from Death Stranding, we cannot produce anything new or creative. They think 3 days will leave us scrambling. Tell me, are you willing to accept that? Unwilling. The crowd erupted in a unified and resounding response, especially those involved in the Spark Innovation Program. Their fervor ignited. This was a blatant challenge and disrespect. Good. Cheng Mo's eyes sparkled with determination. Since they desire to witness creativity, we shall deliver it in abundance. Let them see something monumental. Let them understand that Xinghui's creative engine never ceases to operate. As the meeting concluded, the news spread like wildfire. Soaring out of the Xinghui building, Gaming Forum, Astonishing News. The Steam platform invited Xinghui just 3 days before the exhibition. The conditions are harsh, clearly a setup. Weibo, Xinghui Gaming hit by a surprise from the Steam platform, tasked with producing an entirely new creative game demo in 3 days? Is this even feasible? Xinghui Gaming Player Group. The Steam platform is clearly setting up Xinghui Technology for a major reveal. Live stream comments, related gaming streamers wow. Going for broke in 3 days? Not even a production team would dare to attempt this. President Cheng, hold your ground. Public opinion exploded in an uproar. There are those who express their righteous indignation in support of Xinghui and others who question the motives behind the Steam platform. Yet the majority seem to adopt a spectator's mentality. 3 days? Even deities would find it challenging to intervene. It appears that Xinghui is on the brink of downfall. All eyes are on Cheng Mo, eagerly anticipating how he will navigate this crisis. Could it be that a new game will emerge on site? Amidst the clamor of the outside world, Cheng Mo remains unfazed. He retreats to his 13th floor office, locking the door behind him. As his consciousness descends into the profound depths of his mind, the interface of a system brimming with infinite possibilities materializes once again. The ethereal blue technological tree stretches vast as a starry sea, with countless icons representing cutting-edge technology shimmering enticingly. Cheng Mo's gaze swiftly scans the options, ultimately honing in on two targets: complete technical documentation and process package for 5nm GPU architecture. The ultimate weapon he has long coveted to counter NVIDIA and dominate the realm of graphics. Required for exchange: 2 billion funds. Game: complete development resource package for Sekiro. Shadows Die Twice, including a deeply optimized version of the Xinghui engine. With visuals of exquisite beauty that meld Eastern aesthetics with a unique dark fantasy worldview, and a storyline profound and tragic, imbued with a sense of fate, all while being relatively restrained in size. Most crucially, its core combat system has pioneered the hardcore action game subgenre, known as Souls-like, pushing the thrill and brutality of combat. Parries and stealth kills to their utmost limits. Required for exchange: 5 million funds. Exhaling deeply, Cheng Mo gazes at the reassuring figures in his system account. Buoyed by the ongoing sales of Death Stranding, AMR's revenue share, substantial military contracts, and an enormous balance brought in by the Light Chaser X. His lips curling into a grin reminiscent of a wealthy magnate. With money in hand, it is time to wage a prosperous campaign. A comprehensive development. Not one aspect may be neglected. With grand ambition, he declares system. Exchange. Ding. Consumed 500 million funds. Successfully exchanged for complete technical documentation for 5nm GPU architecture. Ding. Consumed 5 million funds. Successfully exchanged for game. Complete development resource package for Sekiro. Shadows Die Twice. In an instant, a torrent of meticulously detailed, nanometer-level GPU architectural blueprints. Intricate semiconductor process parameters and all development resources for Sekiro, encompassing worldview settings, character concept art, scene modeling, motion capture data, core combat logic code, narrative scripts, and musical scores. Floods into Cheng Mo's mind. Simultaneously, two gleaming USB drives materialize in his hands. One containing the core technology of the Xinghui GPU, and the other housing a semi-finished game package for Sekiro. The system has thoughtfully stripped away final debugging and localization details, preserving only the most essential playability and stunning visuals. As Cheng Mo grasps these two small USB drives, he feels as though he holds the buttons to nuclear devices capable of shaking two industries. His eyes sparkle with excitement, confidence, and a mischievous glimmer of anticipation. He strides purposefully out of his office, heading straight to the 12th floor game department. He finds a game supervisor, Wang Liang, a seasoned middle-aged man with solid technical skills, rich experience, and an unwavering passion for gaming. Wang Liang. Cheng Mo thrusts the USB marked with Sekiro into his hands. Speaking rapidly, this is a semi-finished product created by our team, a few core members and I secluded ourselves to devise it, codenamed Wolf. Time is of the essence. We can't afford to refine it further, but the core gameplay is undoubtedly hardcore and innovative. Wang Liang stares blankly at the USB. President Cheng? What is this? Don't ask. Gather your core team immediately. Head to the big conference room. Plug it in. Run the demo inside. You'll understand after watching. Cheng Mo commands without hesitation. 5 minutes later, in the largest demonstration conference room on the 12th floor, Wang Liang and his core team, engineers, artists, planners, combat designers, gather around the massive screen, nervously and curiously inserting the USB into the computer. As the demo for Sekiro begins, showcasing a Japanese garden filled with solemnity and zen, featuring a one-armed ninja wielding a wedge-shaped blade and the distant imposing silhouette of Ashina Castle, accompanied by the deep, penetrating sounds of shakuhachi music. Every breath in the room halts. For the next half hour, the conference room falls into absolute silence, the only sounds being the fierce clashes of blades on the screen, the heavy breaths of the characters, and the grand, tragic music of boss battles. They watch as the protagonist Wolf maneuvers through waves of enemies, deftly parrying lethal attacks to accumulate posture points, ultimately executing a stunning stealth kill to vanquish a formidable foe. Observing the realistic yet artistically charged scenes of crumbling temples, cherry blossom-filled canyons, and moonlit reed beds, they feel the palpable tension and adrenaline that each clash of swords evokes. As the demo concludes, the screen fades to black, and an extended silence envelopes the conference room. My heavens, this combat system is unbelievably exhilarating. The parries, the executions, the visuals, the atmosphere, the oppressive presence of the bosses. The difficulty is simply addictive. You can die and resurrect again. A divine setting. Wang Liang suddenly spins around, his face flushed with excitement, his voice trembling. President Cheng, this is a masterpiece. It is undoubtedly the seed of a divine work. It has birthed an entirely new gaming experience. This focus on precise execution, resource management, and life-or-death combat modes. This core gameplay that emphasizes survival through death and the razor-thin margin of victory. I have never felt it so intensely in any other game. He exuberantly gestures as if he has discovered a new continent. President Cheng, you are nothing short of a genius. You have pioneered an entirely new genre of gaming. I propose we call it a Souls-like game because playing it truly makes one feel as if their soul is trembling and igniting. Cheng Mo's expression suddenly transforms into one of profound intrigue. Souls-like game? The naming rights belong to the old master Miyazaki. This misunderstanding could be quite significant. He merely intended to suggest that the game style aligns with the Soul genre, not that he was the one to create it. Old man, my apologies. I hope you won't hold it against me for borrowing your name. Cheng Mo silently muses, maintaining an inscrutable, though slightly guilty, smile, refraining from contesting Wang Liang's enthusiastic nomenclature. Clearing his throat, Cheng Mo quickly steers the conversation back on track. The name is of little importance. What truly matters is that this demo serves as our trump card to counter the Steam platform and to repay those who wish to see us fail. 3 days. I grant your core team a mere 3 days to utilize the Xinghui engine for final optimization of lighting and particle effects. Ensure the UI localization is impeccable, and polish the most breathtaking scenes and boss battles to perfection. Can you achieve this? Yes. Wang Liang and his team chorus. Their collective roar nearly shaking the room to its foundations. Flames of determination and excitement burn brightly in each of their eyes. With such a stellar demo in hand, 3 days? It is more than sufficient. They will show the world what the Xinghui speed truly means, what absolute creativity entails. Cheng Mo surveys his fervent team, then fondly touches the USB containing the 5nm GPU technology in his pocket, a cold yet expectant smile gracing his lips. Graphics cards must be produced. The game must prevail. Steam platform, prepare to embrace the soul-shattering impact from the East. The blade of Sekiro has already been unsheathed. Chapter 24. The first glimmer of brilliance. The fleeting 3 days come to an end, and the much-anticipated annual gaming convention of the Steam platform unfolds as scheduled. The exhibition hall is already abuzz with excitement, the air thick with fervor and anticipation. At the grand entrance of the expansive exhibition center, Cheng Mo led his core team, Suya, Wang Liang, and 3 pivotal leaders from the gaming department, into this hallowed sanctuary dedicated to gamers. Their arrival was akin to a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. Cheng Zong, it's Cheng Zong. Zhang Ba, look here, Cheng Ba. Ah, Cheng Ba has arrived. Look at me, look at me. The cacophony of cheers and shouts surged forth, with the moniker Cheng Ba ringing particularly loud and piercing, causing Cheng Mo to stumble momentarily, nearly executing an embarrassing fall on the entrance's red carpet. He steadied himself and cast a bemused glance at the overly enthusiastic sea of fans. This title, he wasn't even married yet. How had he suddenly become a father figure? More perplexing was the question of when he had acquired such a large following of children. Cheng Mo understood the origin of this appellation all too well. On one hand, it stemmed from the collaboration between his mother's company and Xinghui Technology, which had launched the formidable X 3D chip. With its exceptional performance and flawless support for next-generation games, it had completely captivated a vast array of PC gamers, causing them to exclaim Suma YYDS while also elevating Cheng Mo, who worked closely with her, onto a pedestal. On the other hand, a widely circulated legendary tale further fueled this phenomenon. It was said that Cheng Mo's resolute investment in the time-consuming and costly development of cutting-edge chips was initially driven by his desire to ensure that his beloved game, Death Stranding, could be showcased in its most perfect form on the PC platform. He had even gone so far as to raise the standards of the entire hardware industry to enhance the gaming experience. This romantic notion of working for love resonated deeply within the gaming community, becoming a tale embellished with vivid details. Consequently, the label of being the champion of gaming technology firmly adhered to him, with slogans declaring, Cheng Ba dedicates himself to gamers, echoing across numerous forums and communities. At this moment, the fervent crowd had completely obstructed the passageway leading into the exhibition hall. The security personnel were already drenched in sweat, their faces flushed, gritting their teeth as they exerted every ounce of strength to carve out a narrow path for only a few to pass through, tightly encircling Cheng Mo and his team. The fans' enthusiasm was akin to a tangible wall, making each step forward an arduous endeavor. Cheng Mo furrowed his brow. If this continued, it not only wasted time, but could also pose safety risks. Taking a deep breath, he grounded himself and raised his hands to signal for quiet. The uproar gradually subsided, and countless eager eyes focused intently on him. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Cheng Mo's voice rang out clearly above the din of the hall. Being crammed here is challenging for everyone, and it makes it difficult for us to enter on time to present the new game. How about this? I will select a friend to answer a question, and then I ask everyone to orderly clear the passage so we can proceed with our preparations, all right? You will all get to see the main stage announcement and the booth gameplay shortly. His proposal was met with a resounding response from the majority. Cheng Mo scanned the crowd, finally resting his gaze on a relatively composed girl with bright eyes. He smiled and pointed at her, this friend in the blue jacket. Please go ahead. Instantly, the girl's cheeks flushed with excitement as she straightened her posture amid envious gazes, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. Cheng Zong, may I ask, is the new game being released by Xinghui Technology at the Steam Game Conference a DLC for Death Stranding or the highly anticipated sequel? This question evidently echoed the sentiments of the vast majority of fans present. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the answer. Cheng Mo's lips curled into a mysterious smile, purposefully pausing to build suspense, before responding clearly and emphatically. Neither. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as if a bomb had detonated. What? Not a DLC, nor a sequel? My goodness. A new game. A brand new IP. Chen magnificent. A new title so soon. Hubby is so handsome, but still not as handsome as the readers. Even bolder declarations of affection emerged from the throng, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter and whistles. This unexpected revelation ignited an even more fervent anticipation. With the order maintained by the security personnel and the fans, the passageway finally began to loosen. Cheng Mo and his team waved to the still enthusiastic fans as they were escorted by the relieved security guards, successfully navigating through this human blockade and officially entering the main hall of the gaming exhibition. Upon stepping into the main hall, they were greeted by a vast expanse. In stark contrast to the cramped chaos of the entrance, the interior space was exceedingly open and lofty. The focal point was undoubtedly the colossal curved LED main screen at the center, which was currently cycling through dazzling trailers from the Steam platform and various exhibitors, with visuals and sound effects that captivated the senses. Flanking the main screen, along the spacious corridors, were neatly arranged booths from various gaming companies, each meticulously designed. Some exuded a futuristic vibe with flickering neon lights, others brimmed with exotic charm, as if one had stepped into a fantastical realm, while some adopted a minimalist approach, emphasizing the games themselves. Cheng Mo's discerning gaze swept across the scene, recognizing numerous familiar names. The iconic red and white logo of Japan's Day Heaven stood out vividly under the neon glow. The expansive booth of the domestic giant Gusun was bustling with activity, and there were also several emerging studios with unique styles that had recently come to prominence. The distinctive visage of Cheng Mo, along with the presence of a Xinghui Technology team, immediately caught the attention of the booth staff. Many who were setting up exhibits or attending to media inquiries paused in their tasks, casting curious, probing, or admiring glances. In a remarkably brief period, the name Xinghui Technology had become an undeniable force within the industry, thanks to the astonishing performance of the PC version of Death Stranding and the emergence of its chip. Just then, a well-dressed middle-aged gentleman with a polished demeanor approached briskly, wearing a professional smile. He extended his hand. Mr. Cheng, greetings. I have long admired your reputation. I am He Yujia, the head of the Steam platform for the Huaxiao region. Welcome to this gaming extravaganza hosted by Xinghui Technology. Hello, Mr. He. It's a pleasure. Cheng Mo reciprocated the handshake firmly. Please follow me. Your company's booth has already been arranged. As He Yujia led the way, he casually engaged in conversation, his tone laced with genuine admiration. Mr. Cheng, the rapid ascent of Xinghui Technology is truly remarkable, especially your development of the Stardust game engine, which achieves top-tier rendering efficiency and visual quality among domestic engines, rivaling some of the established international engines. It is our honor to have your company as an exhibitor this time. Cheng Mo maintained a polite smile, though internally he quickly grasped the underlying message. This opening remark, while ostensibly praising Xinghui Technology's identity as a game company, subtly emphasized the game engine. Indeed, the true interest of the Steam platform likely extended beyond the new game Xinghui was about to unveil. They were also keenly focused on the potent engine technology in their possession. After all, an engine capable of supporting the top-tier graphics and complex gameplay of Death Stranding carried undeniable commercial value and strategic significance. You flatter us, Mr. He. We are constantly learning and improving. Cheng Mo replied with measured humility, deftly sidestepping the direct topic of the engine. He Yujia, being a person of considerable intellect, astutely noted Cheng Mo's disinterest in delving into engine discussions and seamlessly shifted the conversation to the exhibition itinerary. Mr. Cheng, our main press conference is scheduled to take place on the principal stage, where all significant new releases and pivotal announcements will be unveiled. Following the conference, each vendor will return to their respective booths to present meticulously prepared game demos for players to experience. Your company's presentation slot on the main stage is set for 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Please ensure punctuality. As they spoke, the group arrived at the exclusive booth of Xinghui Technology. The location was quite favorable, situated adjacent to the main thoroughfare, offering a broad view and ample space for arrangements. The backdrop of the booth featured Xinghui Technology's logo, set against a profound cosmic expanse adorned with brilliant stars, already installed and emanating an aura of mystery intertwined with futurism. Here is your company's booth, Hyuji remarked, wishing Xinghui Technology a resounding success at this press conference, with your new creations shining brightly. After once again shaking hands with Cheng Mo and conveying his best wishes, he took his leave to attend to other esteemed guests. Cheng Mo turned to his team, stating, "All right, time is of the essence. Let us expedite the setup, equipment calibration, the arrangement of promotional materials, and the configuration of the demo area were to proceed as planned. Wang Liang, you're responsible for hardware adjustments and network security. Ensure the demos run flawlessly. So yeah, the overall visual presentation and guidance for the booth are entrusted to you. Directors Li, Zhang, and Chun. You 3 will oversee the final checks of your respective modules and liaise with the on-site staff." With instructions clear and precise, the team sprang into action with commendable efficiency. As the Xinghui team fervently arranged their booth, adjacent to them stood a more robustly styled exhibition space bearing the logo of a venerable European game developer, Iron Anvil Studio. There, a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, middle-aged foreign man, clad in a polo shirt emblazoned with the studio's insignia, stood with arms crossed, casting a sidelong glance at Cheng Mo's direction. His eyes swept over the artistic cosmic-themed XH logo of Xinghui Technology, a clear sneer forming as he displayed unabashed disdain. In a voice sufficiently audible to those nearby, he muttered to his colleague, "What a pathetic little workshop. How do they even qualify to be at the Steam Platform's game fair? The threshold for Steam has truly plummeted." Suya, who happened to be closest, paused her work adjusting a display, stand upon overhearing the remark, her delicate brows knitting together in irritation. She comprehended the derision in his tone, which ignited a surge of anger within her. Straightening up, she briskly approached Cheng Mo, indignantly translating the insult for him, Wang Liang, and the 3 department heads. "This foreigner is too arrogant." Wang Liang was the first to express his frustration in a hushed tone. The expressions of the department heads darkened as well. Being openly derided as a garbage little factory was intolerable, and a palpable tension of suppressed anger permeated the Xinghui team. Cheng Mo's gaze turned slightly icy, yet his countenance remained largely composed. He placed a reassuring hand on Wang Liang's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, and met the challenging gaze of the foreign man with an unperturbed demeanor. The man continued to look back defiantly, his expression brimming with superiority. "So yeah," Cheng Mo's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable steadiness. "Please convey to him that we have no interest in conversing with trash. The true merit will be revealed on stage. The quality of our games will speak for itself." Taking a deep breath to quell her rising anger, Suya turned to the Iron Anvil Studio representative and, with fluent and articulate English, recited Cheng Mo's words, her tone composed yet laced with an intangible sharpness. The foreign man, clearly taken aback by the unexpectedly firm retort and the incisive nature of Suya's response, momentarily faltered, his face flushing with embarrassment and anger. Raising his voice in a threatening tone, he retorted, "I hope your game is as tough as your mouth. Don't embarrass yourself on stage." Without a flicker of hesitation and even sporting a hint of a formulaic smile, Suya replied in a polished business tone, "Thank you for your concern." This seemingly innocuous yet sharply sarcastic remark struck back with precision, akin to a soft yet effective rebuke. The foreign man, evidently unprepared for such a counter, found himself momentarily speechless, his face reddening further as he stammered, pointing at Suya, "You," but could muster no more formidable retort. Helplessly watching as Suya elegantly turned away to rejoin Cheng Mo. "Well done, Suya." Wang Liang couldn't restrain his soft praise. Cheng Mo offered a nod of approval to Suya. All right, just a minor incident. He clapped his hands to regain the team's focus. Let us not allow such individuals to affect our morale. Concentrate all your energy on our booth, on this afternoon's press conference and demo. With our work, we shall silence him entirely. His voice, steady and authoritative, infused the team with renewed confidence, dissipating the clouds of provocation that had momentarily loomed over them. The setup of Xinghui Technology's booth proceeded methodically and efficiently. Cheng Mo's gaze drifted towards the nearby Iron Anvil studio booth, where a colossal poster of their proudly touted upcoming AAA title, a thrilling blend of gunplay and vehicular action, was prominently displayed, the imagery vibrant and electrifying. A sharp, confident smile subtly creased Cheng Mo's lips. The true contest was only just commencing. The main stage at 2 o'clock would mark the moment when Xinghui Technology would unveil its prowess to the world. That arrogant foreigner would soon come to realize the nature of the formidable beast he had just mocked. In the air, the scent of an impending clash seemed to intensify, as an unspoken battle brewed amidst the dazzling lights and the cacophony of voices. Chapter 25, Soul Games. Within the exhibition hall, speculation regarding Xinghui Technology's new creation buzzed fervently, akin to a swarm of bees. Have you heard? President Cheng himself stated it's neither a DLC for Death Stranding nor a sequel. What does that imply? It signifies an entirely new IP, a brand new world with innovative gameplay. Fantastic. I've been eagerly awaiting something new. I hope it's a game with more intense and hardcore combat. Death Stranding is excellent, but the delivery experience, while unique, becomes somewhat tedious after a while. Upstairs, doesn't he understand? Death Stranding becomes increasingly addictive. That sense of loneliness and connection is unparalleled. I only played for 2 hours and never touched it again. Perhaps it's truly not my cup of tea. According to insider information, it seems Steam didn't even notify Xinghui Technology about participating in this innovation exhibition until 2 months ago. I recall Death Stranding SBC version had just launched then. No one expected they could make moves so swiftly. It appears Xinghui only received the invitation 3 days ago. What? 3 days? What can they possibly produce in that time? Surely, it won't be some hastily assembled, half-finished product. What is wrong with 3 days? That's President Cheng and Xinghui Technology. The quality of Death Stranding is there for all to see, and the X3D chip is solid proof of their strength. I unconditionally trust President Cheng and Xinghui. Exactly. When President Cheng steps in, it's bound to be a masterpiece. Just wait and see. It's sure to be a game changer. Keep dreaming. What can they whip up in 3 days? Anyone could draw a big picture. I'm just waiting to see them eat their words. Scattered negative remarks mingled among the fervent anticipation, sounding particularly jarring, under the collective gaze of the audience. The Steam platform's innovative game exhibition officially commenced as the grand central LED screen illuminated. On the screen, the theme slogan "Innovation drives the future" glimmers brilliantly. The audience seats quickly fill with players, their numbers swelling like a boiling cauldron, creating a fervent atmosphere. The host, clad in a sharply tailored dark suit, radiates enthusiasm as he ascends the main stage, his voice resonating through the state-of-the-art sound system. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed players, welcome to the grand feast of the innovative game exhibition, collaboratively crafted by the Steam platform alongside Goose Communication and numerous industry partners. He then announces the core rules of the event. Our innovative game selection will employ a distinctive 46-point scoring mechanism. The weight of 40 points will be assigned to the players present here who experience game demos during the exhibition, as your feedback is crucial. The remaining 60 points will be awarded by our esteemed panel of 7 veteran game review experts. The final score will be a composite of these two components, with a maximum of 100 points. Now, let us ceremoniously introduce the 7 members of our expert panel. The spotlight sweeps across the judging panel as 7 heavyweight figures in the industry rise to acknowledge the audience. John Carlyle, the chief analyst from the premier review agency APL in the beautiful country, renowned for his keen insights and in-depth analysis. Miyamoto Yoshiji, a senior consultant from the global software strategy division of the gaming giant Neon Paradise, representing the console platform's scrutiny of innovative gameplay. Zhang Mingyuan, vice president of Goose Communications' interactive entertainment division in Huagua, as well as a seasoned game producer. The remaining 4 hail from esteemed independent game media in Europe, the Alliance of Senior Game Designers, and game culture research institutions in the Asia-Pacific region, each a highly reputable authority in the gaming sphere with years of immersion in the field. The strength of this judging panel is remarkable. These are indeed titans capable of making decisive judgments. Murmurs of astonishment ripple through the audience. Well then, without further ado, let the spark of innovation ignite. Let us welcome the first studio to take the stage, AXS Studio from the beautiful country. The host's voice soars. The head of AXS Studio approaches the stage with a mix of nervousness and excitement. They unveil a 2D side-scrolling action game, approximately 1 gigabyte in size, featuring a novel 2D open-world concept. As the game launches, an exhilarating electronic soundtrack ignites the atmosphere, revealing a cyberpunk-inspired, decaying metropolis on the main interface. Upon entering the game, players control a chibi character reminiscent of a jelly bean, scavenging for weapons such as pistols, shotguns, and grenades amidst the ruins, engaging in lateral combat against swarming biomonsters. The retro pixel art style, combined with fast-paced combat and stirring BGM, indeed evokes nostalgia for classic side-scrolling clearance games, prompting encouraging applause from the audience. The 7 expert reviewers diligently take notes, exchanging glances before revealing their scores. A uniform range of around 70 points, 72, 69, 70, 71, 68, 73, 70. The host adds, "Thank you, AXS Studio. A commendable start." The final score will also consider player feedback, so let us look forward to the follow-up. Subsequently, studio after studio takes the stage, showcasing a variety of creative works, from casual puzzle games to immersive experiences attempting new VR interactions, as well as projects seeking subtle innovations in traditional gameplay. The scores from the expert panel accurately reflect the innovation and completion exhibited by the games, fluctuating mostly between 60 and 85 points. When a familiar figure of the head of Anvil Studio, that brash foreigner with blonde hair who once insulted from the exhibition floor, struts onto the stage with 3 team members, the murmurs from the audience noticeably diminish. Standing in the spotlight, he deliberately scans the area occupied by Cheng Mo's Xinghui Technology, a trademark smirk reappearing at the corner of his mouth, even raising an eyebrow, as if to say, "Watch closely, country bumpkins, and see what a true AAA masterpiece looks like." They present a semi-open world AAA game titled Wasteland Fury, Armored God. The core gameplay focuses on players driving armed vehicles across vast wastelands, defeating enemies to gather resources and performing extravagant weapon modifications on their war machines, ranging from Gatling guns to rocket launchers, even mini-missiles, culminating in explosive vehicle-to-vehicle combat against other players or AI-controlled formidable machines. The demonstration is indeed thrilling and intense, with explosive effects saturating the screen and the roar of engines deafening, showcasing a mature industrial standard. Our aim is to create the most exhilarating and liberating vehicular combat experience in the wasteland, to make players the true gods of customization. The foreigner proclaims loudly in heavily accented English, brimming with confidence. The expert reviewers evidently hold a favorable view of this high-caliber, visually striking industrial product, raising their scorecards successively: 85, 88, 86, 90, 87, 89, 85. With an average score nearing 87 points, it is currently the highest in the room. The foreigner's smug expression nearly overflows with pride as he defiantly glances towards Cheng Mo, as if victory is assured. Wang Liang clenches his fists in anger, and Suya purses her lips. Yet Cheng Mo remains calm, though deep within, the blade named Sekiro is poised and ready. Let you revel in your triumph for now. Cheng Mo scoffs inwardly, but soon you shall witness what it truly means to move the world with the beauty of Zen inscribed in the blade of life and death. Finally, the host's voice rises with a barely perceptible anticipation. Next, let us warmly welcome Xinghui Technology Games. Please welcome Mr. Cheng Mo and his team. The audience erupts like a long-dormant volcano, engulfed in a tidal wave of applause, screams, and whistles. "Mr. Cheng, Dad Cheng, Xinghui is incredible." Cheers reverberate, the fervor of the fans nearly lifting the roof off. All eyes, all cameras, focus on Cheng Mo, Suya, Wang Liang, and the others as they step onto the stage. That sense of anticipation, that boundless curiosity for the new creation of the mastermind behind Death Stranding, coalesces into an invisible pressure that transforms into the strongest motivation. Cheng Mo stands tall at the center of the stage, illuminated by the spotlight. His figure is upright as a pine tree. With no lengthy pleasantries or unnecessary small talk, he gets straight to the point, his voice steady and clear, resonating through the microphone, reaching every corner. The core concept of Xinghui Technology's new work stems from an intense pursuit of several gaming experiences, the immersive exploration of an open world, The self-management of character growth, a profoundly dark narrative atmosphere, and he deliberately pauses, his gaze sweeping across the audience before landing on the judging panel and that foreigner, the ultimate challenge to the technical limits of player control. We define this fusion of high difficulty, high rewards, and an emphasis on precise reactions and life-and-death decisions as a brand-new game genre, Souls-like games. The moment he finishes speaking, the colossal LED screen behind him erupts into life. Two powerful, blood-soaked characters, brimming with martial spirit yet imbued with Zen essence, are indelibly stamped in the center of the screen. Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. Immediately following, without a moment's hesitation, the actual gameplay demonstration floods the senses of all present like a relentless tide. In the initial moments of Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, the scene unfolds with the player assuming control of Wolf, a one-armed ninja adorned with an exquisitely crafted prosthetic arm, silently traversing a vast expanse of reeds that tower above him, glowing with a golden-red hue under the setting sun. The gentle breeze rustles through the reeds, creating a symphony of whispers, while the interplay of light and shadow brings every swaying stalk into sharp focus. The exquisite texture of the visuals and the scene's embodiment of Eastern aesthetics instantly leaves the audience breathless. My goodness, the graphics, the atmosphere, and it's powered by the stellar engine. Truly remarkable. Each frame is worthy of being a wallpaper. The pinnacle of graphical fidelity has been transcended yet again. As the gameplay showcases the art of vertical movement, Wolf's silhouette is not confined to the ground. With an elegant leap, he deftly employs his grappling hook, the prosthetic arm, to latch onto the eaves of a distant traditional Japanese structure, soaring effortlessly upwards and landing gracefully upon the rooftop. What follows is a silent glide, agile wall running, and a sudden plunge into the depths of the water to launch a surprise attack, transforming the entire game space into a three-dimensional playground where the ninja's elusive and ghostly traits are vividly displayed. Incredible. This is the essence of a ninja. The map design is outstanding. There are paths in every direction. An ambush from beneath the water? The freedom is astonishing. As the pace quickens, the clashing of blades sends sparks flying. Wolf encounters the soldiers of Ashina. Initially, the audience observes him swinging his blade with fluid precision. Although the movements are realistic and the blade gleams with lethal intent, it does not evoke much excitement, until a foot soldier bellows, raising his katana for a devastating downward strike. Just as the blade is about to make contact, Wolf steadies himself, drawing his weapon, the kestrel. The sound of steel meeting steel resonates with a clarity that pierces the air. Accompanied by this sonorous clash, an explosion of dazzling sparks erupts at the point of impact. The fiery display illuminates Wolf's stoic visage and the astonishment etched on his adversary's face. This is not merely a visual effect. It is the sublime auditory and visual feedback of power and technique colliding. The audience erupts in a frenzy. Look at that parry. Did you see that spark? That sound. Absolutely exhilarating. The details are breathtaking. My graphics card is crying out in agony, yet I am willing to endure. The tactile sensation of the combat is exhilarating. Just watching is a delight. This parry system is the core of the experience, as the demonstration escalates towards its climax, within the depths of the reeds. A formidable silhouette turns with an air of oppressive authority. Genichiro, the initial demonstration boss, makes his entrance. Drawing his bow, the sound of slicing air is imminent. Wolf swiftly dodges, as the arrow embeds itself deeply into the ground behind him. In an instant, Genichiro unsheathes his sword, unleashing a torrent of Ashina swordsmanship like a raging storm. The Ayajutsu, sweeping strokes, and thrusts are executed with unparalleled ferocity. Wolf navigates this deadly dance, perfectly parrying, clang, 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 seeking out fleeting openings to counterattack with precision. Each clash of blades, every narrow escape, and each successful counterattack sends the audience's hearts racing. The battle transcends mere violence. It transforms into a rhythmic and life-threatening ballet. The demonstration rapidly shifts, offering fleeting glimpses into the heart-wrenching yet captivating beauty of Sekiro. Under the remnants of the setting sun, an ancient, dilapidated shrine, blanketed in snow, stands solemn and desolate. The endless reeds sway like a silvery sea, concealing treachery beneath their serene exterior. In a deep, enigmatic realm filled with decay and the presence of colossal koi, the atmosphere is both eerie and mystical as cherry blossoms dance through the air, evoking a sense of paradise. However, a closer look reveals the horrifying distortions lurking beneath the surface of beauty. The stellar engine employs an exquisite and chilling touch to present the essence of Eastern aesthetics, intertwining melancholy and the profound, crafting a world both magnificent and fraught with peril. Combat is poetic, the blade embodies Zen, and the world is a painting, each step revealing breathtaking vistas. The deep, magnetic narration of Cheng Mo resonates at the perfect moment, encapsulating the soul of the game. As the demonstration concludes, the screen fades to black. The entire exhibition hall descends into an eerie silence, where a pin drop could be heard. Then, in an instant, incredible. Sekiro, so breathtaking. Pre-order now. Stellar. Forever a deity. Father, I want to play this right now. The applause, cheers, and screams erupt tenfold. A tsunami of enthusiasm engulfing the space. The audience leaps to their feet, waving their arms, faces flushed with excitement, many unable to articulate their thoughts in their fervor. The overwhelming sense of pressure and conquest stemming from the stunning visuals, innovative gameplay, the parry system, vertical movement, and the profound darkness of Eastern aesthetics strikes the hearts of every game enthusiast like a hammer. In the expert panel, 7 seasoned veterans lose their composure. John Carlyle from the beautiful nation forgets to close his mouth, oblivious to the pen that has slipped from his grasp, his gaze fixed on the dimming screen, eyes brimming with disbelief and exhilaration. Miyamoto Yasuhiro from the land of the rising sun leans forward, fists clenched on the table, his previously stern demeanor replaced by the excitement of discovering a treasure, whispering rapidly in Japanese to his assistant, who nods eagerly to take notes. Zhang Mingyuan, vice president of Goose Communications, takes a deep breath, releasing it slowly as he claps vigorously, his gaze toward Cheng Mo filled with complexity, awe, admiration, and a tinge of fierce competition. He murmurs to a colleague, "Did you see that? This is a dimensional assault, a new category definer." The other judges display similar shock, whispering among themselves in fervent discussion. The scoring cards in their hands seem pale and impotent, as everyone realizes that what they have just witnessed is not merely innovation, but a groundbreaking prototype capable of redefining certain perceptions of gaming. The live stream and social media comments explode in real time. I watched the entire thing on my knees. Chungdad, no Chungad, please accept my kneeling. That parry, those sparks, that sound. I declare my game of the year locked in early. What defines high quality and high resolution? What constitutes a conscientious developer? Stellar Technology teaches you how to be a person. Who says domestic engines can't produce top-tier graphics? The Stellar engine is eternal. A 3-dimensional ninja. This is the ninja game I envisioned. Scaling rooftops, underwater assassinations, all is possible. The phrase "the beauty of destruction" is spot on. The visuals are breathtaking, and the narrative feels so dark and despairing. I adore this tone. 3 days? To achieve this level of completion and creativity in just 3 days? Where the naysayers who claimed Stellar was rushing and exaggerating. Come out and show yourselves. Has your face swollen from disbelief? Look at that foreigner's expression at the Anvil studio. From smugness to ashen-faced despair. Such a relief. Your arrogance has been quelled in the face of true strength. Your flashy guns and balls are mere novices. Souls-like games may sound daunting, yet they look utterly exhilarating. The soul of the masochist is ablaze. Combat is poetic. The blade embodies Zen. This narrative level and the game's depth overshadow everything else. Cheng Mo stood at the center of the stage, bathed in thunderous applause and fervent cheers, his gaze calmly sweeping over the exhilarated crowd and the astonished judges. Ultimately, it settled on the foreigner from Iron Anvil Studio, whose complexion was ashen, previously arrogant, but now seemingly drained of all vigor. The other's eyes flickered, unable to meet Cheng Mo's steady gaze. A clear and sharp smile finally curved Cheng Mo's lips. He uttered no words, yet that silent proclamation radiated like a drawn blade. Do you feel it now? The brilliance of Sekiro, the shock of the souls, and the undeniable might of Stellar Technology. The premiere of Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, was akin to a nuclear bomb dropped into a deep pool, the shockwaves sweeping across the entire exhibition, destined to reverberate throughout the gaming world. Stellar Technology, with its irrefutable quality and creativity, not only silenced the critics, but rendered all doubters speechless and left the provocateurs utterly humiliated. The era belonging to Sekiro, heralded by the crisp chimes of anticipation, had officially commenced. In that moment, the atmosphere of the exhibition was ignited, propelled to unprecedented heights. Everyone awaited eagerly, yearning to grasp that blade named Kuzabimaru, stepping into a battleground filled with life and death, ruin, and breathtaking vistas. Chapter 26. The Frenzy of Playtesting. On the colossal LED screen of the main stage, 7 vibrant red digits flashed. 92, 95, 94, 93, 96, 91, 94. Like 7 burning stars. They were indelibly imprinted on the retinas of every attendee and player watching from afar. A perfect array of 90, the expert jury, comprising 7 esteemed figures who epitomized the most discerning and professional perspectives in the global gaming industry, after experiencing initial shock and engaging in fervent discussions, ultimately revealed their unanimous high scores for the Sekiro Shadows Die Twice demo, an astounding average score of 94. This not only shattered the highest record of the exhibition thus far, but also heralded the emergence of an entirely new genre of gaming, Souls-like, with a crushing announcement of Stellar Technology's undeniable prowess in both technical and creative realms. At the moment the scores were unveiled, the entire exhibition hall seemed to be muted, only to erupt moments later in a cacophony that nearly shattered the ceiling. Applause, screams, and whistles converged into a frenzied torrent. Countless gazes, brimming with excitement, admiration, and disbelief, were fixed upon the still-composed Cheng at the center of the stage. However, this fervent acclaim was not shared by all. Below the stage, near Iron Anvil Studios' area, a palpable silence reigned. The once haughty blonde head, who had surveyed Cheng with disdain, now wore a grim countenance, lips tightly pressed, eyes glued to the glaring score on the big screen as if trying to burn through that number with sheer will. The expressions of his team members mirrored his own. Their previous arrogance vanished, replaced by unmistakable shock and a hint of panic. A score of 94. This was not merely a numerical difference. It was a ruthless crushing of their pride in the industrialized AAA title wasteland rampage. Modified Warlord, 87 points. In terms of innovation, depth, and artistic expression, Cheng calm gaze swept over the audience, seemingly brushing past the direction of Iron Anvil Studio, his expression devoid of provocation or mockery, radiating an absolute, wordless confidence. It was this tranquility that pierced through the foreigner's last psychological defenses like the sharpest blade, leaving him with a stinging sensation on his face, utterly obliterating his previous arrogance. A barely audible, defeated scoff escaped the foreigner's throat as he abruptly bowed his head, unable to meet the piercing gaze from the stage, let alone face the scornful or mocking eyes around him. All he desired was to escape this place that had stripped him of his dignity. The booth of Iron Anvil Studio dimmed instantly after the rise of the sun that was Sekiro. The din on stage gradually subsided. Yet another kind of fervor brewed below the stage, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Players had long shifted their focus from the astonishing scores, locking their gaze onto the center of the Stellar Technology booth, where 10 gleaming playtest computers stood silently, connected to top-tier peripherals, their screens as dark as mirrors. They were no longer mere machines. They become altars leading to the realm of Ashina, filled with the beauty of blade and ruin. The air was thick with intense anticipation, burning desire, and the envy stemming from scarcity amidst abundance. Brothers, do you see? It's all people. A voice with remarkable penetration rang out before the streaming devices, belonging to Stellar Technology's #1 enthusiast, Dog Brother. Underneath his signature cap, his eyes, bloodshot with excitement, resembled a wolf catching a whiff of blood, tightly squeezed at the forefront of the crowd, his phone camera precisely capturing the throng of heads and those 10 enticing machines. 10. Just 10. Too many wolves, too few scraps. This is the Holy Grail War. It must be seized. For Cheng For Sekiro. Charge forth, my brothers. Support me in spirit. His livestream chat had already been inundated with a torrent of messages. Dog Brother, hold on. You are the village's only hope. This scene was more terrifying than the ticket rush during the spring festival. A score of 94. Cheng Dad has gone insane. The chance to playtest is worth its weight in gold. Woe is me, the humble wage slave bowing to Dog Brother. Let's die a few more times for our sake. That foreigner from Iron Anvil has gone pale. Ha ha ha, what a relief. Dog Brother, quickly. Give him another blow. On stage, Cheng faced the overwhelming enthusiasm that threatened to engulf him, remaining composed. He gently raised a hand, not shouting, but simply placing his long index finger, imbued with a quiet strength, lightly against his lips. Shoo! An action so simple yet profound, a silent command. It seemed to possess a magical quality, as the cacophonous exhibition hall, centered around him, visibly quieted. Thousands of eyes focused intently on him, leaving only the sounds of heavy breathing and racing hearts resonating in the air. This absolute control over the moment once again astonished everyone, including the esteemed judges seated nearby. Thank you all for your enthusiasm and affection. Cheng Mo's voice resonated clearly through the top-notch sound system, steady and powerful, imbued with a soothing strength. We understand that everyone is eager to experience the world of Sekiro, to accommodate as many players as possible. The demo of Sekiro is now officially available for free download on the Stellar Technology website. We warmly welcome everyone to log in and experience it at any time. This announcement sparked a wave of excitement and cheers. However, Cheng Mo swiftly shifted his tone, his gaze sweeping over the eager crowd below. Given the limited offline equipment, to ensure that every friend who secures a playtest opportunity can enjoy the best immersive experience, and for the sake of fairness, we will employ the simplest and most equitable method, drawing lots. As his words fell, Suya, elegantly attired in a simple yet graceful outfit, approached with a carefully prepared transparent lottery box adorned with the Stellar Technology Star River Engine logo. Inside were neatly folded slips of paper. The crowd surged like a tide, swiftly forming several winding lines under the efficient guidance of the staff present. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fervently fixed upon the fateful box, as if it contained treasures of immeasurable worth. Dog Brother felt his heart racing to the brink of escape from his throat. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his trembling hand as he presented it towards the camera, poised to reach into the draw box. Brothers, the moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. Will it be the lucky one or the unfortunate? Here we find out. He plunged his hand into the box, groping until he finally grasped a slip of paper and drew it out. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, he quivered as he unfurled the paper, akin to unveiling a bride's veil. Congratulations, you have won a trial experience qualification. Holy smokes, Dog Brother is incredible, he exclaimed, voice breaking with excitement. 200 selected from 10. Such fortune. Hurry, buy a lottery ticket. The chosen one. Dog Brother, you are the rising star of the city of Wainami. The office workers with tears in their eyes cheered him on. Dog Brother, I entrust my eyes and hands to you. Tell me, did you secretly slip a note to Miss Suya? For self-preservation, look at President Cheng's gaze. The live chat was instantly inundated with an avalanche of 666 comments, tinged with envy, as Dog Brother's valor and the reward effects were completely overshadowed. Suppressing the overwhelming joy that threatened to burst forth, Dog Brother, along with the other 9 equally exhilarated lucky winners, stepped onto the stage of Xinghui Technology like triumphant heroes. President Cheng greeted each trial participant with a warm handshake. When it was Dog Brother's turn, he grasped Cheng's hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. President Cheng, amazing, absolutely amazing. I've awaited this day for far too long. Enjoy the experience and immerse yourself in Wainami, Cheng replied, his smile gentle yet powerful, his eyes brimming with encouragement. The 10 chosen ones took their seats, and, simultaneously, the screens of 10 top-tier computers illuminated, casting a soft glow. Dog Brother solemnly donned the professional noise-canceling gaming headset provided by Xinghui Technology. Isolating himself from the cacophony of the outside world, he inhaled deeply, as if drawing in the very essence of Wainami, then, with a pilgrim's reverence, pressed the power button. The screen plunged into an abyss of darkness, seemingly capable of consuming all, before the logo animation of Xinghui Technology flickered to life. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold radiance, akin to the first spark of creation, pierced the darkness. Then, a grand, somber melody, imbued with a sense of majesty and rhythm reminiscent of clashing metal, resounded powerfully. It was as if legions of warriors were galloping past his ears, accompanied by a sound that seemed to tear through the very fabric of his soul, a colossal, ancient Chinese character logo, Sekiro, forged from cold metal and splattered with the stains of battle, thunderously imprinted itself at the center of the screen. Every scratch, each rusted blemish, and even the minute reflections on the metal surface were rendered with exquisite precision by the Star River engine, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression and history. Below, the words produced by Xinghui Technology Games flowed with a profound, galaxy-like blue aura. This was the unique emblem of Xinghui's glory. By my dear mother, Dog Brother gasped, instinctively murmuring to himself. The live chat exploded with comments. Wow, this opening is off the charts. The metallic texture, I can almost touch it. Star River engine. Forever divine. Everyone rise. All rise. The chat surged with fervor. As the game loaded to completion, Dog Brother and his audience collectively held their breath. Before them lay the main city of Wainami, bathed in the golden hues of a setting sun. The crimson sun cast a tragic yet glorious glow upon the snow-covered, layered ancient Japanese architecture. The eaves and brackets stood stark against the light, slicing through the sky. In the distance, the towering peaks of mountains emerged and faded into the mist, adding to the sense of vastness. The biting wind swirled, lifting the minute snowflakes from the ground, dancing gracefully before the lens. In close-up, every weather tile bore the marks of time. Every pillar revealed deep cracks and wormholes, and the stone lanterns displayed patches of moss and faded vermilion paint. Even a single withered leaf drifting in the wind was rendered with astonishing detail, all showcased under the almost obsessive rendering power of the Star River engine, delivering a breathtaking sense of realism and aesthetic beauty. The play of light and shadow flowed as naturally as in the real world, with the reflections of snow, the dampness of wood, and the chill of metal rendered with precision. The atmospheric effects cloaked the distant mountains in a haze of poetic ambiguity. This was not merely a beautiful scene. It was a tapestry woven from code and algorithms, rich with the aesthetics of impermanence. Brothers, I can't even. Dog Brother's voice trembled with disbelief. This visual, I find myself a loss for words. The light and shadow, the details. Look at those footprints in the snow. Look at the reflections on the wood. Is this some sort of time travel? The Star River engine is revolutionizing graphics cards. The chat erupted into a frenzy. Next-gen definers. This money is well spent. I'd sell a kidney for a graphics card. Dog Brother, don't just sit there. Get moving. I want to see some smithing. As he took control of the one-armed ninja known as Wolf, Dog Brother was swiftly pulled into the soul of the game, the battle commencing. When he first pressed the attack button, swinging the sword named Kuzabimaru towards a Wainami foot soldier, the feedback transmitted through the controller sent chills down his spine. A solid thud echoed. The blade did not merely slice through the air. It decisively cleaved into the enemy's flesh. The controller vibrated with clarity and nuance. First, the resistance of the blade piercing skin, followed by a slight recoil upon striking bone, and finally, the subtle hum of blood splattering. The arc of the blade through the air was smooth, fierce, accompanied by a sound akin to tearing fabric. Yet, all of this paled in comparison when faced with the first successful deflection. As another foot soldier raised his long sword, accompanied by a rush of wind, Dog Brother's adrenaline surged, and he instinctively pressed the block button, L1. The resulting clang was crisp and resounding, reverberating with a metallic resonance that echoed like a mighty bell within the noise-canceling headset. In the center of the screen, where the two blades collided, a spectacular explosion of vibrant sparks erupted, reminiscent of a small firework display. Simultaneously, a powerful, sharp force feedback surged through the controller, traveling from Dog Brother's palm to his wrist and forearm, vividly simulating the tremendous impact of the blades clashing. Wolf's body jolted on screen, slightly recoiling. Yet the Kuzabimaru remained steadfast against this lethal blow. The tension bar above the enemy's head visibly surged. Holy moly! Dog Brother and the live chat erupted in deafening shouts and screams. This sound, this vibration, this sensation, this spark. I can't handle it. Dog Brother, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly leapt from his chair, the feeling of a successful block more exhilarating than vanquishing 10 foes. Is this the joy of smithing? Having tasted victory, Dog Brother surged forward with confidence, like a tiger unleashed toward the third enemy. However, the brutal initiation of the Ninja Training Academy, Sekiro, was just beginning to unfold. After effortlessly dispatching a few lackeys, Dog Brother encountered a formidable foe clad in heavy armor, wielding a long spear, the leader of the foot soldiers. He instinctively sought to suppress his opponent with a relentless series of swift attacks, only to discover that the enemy's defenses were as impenetrable as iron walls. Effortlessly deflecting his strikes and sending sparks flying, the warrior's gaze sharpened, and he executed a lightning-fast thrust. Suddenly, a massive, blinding crimson character, pulsating with an ominous aura, appeared in the center of the screen. Danger! Danger! Dog Brother froze for a moment, his mind blank for a fleeting second. But the muscle memory honed from years of gaming compelled him to instinctively hammer the roll button. Alas, too slow. The warrior's spear shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, piercing the wolf's chest with lethal precision. Blood splattered across the snow like spilled ink. The scene instantly transformed into a somber gray-white, as a colossal, shocking death emblazoned the center of the screen. What? I died. Dog Brother was dumbfounded, staring at the screen in disbelief. The live chat was instantly inundated with joyous exclamations. Ha! Classic first kill. Though delayed, it arrived. Danger! 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 Dog brother is in peril. You reckless fool. Rolling? In Sekiro, rolling is a luxury. Do you understand its worth? This death animation is clean and crisp, painfully beautiful. Fortunately, the resurrection point, the Buddha, was not far away. Fueled by his indomitable spirit, Dog brother charged back into the fray with a fierce roar. This time, he firmly etched that blood-red danger into his memory. As he saw the red glow at the tip of the spear during the thrust, he suddenly recalled the tutorial prompt and nearly shouted as he pressed the circle button to step forward and the directional key. Counter. The system's notification rang out clearly. The wolf executed a brilliantly timed low sidestep, narrowly evading the spear's tip, while his right leg shot upward like a scorpion's tail, precisely stepping on the thrusting spear. Using the force, he launched into the air, with a wedge-shaped blade carrying all his strength and icy intent, delivering a vicious blow to the unguarded top of the warrior's head. The posture meter surged dramatically, as if infused with adrenaline. Outstanding! Dog brother excitedly slapped his thigh, and the live chat erupted with enthusiasm. 6,666. Dog brother has enlightened. So that's how it is. Absolutely magnificent. The design of this move is divine. However, the merciless Ishin clearly had more than one trick up his sleeve. The warrior unleashed a powerful downward horizontal sweep, accompanied by the blinding red danger once again. Dog brother's adrenaline was still surging. Instinctively, he attempted to press forward with the counterstep again upon seeing the red flash. Yet his finger twitched, inadvertently pressing the block button, L1. Crack! A jarring, bone-crunching sound echoed. The wolf's legs were severed cleanly below the knees by the sharp spear blade. As if slicing through tofu, blood gushed forth. Another massive death appeared mercilessly on the screen. Oh, my legs! Dog brother let out a pitiful wail, covering his eyes, realizing that this downward danger required him to jump. Jump! I'm so clumsy. The chat was once again flooded with joyous laughter. Legs gone. Dog brother, I've become a half ninja. On the chaotic aftermath of my clumsiness, Ishin's martial arts, adept at correcting every form of defiance. After enduring numerous lessons from elite foes, including but not limited to being kicked off cliffs, blown away by fireworks, and launched by raging bulls, and countless instances of grappling hook mishaps, the sensation of the grappling hook was incredibly authentic. The force feedback as it was thrown and the sound of the rope tightening were simply superb. After another fatal fall, Dog brother, marked by the imprint of death and emboldened by adversity, finally stumbled into the ultimate trial arena of the demo version, Ishin Ashina. The grand platform of the castle tower loomed large, with Ishin standing proudly, bow in hand, the evening breeze tousling his headband, his demeanor as sharp as a drawn blade. The battle music surged with intensity, urgent and filled with the oppressive sense of an impending storm, the drum beats hammering like a pulse in his heart. Without a word, Ishin's gaze hardened, and he drew his bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth with the speed of lightning. The piercing shriek of the arrows slicing through the air, amplified by the star engine, felt strikingly real. Dog brother instantly entered a heightened state of tension, adrenaline surging. He frantically maneuvered the wolf left and right to evade, raising his blade to block. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp, rapid sounds of metal striking metal accompanied by a shower of sparks erupted on screen. The star engine rendered every collision between blade and arrow with exquisite detail, creating a suffocating atmosphere of life and death tension. But this was merely an appetizer. Ishin discarded his bow and drew his sword, his form darting forward like a bolt of lightning. The Ashina's sword techniques poured down like a torrential storm. The II slash was as swift as a startled swan. The downward horizontal sweep was heavy and powerful. The thrusts came in quick succession. A barrage of lethal danger attacks followed, the red light flashing incessantly like a death knell. Too fast, too fast. The rhythm of this blade. Dog brother's forehead throbbed with veins. Beads of sweat the size of peas slid down his temples as his fingers danced across the buttons with near-convulsive speed. The controller creaking under his grip. He barely deflected a few strikes, producing a series of sharp clangs, but faced with an unexpected, rapid downward sweep of danger. His mind momentarily blanked, and his fingers instinctively attempted to block. Thud! The familiar sound of being cleaved, the gray-white screen, the death sign reappeared. I died again. Is this boss even human? Ishin, you must be cheating. Dog brother cried out to the heavens, his voice tinged with despair and defiance. However, the jovial taunts in the live chat gradually diminished, replaced by an increasing sense of tension and heartfelt encouragement. Dog brother, steady yourself. Figure out his patterns. Counter him. Don't be greedy with attacks. Watch for his initiation. Keep an eye on his shoulders. Watch his feet. Jump for the downward sweep. Step on the thrust. Dodge the grabs. Memorize the mantra, Dog Brother. Shajamita. Fill the charge meter to execute a death blow. Go for it. Once, twice, thrice, with each death. Dog Brother felt his understanding of Ishin's moves deepen, his muscle memory forcibly etched through countless failures. The ultra-low input lag and millisecond precise feedback provided by the Star engine allowed him to feel the perfect synchronization between his every button press and the wolf's movements on screen. That sensation of unity, where the blade followed the heart's intent, became increasingly clear and powerful through the crucible of repeated demise. He no longer panicked. His gaze sharpened like that of a wolf, fixated on Ishin's shoulder movements and footwork, anticipating each attack. Finally, in a flash of lightning-like confrontation, Dog Brother reached an unprecedented peak of focus. He was entirely absorbed, free from distractions, the world around him seemingly reduced to just Ishin and the controller in his hands. Ishin's blade glimmered like a silver ribbon rushing toward him. Dog Brother's fingers seemed to possess a life of their own. Clang, 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 clang. A series of perfect blocks rang out like a torrential downpour on banana leaves, exploding in his headphones. With every block, a brilliant explosion of sparks erupted on screen, the controller vibrating with precise and intense feedback, echoing the wild beating of his heart. Ishin's charge meter surged wildly beneath Dog Brother's extraordinary counterattacks and precise slashes, igniting like a lit fuse, instantly reaching its zenith. The entire charge meter shone with blinding red light. Now's the moment. Dog Brother summoned every ounce of strength, letting out a beastly roar, his thumb crashing down upon the execution button with tremendous force. The screen froze in an instant. The silhouette of the wolf resembled a black lightning bolt that had broken free from the shackles of time, imbued with an unwavering resolve and lethal intent. The wedge-shaped blade transformed into a chilling beam that rent the very fabric of space, surging forward with a blend of powerful grace and the deadly elegance characteristic of a ninja, piercing through Hishigiro's body with formidable force. The sound of blood gushing forth erupted like a fountain, rendered in the vibrant hues of the Star River engine, creating a spectacle that was simultaneously breathtaking and brutally poetic. The colossal act of assassination was accompanied by a crescendo of exhilarating sound effects, as if the triumphant battle cry were poised to pierce the heavens. I did it. I surpassed Hishiguro. Dog Brother suddenly sprang from his gaming chair, his face flushed with excitement, veins bulging on his neck as he wildly gesticulated, shouting hoarsely into the live stream. Sweat soaked through his t-shirt, yet the fervent fire in his eyes burned brighter than all the lights on the stage combined. It was the unparalleled ecstasy and sense of achievement that followed a hard-fought victory over a formidable foe. The entire streaming room descended into a frenzy. Incredible. Vocal cords tearing. 666666666. An epic comeback. A textbook perfect parry. What a thrill. That final series of strikes was so stylish, it could ignite the universe. Dog Brother had become a deity. The execution animation, the blood, the slow motion. Star River engine is astounding, voice-cracking. Donations, super rockets, aircraft carriers, all for you. I am absolutely electrified. A thunderous applause erupted around the stage, accompanied by cheers and whistles. All players who had witnessed this heart-stopping boss battle were in an uproar. Cheng stood to one side of the stage, observing Dog Brother and several other players, equally engrossed in the fierce combat or rendered speechless by the magnificent scenery. A smile of satisfaction and pride gracing his face. He understood that the audio-visual feast carried by the Star River engine, along with the distinctive, hardcore depth of Sekiro, infusing the philosophy of life and death into its combat system, had successfully unleashed an unprecedented shockwave upon the world, heralding a gaming storm that would sweep across the globe. His gaze unintentionally drifted towards the Iron Anvil studio, where he noticed the pale-faced, blonde leader, dejectedly attempting to slip away with his team, their demeanor a far cry from the arrogance they had displayed at the outset. The subtle curve of Cheng Mo's lips held a particularly meaningful significance at this moment. Dog Brother collapsed back into his chair, his chest heaving as he relished the exhilarating battle that had drained him yet left him thoroughly satisfied. He gazed at the screen, displaying the end of the trial and a message of gratitude for the experience. An immense sense of fulfillment mingled with an intense craving for more. Grasping the microphone, he faced the camera. his voice hoarse with emotion, yet brimming with unprecedented sincerity and power. Brothers, I'm telling you, I swear on my dog-ass head, the visuals, sound effects, and tactile feedback of the Star River engine are the most formidable combat experiences I've encountered in my entire life. There is no comparison. Sekiro is unbelievably difficult. It truly has me questioning my existence and makes me want to smash my controller. He paused momentarily, the fervent light in his eyes reigniting. But when you truly immerse yourself, deciphering your enemy's patterns, using your eyes, your ears, and your fingers to sense the rhythm of each attack, and then executing that perfect parry to deflect the enemy's onslaught, ultimately seizing that fleeting opportunity to deliver the fatal blow, brothers. That feeling of achievement surging from the soles of your feet to the crown of your head. That exhilarating sensation that makes every hair on your body stand on end. Every cell quivering with delight. No other game can provide that. This is not masochism. This is a rebirth through tempering. It is a baptism of the soul. Cheng, Starshine Technology. You have once again crafted a monster destined for the annals of history. Game of the year? No, it may well be a milestone of this era. Download the online trial version from the official website. Everyone, immediately, right now. Remember my words. Dog Brother took a deep breath and, summoning all his strength, shouted a phrase that would become the nightmare and motto of countless players. Hesitation leads to defeat. Beneath the stage, countless eyes were fixated on the screen, captivated by Dog Brother's impassioned visage and the trial-ending message. Their desires and fighting spirit ignited into a blazing inferno. The heavy and mysterious door of Ashina. Through the Starshine Technology's Star River engine and Sekiro, the unparalleled blade, named the Wedge, was crashing open towards a world that had never before witnessed the art of death. A revolutionary wave of gaming, concerning the aesthetics of blades, the way of the ninja, and the transcendence of life and death, surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, accompanied by the crisp sounds of parries and the roars of lethal strikes. And the name of Starshine Technology, alongside Sekiro, was destined to be etched in the annals of gaming history. Chapter 27, A Tangle of Love and Hate. The thunderous applause and waves of cheers had yet to fully subside when the host's passionate voice resonated throughout the venue once more. Let us once again give the warmest applause to congratulate Starshine Technology. With its groundbreaking new genre of soul-like games and the heart-stirring Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. It has undoubtedly won the award for the most disruptive innovation at this year's Steam Platform Innovation Game Expo. The spotlight once again focused on Cheng. He rose calmly, a humble yet confident smile gracing his face, as he steadily walked toward the center of the stage, amidst the excited yet proud gazes of Suya, Wang Liang, and other team members. The enormous LED screen displayed the logo of Sekiro, suffused with the beauty of deadly elegance, alongside the emblem of the Star River engine. He Jia, the head of the Steam Platform's China region, personally served as the award presenter. With an impeccable professional smile on his face, he extended the exquisitely designed crystal trophy, symbolizing the pinnacle of creativity, into Cheng Mo's hands. Congratulations, Cheng Zong. Congratulations to Starshine Technology. Truly well-deserved. Jia's voice resonated through the microphone, steady and devoid of excessive emotion. His gaze locked onto Cheng Mo, the smile still present. But beneath Cheng Mo's keen insight, a subtle undertone of assurance lingered, as if everything were already within his grasp. Thank you to the Steam Platform, the judging panel, and all the players for their recognition. Cheng Mo received the trophy and delivered a brief yet impactful acceptance speech, primarily expressing gratitude to the team, envisioning the future, and promising to bring players an even more exquisite experience. The applause erupted once more. As the award ceremony concluded, Cheng Mo and his team prepared to leave the stage. However, Hu Jian naturally approached Cheng Mo, as if merely exchanging pleasantries among old friends, lowering his voice slightly, imbued with a sense of genuine camaraderie. Cheng Zong, your Star River engine is truly astonishing. The visual quality, physical feedback, and fluidity of motion exhibited in Sekiro have reached an entirely new height. Especially that unparalleled sense of impact and the intricate details of environmental interaction. The potential of this engine is unfathomable. Cheng Mo paused briefly, maintaining a composed smile, though internally he was silently mocking. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. After laying the groundwork for so long, the trophy has been given, and the dagger is now visible. Still fixated on our Star River engine, he remained outwardly unperturbed, his tone calm and steady. You flatter us, he zoned. The Star River engine is one of the core cornerstones upon which Starshine Technology is built for the future. We have invested significantly and indeed achieved some breakthroughs. Hyuji observed that Cheng Mo did not take the bait to boast about himself, and a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes as he directly extended an olive branch. Mr. Cheng, the game engine is the foundation of our industry. Look at it this way. The majority of the top-tier games on the market today, particularly those with breathtaking visuals, are inextricably linked to the Unreal Engine. Of course, there are also works of varying quality among them. However, a superior engine can significantly elevate the overall quality ceiling of a game. He paused, leaning slightly forward, his voice dropping to a low, seductive tone. We have an idea. The Steam platform boasts the largest player base globally and the finest distribution channels. Xinghui Technology possesses the unparalleled Xinghui engine. Why not form a powerful alliance? Let us collaborate to create a benchmark-level, visually stunning shooting game using the Xinghui engine. Let the world witness what a true next-generation shooting experience looks like. This would be a win-win situation. A monumental achievement for the promotion of the Xinghui engine technology and the content ecosystem of the Steam platform. A shooting game? A myriad of illustrious names flashed through Cheng Mo's mind. The competitive fervor of CSGO, the grand warfare of the Battlefield series, the cinematic storytelling of Call of Duty. Was the Steam platform attempting to replicate the successful trajectory of CS? To utilize Xinghui's top-tier engine to craft a shooting benchmark that would define the platform? However, this fleeting thought was swiftly supplanted by a stronger sense of vigilance and an unwavering belief in independence. Collaboration? Cheng Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint, scrutinizing curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mr. He, perhaps you could elaborate on what this collaboration entails? Engine licensing? Joint development? Or a deeper integration? Hyuji's professional smile faltered for a brief moment, taken aback by Cheng Mo's incisive counter-question. He had not anticipated Cheng Mo's astuteness. He chuckled ambiguously. We can discuss the specifics of the model in greater detail. The Steam platform is fully sincere, and our resources are top-notch. Cheng Montauk internally scoffed, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. I appreciate Mr. He's esteem and the sincerity of the Steam platform. However, he gently shook his head, his tone warm yet resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Xinghui Technology's current focus lies in deeply cultivating our own gaming universe, refining the Xinghui engine to serve our unique gaming philosophy. As for collaborating with other parties on specific projects, it is not within our plans at this time. We prefer to rely on our own strength to forge a path that belongs uniquely to Xinghui. A decisive rejection. Hyuji's professional smile instantly stiffened for a fraction of a second, the glimmer of ambition in his eyes rapidly fading, replaced by a cold, affronted anger. He fixed his gaze on Cheng Mo, his eyes sharp as blades, as though attempting to penetrate Cheng Mo's calm exterior to discern his true thoughts. This young man had declined the olive branch extended by the Steam platform, rejecting what countless gaming companies yearn for, a profound collaboration with a premier platform. What gave him the right? Simply because of a recently awarded Sekiro? Mr. Cheng, Hyuji's voice lowered, laced with an almost imperceptible chill. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? The resources the Steam platform can provide to Xinghui Technology far exceed your imagination. Cheng Mo met his gaze without flinching, maintaining that nonchalant expression. We are quite clear on the developmental path of Xinghui Technology. True strength lies in fortifying oneself. A deeper, mocking laughter echoed within him. On one hand, you try to trip us up, restricting our exhibition, and on the other, you come with a smiling face to discuss collaboration. This swift change in demeanor and sincerity. What ulterior motives might be lurking behind? Hyuji scrutinized Cheng Mo for a full 2 seconds, as if etching his image into his memory. Eventually, he slowly nodded, forcing a highly formulaic smile back onto his face, though it was devoid of warmth. Very well. Hyuji's voice regained its composure, even laced with a hint of feigned ease. Everyone has their own aspirations. One cannot be overly demanding. Then, I wish Mr. Cheng and Xinghui Technology smooth sailing. The last 4 words he enunciated with particular clarity, as if imbued with a chilling prophecy. With that, he turned away from Cheng Mo, striding towards the backstage, his silhouette radiating a suppressed fury. What appeared to be a glorious award ceremony had subtly culminated in an unceremonious standoff. Cheng Mo gazed at Hyuji's departing figure, his eyes deep and contemplative. He understood that rejecting the Steam platform meant he might face some intangible pressures or obstacles in the future. Yet, he was acutely aware that the autonomy over core technology was far more significant than temporary platform resources. The path of Xinghui Technology was destined to be forged through its own trials and tribulations. Meanwhile, in a cozy room distanced from the clamor of the exhibition, Another loyal user of Xinghui Technology, the streamer Yu Xiaodai, known for her comedic gameplay and lively broadcasts, was concluding her beloved journey in Death Stranding, affectionately dubbed Death Wrestling by fans. On the screen, her character Sam was attempting to leap over a turbulent river on a motorcycle from a particularly precarious angle, resulting in a resounding splash. The motorcycle met its heroic demise, and Sam floundered in the water. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Haha, you bow. Your gameplay remains consistently entertaining. What is this divine maneuver? Riding a bike to commit suicide? 666. Is this a new player? If you don't understand, don't speak recklessly. Our Yu Bao is developing a shortcut technique. Accelerate. Airborne motorcycle. Do you comprehend romance? Yet, alas, she still fell into the river, Doge face. The price of romance is a soaking wet body. Yu Bao is too clever, silly. Stop wrestling, Yu Bao. Hurry and check it out. Xinghui Technology has released a new game called Sekiro. Mr. Cheng mentioned it's a Souls-like game. It's said to be incredibly fun, exhilarating. Yu Xiaodai's eyes lit up as she read the comments. Sekiro? Xinghui's new game? She harbored an innate fondness and trust for Xinghui Technology, although Death Stranding had delivered its fair share of frustrations. The unique experience left a lasting impression. The moment she heard it was a new release from Xinghui, she immediately perked up. Xinghui's output is bound to be of premium quality. I'm jumping in. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaodai exited the floundering Sam and swiftly opened the Steam platform, locating the demo download link for Sekiro. As she awaited the installation, the livestream was filled with speculation about Sekiro and her enthusiastic proclamations of confidence in her gameplay. Soon, the familiar Xinghui logo, accompanied by the mesmerizing effects of the Xinghe engine, illuminated the screen, instantly immersing Yu Xiaodai and her audience in the atmosphere of a war-torn Fondalera. As the game menu appeared, she selected to start a new game. The scene transitioned to a stark battlefield. The blood-red sunset cast its glow over a land strewn with corpses. Crimson blood soaked the charred earth, shattered weapons lodged in the lifeless bodies, and crows perched upon withered trees emitted ominous caws, silently narrating the brutality and despair of war. The focus shifted to the protagonist, the wolf. He leaned against a cold stone wall, the blood bar in the lower left corner a stark reminder of his dire state, reduced to a mere sliver. With each faint breath he took, the edges of the screen shimmered ominously in a deep crimson, as if the very flame of life could extinguish at any moment, strongly suggesting the dire extremity of the situation. Starting off with so little health? Yu Xiaodai exclaimed in shock. The protagonist begins in such a pitiful state, a true tough guy in a tragic predicament. From the outset, this blood-red effect is painful just to behold. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the wolf, dragging its weary body, stumbled through the dark, damp underground passage according to the prompts, completing the most basic lessons in movement and jumping. When it finally leaped back to solid ground, pressing its back against the cold, rough mountain wall, it cautiously stepped over a narrow cliff, revealing a breathtaking vista ahead. The distant mountains were like dark green silk, shrouded in swirling mist, while the setting sun bathed the ancient structures in a golden hue, with snowflakes falling gently. The scene was picturesque, yet imbued with a haunting beauty of decay. Wow, how beautiful! Yu Xiaodai was instantly captivated by the scenery. The artistry of starry radiance is unparalleled. The ambience is simply exquisite. To admire the scenery while on the brink of death, Yu Xiaodai truly has a big heart. Arriving beside a dense thicket, the system prompted her to stealthily move. Yu Xiaodai controlled the wolf to crouch down, gliding silently like a great cat. By the thicket, two enemies clad in light-footed attire were conversing, their voices clear. The ninja locked in the well. I heard they didn't even give him a flail. Is that really feasible? TCH, what is there to fear? He is unarmed now, barely has the strength to stand. That guy is nothing but a complete waste now. Listening to the conversation, Yu Xiaodai maneuvered the wolf to the side of a small cabin. She glanced at the two enemies with their backs, turned to her, and then at her empty hands. Isn't this a combat game? Why do I have no weapons? She felt a bit dazed. Was she meant to fight barehanded? A daring, foolhardy idea took shape in her mind. Thus, under the expectant gaze of her audience in the livestream, Yu Xiaodai commanded the wounded wolf to suddenly rise up from the thicket. Who? The 2-foot soldiers instantly became alert and spun around. The one clad in rudimentary armor, adorned with a white headscarf, reacted swiftly, drawing his katana with a swift motion, a flash of cold light. Yu Xiaodai barely had time to execute any action before the screen was abruptly dominated by a fierce blade strike. A gray-white screen appeared death. Yu Xiaodai was left dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing to death. Yu Bao, you truly understand the essence of entertainment. Challenging an armed warrior unarmed? So brave. Too brave. The ninja's disgrace. Starting off with a blood loss. A genius strategy. Taking a blade to the face. Amidst the merciless laughter of the audience. Yu Xiaodai revived, reloaded. This time, she learned her lesson, obediently sneaking around the enemies and entering a dilapidated house through a window. Finally, after navigating a tense plot to rescue the young lord, she acquired the crucial weapon, the wedge blade. Moreover, she restored her health at the Buddha sculptor's place. More importantly, she learned the basics of attack and blocking. Woo! I have a blade now. I'm at full health. I've learned to block. Yu Xiaodai was instantly brimming with confidence, feeling capable once again. Just lowly minions. Watch me wreak havoc. She commanded the healthy, vigorous wolf to burst out of the small house. At the entrance, an enemy stood with his back to her, mere feet away. A golden opportunity. Yu Xiaodai grinned wickedly and pressed the stealth attack button. The wolf's figure glided like a specter, and the wedge blade shone coldly, precisely piercing into the enemy's back. Ninja kill. Clean and swift. Beautiful. Yu Xiaodai proudly lifted her chin. Did you see that? This is strength. She confidently descended the staircase. Just as she landed, another foot soldier, alerted by the noise, came charging up with a howl. Perfect timing. Yu Xiaodai showed no fear, raising her blade to strike. Clang! The blade struck the enemy, blood splattering. However, the enemy's health bar barely dropped below half. Yu Xiaodai was bewildered. Were even the minor enemies this tough? The enemy showed no concern for her confusion, swinging their blade. Yu Xiaodai hurriedly pressed the block button. Clang! Clang! The ringing of metal echoed as sparks flew. She barely managed to block 2 strikes. Seizing the moment between the enemy's attacks, she retaliated, landing 2 more strikes, finally toppling the enemy to the ground. Watching the enemy's fall animation, Yu Xiaodai let out a long breath, wiping non-existent sweat from her brow. Phew, done. This must be a special minion. Indeed, they have some prowess. The chat filled with, Yu Bao, what just happened? Just a foot soldier, yet so terrifying? Congratulations to Yu Bao for unlocking the achievement, performing an unanesthetized cesarean section on a foot soldier. After resolving this minor episode, Yu Xiaodai arrived in a relatively open area, facing a tightly shut large door. Inside, she could vaguely see more than one enemy. Watch me sneak past and eliminate them one by one. Yu Xiaodai regained her confidence, guiding the wolf along the wall's shadow, cautiously approaching a lone enemy near the large door. Stealth attack. Successful ninja kill. Nice. She replicated the tactic, dispatching another enemy a bit farther away. Look, how simple. Yu Xiaodai felt quite pleased, luring them one by one to eliminate. I'm practically a tactical genius. She maneuvered the wolf carefully towards the door, attempting to draw the attention of the enemies inside. Sure enough, the 2 enemies within noticed her and charged out with a shout. Come on, I'm not afraid of 2. Yu Xiaodai declared boldly, ready for battle. However, just as she prepared to block the first enemy's attack, her peripheral vision caught sight of 2 more enemies stealthily emerging from the dark corner beside the door. 4. A complete encirclement of 4 armed warriors. Yu Xiaodai's heart sank. Was there an ambush? Her fingers flew over the keyboard and mouse, blocking, dodging, attacking. But 2 fists can't match 4 hands. The wolf couldn't withstand the numbers. The screen was filled with a flurry of blades and sparks, health bars plummeting. The clanging of metal sounded like a death knell. Don't come closer. Get away. Yu Xiaodai screamed in despair. Yet it was all in vain, for katana blades struck from different angles, instantly overwhelming the wolf. A chaotic dismemberment. Gray-white. Death. Yu Xiaodai let out a mournful cry. Slumping back in her chair, her expression vacant. The chat exploded. Ha ha ha. Close the door. Release the hounds, Yu Bao. A righteous 4-on-1 beatdown. Yu Bao, who am I? Where am I? How'd I die again? The genius tactician, tragically educated by the ways of the Amino, on the cost of being reckless in enemy territory. After enduring numerous brutal sacrifices at the gates of the mass grave, Yu Xiaodai finally came to a painful realization, having been beaten to the point of losing her temper, and strictly adhered to the genius tactic of luring 1 enemy at a time to kill. Like a patient hunter, she utilized the terrain and stealth, exerting tremendous effort, and finally cleared all the enemies that could be lured out from outside and near the door. When she guided her battle-worn wolf to finally step through that door, which had seemingly claimed countless lives, virtual cannon fire erupted in the live stream. It wasn't easy. Yu Bao finally made it through the door. A milestone, worth commemorating. Tears welled up. The history of Yu Bao's growth through suffering. However, The malice of Amino was relentless. Beyond the door lay not a clear path, but a relatively open courtyard. In the courtyard, a formidable warrior clad in striking crimson armor, wielding a wild katana, exuded an aura distinctly different from that of mere foot soldiers, standing with his back turned to her, seemingly lost in contemplation. A knot tightened in Yu Shaodai's heart, yet recalling her recent valor in dispatching 4 foes, albeit separately. An inexplicable surge of courage, or perhaps recklessness, welled up within her. Just one remains. Watch me conquer. She deftly maneuvered her wolf, stealthily approaching the back of the red-armored warrior, poised to execute her cunning ambush once more. At the very moment she pressed the ambush key, the crimson warrior seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, whirling around with blinding speed. The wild katana sliced through the air with a chilling whoosh, carving a lethal arc. Danger! The screen erupted with a massive red warning. Startled, Yu Shaodai's hand trembled. Her intended ambush abruptly halted as she instinctively reached for the block button. Too late. Thwack! 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 The red-armored warrior's blade moved like lightning, delivering devastating blows. Just 3 strikes. In an instant, Yu Shaodai barely registered the opponent's movements, and the wolf's health bar plummeted like a burst balloon. The screen faded to gray once more. Death! Ah! Unable to contain herself any longer, the pin-up frustration, fury, and resentment she had amassed over the night erupted in a violent crescendo. She raised her mouse high and slammed it down onto the desk with a resounding thud. The live stream was instantly engulfed in a sea of mirth. Ha 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 ha! The Crimson Warrior teaches you a lesson. Just 3 strikes. The legend of the shinobi. I could almost see a delightful flush spreading across the streamer's face. This was pure exhilaration. Mouse, who did I offend? You bow, don't cry, stand up, and continue the fight. The allure of Sekiro, transforming the streamer from a gentle soul into a fiery powerhouse. Quick, look at Yubao's expression. Screenshot. Create a meme. Reserved for Dizzy from Sekiro JPG. Yu Shaodai gazed at the gray screen, listening to the somber and melancholic music emanating from her headphones. Glancing at the merciless laughter in the chat, her cheeks flushed with indignation, her chest heaving. She glared at the red-armored warrior on the screen, who was slowly sheathing his sword, seemingly mocking her in silence. A fierce flame of unprecedented anger and an overwhelming desire for conquest ignited within her eyes. You just wait, she shouted at the screen, unleashing the roar of the shinobi. Bring it on. I refuse to be defeated. Gripping the mouse tightly, it felt as if she held the very wedge of vengeance in her grasp. The saga of Yu Shaodai, filled with audacious maneuvers and indomitable spirit, was just beginning to unveil its most exhilarating chapter. This night left many gamers feeling both love and hate. Chapter 28, still number 1. Cheng Mo and his companions returned to the company by 4 p.m., where Suya prepared a cup of tea for Cheng Mo. Mr. Cheng, should we promote the chips produced by our new technology? Especially the CPU for computers, featuring Intel and AMD's new 7nm CPUs. But how did Intel suddenly achieve 7nm technology? A glimmer sparked in Cheng Mo's eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he knew the answer. Rest assured, our S1 remains firmly in the lead. Opening the world's largest comprehensive gaming platform, Steam, the rankings of best-selling games were immediately apparent. Number 1, Death Stranding, a game by Xinghui Technology. No. 10. Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, also by Xinghui Technology. The name of Xinghui Technology stood like 2 dazzling banners, firmly anchored at the top of the charts and among the fastest rising titles, silently proclaiming its dominance in the gaming realm. However, shifting focus to the authoritative hardware review site Huacanet's CPU performance ranking, a scene more exhilarating unfolded. Number 3, Intel Core i9-1900KS. No. 2. AMD Ryzen 9 7950X 3D. Number 1. Xinghui Technology's Xingchuan S1. The champion remained Xinghui Technology's pioneering creation, the definitive product of the 7nm era. The Xingchuan S1, it continued to sit unwaveringly upon the throne, symbolizing absolute performance. This was not merely the result of inertia in the rankings. It was due to the top-tier hardcore reviewer in the tech realm, Geek Panda, once again taking action. Recently, this trio of top CPUs, representing the pinnacle of their respective camps, Intel's new flagship Xeon i9, the collaborative marvel between Company A and Xinghui Technology, the AMD 97X3D, and Xinghui Technology's own legendary Xingchuan S1, have been placed under the scrutinizing gaze of his meticulously arranged review setup. Brothers, Geek Panda's signature opening line resonated in the video. The backdrop showcasing the three CPUs lying on anti-static mats like works of art. Recently, these three titans have been clashing spectacularly. Intel has unleashed the 16-core, 32-thread behemoth i9, vowing to reclaim the crown of performance, while the 97X3D, born from the collaboration of Company A and Xinghui Technology, has taken the gaming world by storm. Touted as invincible in online gaming. But what of our Xinghui Technology's Xinghuan S1? This CPU, which heralded the 7-nanometer era and once sent ripples through the entire industry. Can it still compete today amidst an ever-evolving landscape of new technologies and architectures? What keeps it perched atop Huacanet's rankings? He picked up the chip emblazoned with the Xinghui Technology logo and the name Xinghuan S1, the camera zooming in for a close-up. The crucial point is, the S1 in my hand is the latest batch produced by Xinghui Technology using their revolutionary electronic matrix lithography technology, as proclaimed by Mr. Cheng. Is this technique merely a gimmick, or does it truly possess the alchemical ability to transform stone into gold? Today, we shall unveil all mysteries with the most rigorous data. To see clearly and distinctly, let's await the results together. The testing environment was meticulously designed for absolute fairness. 3 platforms, with the only difference being the CPU. All other configurations were identical, featuring top-tier graphics cards, high-frequency, large-capacity memory, PCI 50 flagship solid-state drives, and motherboards of the same brand and price range. Even the power supply, cooling system, and casing were consistent, minimizing interference. The testing projects targeted core productivity, video encoding and rendering, 3D modeling and rendering, large-scale code compilation, scientific computing simulations, and comprehensive Office suite performance. The results were, without a doubt, both predictable and shocking. Intel Core i9-1900KS. This monstrous chip, boasting a staggering 18 cores and 32 threads, indeed showcased its advantage in multi-core theoretical benchmarks and some rendering projects that relied heavily on multi-threading, achieving impressive scores. However, when faced with more complex tasks that depended on single-core performance or efficient inter-core collaboration, its weaknesses were glaringly exposed. Especially in applications involving frequent thread switching and high single-core loads, the embarrassing scenario of one core struggling while 15 cores merely spectated unfolded repeatedly. This directly led to severe efficiency bottlenecks and infuriating stutters, dropped frames. To make matters worse, when Geek Panda attempted extreme overclocking to squeeze out the last drops of performance, this already power-hungry and heat-generating furnace rapidly descended into instability, frequently blue-screening and ultimately declaring defeat. Productivity? Theoretically strong, but in practical use, somewhat unwieldy and rather troublesome. Geek Panda's summary carried a hint of sarcasm. AMD Ryzen 9 7950X 3D. The core highlight of this CPU lies in its impressive 45 megabytes L3 cache. In cache-sensitive applications, particularly in latency-sensitive online gaming, it possesses an almost supernatural advantage, with frame rates as stable as a mountain. Its foundational power consumption management is commendable as well. However, in the realm of pure productivity, especially in demanding rendering and encoding tasks that require sustained high throughput and parallel computing capabilities, its performance appears somewhat lackluster. Although it benefits from the integration of Starshine Technology's AI NPU, which significantly enhances efficiency and optimizes power consumption in specific AI-accelerated applications, its overall productivity performance still falls a step short of the pinnacle. The gaming powerhouse lives up to its reputation. In terms of productivity, a robust contender, yet not the foremost. Geek Panda remarked, Starshine Technology's Starshine S1. This chip, featuring an innovative design of 4 ultra-large cores and 12 large cores, totaling 24 threads, once again demonstrates its unparalleled comprehensive strength. It consistently ranks first in nearly all productivity tests. Its secret weapon lies in exceptional single-core and dual-core performance. The 4 ultra-large cores are meticulously optimized for extreme single-thread performance, boasting high frequencies and astonishing execution efficiency, effortlessly surpassing any momentary high-load task. Powerful multi-core collaboration. The 12 large cores provide ample multi-threading capabilities, with task scheduling between ultra-large and large cores managed by Starshine's proprietary Galaxy Scheduler and the integrated AI NPU, ensuring remarkable efficiency and eliminating bottlenecks. The multi-core performance is not only robust, but also as steadfast as a rock. Deep empowerment by the AI NPU. This NPU does more than accelerate specific AI tasks. It plays an integral role in the overall CPU resource scheduling, power management, and performance prediction. In scenarios such as video encoding and rendering, the NPU intelligently recognizes load characteristics, dynamically allocating resources to significantly enhance efficiency and reduce power consumption. Geek Panda particularly noted that the latest batch of S1, under the same voltage, operates at a slightly higher stable frequency compared to earlier batches, while also exhibiting superior leakage control and lower temperatures under full load. Though the differences are marginal, they undoubtedly affirm that Starshine's new technology is not mere rhetoric, but a testament to their relentless pursuit of excellence in mature designs. In the productivity domain, the Starshine S1 unequivocally demonstrates the adage that experience is paramount and that architecture reigns supreme. The voice of Geek Panda resonates with genuine admiration, as its comprehensive performance, particularly in terms of real-world application fluidity and stability, is nothing short of crushing. This is precisely why it remains the core choice for countless workstations, content creators, and engineers. Intel's multi-core is a paper tiger. AMR's 97X3D is severely specialized, but only the S1 stands as a true hexagonal warrior, the uncrowned king of productivity. The gaming test segment garnered immense attention. The tests encompassed popular online games, mainstream esports titles, and several of the latest AAA single-player masterpieces, with resolutions ranging from 1080p to 4K. AMR Ryzen 9 7950X3D, as anticipated in online games and esports titles that are highly sensitive to cache and latency. The formidable 45 megabytes cache of the 97X3D reveals its prowess as a frame rate harvesting machine, the deity of online gaming. Indeed, if your primary focus lies in these genres, the 97X3D is undoubtedly one of the best choices available, Geek Panda affirmed. Intel Xeon i9-1900KS, in online gaming, constrained by relatively high memory latency and core scheduling issues. Its performance slightly lags behind the 97X3D, yet it remains of first-rate caliber. However, its power consumption and temperature continue to pose significant concerns, with fan noise becoming quite noticeable under high load and the aforementioned frame drop issues occasionally arising in complex gaming scenarios, impacting the overall experience. Starshine Technology's Starshine S1. In online gaming tests, the S1's performance was slightly behind that of the 97X3D, which specializes in this area, but the difference was minimal, maintaining a top-tier standard with seamless operation. However, when the tests shifted to AAA single-player masterpieces such as Death Stranding and Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, the Starshine S1 exhibited a perplexing yet tangible advantage. Observe the frame rate curve closely. Geek Panda pulled up detailed frame generation time charts, revealing that while running Starshine's own games, Death Stranding and Sekiro, the S1 platform not only achieved a high average frame rate, but, more importantly, displayed minimal fluctuations in frame generation time. The minimum frame rate was exceptionally high. What does this signify? It indicates a smoother, more stable, and virtually stutter-free gaming experience. In complex scene transitions, explosions, and amidst a flurry of particle effects, this advantage is particularly perceptible. Even more astonishingly, when running other manufacturers' AAA titles, the game frame rates on the S1 platform, especially the minimum frames, were generally higher than those on the other two platforms using comparable graphics cards. This is a marvel, and perhaps a hidden technological innovation from Starshine. Geek Panda's voice brimmed with excitement and curiosity as I repeatedly verified the settings. The GPU utilization on the S1 platform indeed often reached higher and more stable levels. I speculate that the powerful AI NPU within the Starshine S1, coupled with Starshine's proprietary framework, likely optimizes the underlying game instruction flow and data calls more profoundly. It can more intelligently predict gaming loads, preemptively allocate resources, and reduce communication delays and data bottlenecks between the CPU and GPU, thereby extracting the graphics card's performance more thoroughly. Simultaneously, its exceptional memory controller and ultra-low latency ring bus design ensure high-speed data transmission within the CPU and between memory and graphics card. As all tests concluded, Geek Panda compiled the performance data of the three CPUs into an extensive chart, with the name of Starshine S1 prominently displayed at the top across the majority of projects. Is there still anyone questioning the authority of the Huacan Network CPU rankings? Is there anyone who believes that Starshine S1's dominance is merely a matter of faith or price manipulation? The tone of Geek Panda was resolute. Data does not lie. Starshine Technology's Starshine S1, the trailblazer of the 7 nanometers era. In the face of the latest challengers, it has irrefutably proven that it remains the sovereign of comprehensive performance. I knew it. S1. Damn, I bought it too early. This new process, S1, seems even more remarkable. Chapter 29. The Gaming Platform. The headquarters of the Steam platform, located on the top floor of a skyscraper in Seattle, boasts a grand presidential office with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of the bustling city skyline and the shimmering waters of Puget Sound. However, the atmosphere within the office starkly contrasts with the openness and brightness outside, feeling cold and oppressive. Behind a large mahogany desk sits the helm of the Steam platform, Gabnix. This creator of a gaming empire, renowned for his foresight and iron-fisted methods, currently sports his signature silver hair, meticulously styled. Yet beneath his deep-set eyes lies a gaze as sharp as a hawk's, imbued with a chilling scrutiny. He idly plays with a delicate Steam gear badge, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the cool metallic surface. Standing before him is Xinghui, the head of the China region, who has just returned from Huaxia with news of Cheng Mo's refusal to collaborate. He slightly bows, a trace of barely perceptible tension crossing his face as he respectfully reports. Mr. Gabnix, as I feared, Cheng Mo from Xinghui Technology has explicitly declined our collaboration proposal. Declined? Nix's voice, though not loud, carried an air of authority born from long-standing dominance, laced with a subtle mockery. The gear emblem in his hand ceased its rotation. Why? He asserted that the essence of Starlight Technology lay in its commitment to cultivating its own gaming universe, refining the Galaxy engine to serve its unique gaming philosophy. He preferred to rely on his own strength, pursuing an independent path of development. Xinghui recounted this carefully, striving to remain objective. Yet it seemed he harbored doubts about our sincerity in collaboration. Relying on one's own strength? Independent development? Nix appeared to have heard a rather amusing joke, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with disdain. He gently pressed the emblem onto the table, producing a crisp click. A gaming company established merely a few years prior, boasting a commendable engine and 2 blockbuster games. Truly believed it could sever ties with the soil of the platform and blossom into a towering tree? Were they not a touch naive? Did they not realize the repercussions of offending Steam, the world's largest gaming distribution channel? His voice, though soft, pierced like ice shards with every word. A palpable pressure enveloped Xinghui. Nix leaned slightly forward, his hands intertwined on the table, his gaze dissecting Xinghui like a scalpel. Tell me, how many game studios and publishers in Huaxia, and indeed worldwide, dream of securing a recommended spot on Steam's homepage? How many games have risen to fame overnight due to our exposure? And how many have plummeted into obscurity after losing our support, ultimately falling into our grasp? Xinghui grasped the underlying message and promptly replied, Boss, you mean to give them a subtle warning? A warning? Nix scoffed, a cruel glimmer flashing in his eyes. No, that is insufficient. We must ensure they grasp the reality of who sets the rules in this industry. Remove Death Stranding and Sekiro. Shadows die twice from all significant recommendation slots on Steam. Erase their games from the player's mainstream consciousness. Arrange for the technical department to induce some reasonable, intermittent network delays and fluctuations at Starlight Technology's server access nodes on the Steam platform. No need for a complete shutdown, but players should frequently encounter lag, disconnections, and high latency, especially during login, updates, and online play. Let the label of server instability cling to them. Contact several well-connected review media and community KOLs to timely discuss the risks and instability of independent game companies establishing their own platforms, emphasizing the potential predicaments they may face without the support of major platforms. Nix rose and approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the city below, his silhouette radiating absolute control. I want them to feel the sharp sting of reality. Let their players voice their grievances. Let their new player growth stagnate or even decline. Let their operational costs soar due to server maintenance. By the time they're in disarray, realizing they cannot move an inch without Steam, he turned, a triumphant smile gracing his face. They will come back pleading for us. At that point, the terms of our collaboration, or the price of acquiring Starlight Technology, will be dictated by us. That Galaxy engine will ultimately become one of the most resplendent jewels on the crown of the Steam empire. Xinghui bowed deeply. Understood, boss. I will take immediate action. The storm of suppression quietly brewed under the silent command. The effects of the suppression soon manifested. Keen players and industry observers promptly noticed the irregularities. Why can't I find Death Stranding and Sekiro on Steam's homepage? They were just on the bestseller list yesterday. They've dropped down in search results too. It seems Starlight's games are being throttled by Steam. Damn, I just bought Sekiro and I'm getting disconnected while fighting Genichiro. The latency is skyrocketing. What a garbage server. Is Starlight even capable? Same here. Updates are lagging forever. I never experienced this much lag while delivering in Death Stranding. It must be the platform's doing. I heard Starlight rejected Steam's collaboration, standing up to a giant. Impressive, but this is too harsh. Within Starlight Technology, Wang Liang, the operations manager responsible for platform integration, hurriedly approached Cheng Mo with a data report, his expression grave. President Cheng, the situation is dire. Steam has completely revoked our game recommendations. The backend data shows a staggering 70% drop in organic traffic. Moreover, players have collectively reported a surge in lag and disconnection issues. Yet our self-check on the servers and network links indicates everything is functioning normally. This is definitely Steam meddling behind the scenes. Contrary to Wang Liang's expectations, Cheng Mo, upon reviewing the report, were not a trace of anger or anxiety, but rather a look of relief, even a hint of lightheartedness. Finally, it has arrived. Cheng Mo gently placed the report on the table, rhythmically tapping his fingertips on the surface, his gaze deep and bright, as if he had anticipated everything. Perhaps even a tad sooner than I had imagined. Wang Liang was taken aback. President Cheng, you seem unfazed? Unfazed. No. Cheng Mo rose and walked to the office whiteboard, picking up a marker. Steam, as an industry behemoth, is accustomed to controlling everything. Our refusal of their coveted collaboration over the Galaxy engine was seen as a challenge to their authority. Retaliation was an inevitable response, a tactic they frequently employ. A deeper smile graced his lips, exuding a cold, sharp edge. However, they have chosen the wrong target and underestimated our resolve. What appears to be a tempest of suppression is for me. Cheng Mo firmly circled a spot on the whiteboard, the perfect catalyst for launching our X project. He turned, his gaze intense, as he addressed Wang Liang and the core team members who had rushed in upon hearing the news. We cannot remain forever subservient, entrusting our lifeblood to others. Steam's actions today have proven this point perfectly. They can sever our traffic at any moment, create faults, and manipulate public opinion. To truly seize our destiny, to possess the ability to define the rules of the game, we must establish our own XH gaming platform. Cheng Mo boldly inscribed the words XH gaming platform on the whiteboard. This plan was initiated the moment I decided to reject Steam's collaboration. Technical research, server architecture, payment systems, community frameworks. We have been secretly preparing for months. Leveraging the cloud rendering technology of the Galaxy engine, our self-developed Xinghui chip servers deliver formidable computing power. And our extensive user base means that the XH platform faces no technical bottlenecks. Steam suppression provides us with an exceptional opportunity to propel our platform plans from the shadows into the spotlight. The players' current complaints and disappointment with the platform present us with the perfect timing to launch our own platform, offering a more stable, purer, and player-centric service. This is not a crisis. It is a fortuitous opportunity. Cheng Mo's words acted like a potent tonic, swiftly dispelling the gloom hanging over everyone. Replaced by unprecedented excitement and determination, Wang Liang suddenly understood, nodding vigorously. I see now, President Cheng. They're shooting themselves in the foot. We will immediately push forward with the launch of the XH platform. Excellent. A glimmer of intelligence and ambition sparkled in Cheng Mo's eyes. Simultaneously, we cannot simply accept without giving back to Steam. Did they not wish to develop a gunfight game to prove themselves? Let us take the lead and seal off this path. The official Weibo of Cheng Mo, Xinghui, has become exceptionally lively following the Steam pressure incident. Players, expressing their dissatisfaction with Steam and their support for Xinghui, have inundated the comment section with a plethora of whimsical game wishes. Mr. Cheng, please, grant us some high-concentration, two-dimensional games. I have a friend who is particularly fond of them. Ideally, they should feature characters that are both beautiful and powerful, with storylines that are both thrilling and sweet. The classic line above is true. I have a friend. Mr. Cheng, don't be fooled. However, two-dimensional games can indeed exist. Doghead for safety. Gun battles. Mr. Cheng, we demand exhilarating gun battle games. Ones that feature bullets whistling, gunfire booming, and the thrill of a headshot. We want a classic that will stand the test of time, but with Xinghui's quality. Mr. Cheng, create a true open-world masterpiece. Bigger than Death Stranding, freer than Sekiro. I want to ride horses or pilot mechs and traverse the world with my sword. Oh, Chung Shun, how about a plus version of Sims? One where you can date, raise children, build houses, and even destroy the world. Mr. Cheng, I want a girlfriend simulation game, one that feels more realistic. Ideally, with a hint of romance, shy JPG. Wow, the idea above is rather perilous. I advise you to abandon such impure thoughts immediately. Such a noble responsibility to benefit humanity can only be entrusted to me. Justice is served, JPG. Are the two above deviants? Count me in. Nah, I only care about when the XH platform will launch. I'm fed up with Steam's nonsense. Mr. Cheng, save us. Cheng Mo browsed through these passionate and imaginative comments with genuine interest, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. The creativity of the players always astonished him. However, as his gaze swept through the comments, one frequently mentioned term caught his keen attention: gun battle games. The exhilarating confrontations, the classic CS. The thrill of a headshot. These voices stood out among the myriad of comments, their enthusiasm clearly surpassing that of other genres. Gun battle games? Cheng Mo's fingers lightly tapped on the table, a glimmer of inspiration flashing in his eyes as a brilliant idea took shape in an instant. Wasn't it a fortunate coincidence that Mr. Nix from the Steam platform was also keen on creating a visually stunning gun battle game to showcase his prowess, even as a means to suppress us? His smile turned playful and sharp. Wish to cut off my retreat? Then I shall first dig your path. With the very genre you long to create, in the realm where you take pride, I shall strike you a decisive blow. Without delay, Cheng Mo's thoughts crystallized, and his consciousness delved into the system interface within his mind. The vast repository of knowledge, as expansive as a sea of stars, opened its doors once more for him. He pinpointed his target, the once globally renowned Hall of Fame masterpiece that had defined the FPS gameplay in esports. Intent selected, confirmation executed, an immense stream of data regarding game mechanics, map design, weapon feel, economic systems, competitive modes, and the far-reaching impact of loot box culture and skin economy surged into his mind with crystal clarity. This is it. Cheng Mo felt a surge of confidence. The next day, within the high-level conference room of Xinghui Technology Games, Cheng Mo stood at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping across the key personnel present. Ladies and gentlemen, Cheng Mo stated forthrightly two matters at hand. First, our own XH platform project, codenamed Starry Harbor, is now entering a full sprint phase. Suya, you are responsible for the seamless integration of the Starry Engine's cloud services with the platform's underlying architecture, ensuring top-tier stability, low latency, and anti-cheat capabilities. Wang Liang, Director Chun, you will oversee the platform's UI, UX design, community feature development, and most importantly, player migration and welfare plans. We need to ensure players understand that by coming to the XH platform, they will experience superior quality, greater benefits, and no black box operations. The group perked up, responding in unison. Understood. The second matter, Cheng Mo continued, a confident smile gracing his lips as he gently placed a brand new black USB flash drive on the conference table, is our counterstrike against Steam suppression in a response to the players' eager expectations. A momentous announcement. Our next new IP. All eyes instantly focused on the small USB drive. Cheng Mo slid it towards Wang Liang, seated to his right. Wang Liang, this contains the core design document and initial resource package for the new project. Project codename, Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, abbreviated as CSGO. CSGO? A gun battle game? Wang Liang's eyes lit up, eagerly accepting the USB drive and hastily inserting it into his computer. Having witnessed the boss conjure complete game plans from thin air, his initial shock had transformed into familiarity, now tinged with anticipation. After all, when it comes from Mr. Cheng, it is guaranteed to be a masterpiece. Cheng Mo began to elaborate in detail. The core of this game is ultimate fair competition and unparalleled weapon feel. We aim to achieve an extraordinarily realistic weapon system. Every gun, from the wild recoil of the AK-47 to the heavy breathing sensation and lethal pause when aiming with the AWP sniper rifle, to the stable spray pattern of the M4A4, must offer unique shooting feedback, bullet spread models, movement penalties, and reloading actions. We want players to distinctly perceive the character of the weapon in their hands. Furthermore, we will introduce a mature economic system, where the outcome of each round hinges not only on marksmanship, but also on the team's intricate calculations of resources and tactical choices. An eternal classic map pool, Dust 2, Inferno, Nuke. These iconic maps will undergo next-gen remastering, preserving the core essence of attack and defense while utilizing the Starry engine to present unprecedented detail and atmosphere. The core of the loot box and skin economy, which is vital for the game's longevity and community vitality. We will design rarity tiers: white, blue, purple, pink, red, and golden legendary. ensuring that skin designs balance artistic flair with collectible value, ranging from minimalist coatings to extravagant effect-laden weaponry, thereby creating a healthy, transparent, and captivating virtual item ecosystem. Most importantly, the bullet trajectory. Cheng emphasized. This is not merely a parabolic arc of bullets. We must simulate the real descent of bullets, air resistance, over long distances. And most critically, the random dispersion pattern at the moment of firing. A skilled player must invest considerable practice to master the unique recoil trajectory of each weapon, ensuring the bullets land precisely on the enemy's head. This is the essence of hardcore FPS and our winning formula that distinguishes us from those laser gun games in the market. Wang Liang, rapidly browsing through the astonishingly detailed design documents and concept art on the USB drive, listened intently to Cheng Mo's exposition, his fingers trembling with excitement. The precise parameters for the firearms, the astute analyses of attack and defense points on the maps, the rigorous deductions of the economic system, even the style guide for skin designs, all indicated that this was a highly mature project with boundless potential. This is fantastic. Mr. Cheng. Wang Liang raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This will undoubtedly ignite the global FPS market. Steam thinks they can dominate gun battles? We will present the benchmark that defines the next decade. Exactly. Cheng Mo declared resolutely. If Steam intends to choke us with their platform, we shall counter with a superior platform and an even more explosive game, crushing them outright. This will be the flagship title to launch the XH platform. Official announcement. Concept art ignites global excitement. On the Xinghui Technology Games official website, as the clouds of Steam's oppression had yet to dissipate, a brief yet thunderous announcement was suddenly released. The development of Xinghui Technology Games' next-generation heavyweight IP has commenced. To all gaming enthusiasts, we have heard your voices. The magnificent new endeavor crafted by Xinghui Technology Games promises to deliver the most unadulterated, hardcore, and exhilarating experience of gunfights. With unparalleled weapon dynamics, strategic gameplay, and timeless classics rejuvenated, we invite you to anticipate this thrilling adventure. Xinghui Technology Games is wholeheartedly committed to creating an extraordinary experience for players. Below the announcement, a concept image brimming with power and suspense accompanies the text. The visual composition predominantly features a stark deep blue and metallic gray palette. In the foreground, blurred yet discernible, a hand clad in a black tactical glove firmly grips a robustly designed assault rifle, its intricacies captivating, with wisps of smoke still lingering at the muzzle. The background is dominated by a colossal CS logo, adorned with graffiti and punctuated by bullet holes, its edges radiating a fierce electronic glow. The entire scene is saturated with an atmosphere of tension, hardcore intensity, and imminent confrontation. This image detonated like a high-explosive charge plunged into deep waters, igniting an entire gaming community. The official Weibo comment section of Xinghui Technology erupted. Wow, wow, wow. President Cheng truly lives up to his reputation. Just as players expressed their desire for gunfights, he immediately took action. Such execution. I'm in awe. Tears of joy. The old boys of gunfights are ecstatic. Xinghui's quality FPS. Just thinking about it excites me. That feel. That visual. I'm ready to buy out. Chengdad, you are my true father. What does Steam suppression mean? We have a new game. Our beloved gunfights. The concept art is stunning. That gun. That logo. Hardcore. Beyond hardcore. 1,000 times more enticing than Steam's grandiose promises. President Cheng, do you still remember the girlfriend game you were going to create? The one that's realistic and can lead to, whispers. To the perverts upstairs. Please exit. However, President Cheng, don't forget to schedule the open world and anime projects. Frantic hints. Steam, I will suppress you. Xinghui, oh. Then I will create a new game, and it's the type you wanted, while also building a platform. This maneuver is something even a sensational novel wouldn't dare to script. President Cheng is incredible. What about the XH platform? President Cheng, hurry and launch it. I want to pre-order this CS at the first opportunity. That name sounds exhilarating. The tide of public opinion has instantly shifted before the powerful and resolute concept image from Xinghui Technology. The suppression from the Steam platform not only failed to hinder Xinghui Technology, but instead provided them with an exceptional stage to showcase their ambition, unite players, and wield a more formidable counterattack. Global gaming media headlines were swiftly dominated by this news. Xinghui Technology strikes back. New IP targets the FPS realm. A sword drawn under Steam suppression. Xinghui unveils the concept image of a mysterious gunfight masterpiece. Cheng Mo's ambition, a dual approach with a self-built platform and hardcore FPS. One concept image, one declaration. Not only ignited the enthusiasm of gunfight players worldwide, but also sent a crystal-clear message to the Steam platform and the entire gaming industry. Xinghui Technology Games, undaunted by suppression, has sounded the horn of counterattack. A storm woven from the most hardcore gunfire and cutting-edge platform technology is brewing under Xinghui Technology's blueprint, poised to sweep across the globe with unprecedented speed. Chapter 30. The plan unfolds. Beautiful country, Washington, D.C. In a certain conference room, located in the basement of the West Wing of the White House. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though one could wring water from it. The cold blue light reflected off a massive circular screen wall, illuminating faces that were either ashen, pale, or filled with incredulity. At the head of the oval conference table, the president's countenance was as dark as the sky before a storm. Scattered before him lay top-secret briefings from the CIA, the Department of Commerce, and even national laboratories, each serving as a resounding slap to the face of this nation, which prides itself on being the global beacon of technology. 1 month, merely a month has passed. The president's voice trembled slightly with unrestrained anger as he slammed his hand on the table, causing the coffee cups to rattle. We invoked the Export Administration Regulations, allied with every possible partner, and constructed the most stringent embargo on semiconductor materials and equipment in history. And the result? His sharp gaze swept across the room like a hawk, ultimately locking onto the National Security Advisor, Powers, seated at the lower end. Powers, tell me, why has Xinghui Technology not only evaded annihilation in its infancy, but has instead produced something referred to as an electronic matrix lithography machine? The report states that its theoretical precision and production efficiency surpass our most advanced EUV lithography machine by several generations. How is this possible? Have our sanctions become mere promotional boosters for them? Powers' expression mirrored the president's distress as he gripped the smooth mahogany armrests, his fingers turning pale from exertion. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Mr. President, the situation has indeed exceeded our initial expectations. Xinghui Technology, or rather Cheng MO, has not followed any technological path we recognize. They have not attempted to crack or acquire the traditional extreme ultraviolet sources or multi-layer reflective systems we have blocked. It seems they have entirely abandoned the existing paradigm of optical physics, turning instead to an unheard-of technology involving quantum matrix excitation and manipulation. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. According to our limited intelligence analysis, they're employing some specially synthesized nanocrystal materials to print at an atomic level directly on silicon wafers. In the audience, the director of the National Laboratory lowered his head in shame, speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. Mr. President, we have attempted reverse engineering and theoretical deductions, yet we cannot comprehend the underlying physical principles at all. The synthesis formula for those quantum dots, the mechanism for generating the special laser used for excitation, remains beyond our understanding. We have been unable to replicate even a fraction of a similar phenomenon in the laboratory. This is quite simply technology from the future. Technology from the future. The president abruptly stood, his chest heaving, his voice rising with incredulity and a sense of humiliated rage. You mean to say that our beautiful country, with the world's top scientists, the most comprehensive research systems, and the largest financial investments, is now unable to even grasp the technological threshold of a private enterprise from Huawei, let alone comprehend it? And you expect me to excuse this with terms like future technology that belong in science fiction? Useless. A bunch of useless individuals. He seized a report and slammed it onto the table, pages scattering wildly. The conference room fell into an oppressive silence, with only the president's heavy breathing and the low hum of the air conditioning audible. An unprecedented sense of helplessness and panic spread like a virus among the senior officials present. The sanctions that had upheld their technological hegemony now appeared utterly pale and ridiculous in the face of an absolute and incomprehensible technological gap. Following the impotent fury came a deeper chill. The president slowly sat down, his gaze deepening and growing dangerously fierce. He picked up the secure hotline phone from the table, dialed a number, and spoke in a low voice, infused with undeniable malice. What is the progress of the ghost we dispatched? How much longer until I receive the core data? The voice on the other end responded cautiously and subdued. Mr. President, the target's level of defense is exceedingly high. The physical isolation and electronic surveillance in the core RD area of the Xinghe building are flawless. All data flows through an internal high-speed quantum encryption network, rendering our conventional methods completely ineffective. Most critically, judging by fragmented information, It appears that the fundamental design, philosophy, and algorithms may reside solely within the minds of a select few core personnel, or perhaps within an impenetrable black box that we have yet to identify. The act of theft is exceedingly arduous, requiring time and carrying immense risk. I do not wish to hear about difficulties. I demand results. The president almost squeezed these words from between clenched teeth. Employ every means necessary. At any cost. I expect to see the complete design blueprint of that damned lithography machine on my desk within 3 months. Otherwise, you all might as well start contemplating your lives post-retirement. The call was abruptly terminated. In the war room, an oppressive silence lingered, accompanied by a covert technological espionage conflict, silently escalating in peril. Just as the White House wrestled with how to appropriate the technology in Huaxia, at the headquarters of Xinghui Technology atop the Xinguang building, Cheng Mo stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the thriving technological park below. His demeanor was tranquil, yet his eyes sparkled with the glimmer of strategic foresight. Sanctions? Blockades? He had never perceived these as lethal threats. Rather, they resembled a sharpening stone, compelling Xinghui Technology to unearth its deeper potential. However, transforming potential into reality necessitated a substantial influx of capital. The self-developed 7nm CPU, Xingchuan S1, the groundbreaking electronic matrix lithography machine, the imminent completion of the 5nm GPU graphics card research, the continuous iterations of the Xinghe engine, the sustained operation of 2 AAA titles, and the vigorous development of a new title CSGO, coupled with the recently clandestinely initiated insatiable XH game platform project, all demanded a tremendous financial outlay. Observing the financial report presented by the CFO, which resembled a rapidly declining water level, Cheng Mo understood that it was time to cast his gaze towards broader horizons. It was time to unlock international markets. Cheng Mo turned to his assistant Suya and game supervisor Wang Liang, speaking with unwavering determination. We cannot be content with merely the domestic market. A true technological giant must prove itself in the arena of global competition. Moreover, the future of the XH platform requires support from players worldwide. This announcement was akin to a welcome downpour for the overseas market and partners who had long coveted Xinghui's products. The quickest to react was the astute conglomerate from the land of the morning calm, the Umbrella Star Group. They had already recognized the formidable research and development capabilities of Xinghui Technology concerning chips and game engines. With the opportunity now ripe, the Umbrella Star Group promptly dispatched their top executive for the Huaxia region, Vice President Yu Kedong, to personally lead the negotiations at the highest level. The negotiations proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Cheng Mo, armed with a technological ace, exuded confidence. The Umbrella Star Group exhibited great sincerity and flexibility, not only offering generous procurement terms, but also making significant concessions regarding technical collaboration and market channel sharing. The two parties swiftly signed a multi-year strategic cooperation agreement, with the Umbrella Star Group becoming a crucial agent and partner for Xinghui Technology's chips and future specific display components in the Asia-Pacific region, excluding the Huaxia mainland. Watching the cooperation agreement being finalized, Cheng Mo felt a genuine smile of relief and joy spread across his face as a substantial advance payment and initial funds, sufficient to support several major project developments, flooded into the company's account. This capital laid a solid financial foundation for his forthcoming grand ambitions. Xia, sensing Cheng Mo's uplifted spirits, was instructed, keep a close eye on the player community, especially regarding the clamor for our games to launch on console platforms. Our Xinghe engine theoretically possesses multi-platform porting capabilities, which is also a crucial aspect of our future ecosystem. Xia promptly retrieved the latest public opinion report. Cheng, the players indeed have exceedingly high expectations for the console version, particularly for Sony's PS5 and Microsoft's Xbox Series XS platforms. The demand is most fervent. Many core players aspire to experience the grandeur of Death Stranding and the intense battles of Sekiro on a larger screen, within a more immersive living room environment. Cheng Mo perused the report and the collected player comments. Please, Cheng Papa, let Sekiro land on PS5. I want to forge on a big TV. The controller's vibration experience would be absolutely exhilarating. Xbox players are expressing vehement protests. We want it too. The XGP subscription service is eagerly awaiting the arrival of Xinghui's big shots. A fervent hint. Nintendo Switch players weakly raise their hands, aware of the improbability, but dreaming of playing Death Stranding in handheld mode, wishing for deliveries. Dream on upstairs. With the Switch's capabilities, the strike from Sekiro's Genichiro would likely make the machine smoke. Though perhaps a cracked version could work, crack enthusiasts be gone. Support genuine products. Support Xinghui. President Cheng, please negotiate with the console manufacturers. As he observed the player's passionate yet slightly resentful comments, Cheng Mo pondered thoughtfully. Launching on existing console platforms would indeed rapidly expand the player base and influence, presenting a commendable short-term choice. Yet this was far from his ultimate goal. His gaze transcended the current screen, gazing into a more distant future. While the console platform must be embraced, the mode of collaboration remained to be deliberated. Cheng Mo's fingers gently tapped on the desk, recognizing that it was crucial we could not remain perpetually reliant on others' ecosystems. Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo all possessed their own regulations and revenue-sharing systems. A bolder, grander vision crystallized within his mind. He envisioned an ultimate gaming device, entirely spearheaded by Xinghui Technology, capable of fully unleashing the potential of the Xinghui engine and self-developed hardware. A console that amalgamates unparalleled performance, innovative interaction, seamless connectivity to the XH platform, and can impeccably showcase all of Xinghui Technology's technical prowess. The most formidable gaming console. Once this thought took root, it burgeoned with fervor. The XH platform requires a continuous stream of top-tier exclusive or launch titles to generate formidable allure. The development of the 5nm GPU is nearing its conclusion and must be expedited for mass production. This graphics card, entirely based on Xinghui's self-developed architecture and deeply integrated with the Xinghui engine, will become the graphical heart of future consoles. Naturally, the CPU will continue to utilize the iterative Xingchuan processor. However, sheer performance is not enough. There must be an unparalleled experience. Perhaps a hybrid reality feature integrating AR and VR, or real-time game content generation or ultra-intelligent NPCs powered by a robust AI NPU, or perhaps a revolutionary controller. Step by step, Cheng Mo suppressed his excitement, allowing his consciousness to sink once more into the system interface in his mind, where an ocean of game databases unfurled before his eyes. His gaze swept past names that had once shocked an era: God of War, Uncharted, The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Halo, Elden Ring. These titles epitomized the pinnacle of an epic. Yet Cheng Mo's ambitions soared higher. He sought not merely to replicate the classics, but to define the future. What he desired to exchange for was a game concept and core technology that could truly showcase the limits of the Xinghui engine, fully leverage the characteristics of self-developed hardware, and elicit gasps of astonishment, proclaiming this as the next generation of gaming. With funding secured, technological reserves in progress, and player expectations at their zenith. The corners of Cheng Mo's lips curled into a confident arc, one that suggested he held dominion over all. The next step, then, was to prepare an arsenal that would utterly overshadow any competitors for our XH platform and the forthcoming Ultimate Console. A tempest, designed to revolutionize the global landscape of gaming hardware and software, had commenced its orderly unfolding within Cheng Mo's grand design. Chapter 31. Imaginative Mars. As the month drew to a close, the summer's waning light filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Star River building, casting a warm golden glow over the expansive office. Cheng Mo stood by the window, cradling a freshly brewed cup of aromatic Blue Mountain coffee. His gaze drifted across the modern buildings outside, ultimately settling on the bustling and orderly research and development center and production lines within the park. A smile of satisfaction and pride unfurled on his lips, difficult to suppress. Double happiness. Undoubtedly, this had been a fruitful month for Xinghui Technology, with two significant announcements arriving in succession. After the relentless efforts and countless optimizations by the R&D team, the 5nm process GPU, entirely developed in-house by Xinghui Technology, had officially announced its successful development and mass production. This graphics processor, a culmination of immense dedication, not only marked a significant victory for Xinghui Technology in the high-end chip arena, completing the final piece of its self-developed PC core hardware puzzle, but it also signified that its graphical processing capabilities had reached world-class standards, laying the most solid performance foundation for the imminent visual feast and gaming revolution. The second piece of good news was that the fortress of software and ecosystem had been constructed. The XH game platform, aimed at players worldwide, had been fully established after a flurry of development and testing. The platform's interface is sleek and fluid, integrating Xinghui Technology's unique Star River engine cloud technology, promising unparalleled download speeds, stable online experiences, and robust social features. This not only represented a crucial step for Xinghui Technology to break free from channel dependence and seize its own destiny, but it also served as the core hub for constructing the Xinghui universe gaming ecosystem. With the hardware blade and software fortress now in place, the balance of power was thoroughly established. Cheng Mo took a gentle sip of his coffee, allowing the rich bitterness and subsequent sweetness to spread across his palate. Akin to savoring the hardships of recent months and the sweetness of the present moment, everything was rapidly advancing towards a brighter future. A series of sharp knocks interrupted his reverie. Guomin, Assistant Su Ye entered with a stack of documents, her professional smile barely concealing her excitement. Mr. Cheng, here are the preliminary selections for the 5 games participating in this afternoon Spark Imagination Project internal playtest. They have all passed the department's initial review. Very well. Place them on the table. Thank you. Cheng Mo nodded. Su Ye set down the documents and quietly exited. Cheng Mo returned to his comfortable ergonomic chair, intrigued as he perused the 5 proposals infused with the creativity and intellect of Xinghui's game staff. His attention was soon captured by a proposal titled Codename Return to Emptiness. Merely the name exuded an aura of profundity and mystery. As he delved deeper into the text, Cheng Mo's interest intensified. The indescribable horrors of deep-sea Cthulhu intertwined with the ethereal mysteries of Eastern cultivation civilization, a harmonious fusion of heaven and man. Cheng Mo's fingers lightly tapped against the desk as he murmured to himself. Vivid images flooded his mind. Ancient deities whispering in the infinite darkness of the deep sea, while the golden elixir of a cultivator clashed with the eerie, tentacled monstrosities. Their spiritual corruption facing the purifying Taoist heart-cleansing incantation. Cultivators wielding flying swords engaged in fierce battles within distorted coral palaces. The stark contrast and tension of this worldview fusion piqued his curiosity about how this project would materialize into gameplay. Quite intriguing indeed. He marked this proposal with a conspicuous asterisk. As he continued to browse, another game titled Cooperative Challenge caught his eye. The fresh hand-drawn art style, bright and warm colors, and endearing character designs instantly evoked fondness, reminiscent of the globally popular It Takes Two, emphasizing cooperation and emotional resonance. Cooperative puzzles and joint challenges. A commendable concept, with a heartwarming aesthetic well-suited for family or couple games. Cheng Mo nodded slightly, but then frowned lightly. However, the current gameplay design appeared somewhat conventional, lacking core mechanics that could truly captivate players. He picked up a pen, pondering for a moment, and quickly jotted down some thoughts in the margins of the proposal. Character abilities could be more complementary and engaging, rather than merely functional. For example, one character could manipulate time while another creates temporary platforms. Scene interactions could be bolder, and puzzle logic should closely integrate dual operations to create wow moments. For instance, requiring 2 players to operate mechanisms from different perspectives simultaneously, or using each other's skills as springboards. The emotional arc should be well designed, with the process of conflict and reconciliation woven dramatically into the level design. Having penned these ideas, he could already envision the laughter and emotions that the revised game could evoke. He also marked this proposal for emphasis. Time slipped by imperceptibly, and the sunlight outside gradually softened. By 5 o'clock, a moment revered by countless workers as golden hour, people began to return to their warm homes after a long day, shedding their fatigue, marking the peak period of rising leisure and entertainment demands. The Spark Imagination Project game playtest event by Xinghui Technology commenced simultaneously both online and offline. In a meticulously arranged exhibition hall at the city center, high-tech playtest stations were fully prepared, with large screens looping the concept PVs of the 5 participating games, attracting numerous passers-by and eager players. Online, the most prominent position on the XH game platform's homepage featured the dedicated page for the Spark Imagination Project, allowing players to download the XH platform client and freely experience demo versions of these 5 games. As a vital window for the event, Xinghui Technology's official live stream also launched across major platforms. Remarkably, even with nearly 10 minutes remaining until the official start time, with only test visuals and waiting music, the official live stream's popularity soared like a rocket, effortlessly surpassing the 100,000 viewer mark. A torrent of comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave. Here it comes. First, Mr. Cheng is magnificent. Hurry, hurry. I can't wait. The creative works of Xinghui's own employees must be of guaranteed quality. XH platform downloaded. Just waiting for the unlock. Supporting Mr. Cheng. Supporting employee innovation. Go Hakimi. Codename. Return to Emptiness. What a compelling name. Cthulhu meets cultivation. Such a vast imagination. Cooperative challenge looks so healing. Any ladies want to play together? I'm a macho voice. Xinghui Technology forever. Not only excelling on its own, but also encouraging employee innovation. I adore this corporate culture. I can't wait to see the creations of Xinghui's next generation of genius designers. Hurry, hurry. Sitting in his office, Cheng Mo watched the bustling popularity of the live stream and the enthusiastic comment from players on the large screen, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The grand feast belonging to the Starry Dreamers is about to commence. Chapter 32. 5 New Games. The esports cafe is ablaze with light. A cacophony of the rhythmic clatter of keyboards intermingling with the occasional gasps and murmurs of players, filling the air with an intoxicating essence of competitive gaming. Subtly infused with the sense of instant noodles and energy drinks. 2 students clad in school uniforms timidly pushed open the glass door, peering into the bustling entrance. The hall was nearly at full capacity, rows of screens aglow with vibrant hues, displaying astonishingly synchronized visuals. The majority of players were engrossed in the worlds of Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, or Death Stranding, with intermittent sighs of defeat or bursts of laughter upon completing quests echoing throughout the space. I told you, Pengzi, you should have come with me sooner. Gray Brother grumbled in a hushed tone while tugging at his backpack strap. Today is the day for the preview of Starry Games' new release. Look at this scene. If we wait another 5 minutes, we'll be forced to stand and watch others play. Pengzi remained silent, his gaze captivated by a screen to the front right. A man in a gray t-shirt, appearing to be in his 30s, was intensely maneuvering his character. The screen showcasing a fierce battle against Genichiro Ashina from Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. The katana in his hands seemed to possess a life of its own, each parry sparking brilliantly. The crisp and rhythmic sound of clashing blades momentarily drowned out the surrounding noise, drawing the attention of nearby players. My goodness, look at that guy! Pengzi exclaimed, tugging at Gray Brother's sleeve, his voice brimming with disbelief. He managing to defeat Genichiro without taking any damage. His timing for perfect parries is astonishing. As if he has a sixth sense, the man exhibited a focused demeanor, his brow slightly furrowed, eyes locked onto the screen. Fingers gliding fluidly over the mechanical keyboard and lightweight mouse, each keystroke sharp and decisive, devoid of hesitation. His gameplay flowed seamlessly, dodging, blocking, countering, and attacking intertwined flawlessly, transforming what should have been a life-and-death struggle into an elegantly choreographed performance. Finally, the screen flashed with the triumphant words "defeated," accompanied by an animation of Genichiro kneeling. Only then did the man exhale deeply, reclining back in his ergonomic chair, a hint of satisfied fatigue gracing his features as he reached for a chilled can of cola, still glistening with condensation, and took a hearty sip. The 2 students simultaneously erupted in genuine admiration, even offering a few light claps. The man appeared to notice the sound from behind him. He turned, smiling at the 2 awestruck students, the corners of his eyes crinkling with faint wrinkles. Impressive. Isn't it? There is no secret to it, really. I come here to practice for 2 or 3 hours every day after work, rain or shine. This kind of muscle memory comes from time spent. If you die enough times, you'll naturally improve. Gray Brother and Pengzi nodded vigorously, their eyes sparkling with wonder as if they were in the presence of a gaming deity. Seizing the moment, Gray Brother leaned in curiously and asked, "Are you here for the new Star game as well?" "Indeed," the man replied, setting down his cola can, his tone imbued with the anticipation of a seasoned player mixed with a hint of subtle complaint. "I hope to hear news about the official release of Sekiro today. I even had to request a 6-hour leave from my wife. The paperwork was nearly as extensive as a project proposal. I must play to my heart as content. No quitting until I finish." His words, laced with jest, revealed the challenges adult gamers face in carving out time for their passions. Such scenes were concurrently unfolding in countless esports cafes, gaming-themed bars, and college esports clubs across the nation. The proprietors, observing the packed seating and swiftly depleting snacks and drinks, were naturally elated, relishing in the thriving atmosphere. For them, each major event hosted by Xinghui Technology resembled a miniature festival, bringing tangible excitement and profit. At precisely 8 o'clock, the preview livestream event for Xinghui's new game commenced. The enormous backdrop radiated with the futuristic logo of Xinghui Technology. The spotlight illuminated a poised female host clad in a sharp white suit, her demeanor exuding elegance as she stepped to the center of the stage, her radiant smile greeting both online and offline audiences. "Good evening, fellow gamers across the nation. I am your host for tonight, Suya. Welcome to the Starry Games Spark of Imagination New Product Preview Night." Her voice, clear and resonant, reverberated through high-quality speakers, reaching the ears of countless viewers watching the live stream. I believe many of you have been eagerly awaiting this moment. Tonight, we shall present an unprecedented gaming experience. The schedule for today's event is packed with excitement, beginning with the global debut of our 5 heavyweight new titles. Following that, we will invite both on-site and online players to share their immediate feedback. And finally, Suya playfully elongated her last word. Winking mischievously, there will be a mysterious third segment that is sure to delight everyone. Stay tuned. As the camera panned across the booths, it revealed players seated at top-tier gaming rigs, all donned with headsets, their expressions a mix of excitement and concentration, fingers poised and ready on keyboards and mice, eager to dive into the action. I trust everyone is brimming with anticipation. Therefore, I declare the Spark of Imagination new product preview officially underway. As Suya's words echoed, the background music surged with fervor, and the screens of all the demo computers illuminated simultaneously with the game selection interface. Simultaneously, she continued, you may have already noticed, our innovative XH gaming platform under Xinghui Technology is now officially live. All 5 game demos showcased tonight are exclusively available on our XH platform. Not sure where to download? Remember our official website, where you'll find the XH platform link prominently displayed on the homepage. All games are 20 off, and a mysterious new game will be gifted with your purchase. Her announcement was akin to a drop of water in a sizzling pan, eliciting an immediate and vigorous response. A buzz of discussion erupted in the venue, while the online livestream chat exploded with rapid-fire comments. What? Xinghui Technology has launched its own platform. It's been ages since Steam recommended their games. They've been holding back on news about Sekiro's official release. Could they have truly parted ways? An independent platform? Bold move. But can they keep up with server performance, download speeds, and community features? Forget the details. I'm just going to download and try it out for the new games. Just a moment ago, I was hesitant about whether to buy Death Stranding on Steam, but now seeing that a new game is offered upon registration, I can only say it's a tempting deal. I'm diving in to support Xinghui. I hope the new game doesn't disappoint. I think I'll wait and see, especially since Sekiro hasn't been officially released yet. What if Steam has a sale later? Forget about it. It's already widely rumored that Steam and Xinghui have had disputes over revenue sharing and recommendations. Do you think CEO Cheng would easily allow Xinghui's games to be listed or discounted? New game, new IP. Here I come. Xinghui's quality is still reliable. Suyu's statement undoubtedly resonated with many, particularly as there is a game from Xinghui Technology available on the Steam platform, Death Stranding, priced at $149. The mere change of platform does not detract from its appeal, especially with the addition of a new game, making it quite a worthwhile purchase. A minority, however, preferred to remain cautious, pondering the nature of the newly included game, which remains an enigma. Thus, we present 5 titles, each an open-world adventure steeped in the theme of cultivation. First, we have Project Guaishu, a cooperative party game brimming with endless fun, followed by It Takes Two, which has reportedly undergone personal guidance and modifications by Cheng Mo based on its original design. Then there are the thrilling survival shooters, Zombie World, Sky Fighters, and Gourmet Genius. All players are invited to download and experience the demo for free on our XH platform. And we encourage feedback and ratings for your favorite games. No sooner had the announcement concluded than players, both on-site and online, sprang into action, moving their mice to click on their most anticipated titles. In the internet cafe, the gentleman who had just conquered Xian Yilong gazed at the screen, displaying the official Xinghui livestream, letting out a soft sigh. He had not received news regarding the official release of Sekiro, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. I thought I could pre-order today, he muttered under his breath, his tone tinged with mild reproach, yet he quickly rallied his spirits. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the most of this 6-hour break. Let's try something new. He maneuvered the mouse to download Project Guaishu, the game topping the list. The demo downloaded with surprising speed, enhancing his initial impression of the XH platform. Upon launching the game and skipping the Xinghui logo animation, he was greeted by the main interface. Clicking to start the game, a succinct yet information-rich CG sequence unfolded, revealing a grand yet somber worldview that enveloped him. A peculiar fusion of Lovecraftian chaos, whispers of madness, and the Eastern cultivation system, where aspiring immortals become relentless foes. The player assumes the role of a powerful cultivator's avatar, imbued with a unique mission. The gentleman deftly controlled his character, and after an initial experience, he mused, well, it's not breathtaking, but it certainly possesses some intrigue. The narrative setup felt somewhat rushed, yet the artistic style and imaginative world-building captivated him, particularly the uniquely crafted atmosphere of dark fantasy and cultivation. More importantly, the game's visual fidelity remained consistent with Xinghui Technology's renowned high standards, showcasing exceptional lighting effects, intricate material details, and fluid character animations. As he delved deeper into the experience, about half an hour in, his perspective began to shift. He found himself increasingly drawn in, even becoming somewhat addicted. The reason was clear. The game's combat system and sense of impact were simply outstanding. Whether he chose to practice spell casting, channeling brilliant energy to strike at grotesque monsters, or engaged in close combat wielding a massive weapon, the force and sound of each blow felt visceral and exhilarating. The variety of attack methods was extensive, including spellcasting, physical combat, artifact crafting, and spirit attacks, allowing players to specialize in one path or explore a multitude of disciplines, the latter requiring greater investment of time and effort for a more gradual growth curve. Quite impressive indeed, he remarked, the earlier disappointment evaporating as he became fully immersed in exploration and combat. The demo area, along with those watching via the livestream, began sharing their initial impressions. Project Guaishu is essentially a semi-open world, featuring imaginative gameplay and a bold fusion of elements. While the narrative seems somewhat cliché, the world building truly resonates. The cultivation mechanics align perfectly with my tastes. I hope the full version enriches the storyline. The gameplay is genuinely enjoyable. The combat system is deep, and I love it. The impact of spell casting is immensely satisfying. Keep it up, it's quite good. The graphics, music, and ambience are all splendid. It perfectly embodies my fantasy of a cultivator soaring through the skies, slaying demons with a touch of mysterious charm. It maintains the high visual quality expected from Xinghui Technology, along with innovative combat mechanics and gameplay. However, other aspects lack standout features. I look forward to subsequent optimizations. Overall, while not outstanding, the game does possess creativity, with the narrative intricately crafted. Yet, as one plays deeper, the rhythm becomes familiar and addictive. It's certainly more enjoyable than games from other developers, which is already quite commendable. The second game, It Takes Two, surprised all players with its requirement for 2 participants to play together. One player alone cannot proceed. Consequently, in the internet cafe and at the demo event, numerous synchronized scenarios emerged. Couples sharing a keyboard and mouse or controller, brothers crammed onto a single chair, and friends leaning closely for cooperation. This game features a warm and bright art style, rich colors, and revolves around a middle-aged couple hoping to mend their relationship. Filled with creatively designed levels that demand high levels of synergy and collaboration, players engage in activities ranging from building blocks to synchronized jumping, collaborative puzzle solving, and boss battles. Filled with humor and challenge. Almost immediately, positive reviews flooded in. Wow, this is genuinely fun. I laughed so hard. My buddy and I played like 2 fools. But the joy was real, exclaimed one demo player into the microphone. Guys, I've discovered a gem. This game is perfect for bringing a girl along, or even a buddy. Another comment whizzed by. Ladies, let us go. This is super fun. You can play with your best friend or family. The experience is fulfilling. Just a bit of a test for friendship and love. Haha. A female streamer enthusiastically endorsed during her live session. It's enjoyable, though the levels can be a tad challenging. The cooperation required is quite high, and some synergy is essential. We almost got into a spat over a jump we couldn't teammate, remarked a pair of friends as they played together, exchanging friendly complaints. Oh no, my friend said if I don't clear this level, she'll cut ties with me. Read a comment with a tearful emoji. What is this? My girlfriend just broke up with me after playing this, saying I'm too bad to be with her. Another comment lamented. So this is basically a breakup simulator? The comments turned playful, igniting a lively atmosphere. As for the remaining 3 games, Zombie World, Sky Fighters, and Gourmet Genius, while they garnered slightly less attention than the first 2, each attracted its own group of enthusiasts, with opinions varying widely. Zombie World was described as a conventional zombie survival shooter, yet it excelled in gunplay and atmospheric horror. If the full version could enhance the storyline and survival building elements, its potential would indeed be considerable. Air Battle Squad has been hailed as the aerial combat equivalent of 5v5 Captain, featuring a rapid pace, spectacular skills, and a high level of competitiveness, thereby captivating numerous hardcore gaming enthusiasts. The operational demands are considerable, yet once mastered, the exhilaration is unparalleled. Conversely, Genius Chef charms with its lighthearted and humorous aesthetic, exaggerated physical effects, and a seemingly simple yet profoundly intricate management and combination system, winning the hearts of casual gamers and simulation management aficionados alike. A true stress relief marvel. Playing with friends doubles the joy. What appears to be frivolous actually harbors a wealth of strategic management nuances. Indeed, When measured against the extraordinary benchmarks set by Xinghui Technology's previous releases, such as Sekiro and Death Stranding, these latter three titles may seem somewhat average in quality. However, when viewed within the broader gaming industry context, these works demonstrate commendable levels of completion, innovation, and technical performance, compelling many players to willingly open their wallets. Through this new game trial launch event, Xinghui Technology once again affirms its formidable research and development capabilities, robust support for employee innovation, and ambitious exploration of diverse gaming realms. Chapter 33, a major surprise. All 5 games seem quite promising. The imagination of Xinghui Technology's employees is simply outstanding. Old Jiang, fixated on the scores appearing on the screen, couldn't help but exclaim in the live broadcast room. As a seasoned streamer in the gaming community, he has witnessed the meteoric rise of his junior, Yu Xiaodai, who soared to fame through streaming Death Stranding. Since then, he has never dared to underestimate any move made by Xinghui Technology. This evening, he specifically declined other business engagements, positioning himself in the live broadcast room to see firsthand what marvels this company could unveil. However, to be candid, old Jiang shifted his tone, shrugging at the camera, his voice tinged with the critical eye of an old player and a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. The absence of the official version of Sekiro leaves something to be desired. The demo version features only those 2 bosses, and after defeating Genichiro, one must start anew. What a tease this is. The barrage of comments ignited immediately. The host is right. CEO Cheng, we want the official version of Sekiro. A night without Sekiro is incomplete. Old Jiang, stop being a downer. The new games are also quite good, right? Both Return to the Abyss and It Takes Two have me drooling. At that moment, the official live broadcast room revealed the initial ratings for the 5 demo games. It Takes Two soared with a score of 98, followed closely by Code, Return to the Abyss at 86, while the other 3, Zombie World, Air Battle Squad, and Genius Chef, scored 79, 76, and 74, respectively, showcasing a tight competition. The commentary sections of major gaming communities and streaming platforms were instantly flooded with authentic player feedback. I unilaterally declare It Takes Two a frontrunner for this year's Oscar for Best Creative Game. Who agrees? Who disagrees? It Takes Two is indeed phenomenal. Playing with my wife, we simply cannot stop. We pulled an all-nighter on the sofa, which became our second battlefield. Dude upstairs, you're off. However, it truly is a fantastic tool for co-op gaming. Return to the Abyss is also impressive. The scenery is breathtaking. Soaring through the skies and diving into the depths of the sea, the vast and stunning landscapes are astonishing. This open world is simply epic. Enough talk, fellas. I'm off to cultivate and Return to the Abyss and aspire to ascend soon. Zombie World features an expansive map. Exploring uncharted territories with friends is incredibly fun. Dude upstairs, the fire physics in this game are incredible. We accidentally set our safe house ablaze. Hilarious, but it's genuinely enjoyable. In the Starshine official live broadcast room, host Suya observed the surging online viewer count and the fervent discussions, her smile growing ever more confident and captivating. After announcing the scores, her voice resonated through the microphone, echoing across the venue. Is it fun? The audience responded enthusiastically. She smiled mischievously, posing a rhetorical question to herself. What? Not enough gameplay? The live chat instantly erupted. How can she ask herself questions? Yes. Not enough gameplay. Could there be new games? Is it New Year's? A gaming feast. Very well. Suya elegantly turned to the side, raising her hand to direct everyone's attention toward the enormous main screen behind her. We'll leave the answer to the big screen. The colossal screen in the center of the exhibition suddenly lit up, and countless netizens inside and outside the live broadcast room held their breath, fixated on the screen, fearful of missing a single frame. The screen initially displayed a pure white glow, gradually revealing an image accompanied by the stirring and poignant main theme music from Sekiro, a melody etched into the DNA of all Souls-like gamers. The visuals showcased the massive, fearsome weapon of the Broken Law monk slicing through the air with a ferocious elegance. Amidst flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder, the colossal, shimmering scaled Sakura dragon emerged from the clouds, grasping 7 enormous blades in its claws. Each swing unleashed waves of ink-like, gray-black sword energy that swept across the realm. Ultimately, the scene froze in the midst of a reed marsh, where the iconic sword saint, Ishin Ashina, unleashed the legendary Ashina-style technique, and the thunder and sword energy clashed, culminating in 4 powerful characters emblazoned on the screen. Sekiro. Full version. Oh my goodness. It's Sekiro. The official version of Sekiro. I'm tearing up. CEO Cheng has finally remembered his wolf. The real star of the night. This is the grand finale. Those special effects. This visual. How much funding must CEO Cheng have burned through for this? Absolutely worth it. I must buy it. No one can stop me. That dragon boss. The Sakura dragon. So majestic. I want to battle it for 300 rounds. The offline internet cafe erupted in a frenzy, cheers nearly toppling the roof. While the online streaming platform's comment density peaked, causing momentary server delays. Suya's voice rang out once more amidst this cacophony. Clear and powerful. Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice full version is now officially live on the XH platform. Priced at 149 yuan, in celebration of the platform's launch. A limited-time discount of 119 yuan is available for the first week. As the massive surprise was still sinking in, Suya immediately dropped another bombshell. But tonight's surprises do not end here. With a smile, she stepped aside from the center of the stage. Now, please welcome our founder of Xinghui Technology, Cheng Mo, CEO Cheng. The spotlight suddenly illuminated and the camera swiftly transitioned. Cheng Mo's chiseled, handsome face, exuding a blend of charisma and the focused demeanor of a tech expert, appeared on the big screen. He did not engage in excessive pleasantries, simply standing there. Surveying the audience with a subtle smile that conveyed a sense of control, he naturally commanded everyone's attention. Dad Cheng. It's Dad Cheng. CEO Cheng is amazing. Is there more surprise? Taking the night off with my wife was absolutely worth it. A blood prophet. CEO Cheng, look at me. I want to have your children. Cheng Mo slightly raised his hand, and the noise from the audience and live broadcast room instantly hushed. He spoke, his voice resonating through the high-quality sound system. Steady and powerful. Are you all having a good time? The response was a thunderous cheer. He chuckled and continued. Do you all remember when we mentioned that registering on the XH platform would grant you a brand new game? This statement immediately jogged the memory of everyone present. Oh yes, I registered ages ago. Where's the game? Surely, it wouldn't be one of the 5 we just demoed, right? What are you thinking? CEO Cheng wouldn't be so generous. Is it possible that the just announced official version of Sekiro? Goodness, a direct giveaway at 149? If that is the case, I'll livestream myself eating my keyboard upside down. Cheng Mo absorbed everyone's speculation and anticipation, pausing momentarily to heighten the suspense before declaring unequivocally, I can assure you, it is neither Sekiro nor any of the games you have just tried today. His voice rose slightly, infused with undeniable confidence and authority. It is a brand new, complete, and, most importantly, permanently free game. The visuals on the large screen shifted once more, ultimately settling on a highly recognizable logo. CSGO. Cheng Mo's gaze sharpened with fervor, as if he could already envision this game captivating audiences worldwide. Indeed, it is Counter-Strike, Global Offensive CSGO. It will be operated anew by our Xinghui Technology, bringing forth more stable servers, a fairer competitive environment, and continuous updates and optimizations. This is our gift to all registered players on the XH platform. Register now and seize it instantly. Moreover, Cheng Mo's voice resonated like the gavel of final judgment, sealing the deal. I can guarantee all players that the XH platform version of CSGO will synchronize its data with the global version, including skins, markets, and competitive modes, all identical. Yet, the experience will only be enhanced. A brief silence was followed by an eruption akin to a tsunami, capable of igniting the entire internet. The tremors caused by this showcase extended far beyond the realm of ordinary players. Countless eyes from the pinnacle of the industry were fixated on Xinghui Technology's every maneuver. In the brightly lit conference rooms of E Factory and Goose Factory, a tense silence pervaded the air at Valve's Steam platform headquarters. Xinghui Technology's consecutive bombshells felt like a drumbeat against their chests. First, 5 high-quality, diverse new titles for playtesting had already piled on the pressure. Then, unexpectedly, the official version of Sekiro dropped in without warning. This maneuver had left many executives clutching their hearts. However, no one anticipated that Cheng Mo's trump card had not even been unveiled. Ultimately, he revealed a highly polished, visually stunning free game, CSGO. Was Xinghui Technology intent on leaving no room for survival in the industry? Someone couldn't help but roar in the conference room. A new game just given away? How long has it been since the CSGO announcement? Half a month? By industry standards, shouldn't they first paint a picture, then refine it for a year or 2 before launch? Why was Xinghui not playing by the rules? This unprecedented release rhythm caught all competitors utterly off guard. With the high-quality gaming benchmarks established by Death Stranding and Sekiro, Xinghui Technology had now firmly solidified its position, even beginning to subvert industry norms. Other companies felt an unprecedented anxiety. How could we learn? Starry Sky possesses its self-developed, performance-dominating Galaxy engine, capable of effortlessly achieving cinematic-level graphics and physical effects. Their narratives are rigorous and profound, while gameplay creativity knows no bounds. This is not something that can be easily replicated through mere imitation. Consequently, various companies swiftly made divergent choices. Domestic giants, led by Factory and Goose Factory, adopted a practical and direct strategy. Since they could not compete, they would decisively join forces. Internally, they quickly passed resolutions to dispatch their highest-level business teams, striving to establish strategic cooperation with Starry Sky Technology, hoping to secure authorization for the Galaxy engine or opportunities for joint development. Meanwhile, some overseas firms opted for a relatively conservative route. Based on the new standards showcased by Starry Sky's games, they increased their research and development investments, striving for innovation and progress in their respective fields. However, the most pressured entity, Valve, was utterly incensed. Previous negotiations with Starry Sky regarding engine cooperation had already been fraught with disagreements. And now Starry Sky had not only established its platform, but had also directly encroached upon the FPS domain, a traditional stronghold for Valve. A frontal confrontation was now unavoidable. He dares to enter the FPS arena? A senior executive at Valve spoke coldly during a meeting. Let him see who the true king of this field is. Initiate our competitive response plan and synchronize our new game promotions. In the realm of FPS, we have yet to fear anyone. Yet, regardless of the external turmoil, at the Starry Sky press conference and before countless player screens, there remained only pure, fervent enthusiasm ignited by the ultimate gaming experience. Cheng Mo uttered no superfluous words, directly gesturing towards the big screen. Let us forego idle chatter and dive straight into the CSGO promotional video. An exhilarating, tactically rhythmic soundtrack abruptly blared. The bold, capitalized letters spelling CSGO struck every viewer's retina. The visuals rapidly transitioned, showcasing the tension of 5v5 competitive matches and the chaotic joy of 10v10 casual play. Each frame exemplified the formidable power of the Galaxy engine. The weapon skins and models were astonishingly detailed. The metallic were so realistic that even the minute particles of dust could be seen floating above the barrels, while bullets pierced wooden crates and shattered walls, producing an incredibly lifelike debris effect. Under optimized ray tracing, sunlight streamed through shattered windows, with each ray of light refracting and diffusing as if in reality. The scenes even featured casually flitting birds and chickens strutting in corners. These details collectively constructed a vibrant yet perilous world. The promotional clip emphasized player maneuvers, switching weapons, reloading, aiming, firing. Each action flowed seamlessly without a hint of lag or clipping. The scorching trails left by bullets slicing through the air were clearly visible, and the parabolic trajectories of thrown objects rebounding off walls adhered to the laws of physics, exhilarating enough to send adrenaline soaring. I've lost count of how many times I've cursed tonight. I'm beyond thrilled. The graphics, the lighting, the details. General Cheng, you are my god. Whatever General Cheng produces is bound to be exquisite. I'm definitely playing this game. This is the ultimate game. The quality feels like it has evolved a generation beyond Death Stranding. How much groundbreaking technology does General Cheng have hidden away? Free. A game of this caliber. For free. Cheng Dad, are you here to do charity? EM Krayan. Don't stop me. I'm gonna download it right now. Brothers, let us form a team. Let us team up. The entire gaming community on the internet was set ablaze by this free masterpiece. A massive influx of traffic surged towards Starry Sky Technology's XH platform. Among them was the small streamer, Brother. He had long prepared the platform, eagerly awaiting. And within 5 minutes of Cheng Mo's announcement, the platform interface indeed popped up an enticing little red dot. New game available for free. Trembling, he clicked, and the icon for the CSGO public test version appeared, accompanied by a line of small text that sent his blood racing. The official version will remain permanently free. Brothers, did you see that? Free. Permanently free. I've already downloaded it. Now let me show you what General Cheng's FPS feels like. Brother's voice was slightly hoarse with excitement. As the game launched, after an intense and thrilling opening score full of battlefield atmosphere, he entered the main interface. The UI was clean and crisp, with an exquisitely rendered character of a Chinese special police officer at the center, wielding a riot shield and tactical helmet. The details of his attire, even the natural hair on his arms, were vividly apparent, exuding an air of professional seriousness. Brothers, do you see this? The details, the modeling. You can even see the hair on the arms. Who else is there? Do not underestimate the basics. Which of the games presented by General Cheng isn't of monumental significance? Streamer, enough boasting. Let's dive into a match. Alright then, let's charge straight in. Dog Brother excitedly clicked to start the game, where various modes, such as casual and competitive, appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he fixed his gaze upon the competitive mode. A real man engages in competition. As the words left his mouth, he clicked on the competitive mode, only to find the button unresponsive. A striking line of red text popped up beside him. Unlocks after completing 10 casual matches. Well, it seems General Cheng is wary of us sabotaging our teammates, thus sending us to practice in casual mode first. Scratching his head, Dog Brother reluctantly opted for the ordinary 10v10 casual mode. The map was a high-rise building. Once the loading completed, Dog Brother decisively chose the counter-terrorist faction. Not long after the game commenced, he heard fierce gunfire erupting from the middle door. He swiftly maneuvered his character, executing a nimble slide to take cover behind a wooden crate near the center lane, observing cautiously. At that moment, a teammate, identified as Berserker A. Chong, shouted, "Fire in the hole," and valiantly charged forward, tossing a grenade. The next second, amidst a thunderous explosion, a Chong's character was flung back in an exceedingly contorted manner, crashing to the ground at Dog Brother's feet. As a notification in the upper right corner appeared, Berserker A. Chong was killed by enemy sniper. Dog Brother was taken aback. Was the opposing firepower this fierce? He hesitated between remaining passive or taking action when a flurry of footsteps approached. Suddenly, he heard a clattering noise as another explosive rolled to his feet. Behind him, another teammate, known as Master of Throwables, was evidently ignited with fervor by the unfolding chaos. Instead of firing, he commenced a display of his own, frantically hurling every throwable from his backpack as if he were a walking armory, though his throwing skills left much to be desired. The first was a high-explosive grenade, which detonated not far in front of Dog Brother, the shockwave diminishing a significant portion of his health, the screen turning crimson. No worries, brothers. I still have 15 health left. Surely he can't have any more grenades. Dog Brother attempted to maintain his composure. I believe Dog Brother's assessment is sound. After all, this teammate wouldn't have had time to gather more throwables, so he likely only purchased one grenade, just as fans debated the potential danger of this second throwable. Flames erupted around his feet, darkening the screen. Yet, life is wonderfully peculiar. The second throwable landed with a soft thud, causing a wall of fire to instantly rise at Dog Brother's feet. What the hell? It's a Molotov cocktail. Dog Brother cried out, attempting to flee but finding himself engulfed by flames. The screen promptly shifted to black and white, the upper right corner mercilessly displaying Dog Brother was burned to death by Master of Throwables, as Molotov cocktail. The live stream fell silent for 5 seconds before erupting into a volcanic eruption of laughter. Ha ha ha, killed by his own teammate. Dog Brother's comedic misfortune was spectacular. What kind of divine teammate is this? I laughed so hard my neighbors called the police. Master of Throwables, didn't he see that coming? My grenades are designed to take out teammates. Dog Brother could only laugh incredulously as the death perspective automatically shifted to Master of Throwables. This master, after exhausting all his munitions, finally pulled out his sidearm and rushed toward the middle door, coincidentally colliding with an enemy. The enemy, seemingly caught off guard by this sudden encounter, was a beat too slow in switching weapons. The master executed a move that left all spectators astounded. He instinctively pressed the left mouse button, only to realize he had no throwables left. No, there was one last item, the smoke grenade he purchased at the beginning. Thus, under the horrified gaze of the enemy and thousands of viewers, Master of Throwables solemnly tossed a smoke grenade at the enemy mere feet away. Even more absurdly, the smoke grenade struck the doorframe at an awkward angle, rebounding with a thud and landing squarely on his own helmet. Just as fate would have it, his health was at a mere 1 bar, causing him to collapse instantly. Master of Throwables was knocked down by his own smoke grenade. The screen ultimately displayed 2 lines of text. Master of Throwables killed Master of Throwables. The live stream went utterly berserk. I nearly fainted laughing in the restroom. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. This teammate is truly a gem. I'm going to die laughing. He killed himself? I must award him the best teammate trophy. Killing oneself? What kind of philosophy is this? The best comedy actor of the year. No contest. General Cheng's game physics engine is astonishingly realistic. Even a smoke grenade to the head can be fatal. Dog's head for protection. This game is so addictive. Download it. Right now. I'm off to encounter my divine teammate. Dog Brother, gazing at the black and white screen and the explosive comments, covered his face, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Brothers. This game, General Cheng, I'm dying here. This free game is so worth it. Chapter 35. The fire continues. In a flash, various short video platforms seem to be united by an invisible force, flooding the homepage with an array of hilarious clips related to CSGO, spreading like wildfire. Clips of the flashbang god, blinding himself while shooting blindly, dual players sharing a single weapon, and those laughably absurd moments from casual mode showcasing the best teammate antics. These joy-filled videos, after a night of fermentation, easily racked up thousands, even millions of views, igniting not only the gaming community, but also catching the attention of many who typically do not play games, making them remember the name of Xinghui Technology, a name that seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Of course, Xinghui's ambitions extend far beyond this. Almost simultaneously, the Watermelon Factory and Sony's console platform officially announced the strong launch of the full version of Death Stranding and the official version of Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice. Concurrently, 5 new game demos were also released. Meanwhile, CSGO remained focused on the PC platform, as the vast majority of individuals found it hard to imagine experiencing such a pursuit of reflexes and precision in a first-person shooter with a controller. Naturally, hardcore players do exist, but Xinghui's official response was, "Please look forward to future optimizations and adaptations." Clearly, Cheng Mo intended to perfect the PC experience before considering other platforms. This immense wave rapidly swept from online to offline. Starting the day after the press conference, esports internet cafes across the country remained perpetually packed, with players eager to experience CSGO or enjoy Sekiro left queuing in the reservation system. In one internet cafe, a bespectacled young man curiously leaned closer to a nearby older brother screen, where the visuals were astonishingly detailed. The metallic sheen of the firearms and the wall's pockmarked bullet holes strikingly vivid. "Excuse me, brother, what gunfight game is this? The graphics are so intricate." The older brother, fully immersed in the game with his headphones on, remained oblivious to the inquiry, instinctively taking a drag from his cigarette, leaving the young man awkwardly standing there. At that moment, a fashionably dressed young woman approached and tapped the older brother on the shoulder. "Hey, handsome, what game is this? I see so many people playing." Moments ago, the elder brother, seemingly isolated from the world, suddenly snapped to attention. Without even removing his headphones, his eyes darted towards the source of the sound, his tone instantly imbued with fervor. "Ah, this game is called CSGO. It is the latest masterpiece from the esteemed CEO, Cheng of Xinghui. The physics engine is unparalleled, astonishingly realistic." Beside him, the bespectacled man stared in disbelief, his inner thoughts bubbling with sarcasm. "So you can hear after all? You simply don't want to converse with me, do you? Is this how you behave in the presence of a beauty? Where's your male decorum? What happened to your restraint?" Undeterred, he returned to his seat, opened the familiar Steam platform, and searched for CSGO, but found no results. Just then, the elder brother, seemingly endowed with an extra sense, added without turning his head, "This game is exclusively available on Xinghui's own platform. You know, that blue and white XH icon on your desktop." Enlightened, the bespectacled man exited the Steam platform and indeed found the elegantly designed XH icon nestled in a corner of his desktop. Upon double-clicking it, he was greeted by a sophisticated UI interface in blue and white, exuding an air of elegance and technological prowess. To his astonishment, this platform was far more than just a game launcher. It could automatically identify all the hardware configurations of his computer, even offering deep optimization options that allowed him to safely adjust BIOS level settings and overclock his CPU and memory directly within the software. Within the platform's game settings, players could fine-tune individual games with meticulous attention to detail in graphics and performance optimization. Whether one sought extreme frame rates for competitive play or cinematic visuals for an immersive experience, the perfect solution was available. Even those utterly unfamiliar with hardware could achieve an exceptional experience with a one-click automatic optimization. This platform was truly remarkable. The bespectacled man was astounded. Its potential seemed boundless. He didn't even need to search. The small red dot on the homepage of the platform heralded the ongoing battle of the elder brother in CSGO, prominently marked as free. Without hesitation, he clicked the download button. At this moment, no one could foresee that this ordinary bespectacled man would one day rise to become a top player in the CSGO professional arena, known as Go Senior. The journey of Xinghui was far from limited to domestic boundaries. The international version of the XH gaming platform launched simultaneously in various countries and regions abroad. Its unique platform mascot, a cute shark girl named Sharky from Atlantis, donned a shark cap and possessed an endearing personality, quickly gained fame on foreign networks, becoming a cultural icon. Many overseas players developed a keen interest in the XH platform thanks to Sharky, Ahoy, shall we try out this new platform? I've heard that Xinghui Technology from Huaxia has launched their gaming universe. Sharky is so adorable. I must download it for her. Huaxia, do they have any enjoyable games? Wait, is that the Huaxia company that first developed the 7-nanometer chip? What are they doing making games? Oh, I recall seeing their games on the Steam platform's Huaxia region. The reviews were overwhelmingly positive. With a mix of curiosity and skepticism, numerous overseas players downloaded Death Stranding through the international version of the XH platform. When the grand and philosophically charged CG animation commenced, all players were left agape, nearly dropping their jaws. The cinematic quality of the visuals, the exquisite character modeling, and the profound, engaging narrative completely shattered their preconceived notions of games produced in Huaxia. Once they delved into actual gameplay, the ultra-refined graphics, lifelike lighting effects, the physical feedback of raindrops on their backpacks, and the profoundly immersive open-world experience left them wide-eyed. Every detail showcased the staggering technical prowess of the Xinghui engine. Fans fervently flooded Twitter, Reddit, and other social platforms with accolades. Is this graphic quality even real? I feel like I'm not playing a game, but peering into a genuine future world through the screen. Xinghui Technology is astounding. They have redefined the AAA standard with a single game. The quality of this opening animation puts many Hollywood films to shame. From today onward, I shall be a devoted follower of Xinghui Technology. This quality is beyond reproach. The XH platform and Sharky are delightful surprises. I can hardly believe this is the experience offered by a free gaming platform. Cheng is a genius. In a flash, Xinghui Technology's gaming company gained international acclaim, earning the respect and anticipation of players worldwide with its cutting-edge technological prowess and unique creativity. Chapter 36, The Alliance of Titans. The continuous influx of substantial funding not only propelled Xinghui Technology's research and development to new heights, but also infused the entire company with an almost euphoric enthusiasm. President Cheng publicly pledged to allocate 10% of the company's annual profits as year-end bonuses for all employees. Upon the announcement, all departments erupted in excitement, as this signified that as long as the company maintained its momentum, everyone would receive an extraordinarily generous return, far exceeding industry standards. In his office, Cheng had just concluded a thrilling 1v1 match in CSGO, clinching victory with a precise blind shot. Relaxed in his ergonomic chair, the victorious message on the screen still lingered when his seldom-ringing personal phone suddenly vibrated, producing a melodious chime. Few knew this number. Cheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Cheng came a fluent voice tinged with a slight German accent. "Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling?" Cheng replied, his tone calm. "Mr. Cheng, greetings. We are the organizing committee of the Cologne International Game Exhibition. We sincerely invite you and Xinghui Technology to attend as a core exhibitor at the opening gala on August 20th. We believe your company's creations perfectly align with our pursuit of innovation and excellence. The Cologne Game Exhibition is one of the largest and most influential interactive gaming and entertainment expos globally." Cheng Mo's lips curled into a smile without a hint of hesitation. "Thank you very much for your invitation. Rest assured, my team and I will be there on time." "Wonderful. We look forward to Xinghui Technology bringing surprises to players worldwide. A detailed invitation and schedule will be sent to your email shortly. Looking forward to meeting you." After hanging up, Cheng felt elated. The significance of the Cologne Game Exhibition was self-evident. It was not only a stage to showcase technology, but also an unparalleled opportunity to sweep annual awards and solidify industry standing. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking against the marble floor echoed from outside, followed by 2 rhythmic knocks at the door. Assistant CI entered, holding a document, her tall figure and professional attire appearing both capable and elegant. "President Cheng, several groups of guests have arrived in the reception area downstairs. They are all well-known gaming companies from the country, hoping to discuss collaboration with us." Suya spoke steadily, yet a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. "Collaboration?" Cheng chuckled softly, setting down his phone. "The market's reaction has exceeded our expectations. Which companies are represented?" "Almost all the prominent names have sent representatives, including Goose Factory, Easy Factory, and several promising small to medium-sized studios. They're all waiting downstairs. Let's go meet them." Cheng stood up, adjusting his collar. In the reception room, the atmosphere was both solemn and slightly tense. As Cheng pushed the door open, representatives from various companies stood in unison, their faces instantly adorned with expressions of reverence and eagerness. "Mr. Cheng, it is an honor to finally meet you. You truly embody youth and exceptional demeanor." "Mr. Cheng, I apologize for the intrusion. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us amidst your busy schedule. Cheng Mo smiled graciously, shaking hands with each outstretched hand. His demeanor calm and devoid of any semblance of arrogance. His gaze swiftly swept across the crowd, recognizing several familiar logos from major companies, while also noting some emerging faces. Suddenly, his attention lingered on a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, exuding a somewhat technical aura. Despite the latter's efforts to remain low-key, Cheng Mo recognized him at once. It was Liu Wei, one of the founders of Miyushi, affectionately known as Brother Wei by the gaming community. Cheng Mo felt a stir in his heart. At this moment, Miyushi had yet to evolve into the global titan it would later become with Genshin Impact. Still in a crucial phase filled with potential but in dire need of support. An idea rapidly took shape in his mind. He must seize this opportunity. After exchanging pleasantries, the representatives expressed their intentions, their core demands strikingly aligned. They sought authorization to utilize the Xinghui Technology's Xinghe game engine, along with core technological support for game optimization. Cheng Mo listened patiently to all their statements, pausing for a moment before clearly articulating, "I appreciate everyone's recognition of Xinghui Technology. However, our current resources and energy are indeed limited, preventing us from engaging in deep cooperation with all companies simultaneously. After preliminary evaluation, we believe that companies such as Tencent, NetEase, Miyushi, and Bilibili Games align more closely with our current objectives and will be prioritized for collaboration." As he finished speaking, the faces of representatives from the companies not mentioned instantly reflected disappointment and anxiety, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably oppressive. However, Cheng Mo shifted his tone. "Nonetheless, I urge the other parties who have not made it to the shortlist not to lose heart. Xinghui Technology is committed to advancing the entire Chinese gaming industry. We have decided to open a portion of the non-core foundational technical documentation of the Xinghe engine to the entire industry and provide a standardized game optimization technical white paper, allowing any team to learn and develop based on this foundation. In the future, we will track and assess all game projects utilizing our technical support. Those that excel and exhibit outstanding creativity will not be excluded from the possibility of comprehensive and in-depth cooperation with Xinghui Technology." His words were like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the gloom in the room. The representatives from small to medium-sized studios, who were on the verge of despair, were nearly moved to tears, expressing their gratitude with fervor. "Thank you, Mr. Cheng. This is truly a timely assistance. We are immensely grateful. We will strive to create exceptional games. We admire the vision of Xinghui Technology. The preliminary cooperation intent is hereby established." While some rejoiced, others felt disheartened, yet overall, the mood was one of jubilation. After the meeting, the representatives from various companies eagerly sought to invite Cheng Mo for dinner, but he politely declined, citing a busy work schedule. As everyone left, Cheng Mo deliberately called out to the departing Liu Wei, "Brother Wei, please hold on. Let's have a private conversation." Liu Wei, somewhat flustered, quickly waved his hands. "Mr. Cheng, you are too kind. Just call me Liu Wei or Wei." The two returned to Cheng Mo's office, where Cheng Mo got straight to the point. "I greatly admire the unique ACG, anime, comic game, DNA, and technical artistry of your team at Miyushi. Have you considered joining Xinghui Technology directly?" Liu Wei, clearly taken aback by Cheng Mo's directness, paused before responding with firm yet polite resolve. "Thank you very much for your kind offer, but our team currently wishes to maintain independent operations and explore our own path further." Cheng Mo was not surprised. He smiled slightly and raised 3 fingers. "If you join us, Xinghui can establish a wholly owned subsidiary specifically for Miyushi, allowing you substantial creative autonomy. You will also have free access to our Xinghe game engine, and I will personally invest 1.5 billion renminbi in project startup funds, with the direction left entirely to your discretion." 1.5 billion? The figure struck Liu Wei like a heavy bombshell, leaving him dizzy and nearly unable to believe his ears. For the relatively small Miyushi at that time, this was an unimaginable astronomical sum. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to articulate, "Mr. Cheng, your sincerity moves me, but our commitment to independence." Cheng Mo did not allow him to continue. Calmly retrieving a silver USB drive from his drawer and gently pushing it toward Liu Wei. "There is no need to rush your answer. Please take a look at this first." With a sense of curiosity, Liu Wei connected the USB drive to his computer, as folders opened one after another. His breathing gradually quickened. Inside was not a simple PowerPoint presentation, but rather an astonishingly extensive game proposal. Genshin Impact. The document contained an extremely detailed world-building framework, the 7 element nations, Teyvat, core gameplay mechanics, elemental reactions, open-world exploration, character designs, intricate illustrations and backstories, and even some technical implementation ideas and artistic concept art. The completeness of the concept, the intricacy of the settings, and the beauty of the visuals aligned perfectly with his vision for an ACG open-world game, even surpassing his wildest imagination. His hands trembled slightly as his eyes remained fixated on the screen, utterly captivated by the world depicted in the proposal. Cheng Mo's voice resonated at the right moment. Calm yet powerful. This project, should you and your team be willing to take it on, will receive our full support from resource optimization of the engine to global distribution channels. The previously mentioned one, $5 billion, is merely to ensure you can pursue your other brilliant ideas without worry. My ambition has never been solely to create a successful company. Rather, I aspire to elevate the Chinese gaming industry, allowing the world to play the top-tier games we produce. As Lu Wei gazed at the grand figures on the screen and listened to Cheng Mo's resolute words, the last flicker of hesitation within him evaporated completely. Passion surged within him as he abruptly raised his head, his gaze resolutely determined. Mr. Cheng, I understand now. Given your immense determination and vision, I, Lu Wei, along with all members of Miyu Shi, am willing to join Xinghui. We will do our utmost to create games that live up to your expectations and astonish the world. Excellent. Cheng Mo nodded with satisfaction. However, I would like you to agree to one condition. Please do go on. Upon Miyu Shi's integration, the brand will remain independent, with you continuing as CEO, fully responsible for management and development. I have faith in your abilities and will not interfere with your creative freedom. Every original employee, including all support staff, will be retained without layoffs, and their compensation will be significantly enhanced. Lu Wei, who had been most concerned about the team being scattered and losing his leadership, felt an immense weight lifted from his heart upon hearing Cheng Mo's promise, overwhelmed with gratitude and excitement. Mr. Cheng, I cannot thank you enough. Rest assured, I will manage the team well and lead everyone to create the best projects, ensuring you are not disappointed. Swiftly, Xinghui Technology forged strategic alliances with numerous domestic gaming giants and executed a full acquisition of Miyu Shi, a momentous event that swept across the internet like a whirlwind, eliciting seismic reactions. Major gaming media outlets, technology portals, and even financial and entertainment sectors clamored to report on this series of industry-shaking occurrences. Douyin Hot List, a powerful alliance. Xinghui Technology joins hands with domestic gaming titans to construct a new industrial ecosystem. Gaming think tank, the landscape unfolds. Xinghui Technology leads the industry towards mutual prosperity through technological openness, promising an uplift in the quality of Chinese games. Financial Weekly, Xinghui Technology's strategic layout, shifting from technological monopoly to ecological win-win. Meanwhile, in communities and social media platforms frequented by players, cheers and anticipations became the prevailing theme. Wow, is the domestic gaming industry about to take off collectively? The giants are gearing up for something monumental. Has anyone noticed? Miyu Shi has been acquired by Xinghui. Us ACG players have finally awaited this day. Tears of joy, wild cheers. Xinghui's maneuver is incredible. It not only secures its technological advantage, but also uplifts the entire industry. This is what a true industry leader embodies. Fantastic. Kudos to President Cheng. Kudos to Miyu Shi. Anticipating the new release of Honkai, and even more excited for that mysterious big reveal you have in store. So many eagerly awaited games are on the horizon. I feel like my wallet and time are about to be drained. This series of actions not only solidified Xinghui Technology's position as an industry leader, but also ignited boundless aspirations among players for the future of Chinese gaming. Chapter 37. Another revelation. Having efficiently addressed the cooperative matters with various gaming companies, Cheng Mo showed no signs of respite, exhibiting his usual decisiveness. He promptly decided to acquire the entire fourth floor of the company's prestigious office building, dedicating it to accommodate the newly welcomed Miyu Shi team. Within a week, Brother Dewey led the former Miyu Shi members, filled with excitement and anticipation, to their new abode. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a spacious and bright open-plan office, imbued with a modern technological and artistic flair. With vast floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the bustling cityscape, undoubtedly a landmark that the city takes pride in. Wow, this entire floor is ours? One employee couldn't suppress a gasp, struggling to believe the scene before them. Dawei wore an irrepressible smile, nodding affirmatively. His team members erupted with elation, having transitioned from their previously cramped workspace to a veritable dream workplace. This leap in elevation enveloped everyone in immense happiness. This is unbelievable. We can actually work in a place like this. Just mentioning it is impressive. Not just impressive. President Cheng declared that everyone's salary would be raised 15-fold starting now. Moreover, he assured that as long as the project succeeds, further increases would follow. This is simply a celestial company. Celestial treatment. Look, over there. Free snacks and drinks available in unlimited supply. A giant screen TV, a top-notch coffee machine, and even a swimming pool for employees to relax in. Am I dreaming? I've only seen this online. I never imagined it to be real. Experiencing it firsthand would be extraordinary. I admit my previous concerns were somewhat excessive. Now I declare that I have fallen in love with this place. Lu Wei raised his voice to announce a more significant piece of news. Brothers, quiet down. There's one essential announcement. President Cheng assured us that Xinghui will never interfere with any creative or design decisions made by me, Yushi. We will maintain complete independence and autonomy in our creations, allowing us to freely express our ideas and craft the gaming world of our dreams. Oh, long live President Cheng. Long live Brother Wei. The cheers nearly threatened to lift the ceiling. I can still continue working on my new game design draft. Indeed, I can hardly believe it. We are still the same as before. Amazing. I never expected I could continue creating my ACG waifu. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, Lu Wei produced that fateful silver USB drive, his expression turning earnest and filled with a sense of mission. Of course, with great freedom comes great responsibility. Now that we possess everything we've ever desired, we must put forth our utmost effort to fulfill the first and crucial task entrusted to us by President Cheng, turning this vision into reality. In a conference room, as the contents of the USB drive, a comprehensive setting collection for Genshin Impact, technical frameworks, and artistic concept art were projected onto the big screen. All core members were profoundly astonished by its grand worldview, intricate element designs, and unprecedented open-world blueprint. This is almost identical to the project of our dreams. No, it surpasses our imagination in its completeness and brilliance. Incredible. With such detailed design foundations and directional guidance, if we fail to deliver, we might as well resign collectively. The team's creative enthusiasm was thoroughly ignited, with everyone's eyes sparkling with excitement and determination. Simultaneously, within a factory fortified to military standards. In a core area, GPU chip research and development laboratory, Cheng was orchestrating another future-oriented layout. He met with the laboratory director, Dr. Wang Lei, a national treasure-level chip design expert whom Cheng recruited through Elder Zhong's connections from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. His involvement accelerated Xinghui's GPU research and development process by an astonishing 40. Under Dr. Wang Lei and his team's relentless efforts. Leveraging the advanced technology provided by the system and the ease of design etching with quantum lithography machines, Xinghui Technology successfully taped out 7nm and 5nm GPU chips. Watching the massive lithography machine, the Light Chaser X, meticulously produce GPU chips one after another on the pristine conveyor belt, experts and employees alike were exhilarated. This was crafted through their own hands, and there was no doubt they felt immense pride. This is the world's first 5nm GPU. They have forged a new future, laying a solid foundation for highly intelligent AI technology. Cheng stood behind the glass window, observing the scene before him with great satisfaction, personally naming them the XH and XHD series. These GPU chips are no ordinary products. They integrate unimaginable graphical computation capabilities and encompass several cutting-edge features, such as real-time ray tracing optimization and AI super resolution. Merely the 7nm GPU XH's comprehensive image computation capability surpasses that of the 3090 by 70%, not to mention the 5nm GPU. Its overall performance and image computation capability directly exceed that of the 3090 by more than double. Cheng swiftly instructed the business team to disclose the key performance data and some test results of these chips to select close hardware partners. Giants in the industry, including Sunstar, Huashua, Colorful, and MSI, were astonished upon evaluation, all expressing a strong willingness to collaborate, eagerly vying for the opportunity to be among the first to partner. Sunstar directly promised additional hardware technical support and capacity assurance. Huashua, Colorful, and MSI promptly submitted board design proposals based on the XH and XHD GPUs, expressing their intent to purchase core chips in bulk and hoping to gain authorization for deeper customization development, aimed at creating next-generation flagship graphics card products under their respective brands. As the collaboration deepened, the news of Xinghui Technology's successful self-developed GPU spread like wildfire. Major hardware forums and technology media were instantly ignited. The announced product line was both clear and formidable. The 7nm XH series, encompassing models XH 1100, 1200, 1300, and 1400, and the 5nm XHD series, featuring even more exceptional performance with models XHD 1500, 1600, 1700, 1800, and 1900. This revelation swept through platforms like Douyin, Bilibili, Tieba, Xinghui, and Phoenix Technology, capturing the headlines. The most significant endorsement came from the evening news broadcast at 7 p.m., where a report on China's high-tech industry innovation specifically highlighted Xinghui Technology's groundbreaking advancements in the GPU sector. Today, the domestic high-tech enterprise Xinghui Technology announced a significant technological breakthrough in the research and development of graphics processing units, GPUs, successfully launching a self-developed 5nm high-performance GPU chip, marking another victory for our nation in the realm of high-end chip design. The official media's framing elevated the prestige of Xinghui Technology and Cheng to unprecedented heights. The entire internet erupted with fervor, with comments flooding in. Xinghui has even made graphics cards, and they've leapfrogged straight to 5nm? This speed is utterly terrifying. Mr. Cheng truly is the beacon of domestic technology. I am in awe of this efficiency. Wait, a 5nm GPU? Doesn't this indirectly confirm that their CPU has already been in stable mass production at 5nm? The implications are chilling. Apart from being impressive, I have no words. Is there really someone questioning why Xinghui, which is known for CPUs, is now making GPUs? Wake up, brother. Xinghui manufactures lithography machines. From equipment to materials to design, they dominate the entire industry chain. Creating a GPU is child's play for them. Absolutely. As long as Mr. Cheng is at the helm, I will blindly believe and support. I look forward to the day when domestic graphics cards sweep the market. Xinghui Technology once again stunned the entire industry with its robust technological prowess, igniting the passion and anticipation of all its followers. Chapter 38. The cooperation with Tianyao in the global graphics card industry. The absolute dominion of Meitong and NVIDIA is akin to a vigilant network, ever keen on capturing even the slightest shifts within the market. The news of Xinghui Technology's foray into the GPU domain detonated like a bomb, causing a seismic reaction within their ranks. Reports and performance evaluation data were urgently delivered to the desks of senior executives at both companies. To their disbelief, they discovered that this Chinese company, previously renowned for its gaming and CPU prowess, had its debut XH and XHD series graphics cards displaying specifications and leaked test data that directly challenged their high-end product lines, even revealing unsettling advantages in energy efficiency and certain specific technologies. How could Xinghui Technology progress so rapidly? An executive from NVIDIA murmured in a tense meeting, his tone laced with incredulous anxiety. They could no longer regard them as mere challengers. From lithography machines to CPUs and now GPUs, they were not just catching up. They were redefining the entire market landscape. A strategic analyst at Meitong reached a conclusion that sent chills down everyone's spines. In today's tech and gaming sectors, upon hearing the name Xinghui, any enterprise inevitably feels a pang of trepidation. This company seems capable of anything, and each of its moves is silent yet lethal, altering the battlefield dynamics without a sound. Attempting to impose technological barriers against it, it retaliates with its self-developed lithography machine. Although its most advanced chip manufacturing technology has yet to be officially announced, intelligence from various sources has already deemed its 5nm capabilities an open secret. Even more despairing for its competitors is its game development efficiency. Countless game developers lament. Their game release speed is akin to making dumplings. They even skip the lengthy internal testing phase and go straight to public testing with quality that remains terrifyingly stable. At the vortex of the ever-changing global technology and gaming market, there is no doubt that the focal point revolves around Xinghui Technology and the enigmatic young man, Cheng. The immense prestige and crucial technological standing have also brought unprecedented risks. Cheng Mo's security detail has been elevated to the highest level, with elite military personnel providing covert protection at all times. A military contact once disclosed to him, "Mr. Cheng, your recent brilliance has attracted too many ill-intentioned outsiders from abroad. We have successfully intercepted and apprehended 3 batches of professional intelligence agents and saboteurs from the United States and Japan, but we cannot guarantee that there are not more lurking in the shadows." Cheng understood and cooperated. minimizing unnecessary public appearances to avoid adding extra burden to the protective efforts. However, some business collaborations are inevitably unavoidable. One day, a visitor claiming to be from Japan attempted to schedule a meeting to discuss cooperation. Upon learning of his origins, Cheng Mo's nerves instantly tensed. Could this be yet another assassin masquerading as a businessman? Just as the visitor was guided to the reception area, still several dozen meters from Cheng Mo's office, two men in plain clothes, exuding an air of competence, military protection personnel, quietly emerged, politely yet firmly blocking him 5 meters away for initial identity verification and security inquiries. Respected Mr. Cheng, we harbor no ill intentions. We have come with great sincerity to seek cooperation. The middle-aged man from Japan, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and appearing rather refined, hastily explained in fluent English, "We possess the IP rights to Resident Evil and sincerely hope to invite your company to develop a new installment in the series." A military personnel quickly approached Cheng Mo, whispering, "Mr. Cheng, the preliminary checks are complete. He is unarmed, and the identity information he provided indicates he is Wu Xiaodong, president of Tianyao Company from Japan, with a background showing him to be an ordinary businessman. However, we cannot entirely rule out the possibility that he may be coerced or utilized by third-party forces." Cheng Mo pondered for a moment and nodded. "Let him come in." "Thank you immensely for this opportunity, Mr. Cheng." Wu Xiaodong deeply bowed, respectfully handing over a thick document. "This is the draft for the Resident Evil IP licensing cooperation and all relevant legal documents for your review. Why did you choose us? What is the purpose of this?" Cheng Mo asked bluntly, his gaze piercing. Wu Xiaodong's face instantly revealed an undeniable look of worry and fatigue. "To be frank, Mr. Cheng, our company has faced severe viewer attrition and declining performance with the Resident Evil film series in recent years. I hope to leverage your company's miraculous game development capabilities to create a groundbreaking Resident Evil game, revitalizing this classic IP." He paused, his voice dropping even lower. "Furthermore, our Tianyao Company is currently on the brink of financial collapse. Collaborating with Xinghui may be our last lifeline." Cheng Mo signaled for his assistant to quickly verify the information on the other party. The feedback returned swiftly. Wu Xiaodong, a descendant of a prominent family, is indeed the head of Tianyao Company, a well-established animation and film production company currently facing serious financial difficulties. His words hold merit. Collaboration is indeed feasible. Cheng Mo made his decision with a calm, yet undeniably authoritative tone, stipulating one condition. In the future, Tianyao Company must actively collaborate with Xinghui Technology in market expansion, IP promotion, and necessary localization efforts within the Sakura Nation, paving the way for the subsequent introduction of more gaming IPs. Of course, there is absolutely no problem. Thank you so much, Mr. Cheng. The overwhelming surprise left Wu Xiaodong almost beside himself with excitement, prompting him to instinctively kneel in reverence, only to be halted by Cheng Mo's timely gesture. Securing the IP for Resident Evil invigorated Cheng Mo's thoughts, conjuring a cascade of classic names that once illuminated the annals of gaming history in his mind. Final Fantasy, Persona, Silent Hill. These invaluable IPs could potentially be integrated into Xinghui's portfolio through collaboration or acquisition in the future. Naturally, he would not overlook the promising domestic IPs either. He had already dispatched individuals to gather intelligence on potential teams or projects like Game Science, Black Myth, and Guitang. And although concrete information was yet to surface, he believed that with Xinghui's current influence and resources, uniting the finest creative minds in China was merely a matter of time. The two parties swiftly and amicably signed the cooperation agreement. Cheng Mo then promptly assigned the task of developing a new Resident Evil game, inspired by the classic Resident Evil 1, to his internal team. For Xinghui, which boasted a robust workforce and profound technical reserves, accomplishing such a project was no longer a formidable challenge. This time, Cheng Mo opted not to directly exchange a complete plan from the system. He understood that providing ready-made answers to the team each time would be akin to stunting their growth. The semi-finished concept for Genshin Impact was intended to illustrate a direction and establish a benchmark. The true aim was to cultivate a team capable of independently overcoming challenges, possessing top-tier research and development prowess. He was unafraid of the team making mistakes during development. Should errors arise, he could guide them from the perspectives of both a player and strategist, drawing upon his timeless experience. He was well-versed in every critical juncture of the Resident Evil series and the techniques for creating various horror atmospheres. Once all matters were settled, Cheng Mo leaned back in his office chair, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. His gaze fell upon the high-performance computer custom-built for him beside his desk. where the XHD 1900 graphics card, designed with 3 fans, operated steadily within its transparent glass casing. The striking black and red color scheme exuded a sense of power, and the faint glow emanating from the core resembled a beating heart, symbolizing Xinghui Technology's formidable and boundless computational prowess and future. Chapter 39, A Heated Debate. The news of the collaboration between Xinghui Technology and Tianyao Company to develop the Resident Evil IP was akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake, stirring immense, polarized waves among the gaming community and online platforms. Supporters expressed their excitement and anticipation. "This is fantastic. Resident Evil was my youth." The combination of Xinghui Technology's graphics and technical prowess with this IP is undoubtedly a winning combination. I can hardly wait. Xinghui's output is bound to be of the highest quality. I trust Mr. Cheng's vision. This collaboration will surely recreate the glory of the Resident Evil series. The production behemoth is back in action. I haven't even finished my CSGO ladder matches, and a new game is already on the horizon. Happiness has come so unexpectedly. Hey, did you get the Dragon Sniper in CSGO? Doghead. However, a contrasting and discordant outcry arose, predominantly from certain patriotic social media accounts and forum threads. I am truly baffled. Why we need to pander to the IP of a bygone era from the Sakura Nation? Is there nothing worth developing domestically? Has Xinghui Technology forgotten its roots? Earning money domestically, yet turning around to breathe life into a faded IP from Sakura? Disgusting. Unfathomable. With such technical prowess, why not focus on developing our own games or supporting domestic original IPs? Must we resort to scavenging others' leftovers? Unfollowed. I once thought this company was striving for national glory, but it turns out it's just another subservient entity. These vitriolic remarks quickly became a trending topic, although rational players were not lacking in counterarguments. Seriously, can we not criticize everything? Do you not understand commercial collaboration? Bringing back a classic IP and doing it justice is somehow subservient? Hilarious. When Xinghui Technologies, CPUs, and GPUs broke the foreign monopoly, where were your praises? You're throwing a fit over a game collaboration? Some of you must be wearing diodes around your neck. Is collaborating on development equivalent to being unpatriotic? Should we abandon globalization altogether? Just wait. When the game is released and it's a hit, these same people will be the loudest critics. Yet they will be the first to play it with enthusiasm. Nevertheless, the debate continued to escalate, with the topic of Xinghui Technology's collaboration with the Sakura Nation's IP even briefly trending on social media, showcasing a distinct divide. Amidst this cacophony in the digital realm, the central figure of the incident, Cheng, seemed to exist in an entirely different world. He was riding in a military green Jeep with a special license plate, traversing the heavily guarded Chang'an Avenue, heading towards the grand edifice that symbolizes the nation's highest honors, the Great Hall of the People. Today, he would attend a solemn national commendation ceremony. According to prior notifications, he was to be awarded the National Outstanding Youth Science and Technology Contribution Award, recognizing his groundbreaking contributions in the fields of high-end chips, graphics processing, and interactive entertainment technology. The vehicle came to a smooth stop. Cheng Montak, clad in a well-tailored dark Zhongshan suit, stepped out with an upright posture. He gazed up at the majestic building with a solemn expression, then raised his arm to salute the officer stationed at the entrance of the Great Hall with a precise military salute. 2 officers, their gazes penetrating, promptly returned the salute with equal precision. In that moment, words were unnecessary. A profound sense of honor and responsibility permeated the air. As he stepped inside the Great Hall, he was greeted by a vast and imposing interior, with the national emblem prominently displayed, vibrant red flags flanking both sides, and the opulent decor harmoniously blending with the solemn atmosphere, instilling a sense of awe and pride. A staff member, wearing a badge and a suit, had been waiting there and quickly approached Cheng upon his arrival, speaking with a respectful yet warm tone. "Comrade Cheng, greetings. Your seat is over here. Please follow me." Cheng shook his hand and was then escorted to the front row of the assembly. Upon taking his designated seat in the second row, he glanced around and couldn't help but smile knowingly. It was indeed a gathering of familiar faces. To his left sat Yu Qingdong, the general of Huawei, while to his right was Lei Jun of Xiaomi Technology. The 2 titans of the tech industry had evidently noticed him as well. Yu Qingdong was the first to turn towards him, lowering his voice with a smile. "Mr. Cheng, we meet again. Your impact seems to grow with each passing occasion. I've heard you've even developed a graphics card. Truly impressive." Cheng humbly replied, "Mr. Yu, you flatter me. You are a pioneer. and we have much to learn from Huawei. To his right, Lei Jun leaned in, his eyes sparkling with entrepreneurial zeal. Mr. Cheng, the performance of your CPUs and GPUs is truly astonishing. We at Xiaomi are very much looking forward to deeper hardware collaborations with Xinghui in the realms of smart electric vehicles and all ecosystem devices. You're too kind, Mr. Lei. Xinghui has always maintained an open stance and looks forward to exploring the future alongside innovative enterprises like Xiaomi. Cheng responded with composure. The three leading figures in China's technology sector engaged in low-key discussions before the commencement of the ceremony, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a small-scale industry summit. Soon, the lighting in the venue shifted, and the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn. The clock struck 8 o'clock in the morning, marking the official commencement of the awards ceremony. On the podium, all the esteemed leaders took their seats. At the side, the host, holding a script, delivered the opening remarks in a resonant and steady voice, reflecting on the remarkable achievements the nation has attained in the realm of technology over recent years. Subsequently, the audience rose to their feet and sang the national anthem, its majestic melody reverberating throughout the grand hall, stirring the hearts of all present. Once the anthem concluded, everyone took their seats, and the meeting transitioned to its most pivotal segment, the award presentation. The host began to introduce the awards and their recipients with a tone imbued with respect. The first to ascend the stage was the renowned materials scientist, Dr. Li Ziyue. Dr. Li has dedicated herself to the research of nanomaterials, achieving significant breakthroughs in novel nano-energy storage materials, which hold great importance for the development of China's new energy industry. The host's voice echoed in the hall. Under the spotlight, a woman in her 40s, exuding an intellectual charm, gracefully made her way to the podium, clad in a deep blue academic gown. She wore a gentle smile as she received the certificate and medal from the awarding leaders. The audience erupted into warm applause, with many researchers in the field of materials science rising to honor her. Thank you for the honor bestowed upon me by the nation, Dr. Li's voice was clear and resolute. This honor belongs to the entire team, to all the researchers who have toiled silently in the field of nanomaterials. We will continue to strive to contribute to the advancement of our country's new materials industry. Next to take the stage was Professor Zhang Weiming, an eminent figure in the biomedical field. He has made significant strides in the clinical application of gene editing technology, with his novel gene therapy methods successfully curing multiple patients afflicted with rare genetic diseases. Professor Zhang appeared slightly lean, yet his gaze was piercing. This honor is not only a recognition of past endeavors, but also a motivation for future research. We will continue to explore the mysteries of life sciences and make even greater contributions to human health. Following him were several other distinguished scientists, including researcher Wang Zihan, who has made outstanding contributions to the foundational theories of artificial intelligence, and senior engineer Zhao Haiyang, who achieved significant technological breakthroughs in deep-sea exploration equipment, among many others. Each awardee stood as a paragon in their respective fields, their research accomplishments epitomizing the pinnacle of Chinese technology. The applause from the audience was incessant, with all attendees feeling an overwhelming pride in the exceptional achievements of these technological pioneers. Cheng sat quietly in the audience, attentively listening to the introduction of each award recipient, his eyes reflecting genuine admiration. These scientists have labored diligently in their respective domains for many years. Their work may not directly reach consumers like the products of Xinghui Technology, yet it forms a crucial bedrock of the nation's technological prowess. The awards ceremony lasted for about an hour and a half, with over 20 technology professionals having ascended the stage to receive their accolades. Their fields of research spanned new materials, biomedicine, artificial intelligence, high-end equipment, and fundamental physics, showcasing the robust and comprehensive advancement of Chinese technology. As the meeting progressed into its latter half, the host's speech momentarily paused, his tone becoming even more solemn. The next award we are about to present is rather special. It is not awarded for a specific technological breakthrough, but is conferred upon an outstanding young scientist who has made disruptive innovations across multiple cutting-edge technological fields. The audience fell silent, their attention fully captured, as Yuan Lei, seated beside Cheng exchanged knowing smiles filled with anticipation. This scientist, through his exceptional innovative capacity, has achieved groundbreaking advancements in high-end chip design, advanced manufacturing processes, and graphic processing technologies within a remarkably short time. The products launched by his enterprise not only shattered long-standing foreign technological monopolies, but also garnered widespread global attention. The host's voice grew increasingly fervent. What is even more remarkable is that this scientist is still quite young. His achievements illuminate the future and hope of Chinese technology. He is none other than Cheng Mo of Xinghui Technology Company, Limited. The host's voice reverberated through the state-of-the-art sound system, each word resonating with undeniable weight. The sound waves swept through the ears of every attendee in the grand hall. The dazzling spotlight pivoted, precisely illuminating a youthful figure in the middle of the second row. In that moment, he became the absolute center of attention in the entire venue. Cheng Mo felt his heartbeat quicken, the sound of blood rushing in his ears. Yet he exhibited no outward signs of his inner tumult, merely taking a barely audible deep breath to suppress the surging waves within his chest. With composure, he raised his hand, swiftly adjusting the lapels of his deep blue suit and the knot of his tie, then stood tall. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon him, some filled with scrutiny and admiration from the judges and industry luminaries on the podium, others reflecting astonishment and encouragement from you and lay beside him, and many more from attendees behind him, mingling curiosity, respect, and awe. A humble yet confident smile graced his face as he maintained a tranquil gaze and stepped forward, steadily walking down the deep red carpeted aisle towards the resplendent stage. His strides were steady, making only a faint sound as his shoes met the carpet. As he walked, he could sense the complex emotions embedded in those gazes. Awe for the young genius, respect for his groundbreaking contributions, and boundless anticipation for the future of national technology. Upon reaching the stage steps, he first shook hands with the award presenters, all esteemed figures in the tech community, heads of significant academic institutions, and authorities in their respective fields. When he reached an elder with a resolute demeanor and penetrating gaze, the elder gripped his hand with particular strength, revealing unmistakable pride and recognition in his eyes. Cheng Mo recognized him as General Lin, the head of a prominent laboratory who had previously visited Xinghui Technology and expressed immense interest in the military potential of quantum lithography machines. The two exchanged nods and smiles of acknowledgement. He then made his way to the center of the stage. Awaiting him was the highest-ranking honor bestower of this award ceremony, the director of the National Science and Technology Innovation Committee. This venerable figure, representing the pinnacle of honor within the domestic scientific community, wore a solemn yet warm smile and extended his hand. At the moment their hands clasped tightly, Cheng Mo felt an indescribable weight and sense of responsibility coursing through their connected palms. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience like a tidal wave, nearly shaking the very dome of the hall. Flashbulbs flickered wildly, illuminating the stage as if it were daylight, capturing this historic moment. What thrilled him even more was the ceremony that followed. The committee director personally presented him with a hefty certificate embossed with a solemn emblem, recognizing him with the Distinguished Young Scientist Contribution Award of Huagua. He then retrieved a glimmering, exquisitely designed medal from the tray held by the ceremonial staff and solemnly adorned it upon his chest. This honor, conferred by the highest administrative body of the domestic scientific community, far surpasses the significance and prestige of any previous awards received by others. The host's impassioned voice resounded once more throughout the hall, amplified by the sound system, echoing in every corner. Let us extend our warmest applause and tribute to Comrade Cheng Mo. With his exceptional talent and selfless dedication, he has unreservedly applied cutting-edge technology to advance the critical sectors of the nation. Remarkable breakthroughs have been achieved in high-performance computing, advanced manufacturing processes, and foundational algorithm architectures. Such a young scientist is the true star that our era should pursue, a paragon and pride on the path to national rejuvenation. The applause surged once again like a storm, lasting nearly a minute. Cheng Mo faced the audience, bowing deeply in every direction to express his heartfelt gratitude and humility. Holding his certificate and medal, he prepared to step down from the stage. However, just as he reached the edge of the steps, the host's voice, infused with mirth and a higher pitch, rang out once more. Comrade Cheng Mo, please stay. Here, we must ceremoniously announce that you are also the recipient of this year's National Science and Technology Innovation Award. Cheng Montak's footsteps halted instantaneously, a touch of surprise and astonishment gracing his visage as he turned to look back. The committee chairman and other guests on stage wore benevolent smiles, the chairman nodding at him with an expression that seemed to convey, "Young man, your moment of honor is not yet concluded." He had no choice but to return to the center of the stage once more. The spotlight refocused, and the applause grew even more fervent, interspersed with incredulous gasps from some attendees. Below, President Yu and Lei Bus exchanged knowing smiles, clapping vigorously while shaking their heads, both in admiration of this unprecedented honor and genuinely happy for Cheng Mo. Yet this was merely a jaw-dropping beginning. Subsequently, the host's resonant voice, akin to unveiling a series of significant surprises, announced an array of additional awards. Furthermore, in recognition of Comrade Cheng Mo's exceptional achievements in transforming cutting-edge technological theories into practical productivity, the committee has unanimously decided to bestow upon him the Outstanding Contribution Award for Technology Transformation. The gasps and applause had yet to subside when the host's voice rose again. In light of Xinghui Technology Company Limited's absolute leadership in the interactive entertainment sector, particularly in core engine technology and its pioneering promotion of global cultural output, we hereby present the International Technology Cooperation and Cultural Output Award. Some in the audience could no longer contain their whispers, while the media's cameras remained fixated on Cheng Mo's face. To honor Comrade Cheng Mo for establishing a technology enterprise with world-class competitiveness and industry-disruptive influence in an incredibly short time, the Outstanding Entrepreneur Award is hereby conferred. The applause crescendoed, elevating the atmosphere of the entire venue to one climax after another. Finally, the host, in a tone reminiscent of announcing the grand prize, declared loudly, "Considering Comrade Cheng Mo's epic-making disruptive innovations across multiple interdisciplinary fields, his contributions far exceed what any single award can encompass." After unanimous resolution by all committee members, we are breaking the norm to bestow this year's highest honor, the annual Science and Technology Innovation Medal. This medal is exclusively awarded to individuals who have made milestone contributions to the nation's scientific and technological progress. With each award name announced, the audience erupted into even more intense gasps and nearly unceasing enthusiastic applause. Cheng Mo paced back and forth on stage, receiving beautifully designed certificates and gleaming medals from various presenters. His hands quickly filled with these symbols of unparalleled honor, almost too heavy to bear. The dazzling lights continued to envelop him, while the media's cameras flashed chaotically like a torrential downpour. The shudder sounds dense and relentless, with several ecstatic photographers disregarding decorum to push their lenses as close as possible, attempting to capture every subtle expression on his face. Cheng Mo maintained a poised yet slightly humble smile, continually acknowledging the audience and the presenters, but deep within, a small voice murmured, "Did President Yu not hint at a potential grand prize? Just how many are there, and can I collect them all at once?" Simultaneously, a more practical thought crossed his mind. "Dear professors, please ensure I look handsome in the photos, find the right angles. Thank you. Those with Nikons are so close. Are they even able to focus?" This national-level technology gala was broadcast in high-definition live coverage through the nation's most influential official media platforms. Meanwhile, a few thousand miles away, a small family debate at high school student Wang Ming's home was reaching a boiling point. This week, school was unexpectedly on break, and he had just opened his computer, immersing himself in the world of CS. Go for less than half an hour when his mother's voice erupted from behind him like the footsteps of an enemy. "Play. Play, play. All you do is play. Can this game put food on the table? Can it help you score better on your college entrance exam?" His mother, hands on her hips, scolded him disapprovingly. "Look at others. Those who make games are impressive. Even if they just create games to attract you young people, to earn your money and waste your time. Mom, this is completely different." Wang Ming attempted to pause the game to argue, his tone urgent. "This is a game by Xinghui Technology. It uses their self-developed Xingchuan engine. Do you know Mr. Cheng Mo? He is a true technological genius, working on core technologies. He doesn't just make games. I don't care who Cheng Mo or Li Dong is." His mother's voice soared an octave. "If he is so impressive, why isn't he on the news? Why haven't we seen him receive an award from our Huaxia? Why don't you learn from those engaged in scientific research? If you had even half of his success, I wouldn't say a word and let you play every day." Wang Ming was momentarily speechless, pondering how to continue his rebuttal when his gaze unconsciously darted to the smart TV in the living room that was streaming an internet channel. On the screen, a grand and solemn venue came into view, with the host articulating the award speeches with precision, and the young man standing at the center of the stage, adorned with medals and holding a thick stack of certificates, bore a remarkably familiar face. "Mom, look at the TV," Wang Ming exclaimed, nearly leaping from his chair, his voice rising in pitch. "Mr. Cheng. It's Mr. Cheng. He is really on TV. The nation is awarding him. Oh my gosh, so many awards." His mother was startled by her son's sudden excitement and turned her head in confusion to glance at the TV screen. As the image clearly presented the solemn backdrop of the venue, the authoritative figures in the technology sector that she usually only saw in the news, and the gleaming, weighty medals and certificates in Cheng Mo's hands, She was momentarily dumbfounded. The expression on her face shifted from dissatisfaction and doubt to shock, then to disbelief. Her mouth agape. She pointed at the television screen, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long while. The previous criticisms and doubts seemed utterly feeble in the face of this undeniable reality. The scene of Cheng Mo single-handedly claiming 7 top domestic technology awards was swiftly captured by quick-witted netizens, who created GIFs, short videos, and long posts, causing this moment to explode across the internet like a viral sensation in no time. Major social media platforms, news apps, and technology forums were completely inundated with this overwhelming news. Trending search confirmed Cheng Mo's Grand Slam of National Science Awards, where those who mindlessly criticized Xinghui Technology and Mr. Cheng for being small-minded and unpatriotic. Come out and see clearly. This is a level of recognition. Does it hurt your pride? Mr. Cheng is amazing. For the nation and the people, selflessly dedicated. This is the star that we young people should aspire to. This is the true pinnacle of success. Mr. Cheng, may I timidly inquire, could we perhaps receive a discount on the upcoming skin case for CSGO? Considering how delighted I am for you today. Dog head for safety. Good heavens, I am simply astounded. While others receive awards one by one, Mr. Cheng seems to be running a wholesale operation, monopolizing accolades. 7 prestigious awards. Surely, this must be a record-breaking feat. Unprecedented. To my friends upstairs, don't even think about a discount. Haven't you seen the previous special reports? Mr. Cheng has generously authorized some of the most lucrative foundational technologies to relevant strategic projects within Huaxia. If there were any further discounts, Xinghui Technology might very well end up losing even their undergarments. Haha, this is a truly national entrepreneur. What more can be said? To be invincible is such a lonely position. We can only blame Xinghui Technology and Mr. Cheng for being so formidable that not granting additional awards would make the judging committee seem miserly. This thunderous national-level recognition strikes like a series of resounding and heavy slaps on the faces of all those who previously followed the trend to smear and question the technology of Xinghui and Mr. Cheng's patriotism and vision, regardless of their previous eloquence and attempts to sway public opinion. In the face of this weighty and radiant honor bestowed by the highest authoritative body in the national technology sector, any slander appears utterly feeble and laughably absurd. Many detractors can only silently and awkwardly delete their previous remarks, retreating to the shadows, utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, the vast community of players and supporters of Xinghui Technology finds themselves immersed in an unprecedented revelry. Brothers, save the video. The next time my mother says that playing games is a waste of ambition, I will play this awards ceremony video on loop for her. I'll tell her that I am actively supporting the development of the country's high-tech industry and cultural export. Ha, brother, wake up. This award is for Mr. Cheng, not for you. What good will looping it do? Does this honor come with a distribution for every household? I don't care. I share in Mr. Cheng's glory and disgrace. His honor is a collective honor for all of us Xinghui players. We stand united. Manual Doghead. Indeed, count me in. I want one too. Mr. Cheng is amazing. Voice breaking again. From this day forth, Cheng Mo is my sole idol. What celebrities and idols? In the presence of true hardcore strength and national honor, they must step aside. This award is far too few. Let us not let those petty detractors look down upon us. Let us each have one. Comedic. In this moment, Cheng Mo and his Xinghui Technology, buoyed by these 7 weighty supreme honors, have ascended to an unprecedented and incomparable zenith. He is no longer merely a celebrity confined to the gaming or technology circles. He has truly broken barriers, becoming a nationally recognized hero and role model embodying the spirit of the era. Chapter 41, Class Reunion. Hello, old Cheng. I guess I should now call you Boss Cheng. Ha! Congratulations. The news is flooding the screens. The familiar loud voice on the other end, filled with genuine teasing and joy, brought a smile to Cheng Mo's face. It was his college buddy He-Wei, his dorm mate from the upper bunk, with whom he had once battled through all-nighters at internet cafes and crammed for finals. Cut that out, He-Wei. Where are you? It's been ages since we last saw each other. How about we go out for a bite? Cheng Montauk replied, his tone light, as if he were still that youthful boy from years ago. Oh, come on. I thought you'd become a big boss, swamped with work, and had forgotten about us old classmates. Would you even care to join us for street food? He-Wei joked, though his happiness was hard to conceal. Get lost. Even the biggest bosses need to eat, right? How has work been treating you? Oh, just the usual, muddling through at a small company, getting tormented by the clients. It's not comparable to your world-changing endeavors. A hint of unnoticeable sentiment crept into He Wei's voice before he shifted gears. By the way, on a serious note, we're having a class reunion the day after tomorrow, organized by the class monitor. Are you coming? Everyone's been looking forward to it. A class reunion? Cheng Mo paused. A myriad of youthful faces and the wild moments they shared flashed through his mind, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. I must attend. It's been far too long since I've seen everyone. Then it's settled. We have to drink well together. We're not leaving until we're drunk. He Wei excitedly confirmed. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Mo pressed the intercom button. So yeah, I have a college reunion the day after tomorrow. I shouldn't have any important engagements, right? The office door swung open, and Suya, dressed in professional attire, entered with a tablet in hand. After a quick check, she reported, Mr. Cheng, you have no important appointments over the next few days. Your schedule is flexible. Great. Then the company is in your capable hands. Cheng Mo replied, donning his coat before rising to leave. Huh, Mr. Cheng, it's only 3 in the afternoon. Suya hadn't quite registered what was happening as Cheng Mo had already slipped out of the office like a gust of wind, leaving behind his figure and a smile that seemed to say, the company relies on you. Thank you for your hard work. After such an intense work period, he truly needed to unwind. He promptly reserved an imperial-level, full-body massage package at the city's finest spa, in the private and tranquil VIP treatment room. Accompanied by ethereal music and the subtle fragrance of botanical essential oils, the skilled technician worked with precision and just the right amount of pressure. Cheng Mo lay on the massage table, gradually emptying his mind, releasing all the complexities regarding work, technology, and strategy, focusing solely on the exquisite relaxation coursing through his muscles, even drifting into a brief slumber. Upon the conclusion of the massage, he felt rejuvenated, all fatigue swept away. He picked up his phone, scrolling to a familiar number, and dialed. Oh, hello. A slightly lazy yet melodious female voice came through, as if just awakening. Hello, it's me, Cheng Mo. He couldn't help but soften his tone. Hope I'm not interrupting your rest? No worries, I just had a quick nap. What is up? Yu Yaoshi's voice sharpened with curiosity. The day after tomorrow, I'm having a college reunion. They all mentioned bringing family or partners. I wanted to ask if you'd like to join me? Cheng Mo's tone held an unusual hint of tentative nervousness. There was a 2-second silence on the other end before a reply, filled with warmth, emerged, of course. It would be nice to witness the charm of Cheng Mo from his university days. After confirming the time and place, Cheng Mo happily hung up the phone. On the evening of the reunion, he drove to pick up the elegantly dressed Yu Yaoshi. She wore a simple, yet stylish champagne-colored dress. Her softly curled hair cascading over her shoulders, with just a hint of makeup, looking stunningly radiant. Cheng Mo, in a casual yet exquisite Hermenegildo Zegna suit, radiated understated elegance. As they entered the reserved hotel private room hand in hand, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent for a moment. All eyes instinctively turned towards them. First landing on the handsome Cheng Mo, but nearly everyone was captivated by his dazzling companion beside him. Wow, Cheng Mo, it's really you. Old Cheng, over here. After a brief pause, the room erupted into enthusiastic greetings, especially from the boys, their envy practically spilling over. The class monitor approached first, giving Cheng Mo a hearty pat on the shoulder. You rascal, it's harder to catch a glimpse of you than to meet with the leaders. Yet, within that familiar warmth, there seemed to linger a subtle hint of awkwardness and politeness. Cheng Mo greeted the old classmates who had gathered around him with a smile, acutely aware that, despite their efforts to maintain the camaraderie of their university days, an invisible distance had begun to manifest. Their gazes held curiosity, admiration, envy, and a trace of instinctive caution and respect one typically reserves for prominent figures. It was evident that nearly everyone was aware, through recent news, that the illustrious Cheng Mo, founder of Xinghui Technology, recognized by the state and single-handedly reshaping the industry landscape, was none other than a classmate before them. As pleasantries were exchanged, they marveled at the swift passage of time. Those classmates who once wore expressions of naivete and innocence had now, for the most part, been tempered by the trials of society into more mature and composed individuals, their mannerisms imbued with a touch of shrewdness and sophistication. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually warmed, and some began to boldly jest about Cheng Mo and Yu Yaoshi, teasing whether the two were a couple. Yu Yaoshi handled it with grace, responding aptly and garnering further praise from the crowd. However, a dissonant note lingered. Diao Guan, the wealthy second-generation scion whose family owned a factory and had been notably ostentatious during their college years, wore a distinctly sour expression at that moment. Having unsuccessfully pursued the campus belle back in school, He had hoped to flaunt his newly acquired Porsche 911 and the gold watch on his wrist at this gathering to reclaim some lost face. To his dismay, all the attention had been usurped by Cheng Mo and his strikingly beautiful companion. What irked him further was his ignorance of Xinghui Technology's impressive stature. He merely thought Cheng Mo had stumbled upon some good fortune in starting a small company. "Hey, Cheng Mo, where are you working now? I heard you started your own company?" Zhao Kun swirled his drink, his tone laced with evident provocation. "Business isn't easy, you know. Do you need me to lend a hand? Don't let it get so tough that even your gorgeous girlfriend suffers along with you." His eyes brazenly roamed over Yu Yaoshi as he spoke. The atmosphere in the private room chilled instantly. Several classmates' expressions shifted, furtively tugging at Zhao Kun's sleeve and murmuring cautions. "Kun go, maybe you should tone it down a bit. Cheng Mo is now." Yet Zhao Kun paid no heed and raised his voice instead. "Why are you tugging at me? Did I say something wrong? We're all old classmates. Shouldn't we help each other out? Cheng Mo, if you're in trouble, just tell me. Don't hold back." At that moment, Hiwei, who had been simmering with anger, suddenly stood up, his face flushed. "Zhao Kun, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any idea how incredible Cheng Mo is right now? You think he needs your help? Your 10 factories wouldn't even be worth a single chip from Xinghui Technology." He turned to the bewildered Zhao Kun and a few classmates who seemed equally clueless. His excitement akin to delivering an award speech. "Xinghui Technology. Do you even know? Their CPUs and GPUs rank among the world's best. They manufacture their own lithography machines. The state has awarded them, and they were featured on CCTV News for nearly 10 minutes. The games you play like CSGO and Sekiro were developed by their company. Cheng Mo is a titan in our country." He emphatically gave a thumbs up. Zhao Kun was left speechless, his face alternating between crimson and pale, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. The brashness he had displayed moments ago was extinguished, leaving only a sense of incredulous embarrassment. The other classmates began to murmur among themselves, their gazes toward Cheng Mo now tinged with reverence. Cheng Mo gently patted his excited friend Hiwei, urging him to sit down. He then turned his calm, teasing gaze toward the flustered Zhao Kun, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Thank you for your kind offer, but it's not necessary at the moment. Actually, my family situation might be quite similar to yours. My father is Cheng Tianhai." Cheng Tianhai, a classmate attuned to financial news, gasped in astonishment. "Is it the Cheng Tianhai of Cheng Corporation?" Cheng Mo nodded slightly. In an instant, everyone was completely stunned. Cheng Tianhai, a renowned industrialist ranked among the most prominent figures both in the province and nationwide, a true old money magnate. Zhao Kun's factory seemed like a mere dinghy in comparison to Cheng Corporation's aircraft carrier. The disparity between the two second-generation heirs was staggering. While Zhao Kun relied on his family, Cheng Mo had forged an astonishing career far surpassing that of his predecessors, with a wealth that was nothing short of staggering. At that moment, Zhao Kun wished he could find a hole to hide in. His previous remarks had become an enormous joke. The gathering approached its conclusion amidst this subtle atmosphere of shock and envy. Cheng Mo and Yu Yaoshi rose to bid farewell, stepping out of the hotel under the complex gazes of their old classmates. Outside, a sleek, aggressive BMW M4 Thunder Edition stood quietly, its parrot purple body glistening with understated luxury under the lights. Cheng Mo gallantly opened the passenger door for Yu Yaoshi, waiting for her to settle in before taking his place in the driver's seat. The engine roared to life with a deep, powerful growl, reminiscent of a beast awakening. As the streamlined sports car merged into the traffic, leaving behind a dazzling arc of tail lights and a group of old classmates with complicated emotions, the nightscape of the city unfolded like a flowing tapestry of brilliance. Towering buildings adorned with massive LED screens shifted through vibrant colors, while the winding elevated roads and bustling streets traced golden light trails. Neon signs flickered incessantly, stitching together the urban splendor and allure, casting reflections upon the faces of the two inside the BMW M4, in stark contrast to the clamorous and frigid world outside. The atmosphere within the car was tinged with a quiet intimacy. Cheng Mo, focused on the road ahead, occasionally stole glances at Yu Yaoshi, who appeared even more graceful under the neon glow. Suddenly, a soft gurgling sound broke the silence. Cheng Mo smiled slightly, shattering the tranquility. "You seemed preoccupied at the gathering. I didn't see you eat much. Are you hungry?" Yu Yaoshi instinctively shook her head. "Not really." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her rebellious stomach emitted a clearer gurgle, protesting against her words. A delightful blush spread across her cheeks accentuated by the shifting lights outside, making her appear particularly charming. Embarrassed, she softly confessed, "All right, maybe just a little." Observing her flustered and helplessly shy demeanor, Cheng Mo felt a string in his heart resonate powerfully. How could there be such a lovely and genuine girl in the world? An overwhelming urge surged within him, compelling him to reach out and gently pinch her rosy cheek. To confirm the existence of this beautiful moment, Cheng Mo parked by the roadside of a night market. His body seemed to react instinctively, leaning slightly towards the passenger seat. Closing the distance between them, the confines of the car were already limited, yet at this moment, the atmosphere became almost palpable, suffused with a delicate fragrance emanating from Yu Yaoshi, reminiscent of gardenias mingled with the sweetness of milk candy. Cheng Mo suddenly snapped back to reality. Realizing his momentary lapse in focus and the proximity between them, a wave of guilt for taking advantage of her vulnerability washing over him. He immediately shook his head, forcing himself to regain composure, straightening his posture and directing his gaze somewhat awkwardly at the road ahead. Yu Yaoshi seemed to sense his earlier closeness and his current restraint. She lifted her head, her clear, bright eyes gazing at Cheng Mo's sharply defined profile, before quickly lowering her gaze, as if having made a resolute decision. She parted her lips, adorned with a hint of pale pink lip gloss, reminiscent of cherry blossom jelly, and spoke with surprising candor. "Cheng Mo, I don't quite know what it feels like to like someone." Her voice was soft yet unmistakably clear to Cheng Mo's ears. "But I do know that I don't dislike you at all. In fact, I look forward to seeing you. We both have our own work to attend to, yet you always manage to carve out time for me. Moreover, every time we are together, even if it's just quietly sitting in the car as we are now, I feel incredibly relaxed and genuinely happy." She paused, as if gathering her courage, then raised her head, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. "If you don't mind me, I think we could try dating." Having uttered these words, it seemed she had exhausted all her bravery. She extended her pale, slender arm, trembling yet resolute, and wrapped it around Cheng Mo's neck, pressing her slightly flushed cheek against his shoulder. Feeling the warmth radiating from her neck and the delightful scent enveloping her, Cheng Mo's mind momentarily blanked. The girl had poured her heart out and taken such an initiative. If he hesitated any longer, would he still be considered man? To hell with taking things slow. To hell with the notion that haste makes waste. If he waited any longer, he might find there would be nothing left to grasp. In that instant, all doubts and rational thoughts were cast aside. Cheng Mo gradually lowered his head, and Yu Yaoshi slightly tilted hers upward. Their faces drew closer in the dim light of the car, close enough to feel each other's warm breaths gently caressing their skin, their sweet fragrances intertwining to weave an invisible, heart-fluttering web. Cheng Mo's heart raced. Truth be told, this could very well be his first genuine kiss. He awkwardly tilted his head, parting his lips slightly as he leaned in towards her enticing, rosy lips. Just as their lips were about to meet, a sharp, urgent ringtone pierced the intimate atmosphere like an unwelcome alarm, shattering the warmth and tension within the vehicle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Both of them jumped at the sudden sound, akin to startled fawns, instinctively pulling away from each other, their faces flushed with the remnants of embarrassment and frustration at the interruption. Cheng Mo glanced at the caller ID. It was Suya, his brow furrowed, a surge of uncontainable anger rising within him as he prepared to hang up on this call that had ruined the moment. "Wait," Yu Yaoshi gently pressed his hand down, her breath still somewhat unsteady, yet her gaze had regained clarity and understanding. "Answer it. It's late, so it must be something urgent from the company." Cheng Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation, and reluctantly swiped to answer, his tone inevitably tinged with a hint of coldness. "Hello? What is it?" On the other end, Suya's voice was unusually frantic, even imbued with an unprecedented gravity. "President Cheng, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this hour, but the situation is critical. Just half an hour ago, Meitong and Xinghui simultaneously held an online press conference to launch their new generation flagship graphics card. With an aggressively competitive price, Cheng Mu's gaze sharpened instantly. Suya continued, "That is not even the worst part. Almost simultaneously, we received an official legal notice from a Steam platform. They are formally suing Xinghui Technology, claiming that our CSGO has stolen their commercial secrets from Counter-Strike. Global offensive under the pretense of absurd game codes and core gameplay." Cheng Mo's expression froze in icy resolve. The launch of Meitong and Xinghui's new products could be dismissed as standard competitive practice, but this sudden, baseless lawsuit from Steam, timed so impeccably, was undoubtedly no mere coincidence. "I understand." Cheng Mo's voice was chillingly calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Notify all relevant department heads. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., in the first conference room. We will hold an emergency meeting. Understood, President Cheng. After hanging up, the once tender atmosphere in the car had dissipated entirely, replaced by a suffocating sense of impending storm. Cheng Mo gripped the steering wheel, his fingers tightening slightly. The situation in the beautiful nation had finally reached a boiling point, orchestrating covert maneuvers against them. This combination of tactics was swift and ruthless, clearly premeditated. He safely dropped Yu Yaoshi off at the entrance of her apartment building. We've arrived. Cheng Mo's voice softened slightly, yet the gravity in his brow remained unmistakable. Yu Yaoshi, observing his top profile, sensed his inner turmoil. She refrained from probing further, simply leaning in to embrace him gently, her voice tender yet resolute. Don't worry too much. Things will work out. Get some rest. This sudden, comforting embrace felt like a warm current, momentarily dispelling the chill in Cheng Mo's heart. He returned the hug, murmuring in my know, "Good night, good night." Watching Yu Yaoshi enter the building, the softness on Cheng Mo's face quickly vanished, replaced by a cold sharpness. He pulled out his phone and dialed Suya once more. Gather all publicly available information and internal assessments regarding Meitong, Xinghui's new products, and the lawsuit from Valve. Send it to my email in an hour. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, at the headquarters of Steam, CEO Gabe Newell was livid, shouting at the person on the other end of the screen. How much longer until our self-developed Counter-Strike reboot is ready for release? Does it take this long to make a game? Useless. The company has no need for incompetence. His corpulent frame trembled slightly with rage. He then dialed another number. Reaching the head of Steam's Asia-Pacific division, the American-born Chinese Hiyujia. Li, how are things progressing on your end? Newell's voice was laden with an unmistakable pressure. On the other end, Hiyujia's tone was respectful yet laced with flattery. Mr. Newell, please rest assured. The official announcement regarding the accusations has been released to major gaming media as planned, and public opinion is beginning to brew. The evidence we've prepared, including the so-called CSGO imitation development documents, has also been completed and submitted to the court. Most importantly, we have already greased the wheels with political donations and other channels regarding the judge in the beautiful nation. This lawsuit, regardless of the facts, will be sufficient to bog down Xinghui Technology for a considerable time, leaving them in disarray in the international market. Newell snorted coldly, his tones softening slightly. It better be so. I do not wish to see any unexpected developments. They must be made aware of who truly reigns supreme in this domain. Understood. I shall not disappoint you in the slightest. A vast net, woven from the collusion of commercial titans and judicial injustice, has already been quietly cast against Starlight Technology. At this moment, Cheng Mo is driving through the icy night of the magical city, his gaze fierce and resolute, preparing to confront this sudden tempest. Chapter 43, Cooperative Win-Win. The two colossal graphics card giants, Meitong and Xinghui, have nearly simultaneously announced the impending release of their next-generation graphics cards. Akin to dropping two deep-sea bombs into the already turbulent waters of the tech industry, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of digital enthusiasts and gamers worldwide. Discussion au Majortech Forum. Social media platforms and digital sections of video sites are surging with an astonishing velocity. Ha ha ha. I told you old Huang was merely stringing us along. Now he has been forced to act by Starlight Technology, hasn't he? This is what we call healthy competition. As manufacturers vie with each other, it is we, the consumers, who ultimately benefit. Let us see if Starlight's XHD series is more formidable or if Xinghui's 40 series reigns supreme. Perhaps old Huang, in a fit of desperation, will unveil the long-anticipated 50 series graphics card. If that happens, I shall gladly dub CEO Cheng the most potent catalyst. All of this is thanks to Starlight Technology. They have shattered years of monopoly, compelling the giants to showcase their true capabilities. Thank you, CEO Cheng, for being a true national enterprise that seeks the welfare of the people. In no time, messages of gratitude towards Starlight Technology and CEO Cheng flooded the screen, with a palpable sense of national pride pervading the discourse. However, within the communities of gamers, forums, and various gaming platforms, an entirely different, tense atmosphere prevailed. An official announcement from the Steam platform fell like a bucket of ice water upon the heads of all those anticipating the future of CSGO. Official announcement, in light of Starlight Technology Company Limited S-Game CSGO, which is suspected of stealing and plagiarizing our core trade secrets and design blueprints from Counter-Strike. Global offensive for illegal commercial purposes. We have formally filed a lawsuit in the local court of a DAS state. Beautiful country. We demand that Starlight Technology immediately delist and cease operations of the CSGO game worldwide. while reserving the right to pursue all legal responsibilities. This announcement ignited the fury of players, causing the comments section to erupt. No way. I just spent money to draw a dragon sniper, AWP Dragon lore, and you come up with this? What on earth? I finally found a competitive game that keeps me up at night, and now you tell me it might be shut down? Forcing me to lose so thoroughly. Xinghui Technology stealing your game? Valve, can you come up with a better excuse? This reasoning is so clumsy, I feel embarrassed for you. Anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't believe it. Exactly. Starlight has its own Galaxy engine and self-developed 5nm GPU. Why would they need to steal the code of an old game from years ago? This is sheer nonsense. Seeing as they can't compete technically, they resort to underhanded tactics, attempting to drag us down through legal means. While the voices supporting Starlight were overwhelmingly predominant, some discordant and seemingly reasonable opinions began to surface. I've said it before. Starlight Technology's pace of technological advancement and game production is abnormal. Now it seems we were right, doesn't it? There must be some issue. Huh. Do you not understand how domestic companies operate? Suddenly, a player of such prowess emerges. Who would believe there's no underlying scheme? Looks like they've been slapped in the face now. Alas, it's all tears. I thought they had truly risen, but in the end, they're just a disgrace. Pathetic company. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Starlight Technology, in the conference room on the top floor, the enormous circular conference table was surrounded by people. The atmosphere, so tense one could almost feel the humidity in the air. The core management team of the gaming and technology divisions was in attendance. Each face a tapestry of anger, worry, and a flicker of indomitable spirit. This is too much, exclaimed a supervisor from the technology department, unable to contain himself as he slammed his fist on the table. Do they do nothing but create trouble for us? And it always starts from beautiful country. This is clearly a coordinated attack from behind the scenes, a well-planned assault intended to catch us off guard, added a more composed executive. Cheng stood up, his expression stern, his gaze sharp as a blade. On the massive projection screen behind him, the two significant crises they faced were clearly laid out. Everyone understands the situation at hand, he stated, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. First, Meitong and Xinghui have chosen this moment to launch their new products with a clear intention, to leverage their brand inertia and market influence to seize the narrative before our XHD series graphics cards gain widespread traction and to encroach upon our breathing space. He shifted his tone, exuding confidence. However, I am not concerned about this. I possess absolute faith in our products. The truth will reveal itself. Genuine users will make their choices based on their own experiences and insights. Then, Cheng Mo's tone took on a more grave demeanor. The baseless lawsuit from Steam is the true poisoned arrow. They accuse us of theft, yet they cannot produce any substantial evidence. Their fundamental aim is merely because our XH platform and CSGOS success have encroached upon their lucrative market, resulting in user attrition and a decline in their platform. His piercing gaze swept over every individual present, but they would never dare to act alone. Behind this, our old friends are surely orchestrating and supporting them. This is not only a legal battle, it is a war of public opinion and psychological warfare. Our goal is not merely to win the lawsuit, but to win the hearts of players worldwide. What are your thoughts on our current predicament? Cheng Montak inquired solemnly, encouraging the team to voice their opinions. One responsible for the gaming department cautiously suggested, CEO Cheng, given that the lawsuit is occurring in beautiful country, it is exceedingly disadvantageous for us. Should we not consider temporarily delisting CSGO in overseas markets to avoid confrontation? Simultaneously, we could mobilize player sentiment to pressure Valve. Over time, overseas players will undoubtedly grow discontented due to their inability to access the game. No, another colleague responsible for international legal affairs immediately countered. This would be tantamount to implicitly admitting our guilt. If we retreat, they will only press further. Moreover, you cannot guarantee that beautiful country-esque courts have not received special considerations. We must confront this head-on. Someone else proposed, could we not rapidly develop a similar yet distinct game? Perhaps one that emphasizes battlefield combat or survival competition. Time may not permit, and it could easily become another point of contention, resulting in a brief debate in the conference room. Cheng Mo listened intently to the discussions, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, his mind racing. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Cooperation, diversification. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Suya, who had been quietly taking notes throughout the meeting. Suya, Cheng Mo's voice cut through the debate. Immediately contact the highest authority in the Goose Factory's gaming division. Yes, CEO Cheng. Suya promptly picked up the secure phone. A strategic smile curved Cheng's lips as he clearly issued his directive. Inform them that Starlight Technology seeks to engage in high-level, in-depth collaboration on a new project. He paused for emphasis, enunciating the name that would once again alter the landscape of the gaming market. The name of the game shall be PUBG. We shall join forces to create a truly monumental tactical competitive survival shooting game. This endeavor will stand apart from any existing FPS games, as it seeks to provide an unparalleled experience of 100 players competing for the title of Ultimate Champion. At this proclamation, the audience was taken aback. An excitement ignited in their eyes. They instantly comprehended the strategic intent of General Cheng. You accuse me of plagiarizing CSGO? Then I shall, on another front, crush you entirely with a more revolutionary and explosive game. Partnering with the most formidable channel and operational powerhouse in the country, the Goose Factory, will ensure that this game possesses unparalleled explosive potential from its inception. Regardless of which game developer we collaborate with, the games we produce will remain masterpieces. The horn of a counteroffensive has already sounded. Chapter 44, Paratrooper 1. When overseas players were astonished to find that they could no longer download or launch CSGO through the XH International platform, a wave of disappointment and anger swiftly spread across various gaming communities. In stark contrast, domestic players continued to enjoy uninterrupted access on the Xinghui platform, prompting widespread speculation and discussion among global gamers. This is undoubtedly a strategy by Xinghui Technology, remarked a domestic player, since the lawsuit originated overseas. Let overseas players also taste the bitterness of loss and use public sentiment to pressure the Steam platform. Brilliant. General Cheng has executed a masterstroke of encircling Wei to rescue Zhao. Let the foreigners stir up trouble too. This strategy has indeed poignantly struck at the heart of overseas players. Within a mere fortnight, CSGO, with its superior shooting mechanics, innovative gameplay modes, and stable servers, had amassed a loyal following abroad. The sudden removal of the game left them utterly bewildered. My God, this is absurd. Steam claims the game was stolen. But why has there never been such a perfect experience of CSGO on their platform? Why did the XH platform take down the game? We are players. We are innocent. We protest. We want to play CSGO. Brothers, stop arguing. The two companies are already preparing for a courtroom showdown, and before that, we may not be able to play. Now, to witness high-level CSGO matches, we can only bypass the firewall to Chinese streaming platforms, an unprecedented experience indeed. This sudden market vacuum has alerted astute domestic game streamers to a tremendous opportunity. Many streamers who primarily focused on CSGO saw their popularity soar, while some more adventurous ones began to turn their gaze towards other games on the Xinghui Technology platform. Among them was a comical streamer renowned for his abstract style, Lu Ge. At 24 years old, Lu Ge distinguished himself in the streaming world with his quirky thought process, humorous commentary, and unpredictable gameplay, amassing a substantial fanbase. On this day, he commences live stream as usual, titling it, Lu Ge must rank up today? If not, it's a loss. All right, family. A new round of CSGO begins. This time, we shall play as the joyful kidnappers, terrorists. Lu Ge rubbed his hands together, his tone exaggerated. Come on, brothers, tell me. In a pistol round, which gun should the kidnappers use to confront the police head-on for maximum impact? The chat immediately erupted. Glock. It must be the Glock. Just spray and pray. P250. One headshot teaches a lesson. Lu Ge, don't listen to them. Smoke and flash. Rush B. Traitor upstairs. Lu Ge's flash was aimed at his own team. Lu Ge glanced at the chat, chuckling with an expression of knowing everything. Humph. Your understanding is still too shallow. The true path in a pistol round is, of course, the 700 AWP. With that, he decisively selected the Desert Eagle from the buy menu. ISNT, it the Desert Eagle? Why call it the AWP? Lu Ge, Lu's measurement unit. Anything with high damage is called the AWP? No problem. A headshot is always a one-shot kill, right? In a pistol round, isn't the Desert Eagle just an AWP? Lu Ge explained, half convincingly. The 5v5 competitive mode unfolded on the map Castle Clash. Upon spawning, Lu Ge charged ahead, shouting B point, charge with me. Only to stealthily make his way to the B point lobby, executing an agile leap to crouch atop the jump platform. Ahem, tactical high ground occupation. Brothers, behold my position. I can hold back 1,000 men. Should any enemy dare to show their head from below, I'll have them knowing what it means to have a pie fall from the sky. He focused intently. The barrel of his Desert Eagle trained on the sole entrance below, the ladder leading to the jump platform. Indeed, within 10 seconds, chaotic footsteps echoed from beneath the B point jump platform. They're coming, they're coming. The fish are in the net. Lui vispirit excited. His finger poised on the left mouse button, holding his breath. However, the first to emerge from the ladder was not a head adorned with a SWAT helmet, but a round, rolling flashbang. Oh my god! Lu Gu reacted swiftly, executing a stylish backward maneuver, thinking, do you think you can blind Lu Ji's titanium alloy eyes? Not a chance. He successfully evaded the effects of the flashbang. Immediately after, the silhouettes of enemies finally appeared. But the situation was entirely different from what Lu Gu had anticipated. Almost simultaneously, heads of two enemies popped up from either side of the ladder. Holy cow, brothers. Which one do I shoot? Panic-laced Lu Ji's voice. In the blink of an eye, his brain seemed to stall as he maneuvered the mouse towards the gap between the two heads. Bang! The Desert Eagle roared deafeningly, the bullets striking precisely. The air. The next moment, bullets from two Glock 18s rained down like a storm. Lu Ji's screen instantly turned to black and white. Lu Gu let out a heart-wrenching wail. They have no honor. Didn't we agree to go one by one? Why are they coordinating like this? The chat was instantly flooded with laughter. I'm dying. Lu Gu's aim. Averaging between two enemies. Multiple enemy targets cannot be locked on. Lu Gu, I predicted your prediction and the enemy. I predicted your prediction of my prediction. Dodge the flash, but not the enemy's scheme. Lu Gu still knows how to entertain. Abstract art. This is what we love to watch. Ultimately, after several rounds of play, Lu Gu, with his extraordinary understanding and skills, successfully led his team to defeat. He himself was so furious that he cried out, exclaiming that his teammates couldn't keep up with his pace. After a friendly interaction with his fans, he exited the game and returned to the main interface of the XH platform. Just then, a conspicuous red message popped up. Oh, what is this? A bug? Lu Gu muttered as he clicked to check. The next second, he sprang up from his esports chair, his eyes wide with disbelief. Brothers, a pie has fallen from the sky. No, wait, it's a gold pie. His voice quivered with excitement. Did you see that? I have obtained the qualification for the closed beta of the latest game from Xinghui Technology, PUBG. He turned the camera to the screen, which clearly displayed a line of text. Congratulations. You have obtained the elite, closed beta qualification for PUBG. Haha, I knew it. Gold will always shine. Starshine Technology has undoubtedly recognized my unparalleled gaming talent and the breathtaking charm of my persona, leading them to eagerly present me with this opportunity. With one hand on my waist and the other pointing at the screen, I laughed heartily, utterly self-absorbed. The barrage of comments immediately erupted with teasing remarks. Lu Gu, wake up. Enough with the self-admiration. This must be a random draw. It seems Starshine Technology's new game is destined to falter under my prowess even before its public beta. How amusing. However, the speed at which Starshine operates is astonishing, isn't it? It hasn't been long since the announcement of our collaboration, and here we are, already in the testing phase? Not even the most diligent teams could rival such efficiency. To those above, do remember that CEO Cheng is often referred to as Godfather Cheng, so conventional logic does not apply. Amidst the fervent banter and anticipation from my fans, I could hardly contain my excitement and clicked to download. The game's size was considerable, yet under Starshine Technology's formidable server capabilities and network optimizations, the download proceeded with remarkable rapidity. Upon completion, I clicked to launch, following the familiar logo animation of Starshine Technology. Another emblem appeared on the screen, the unmistakable insignia of Goose Factory. After all, it is a joint collaboration. Brothers, seeing this emblem makes my heart skip a beat. I feign concern. It's not that I harbor distrust towards Goose Factory. I'm merely wary from past disappointments. Still, given their partnership with Starshine Technology, I hope they uphold the high standards we expect. CEO Cheng, do steer this endeavor in the right direction. Skipping the opening animation, I entered the game client. The first thing to pop up was a detailed internal testing announcement, which I perused rapidly. Oh, Starshine Technology is responsible for development, while Goose Factory handles operations and subsequent updates. Moreover, Goose Factory is also in charge of global distribution. Wait a moment. My voice escalated in excitement. This game is bound to succeed. I enthusiastically explained, brothers, do you understand? Starshine will ensure the game's core mechanics and quality, while Goose Factory will manage operations and marketing, leveraging their strongest channels and localization advantages. This is a match made in heaven. Superior technology paired with unparalleled operations. We're in for a treat. After digesting the announcement, I officially entered the game, and the first segment was character customization. Wow, a game crafted by CEO Cheng is bound to be exceptional. The attention to detail is astounding. I marveled at the highly flexible character creation system, even adjusting hairlines. It's incredibly realistic. Fully immersed, I spent a good 10 minutes in the character editor, ultimately sculpting what I perceived as an extraordinarily handsome character, albeit one that appeared rather abstract to the audience, and proudly entered the ID, Lugo, Ace Pilot. After completing the somewhat lengthy yet essential tutorial, covering parachuting, scavenging, shooting, driving, medication use, and the crucial electric zone mechanics, both I and the viewers in the live stream felt an overwhelming sense of novelty. Goodness, a 100-player parachuting survival competition, scavenging for gear, running from a toxic zone, only one person or one team remaining. Xinghui Technology has truly outdone themselves with this concept. The gameplay seems far more intriguing than CSGO, demanding greater strategy and luck. Do they really need to borrow other people's creativity? Is Steam feeling the sting? The beautiful nation is shameless, unable to match us in technology. They resort to legal tactics. Indeed, I support Xinghui Technology. I'm definitely following this game. Having completed all preparations, I return to the game's main interface, where exhilarating electronic music mixed with vibrant K-pop tracks fill the air. This BGM is distinctly in line with Goose Factory style, I remarked, though my attention was swiftly captured by the game interface. My virtual character stood within a massive cargo aircraft, and the UI was clear and concise. The graphics, the lighting, flawless. I declared, brothers, without further ado, Lugo, Ace Pilot, is ready to take flight. Without hesitation, I clicked the Start Game button, Solo Mode, in the lower left corner. The matchmaking process was remarkably swift, and in nearly an instant, I found myself on the loading screen. The top right corner displayed, current test players, 79. Below, a note stated, if player count is below 100, remaining spots will be filled by advanced AI. Opponents. My excitement surged. Doesn't that mean free eliminations for me? Victory is assured. Once the loading concluded, the scene shifted to the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. A colossal military transport aircraft soared through the sky, with all players and AI prepared for action, including my character. A flight path appeared at the top of the screen. Brothers, address me as Paratrooper 1, Lu Binwei, oh no. You mean Lu Ye? My spirits soared as I surveyed the flight path. Where shall I jump? The airport? P-City? No. I'm heading to S-City in the upper right corner of the map. It's spacious, rich in resources, and surely no one will contest my landing. Lu Ye. Ace Pilot, request to land first. As the plane approached S-City, I decisively pressed the F key to parachute. My character leapt from the aircraft, diving toward the earth with exhilarating speed. Wow, this parachuting sensation is unreal. The wind speed, the altitude gauge. Starshine has outdone themselves. I deftly maneuvered, aiming for the rooftop of the tallest red building in the center of S-City. A flawless landing. Did you see that, brothers? This is what professionalism looks like. However, no sooner had the words left my mouth than, bang. My character let out a cry of despair as the screen's upper right corner flashed a system message. You have fallen and are incapacitated. You have died. Current ranking, 99-100. It turned out that in my pursuit of a precise landing, I had opened my parachute too late, descending too swiftly, resulting in a catastrophic fall onto the rooftop. The entire live stream fell into a deafening silence. After a full 3 seconds, the comments exploded. The Ace Pilot has crashed before even deploying the parachute. Out of the gate, he meets his demise, leaving Lugo in tears. This is professionalism, with certainty. The comedic effect was overwhelming. Lugo, were you doing that on purpose? AI. This AI is truly easy to eliminate, noted. On how to end a game at the fastest speed. I quipped, chicken dinner? No, I'll be having a banquet. No one was as curious as I was about how I had met my untimely end. Staring in disbelief at the black and white screen, I eventually let out a wail of outrage. This game, it defies logic. How could I possibly die from that height? This judgment is absolutely flawed. Brothers, this is definitely a bug. I must report it. It's imperative to report it. My debut concluded in an unexpectedly dramatic and humorous fashion, catching everyone off guard. Yet the excitement in the live stream surged rather than waned, reaching new heights. Chapter 45, A Successful Victory. The news of Cheng Mo's decision to personally confront the lawsuit overseas rippled through his innermost circle, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating waves of concern. The first to call was Elder Zhong, his voice resonating through the receiver with undeniable care and authority. Xiao and Mo, this is reckless. Do you comprehend what your departure signifies? The beautiful nation is eagerly seeking opportunities. The unfounded charges they've levied against you may very well be a trap waiting for you to walk into. They covet your technology and talent. You must not go. Following closely, a military liaison urgently conveyed the higher-up sentiments. Mr. Cheng, your safety is of paramount importance. We strongly advise that you participate in the litigation via remote video. We have ample reason to believe that the opposing party's actions are intended to provoke and lure you abroad, thereby subjecting you to unpredictable risks. Please prioritize the bigger picture and remain within the country. Even your father, Cheng Jiangwo, who has always encouraged your ventures, called with a rare tone of concern, Xiao Mo. The gains and losses in business are inconsequential. I believe in your abilities, but the most important thing is your safety. The situation over there is far more complex than you can imagine, and it cannot be resolved merely through technology and law. Heed my advice, do not take this risk. Amidst the heartfelt counsel from all sides, Cheng Mo felt warmth in his heart, yet his resolve remained unwavering. He comprehended their fears, but retreat was not an option. This matter concerned not only the survival of the game CSGO, but also the global reputation and future strategy of Xinghui Technology. To falter would be tantamount to displaying weakness to the outside world, making future endeavors increasingly arduous. I understand your concerns, Grandpa Zhong, Dad, Cheng Mo replied, his tone calm, yet infused with conviction. However, I must engage in this battle, and it is imperative that I secure a resounding victory. Xinghui cannot bear the stigma of technology theft. That would be far more detrimental than any commercial loss. Please trust me, I know what I am doing. He could not elucidate to them that, at the moment he made his decision, the enigmatic system interface had already activated in his mind. A dazzling array of specialized technological safeguards presented themselves. Nano Gaming Experience Suit, Fireproof and Bulletproof, Trial Version. Neural Response Game Enhancer, Short Term. VR Environmental Hazard Perception Warning System. He had quietly exchanged for several life-preserving measures capable of addressing extreme circumstances. His confidence stemmed not from blind arrogance. The military and Grandpa Zhong, realizing their persuasive efforts were in vain, were filled with anxiety. They could not stand idly by while a national treasure and future technological titan put himself in jeopardy. Ultimately, after urgent consultations, an elite special operations team from a mysterious department received a classified mission to accompany Cheng Mo under the guise of business personnel, ensuring his safety throughout this overseas venture and to spare no effort in guaranteeing his safe return. Meanwhile, his father, Cheng Jiangwo, despite his worries, provided another layer of support through action. Xiao Mo, I know I cannot dissuade you, but once you're over there, the legal battlefield is the first step. I have contacted the head of Nanshan Bishink, referring to a top legal team with deep cooperation with the Goose Factory, who has extensive experience in international litigation, particularly in dealing with the legal maneuvers of Beautiful Nation. They will dispatch an advanced team to assist you, ensuring that we do not suffer any procedural disadvantages. This was undoubtedly a timely boon. Cheng Mo had been troubled by how to assemble a team of lawyers well-versed in both domestic law and the intricacies of overseas gaming regulations, especially one capable of countering the polluted judicial environment posed by the opposing side. His father's phone call instantly illuminated his path. Thank you, Dad. Cheng Mo sincerely expressed his gratitude, reflecting that once a first opportunity arises, a second will follow. One need not struggle alone. Having a good family is indeed a blessing, and he longed to relax. As if by fate's design, just as Cheng Mo began to seek out a leading attorney, he suddenly remembered a legendary figure, a senior he had once met during a law lecture in university, who had exchanged contact information with him. This individual, later dubbed the Outlaw, was in fact a legal prodigy with profound knowledge of both domestic and international legal statutes, precedents, and litigation techniques. Zhang San. He swiftly attempted to make contact, and to his delight, Zhang San not only remembered him, but also expressed vehement indignation regarding the plight of Xinghui Technology. More crucially, Zhang San had delved deeply into international commercial law and cases of intellectual property conflicts in recent years, possessing unique insights into the legal suppression tactics employed by Beautiful Nation in the technology sector. The two quickly found common ground, and Zhang San readily agreed to join this transnational litigation battle as the chief legal advisor. A week passed in the blink of an eye. In Beautiful Nation, at the Ada State District Court, the atmosphere within the solemn and oppressive courtroom was palpably tense. Numerous global media outlets had obtained live broadcast permissions, their cameras trained on both parties inside the courtroom. The luxurious legal team hired by the Steam platform, clad in suits, exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly confident of victory. Cheng Mo, flanked by Zhang San, top domestic lawyers, and a support team dispatched by Nanshan Bishink, entered the courtroom with an air of composure, as if he were attending a routine business meeting rather than engaging in a trial that could dictate his fate. As the proceedings commenced, The attorney for V Corporation struck first, delivering an impassioned address while presenting a series of so-called technical comparison reports and internal email screenshots. Attempting to portray CSGO as a despicable act of theft, their rhetoric was sharp, continuously insinuating Xinghui Technology's original sin. However, when it was Zhang San's turn to speak, the tide began to turn. He refrained from becoming mired in technical disputes, instead adopting a strategy of undermining the opponent's foundation. He first called into question the integrity and authenticity of the opposing evidence chain, pointing out that the alleged core code similarity analysis bore traces of significant human tampering and misleading comparisons, and summoned an independent third-party technical appraisal expert to testify. Then, he dropped the most crucial bombshell by calling an unexpected witness, former V Corporation employee, Lisa. Lisa appeared somewhat nervous, but after taking an oath in court, she clearly stated, "During my tenure, project manager Liu Jia instructed me to urgently fabricate a batch of documents concerning the undisclosed design concepts of Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, deliberately altering the timestamps to precede the release of Xinghui Technology's CSGO. He explicitly informed me that this was to meet a special request from the company's upper management for an important international litigation. She even presented in court the chat records and email correspondences saved on her phone with Liu Jia, which clearly outlined the specific requirements and intentions behind the forged documents. The moment this testimony and evidence emerged, the entire courtroom erupted in an uproar. The live comments section exploded. The V Corporation's legal team was thrown into disarray, attempting to refute the reliability of the witness's testimony and the legality of the evidence acquisition, but their arguments were feeble. The judge's expression also darkened significantly. Zhang San pressed his advantage, addressing the jury with a tone both grave and powerful. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is not merely a business dispute, but a meticulously orchestrated act of commercial defamation and suppression utilizing judicial procedures. My client, Xinghui Technology, is a company that genuinely earns its market position through innovation and technology. Yet, the prosecution seeks to extinguish a formidable competitor with lies and forged evidence. This is not only an affront to Xinghui Technology, but a mockery of judicial fairness." The global broadcast captured the ashen faces of V Corporation representatives and Liu Jia. The reputation of the Steam platform began to collapse at a visibly alarming rate during this live broadcast, with public sentiment plummeting and countless players expressing their outrage online. "Haha, I knew Xinghui Technology would win for sure. I'll continue to enjoy my chicken dinner. Big win, let us eat chicken tonight. So may I ask, in the past, was the Steam platform the head of the chicken dinner? What is it now? Eating chicken's backside, hardly even getting a taste. Their reputation has taken a nosedive. Well, I actually quite like the Steam platform. Of course, I'm not saying that the XH platform is bad. So don't attack me. Indeed, if the Steam platform hadn't encountered this issue, I would certainly have continued to support it. Alas, these memories are indeed inherited from our childhood. Yet, just as everyone presumed the outcome to be settled and that Valve Corporation would meet its demise. In the lounge adjacent to the courtroom, Gabe Newell, the proprietor of the Steam platform, observed the live broadcast with an unexpected calmness instead of the anticipated trepidation. Instead, he bestowed a knowing smile upon a distinguished middle-aged gentleman beside him, who bore the countenance typical of a politician. This gentleman was none other than the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence. Vice President Mike picked up an encrypted phone and dialed a number, his tone serene, yet imbued with an undeniable air of authority. The setback of Plan A was anticipated. It appears legal measures cannot entirely restrain them. Activate the task force. It is time for the world to awaken once more to who holds the ultimate authority and definition in the realm of core technology and power. The list of disruptions concerning Starlight Technologies and its affiliated companies can now be enacted. I intend for them to be preoccupied, leaving no room for Cheng Mo. A respectful voice responded from the other end. "Yes, Mr. Vice President. The action and disruption teams are prepared. We will execute immediately." Vice President Mike set down the phone, gazing out the window with a faint, icy smile curving his lips. Chapter 46. Cheng Mo's Disappearance. Cheng Mo emerged victorious in court, having thoroughly dismantled Valve's slanders with the formidable rebuttal of Zhang San and the crucial testimony of former employee Lisa. The global broadcast laid bare Valve's ignominious actions, resulting in a plummet of their stock prices and a catastrophic decline in reputation. Following the conclusion of the trial, Cheng Mo, flanked by his legal team and security personnel, exited the courtroom with a smile, briefly addressing the throngs of media, expressing his respect for judicial fairness and confidence in future developments. However, Just when everyone believed this tempest would conclude with Starlight Technology's resounding triumph, a hidden serpent revealed its fangs. That evening, Cheng Mo checked into a highly secure 5-star hotel. Occupying the top suite, an elite special forces team, disguised as business aides and drivers, had taken up residence in adjacent rooms, maintaining a 24-hour watch over every entrance and corridor, ensuring not a detail went unnoticed. In the dead of night, the hallway lights dimmed to a tranquil hush. A barely perceptible hissing sound emanated from the ventilation shaft as a potent, colorless, and odorless anesthetic gas was silently released. Soon, a security guard stationed at the end of the corridor experienced a sudden wave of dizziness. He instinctively sensed something was amiss, but his body succumbed uncontrollably, collapsing. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he exerted his last ounce of strength to press a hidden button on his specialized wristwatch. Almost simultaneously, in the adjacent room, the Special Forces team leader's similar device emitted a rapid, yet muted vibrating alarm. A red skull icon flashed frantically on the screen, signaling the highest level of danger, indicating that their protectee was in extreme peril. Alarm! Something has happened in Mr. Cheng's room. The leader bellowed, swiftly drawing his weapon. All team members sprang to life like coiled leopards, moving with swift silence toward the suite's entrance. Yet they were too late. As they forced entry into Cheng Mo's suite with a backup card, they found the room utterly vacant. The window stood wide open, the night breeze billowing the curtains, and the bed appeared disheveled, suggesting a brief struggle had occurred. Cheng Mo's personal phone lay abandoned on the carpet, its screen shattered. The adversary's actions had been swifter, more professional, and more enigmatic than they had anticipated. Check the ventilation system. It's an efficient anesthetic gas. One team member quickly deduced from the residual traces. They infiltrated and exfiltrated through the ventilation ducts. Immediately track them down. Notify headquarters. We have lost the target. Initiate the highest emergency response. Team members quickly divided tasks. Some were responsible for technical tracking to capture any potential clues left behind, while others reported this shocking turn of events via encrypted channels to headquarters, their spirits plummeting. Meanwhile, across the global internet, astute media personnel and netizens began to sense something amiss. Initially, someone captured images of suspected police vehicles and unidentified cars congregating near the hotel where Cheng Mo was staying. Subsequently, insiders reported that Cheng Mo, the CEO of Starlight Technologies, had seemingly gone missing on the very night he celebrated his legal victory overseas. The news was initially dismissed as a rumor, but as time passed, several small celebratory dinners and interviews that Cheng was scheduled to attend were abruptly canceled, and Starlight Technologies offered no explanation, leading to a spreading wave of panic. What is happening? Why is there no word from Mr. Cheng? Shouldn't he be celebrating his victory? Where is he? Good grief. Could something truly have gone wrong? Could the United States not bear to lose and resorted to underhanded tactics? The topic of Cheng Mo's disappearance failed to trend, sparking speculation of being suppressed. He must have been kidnapped. Damn it. Who else could it be? We must pray for his safety. Mr. Cheng cannot come to harm. Anxiety permeated the online discourse, various theories swirling, while an ominous cloud of unease loomed over all who were concerned. At that moment, Cheng Mo found himself ensconced within a dilapidated industrial facility on the city's outskirts. His hands were tightly bound behind a metallic chair, and a hood was roughly torn from his head. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he discerned several imposing figures clad in black combat gear, their faces concealed, revealing only their cold, piercing gazes. Their equipment and operational methods were shrouded in secrecy, yet both Cheng Mo and his covert protectors understood that these were no ordinary kidnappers. A man who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, speaking in a chilling tone laced with a heavy accent. Mr. Cheng, we mean you no harm. We merely require a small collaboration with you and your company. Surrender the complete technical documentation and design schematics for the Galaxy engine, 5-nanometer GPU, and lithography machine, and publicly declare your willingness to provide technical consulting services for a certain technology company in our nation. He produced a gleaming military dagger, pressing the cold blade against Cheng Mo's carotid artery, applying pressure. Otherwise, a nameless Asian corpse may soon appear in some sewer of this beautiful city. Your country would find no evidence to determine who is responsible. A wise individual should know how to choose. However, contrary to the expectations of the kidnappers, Cheng Mo's visage bore not a trace of fear or panic. Instead, a mocking smile graced his lips. Just as the blade was about to pierce his skin, an almost imperceptible layer of black nanomaterial surged forth from the collar of Cheng Mo's attire, enveloping his neck and effectively blocking the lethal edge. A soft yet crisp metallic clash echoed through the air. The knife-wielding kidnapper felt as though the blade had struck an impenetrable superalloy, sending a shockwave through his wrist. He stared in astonishment, unable to fathom the sight of Cheng Mo's unscathed neck, along with the swiftly dissipating enigmatic black substance. What the hell is this? In that split second of incredulity among the kidnappers, the glass windows of the factory shattered explosively, and multiple stun grenades and smoke bombs were precisely deployed. Concurrently, several entrances and the main door of the facility were violently breached. Assault! Assault! Ensure the target's safety. Familiar voices roared in Mandarin. Through the meticulous tracking of the miniature signal implanted within Cheng Mo's body, and the subtle clues captured by hackers along the way, the elite special operations team of Huagua was swiftly pinpointed to this location, as if summoned by divine intervention. Their movements were as swift as lightning, seamlessly coordinated, and under the cover of smoke and noise, they executed precise shots. The silenced weapons released soft, muted sounds, and the kidnappers within the factory barely had time to react before they were struck down in non-lethal areas, rendering them incapable of resistance. Just as the leader attempted to raise his gun in retaliation, he was forcefully brought down to the ground by a special forces operative who sprang from the shadows, delivering a fierce, grappling maneuver that instantaneously dislocated his jaw and limb joints, preventing any attempt at poisoning or self-harm. The entire operation transpired in the blink of an eye. Within 10 seconds, all the kidnappers were thoroughly subdued. The team leader rushed to Cheng Mo's side, urgently using a dagger to sever his bindings while inquiring, "Mr. Cheng, are you unharmed? Have you sustained any injuries?" Cheng Mo flexed his wrist, rose to his feet, and calmly adjusted his collar, as if the preceding turmoil had merely been a tedious farce. "I am fine." He cast a cold glance at the incapacitated leader sprawled on the floor. "It seems that someone has lost the case and wishes to overturn the table. This is not a place to linger. Reinforcements from the enemy are likely to arrive imminently," the team leader urged. "We must evacuate at once. The boat is ready." The team members swiftly scoured the battlefield, eradicating all traces that could expose their identities, and took the unconscious leader and several other key figures with them. These individuals would serve as crucial evidence. The group quickly vanished into the shadows of the abandoned factory, boarding an inconspicuous delivery truck that had been waiting outside. The vehicle sped away, skillfully avoiding main thoroughfares, ultimately arriving at a secluded private dock. A modified vessel, appearing to be an ordinary fishing boat, was already revving its engine. Under the protection of the special forces, Cheng Mo hastily boarded the vessel. The boat soon departed from the dock, merging into the vast darkness of the night, racing towards open waters. There, a more secure force awaited to escort them back home. Cheng Mo stood at the stern of the boat, gazing back at the glittering coastline of the beautiful country, his expression profound. This intricate war of light and shadow was far from over. Yet after this encounter, he had gained a clearer understanding. Only by wielding absolute power and technology could one stand unwavering amidst any storm. What he possessed was far beyond what anyone could imagine. Chapter 47. The Subsequent Plan. News of Cheng Mo's safe return to the country was meticulously controlled within a very limited scope. However, on the other side of the globe, in the offices of the beautiful country, ominous clouds loomed. In the opulent office, Vice President Mike Pence stared at the top-secret report detailing the failed operation and the complete loss of the team, his complexion ashen. He abruptly smashed the crystal goblet in his hand to the ground, shards and liquor scattering. Useless. A bunch of useless fools, equipped with the most advanced technology. And in a situation with almost no external support, a Huagua special team managed to rescue someone right from under our noses. Our personnel were even captured in return. His low, thunderous voice was imbued with incredulous rage and humiliation. Standing nearby, Gab Neuville, the owner of the steam platform, dared not breathe. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He deeply regretted tying himself and his company to this ill-fated endeavor. After his outburst, Vice President Mike Pence, panting heavily, his gaze turning increasingly sinister and perplexed, remarked, "What intrigues me further is that the report mentions the target seemed to possess some form of personal protective equipment that we had not anticipated, which even military knives could not breach instantly. What could it possibly be? Is it a military technology that has not been disclosed by Huagua's armed forces? Or perhaps some black technology developed by Xinghui Technology itself?" This question struck him like a venomous thorn, embedding itself deeply in his mind. The threat level posed by Cheng Mo and Xinghui Technology surged sharply in his estimation. Meanwhile, upon returning to his homeland, Cheng Mo promptly underwent a stringent yet efficient protocol. Representatives from the military and national security departments personally arrived, primarily to confirm his physical condition and safety, while also seeking detailed accounts of his abduction and rescue, particularly regarding the adversary's tactics and the thwarted threats. Cheng Mo concealed the specific source of the nanosuit he had exchanged within the system, vaguely indicating it as a new test product from the company's laboratory, fortuitously donned at the time. Just as the inquiry concluded, the phone call from Old Master Zhong came through, his voice laced with both relief and undeniable concern. "You rascal. You've had a lucky escape this time. If you dare to act so recklessly again, I'll send someone to tie you down at home. Do you hear me?" Though it was a reprimand, it was filled with the worry of an elder. Cheng Mo felt warmth in his heart, repeatedly assuring him. Subsequently, he immediately returned home. As soon as he stepped through the door, his sister Qinglin, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed towards him, unleashing a torrent of words. "Cheng Mo, you've really grown bold. Haven't you? Off to foreign lands to play the hero. Do you have any idea how worried Mom and Dad were? If something had happened to you..." Before she could finish, her voice choked with emotion, ultimately dissolving into a tight embrace, holding him fiercely. Their mother, with red-rimmed eyes, said nothing, but meticulously inspected him from head to toe, confirming he was truly unharmed before silent tears began to cascade down her cheeks. She reached out, gently stroking Cheng Mo's head, her voice trembling. "As long as you're back, as long as you're back. In the future, think more about the family when making decisions. Don't be so impulsive, all right?" Their father, Cheng Jiangwo, stood slightly further away, watching his son with a complex expression that mingled pride with a sense of relief. He stepped forward, giving Cheng Mo a firm pat on the shoulder, his voice steady. "You have more guts than I did in my day, but remember, a true strongman must not only understand how to attack, but also how to protect himself. Just coming back safely is enough." With that, he beckoned Cheng Mo. "Come to the study. We need to talk." In the study, with smoke swirling in the air, Cheng Jiangwo remarked, "I know you insisted on going, not just for the lawsuit, but to strike fear into those who covet Xinghui's technology." He took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. "This step has yielded results, even beyond our expectations. You are now the focus of global attention. A hard nut to crack who emerged unscathed from the clutches of the beautiful country's justice system and its underhanded tactics. For the time being, no one will dare to employ such despicable means against you." However, his tone shifted, becoming more serious. "But, little Mo, this is far too risky. What if our rescue is a moment too late? What if the enemy resorts to lethal measures? How would you return?" "Rest assured, Dad. I know my limits and am prepared," Cheng Mo replied calmly, his eyes resolute. "You rascal." The father-son duo discussed the future development strategy of the company, responses to the international environment, and deeper security planning for quite some time. Cheng Jiangwo silently leveraged his network of connections to preemptively establish buffer zones for potential business, legal, and deeper troubles that Xinghui Technology might encounter. As he bid farewell to his family, his sister continued to fuss over him with reminders, while their mother's eyes brimmed with love and reluctance. Wrapped in the warmth of his family, Cheng Mo took a moment to recuperate before promptly returning to the company. Upon entering the headquarters of Xinghui Technology, employees he encountered along the way paused to greet him, their eyes filled with genuine concern and admiration. "President Cheng, you're back." "President Cheng, it's good to see you safe." "Welcome back, President Cheng." Cheng Montauk nodded in acknowledgement, his stride unwavering as he made his way towards the top-floor conference room. Assistant Suya had already received the notification. The core executives from each department had been summoned for an urgent meeting and were swiftly assembling. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was both solemn and fervent. As Cheng Mo entered, everyone instinctively rose to their feet, offering a respectful gaze. He approached the main seat, forgoing any unnecessary pleasantries, and scanned each face before plunging directly into the matter at hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we have been alarmed without cause. Yet the tumult is far from over. In fact, the true competition is only just beginning." His voice was steady, imbued with a resolute determination born from weathered trials. "The more others endeavor to suppress us, the more it affirms that we are on the correct path, instilling in them a sense of fear. The best response to fear is not retreat, but rather to grow stronger, strong enough to render their every stratagem futile." "Suya," he turned to his assistant. "Cheng Zong, please issue the orders. Notify the global media," Cheng Mo commanded, his tone clear and authoritative. "Xinghui Technology will hold a global press conference here next week." He paused slightly, each word resonating with conviction. "The theme will be Unleashing Brilliance. we will officially unveil our revolutionary XH series GPUs to all our friends and competitors. It is time for the world to witness the true performance behemoth. With this command, Xinghui Technology sprang into action, transforming into a finely tuned war machine, ready to face the swiftly changing tides of the global tech landscape. A launch event destined to be etched in history was now on a countdown. Chapter 48, the GPU release. A week later, at the site of the Xinghui Technology Global Press Conference, the immense circular venue was filled to capacity, hosting an array of global tech media, hardware reviewers, industry analysts, game developers, and fervent hardware enthusiasts. The air was thick with anticipation. All cameras and gazes were fixated on the stage's central area, shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, the lights blazed to life. Cheng, clad in a minimalist dark high-tech t-shirt, strode confidently onto the stage, wearing a composed and assured smile. Eschewing unnecessary chatter, the enormous circular screen behind him illuminated, showcasing the Xinghui Technology logo and the theme of the press conference, Unleashing Brilliance. It is a pleasure to see you again. Cheng Mo's voice reverberated through the high-quality sound system, clear and powerful. The past week had been a turbulent journey for Xinghui, a testament to their unwavering spirit. We have always believed that the best way to confront adversity is not to erect high walls, but to become stronger, drawing the sword and unleashing brilliance. His opening remarks were direct and potent, eliciting the first wave of enthusiastic applause from the audience. Today, we present to you Xinghui Technology's inaugural offering in the realm of graphics processing, the XH series GPU. Cheng wasted no time. The screen behind him transitioned to reveal two distinct series logos: the XH series, based on a 7nm process, and the XHD series, based on a 5nm process. A complex chip architecture diagram and an array of dazzling model specifications flashed by. The XH series boasts numerous models, catering to a spectrum of needs from mainstream users to extreme enthusiasts. Cheng maintained a steady tone. However, we are acutely aware that what matters most to you is the pinnacle of performance. Therefore, today's presentation will focus on two models: the star of 7nm productivity, the Xingmong XH 1400, and the epitome of 5nm gaming performance, the Xingmong XHD 1900. The audience collectively held their breath. First up, the Xingmong XH 1400. The screen behind him displayed striking renderings and physical images of the XH 1400 chip. In his hand, he held a dual-fan graphics card, its sci-fi blue logo prominently displayed, encased in a sleek, matte finish that exuded both a futuristic and minimalist aesthetic. This card is not merely designed for peak gaming frame rates. Its mission is to disrupt tradition and redefine productivity. As his words settled, a comparison chart with competitors immediately appeared on the screen. A colossal performance bar graph ignited an eruption of excitement in the audience. Blender rendering test, surpassing NVIDIA's RTX 4090 by approximately 42. V-Ray benchmark, exceeding the RTX 4090 by around 38. DaVinci Resolve 8K video export, efficiency improved by approximately 45. SBEQ ViewPerf Industrial Design Software Suite, overall leading by about 35 to 50. A cascade of remarkable lead margins elicited waves of astonishment from the crowd. Journalists frantically snapped photos, while reviewers widened their eyes, almost unwilling to believe the figures they were witnessing. "This is impossible," a seasoned hardware editor murmured in disbelief. "Even the best architecture cannot yield such a vast disparity." Cheng seemed to sense the skepticism rippling through the audience, offering a slight smile. "I understand that these figures may appear incredible. However, the XH 1400's prowess is not solely derived from its process and traditional architecture." He paused momentarily, presenting the core selling point. Its driving force lies in our integration of the Xinghui AI computing core, meticulously optimized for productivity scenarios. The screen then shifted to elucidate the three revolutionary features of the Xinghui AI core. 1. AI GPU asynchronous processing during intense rendering and computational tasks. The AI core intelligently allocates stream processors and memory resources, significantly reducing latency and enhancing parallel computing efficiency, an advantage unattainable through mere hardware scheduling. 2. AI real-time image rendering and denoising. In ray tracing rendering, the AI core can identify and intelligently fill noise in real time, achieving ultra-high clarity with minimal sampling, thus reducing traditional rendering times from hours to mere minutes. 3. AI shader and compiler optimization. The AI core can perform real-time optimizations at the driver level for various professional software and engines, automatically adjusting shader compilation and execution logic to extract every ounce of hardware potential. This means, Cheng Mo summarized, the XH1400 is not merely a graphics card. It is an embedded AI productivity assistant at the hardware level. It signifies a paradigm shift in productivity tools. The audience members engaged in content creation, engineering design, and scientific computation felt their breaths quicken as they gazed fervently at the screen. This card, to them, was nothing short of a miraculous artifact. After introducing the awe-inspiring XH1400, Cheng Mo shifted the tone of the atmosphere, which grew even more vibrant. Of course, I am aware that many of you present, myself included, are also gamers, he remarked with a smile, eliciting knowing laughter and cheers from the gaming enthusiasts in attendance. So, coming up next is the ultimate gift prepared for all players. Cheng Mo's voice rose, brimming with passion. Based on a 5nm process, the performance behemoth born for gaming, the Xinghui XHD 1900. Boom! The immense circular screen was instantly dominated by the formidable design of the XHD 1900, with its impressive cooling system and tri-fan configuration underscoring its exceptional positioning. Cheng Mo also picked up a new tri-fan graphics card from the nearby counter, still adorned with the sci-fi blue and silver X emblem at its center. This central fan exuded a distinctive charm, embodying the essence of esports and futuristic aesthetics. Gazing at the gaming graphics card in Cheng Mo's hands, the cheers from the audience reached a crescendo. All the gamers, esports enthusiasts, and fervent aficionados craned their necks in anticipation of its performance. Cheng Mo refrained from immediately revealing the performance comparisons, instead opting to showcase a montage of real-time recorded gameplay. In stunning 4K resolution and with unparalleled graphical fidelity, Death Stranding maintained a stable frame rate exceeding 120 frames per second throughout its ray tracing. The frame rate of Sekiro exhibited no fluctuations whatsoever. A segment seemingly recorded from Resident Evil displayed internal demo footage, where the visual detail and smoothness reached astonishing heights. Wow! The fluidity, the graphics. Is this actual gameplay footage? Not CGI? I can finally indulge in 4K ray tracing while playing games from Xinghui Technology. Absolutely magnificent. The synergy of software and hardware guarantees unparalleled gaming quality. Truly commendable, Chenpa. The gasps and applause echoed incessantly. As the visuals concluded, Cheng Mo returned to the center stage, and the performance comparison chart boldly materialized. 4K gaming performance comprehensive comparison. Average frame rates across multiple games leading NVIDIA as 4090 by approximately 28. Ray tracing performance, surpassing 4090 by around 35. 8K gaming performance test, outpacing 4090 by about 50, and capable of running smoothly. Even more astounding was the energy efficiency ratio. At equivalent performance levels, power consumption is lower than RTX 4090 by roughly 20. At peak performance, temperatures are 15 degrees Celsius lower, and noise levels are reduced by 10 decibels. No way, I must be seeing things. 8K. It can even run 8K. The pressure on the 4090 is considerable. Moreover, Cheng Mo continued, unveiling another ace up his sleeve. The XHD 1900 has also inherited formidable AI capabilities. The screen illuminated with its gaming-oriented AI features. AI visual, super resolution, and frame generation. AXH. An advancement beyond DLSS, a cutting-edge AI upscaling technology, achieving superior visual quality and frame rate enhancements with minimal performance loss and virtually no artifacts. Most impressively, you can adjust the quantity and quality of generated images, fully transparent to the user. Furthermore, it supports generating up to 5 images within milliseconds. AI Gaming Graphics Enhancer. AXS intelligently optimizes in-game textures, lighting, and shadow details in real time, even partially simulating higher-tier ray tracing effects. AI Latency Optimizer. DXD intelligently predicts network packet and input operations, significantly reducing online gaming latency and providing a more responsive gameplay experience. The XHD 1900 is designed not merely for higher frame rates, but for a more exquisite, intelligent, and immersive gaming experience. Cheng Mo's voice resonated powerfully. Finally, it was time for the pricing segment. Everyone held their breath. The screen behind Cheng Mo displayed 2 lines. XH 1400, $79.99, launching domestically. XHD 1900, $99.99, launching domestically. This pricing, when juxtaposed with its overwhelming performance enhancements and unique AI functionalities, instantly ignited a fervor throughout the venue. An explosive cost-performance ratio. What more could one ask for? My RTX 4090 suddenly feels lackluster. Starshine is phenomenal. Cheng Mo is remarkable. Wow, still launching domestically is fantastic. But let us not rejoice too early. Let us hope scalpers don't inflate the prices. Amidst the thunderous applause and cheers, Cheng Mo smiled as he announced, the XH1400 and XHD1900 will commence pre-sales tonight at 2100 hours on major domestic collaboration platforms and the Starshine official website. As for the other models in the Starlight series, they will be gradually released to meet the needs of various tiered users. He concluded, XH signifies the light of the stars, and it also represents the direction of brilliance. This is not merely a product launch, it is a declaration. We believe that the future of computing is intelligent, efficient, and belongs to every creator and player. Starshine Technology is honored to contribute to this cause. The brilliance of the stars is upon us. As the lights focused, Cheng Mo bowed. Below, the applause, cheers, and gasps continued unabated. Everyone understood that from this day forth, the landscape of the GPU market was destined to change. The blade of Starshine Technology had been unsheathed, its radiance illuminating the entire industry and undoubtedly piercing the nerves of all competitors.